Chapter 1. The Unexpected Spectator of a Grand Scene. Year 1510 of the Sea-Round Calendar. East Sea, Windmill Village. What on earth is happening? Dongjun gazed at the scene before him, engulfed in confusion about how he had inexplicably found himself in this unfamiliar place. Behind him lay the village, beneath his feet was the dock, and before him, the sea and sky merged seamlessly. Where am I? As the question formed in his mind, the answer soon followed. A ticket had brought him here, granting him a singular opportunity to wish, providing him a place of refuge. Is such a thing possible? The notion of transmigration was not foreign to novels, yet it felt remarkably fresh when it happened to him. He examined himself in astonishment, discovering that his attire was indeed his own. The faint scars on his hands remained unchanged, and his reflection in the water was familiar. So, I am transmigrated? Dongjun pondered, drawing upon his vast experience to contemplate what being transmigrated typically entailed. He felt no discomfort, nor did he experience any of the legendary aftereffects of crossing dimensions. If there were any changes, it was as if his body had returned to a youthful state, brimming with vitality, no longer languishing in a semi-dead, suboptimal condition. An opportunity to make a wish? That sounds delightful, why not seize it? I wish for omniscience and omnipotence, he declared boldly. Everything remained as it was. Was that too ambitious? Then let's take a step back. I wish to transcend dimensions. Is that also too grand? Then let me wish for myriad paths to be at my disposal. I wish for eternal youth and immortality. What kind of world is this? Such meager power does not seem worthy of a 900,000 transmigrator. How dull. I wish to go home. Still no response, alas. It seems I must resign myself to fate. The immediate priority was to ascertain his location. If it were a familiar place, Dongjun might possess some informational advantage. If it were an unfamiliar locale, that would spell trouble. Survival could be a challenge without any power. The dock was sparsely populated, so Dongjun ventured towards the village. He encountered a few villagers along the way, but given his confusion, he refrained from initiating conversation. Caution, he mused, was a bad habit cultivated from adulthood. He could comprehend the conversations he overheard, yet they revolved around mundane daily matters, devoid of any useful information. After some contemplation, he realized that since arriving in this place, he had automatically acquired a mysterious language, capable of listening, reading, and writing without issue. The usage of this language even took precedence over his native tongue. Realizing this startled Dongjun, prompting him to rapidly recite a flurry of traditional phrases. Fortunately, I haven't forgotten the warm and beautiful dialect of my homeland, he reassured himself, feeling considerably relieved, and his mood brightened. Before long, he noticed commotion within the village. A ruggedly handsome man with hair tied back and a cigarette dangling from his lips effortlessly dispatched a group of armed foes with his firearm, as if slicing through vegetables. Nearby, a man with a scruffy beard stood with his foot on a 6- or 7-year-old boy, his face a portrait of shock as he observed the unfolding scene. Opposite him, aside from an elderly man with a cane and a green-haired beauty, stood a group of imposing adult men. The lead era man in a straw hat with red hair, black cloak, white shirt, and 3/4 pants paired with slippers exuding an aura of dominance. The familiarity of the scene stunned Dongjun. Could this be? In an instant, a smoke bomb appeared, and the bearded man, like a ninja, vanished with the child from the crowd's sight. Then, the red-haired man panically shouted, "Oh no, I was too careless. Luffy has been captured. What do we do, everyone?" A plump man behind him, resembling a ball, chimed in, "Calm down, foolish captain. If we all search together, we'll find him in no time." "I can't stand this guy," muttered the dark-haired man, who had just dispatched a group of adversaries, as he stowed away his firearm. "Luffy?" Dongjun blinked, suddenly coming to a realization. Indeed, I have arrived in this cursed place. With a newfound coordinate, the scene before him became unmistakably familiar. The boy being stepped on was the rubbery, carefree Luffy. The one being trampled was the mountain bandit, Shiki, and the defeated foes were his subordinates, while the one taking action was Ben Beckman. The elderly man was the village chief, Shanks, if he recalled correctly, and accompanying him was Maki Noise. That name was etched in his memory. With the information confirmed, Dongjun's anxious heart eased somewhat. The unknown breeds fear, while the known allows for relative composure. Though this place was not particularly safe indeed, it could be deemed perilous. Dongjuan possessed information, which meant he was not entirely in the dark. Thus the situation could be considered tolerable. It seems that the wish may indeed be genuine. Though the power levels here are not particularly high, it does not suit my dream's weight. Dongjun suddenly recalled information from the original narrative. Since this was the world of One Piece, why would a wish for immortality fail? Was the operation for eternal life a sham? Upon further reflection, it seemed it was an operation for eternal youth, not immortality. Leading him to feel at ease, would death follow if one were killed? Reasonable enough. Without strength as a foundation, obtaining an eternal life operation would be meaningless. Thus Dongjun no longer dwelled on it. He was transmigrated, possessing a physique as unremarkable as a blank slate, and with only one wish opportunity. He needed to tread carefully unless he stumbled upon some fortuitous fruit to solve his survival dilemma. Dongjun observed Shanks from a distance, nodding in approval. Truly unique. No wonder he has such a promising future. The red-haired crew and the village chief dispersed to search for their companion, while only Beckman remained stationary. Perhaps he sensed the thoughts of his comrade and chose not to ignore Dongjun, opting to collaborate in this performance. Dongjun was uncertain and had no means to verify. How could he dare inquire about such matters? What if he received a slap for his troubles? Taking a step closer, he gazed up at Beckman, who towered over him, first offering a polite smile and nod before pointing at the mountain bandit on the ground. Would you mind if I took 2 weapons? As a newcomer, lacking skills and connections, Dongjun needed some means of security before making his wish. Fortunately, there were weapons scattered all around, yet they belonged to someone, so he first required the owner's consent. If he were refused, that would be entirely normal, but it wouldn't hurt to try. While Beckman seemed lost in thought, he cast a glance at Dongjun, noting the unfamiliar face that had not been seen in the village. However, judging by his aura and demeanor, it was evident he posed no threat. Thus Beckman paid him little mind and casually nodded. Agreed. Excellent. Thank you. Dongjun expressed his gratitude earnestly, then selected 2 relatively clean long knives, sheathing them and cradling them as he made his way toward the dock. Are knives really this heavy? No, it's my issue. I'm not a local, nor a physical powerhouse in this world. Even lightweight weapons can weigh a dozen or several dozen pounds. The path to strength is indeed a long and arduous journey. Dongjun introspected, beginning to contemplate his future path. He strolled leisurely to the seaside, where he bore witness to a truly grand spectacle. The world's strongest, the king of the seas. Then came the heart-wrenching cries of the young Luffy. Dongjun sat cross-legged in a corner of the dock, quietly observing as Shanks and Luffy were rescued and taken for medical attention. Among the bustling crowd, few noticed Dongjun's presence aside for the late-arriving Beckman. Only the beauty Makino cast a curious glance in his direction. As the commotion subsided, Dongjun remained still, holding his knives, gazing at the vast ocean, lost in thought for a considerable time. Upon realizing that the wish was limited to the highest potential of this realm, Dongjun promptly dismissed the idea of replicating him, as that individual's information was scant, and he was suspected to be a user of a devil fruit, since a devil fruit could not exist in multiples, nor could its user's success was unfeasible. A robust physique was undoubtedly a sound answer, yet with options available, one may become greedy. Individuals like Dongjun, bombarded by various narratives, viewed the ability to engage in fierce hand-to-hand combat as commonplace. Such characters appeared in numerous stories, with even more exaggerated and bizarre variants if given the chance. Why not opt to experience the local specialties? Devil fruit? Chapter 2. The devil fruit. On one hand, the notion of the devil fruit is fascinating, as I often daydreamed about becoming a wielder while indulging in the original work. On the other hand, it speaks to the practicality of its functionalities that in these vast seas, one encounters all manner of bizarre beings and phenomena that defy belief. Original powerhouses may not fear these encounters and can handle them adeptly. Yet there will inevitably be moments of inconvenience or helplessness. However, if one were a wielder, the situation would be entirely transformed to AS for functionality. I could make wishes, Surely that speaks volumes as a former three-dimensional reader and audience member. I possess an abundance of imaginative insights that in the worst-case scenario, would I truly falter while navigating through various works as if it were an open book examination? My heart brims with desire, yet the means of wishing remain unclear. It seems the entity that brought me here isn't something known as a system, and without any indication of communication being prohibited, I am left to speculate. Hence, I must proceed with caution, for I, Dongjun, harbor a notorious habit of prudence that I choose to attain the utmost physical prowess in this realm. To avoid unnecessary complications, Dongjun opted to articulate his wish in his native tongue, enunciating each word carefully. No response. Was it too vague? The utmost pinnacle of this realm, the highest. It does not signify a stable limit. Rather, it implies the necessity for a clear reference point or comparative object. Dongjun pondered over the implications and decided to wish for a steel balloon with no adverse effects. A response ensued. The sensation is difficult to articulate, yet something undeniably resonates with me. Furthermore, the wishing process includes the final confirmation, so the likelihood of error is mitigated, thereby granting me operational latitude. Zoan type, monkey fruit. Mythical beast form of the great sage equaling heaven. No response. Was the setting too ambitious? I shall lower the intensity, reduce the parameters, having it, then to 70%, 80%, 90%. This will suffice, although my enthusiasm has waned. The concept of a fantasy devil fruit is viable, albeit requiring a more detailed setting or, rather, limitations. The essence of the devil fruit's abilities is fundamentally a nature, not a convoluted game profession. The techniques of wielders are merely derivative applications of that nature. Thus, regardless of whether they are gods, immortals, or Buddhas, even if they manifest, they would merely be pale imitations, incapable of possessing such a rich and comprehensive array of abilities that it is akin to the so-called Buddha of the Warring States. Visually resembling a Buddha, yet its function is to unleash shockwaves. Shockwaves? Surely this cannot be serious. Rather than such an ambiguous state, I would prefer none at all. If the mythical beast type operates this way, then the natural and superhuman types should follow suit. Moreover, this approach allows for a closer approximation of the so-called limits, maximizing one's gains, compared to a physique with scant information and insufficient comparative objects. This is far more advantageous. Existing intelligence suggests that the devil fruit chooses its master. With this thought in mind, Dongjun resolved to conduct a preliminary test before making a final decision. Natural type, flame fruit? Acceptable. Natural type, dark fruit. Acceptable. The fruits possess will, albeit to a limited extent, the power that brought me here can overshadow it. And the dark fruit, overshadowed by this power, can also overshadow other fruits. Does this imply that the concept of fate is fundamentally non-existent? If fate exists, what then is the dark fruit? Is the author merely setting a trap for themselves? Without fate, would the narrative not become exceedingly intriguing? With this thought, a smile of uncontainable delight graced Dongjun's face. Gradually growing bolder. Superhuman type, devil fruit, selection confirmed. There was no adverse experience. Dongjun directly acquired the ability, unable to suppress his elation as he felt the transformation within his body to a dense blackness, akin to smoke or ink, emanated from him. This is the manifestation. It closely resembles the dark fruit. The ability activated, the surrounding darkness roiled and surged. Dongjun exclaimed, "Demon's 6 paths, 6 spheres of black smoke, each the size of a human head." Split from him, floating in the air, with closed eyes, he earnestly attuned to the additional 6 sensory perceptions, massaging his brow. Quite effective, yet requires time to acclimate. Otherwise, the disorienting distortion of vision would lead to errors. And errors could spell danger, even death. The size is overly conspicuous. If the opponent is human or possesses even a modicum of intelligence, they would immediately discern that my duplicates are amiss. Dongjun scrutinized the demon's 6 paths, then activated the ability. The 6 dark figures split and transformed, most returning to his body, leaving behind 6 fist-sized black orbs. Currently, the capabilities are confined to this extent. 1. Due to inexperience. 2. The panel is too low to support it. I must find a way to develop swiftly. Although time remains, some matters cannot afford to wait. Special superhuman type, devil fruit. Basic abilities, demonization, perceived demons, demonization, the most fundamental attribute of the ability, capable of eroding thoughts, controlling the vessel, and assimilating demons. Perceived demons, a perceptive ability that enables one to sense the demons lurking within others' hearts, as well as those who possess fruit abilities. This ability was attained through my own wish. I immediately devised the derivative skills I had envisioned. Demonization, a derivative skill of demonization, allowing self-erasure, assimilation, and control over one's self, transforming into a demon form. The data panel for this form reflects a net strength increase, including latent abilities. Demon clone, a derivative skill of demonization, possessing all the sensory perceptions of the original, with a number and size of splits determined by physical strength, and the number of manipulations dictated by proficiency. It is a black energy clone created from physical strength, visible to others, with a power panel matching that of the original. Devoid of physical and weight constraints, it can change forms at will, pass through walls, burrow underground, and fly, moving faster than the original. Demonic touch, a derivative skill of demonization, embodying the essence of the demon, capable of exerting influence over other demons using one's own power. Weakness of the ability, aside from the typical aversion to the sea, since it is not of the natural type, both demonization and demon clone will inflict damage back onto the original. Akin to the flower fruit. It must be noted that the feedback is damage rather than wounds. Now, I have indeed gained an advantage. Dongjun grinned widely, his entire expression contorted with excitement. Chapter 3. Open Book Examination. Windmill Village is the birthplace and growth ground of the original protagonist, marking the inception of his personal narrative. For Dongjun, it serves as an excellent point for initial development, as just beyond the village lies Corbo Mountain. The mountain harbors wild beasts, unfriendly to ordinary folk. However, Dongjun has gained an advantage. Thus he feels little fear. As a newcomer, he must contemplate survival issues, and the beasts present a promising source of sustenance. Were he still an ordinary person seeking a tranquil life, he might choose to settle in Windmill Village or linger for a time to assess the situation before making a decision. As the hometown of Garp, Windmill Village would be a commendable safe haven. Relatively peaceful. Finding a laboring job here to make ends meet should pose no difficulty, and perhaps, with some effort, he might even manage to undermine the red-haired's endeavors. Yet, Dongjun is not one to seek tranquility. Although he has reached adulthood, the occurrence of his transmigration has stirred dormant impulses within him. Even clad in an ordinary body, he has acquired power. The greatest transformation for an ordinary person endowed with power is a considerable reduction in the difficulty of accomplishing tasks, along with the emergence of trial and error costs, instilling a sense of confidence. With newfound confidence, one is prone to gradually become more audacious. He yearns to stir up trouble. Armed with dual blades, he ventures from the village towards the northern Corbo Mountain. Perhaps due to the recent bandit incident, some villagers cast wary glances at Dongjun, who wields weapons. Dongjun, however, responds with courteous smiles, and most individuals naturally lower their guard. Truly a simple and earnest place that I in the village. He borrowed a pair of blades from a household with access to a water source, uncertain of their cleanliness, then traversed through the village. As he approached the foot of the mountain, Dongjun began to acclimate himself to the hunting abilities he would soon employ. Ability activation, attachment control, the blades unsheathed, swordsmanship. With a mighty shout, the two blades flew forth, their sharp edges effortlessly severing the flora along the roadside. Humph, nothing to it. A piece of cake. Dongjun brimmed with confidence, then continued. Swordsmanship. Bang. The bark of a tree splintered slightly, akin to receiving a light blow. The lack of proficiency and the low panel rendered the attack nearly ineffective. However, that is of no concern. Demon clone, blade soul attachment. An exact match for the original strength, combined with real-time sensory perceptions. The speed of the blades intensified, and their lethality surged. Bang. The blade lodged itself into the tree. This force is rather inadequate for hunting. Observing the blade stuck in the tree, Dongjun furrowed his brow. If one doesn't suffice, then 2. If 2 fail, then 3. He retracted 1 clone, then affixed 2 clones to the other blade. The combined might extricating the trapped edge. The power increased, yet it lacked coordination. Dongjun discerned the underlying issue. Adjustments were necessary, lest he inadvertently deliver himself to the prey. It is a manifestation of his own being. He can control it as effortlessly as his own limbs. Although initially a bit unaccustomed, he quickly achieves a harmonious coordination. With the enhancement of 3 forces, there is no qualitative change, but a significant quantitative one. Trees still cannot be felled with a single stroke. Yet each cut penetrates deeply, and the awkwardness of getting stuck is no longer an issue. It seems that hunting ordinary beasts is now sufficiently achievable. Considering his frail physique, Dongjun wisely refrains from bestowing all his current capabilities onto his weapons at once. For he lacks experience in living and hunting in the forest. It is prudent to retain a few sentinels to assist in battle, with 3 demonic forms hovering above him, 1 surveying from the heights and 2 stationed in the rear. Dongjun officially enters the Kolbo Mountain. He wields a knife in hand as a defensive backup, while the knife, enhanced by his manifestations, darts swiftly around him. This serves both to provide him with more practice and to utilize the knife's manifestations for reconnaissance. A wild chicken, sword technique. Failure. It fled too swiftly, aided by its wings, and currently, he cannot match its speed to a rabbit. Sword technique. Another failure. It is too agile. A bird that is easily recognizable yet remains unidentified. Sword technique. Yet another failure. Exhausted, he mutters, "Let be destruction." Dongjun, disheartened by his lack of success, takes a deep breath to compose himself, offering encouragement before pressing onward. This time, he aims for a slightly larger target, but not too large. A deer. Are there deer in a place like Kolbo Mountain? Irrelevant. If he sees one, it exists. Sword technique. A buck, roughly the size of a calf, is startled and begins to flee upon spotting him, narrowly evading Dongjun's currently unchanged direct thrust. Yet, Dongjun does not easily concede. He leaps forward and pursues vigorously, with multiple perspectives aiding him. Even amidst the rugged terrain of the mountain forest, he charges at full speed, the whirring blades slicing through the air. Although several attempts yield no success, Dongjun realizes that this pursuit-based assault is more likely to succeed than the earlier failed ambushes, as the target's trajectory aligns with that of the flying knife. At last, after several tries, Dongjun achieves his goal. The buck, nearly as tall as he is, falls lifelessly to the ground, its mournful cries silenced. He whispers a few incantations for its peaceful passage, retrieves the flying knife, and fashions a makeshift frame from several branches to assist in dragging the deer down the mountain with the combined strength of his 4 manifestations. The mountain teems with wild beasts, and the chances of encountering danger along the way are high. Collecting ample firewood as he descends, Dongjun finds himself utterly fatigued by the time he reaches the foot of the mountain, collapsing onto the ground to catch his breath. Fortunately, since his transition into this world, his body has rejuvenated. Otherwise, he would have succumbed to exhaustion halfway through. Reflecting on this, his desire to grow stronger intensifies. Gazing at his substantial catch, a smile spreads across Dongjun's face that he gathers dry grass and, using his manifestations to control a dry stick, begins to kindle a fire. After enduring the dizzying effects of multiple perspectives, he finally sees the flickering flames. Braving his discomfort, he quickly ignites the firewood and proceeds to chop the deer into manageable pieces, skewering them with sticks to roast. The conditions are rudimentary, with little to critique. Yet Dongjun finds immense joy in the thrill of adventure, newfound abilities, and fresh experiences. The meat soon becomes charred, yet it emits a tantalizing aroma. Patiently, he waits, allowing the embers to continue cooking. When he senses that the time is right, he activates his ability, placing a hand on his abdomen. Open book examination, demon workshop, his stomach rides, and several voices chime in. "I'm so hungry, master. Let us eat something. Let us eat, master. I'll digest it well. Leave it to me, master. No nutrition will escape. First, let us drink something, master. I'm so thirsty." Ignoring the clamoring voices within, Dongjun's eyes turn crimson, darkness enveloping his form. Demonization. Open book examination. Demon revolution. He opens his mouth. Wider than a dustpan, and unceremoniously shoves a chunk of meat, the size of a human head, into his mouth, swallowing it whole as if he were a python. Time to get to work. With a command, his stomach begins to churn violently, and mere moments later, it gradually returns to its original state. Completion, master, the voices within respond in unison. There is no need to learn the 6 styles or endure arduous training in the mountains. Dongjun, through the power of his fruit, achieves a unique form of life restoration in one swift motion. Chapter 4. The protagonist of the story. What a thrill! I feel as though I could knock a cow dead with a single punch. Dongjun exclaims with exuberance, only to quickly sink back into despondency. I end this world. Those who can slay cows are not particularly remarkable. However, problems will inevitably resolve themselves. With this newfound power, as long as he has sustenance, he will eventually inflate himself into a grand balloon. Much like Teacher Kai, the ability of Demon Revolution allows Dongjun to complete the process of eating without savoring the delicious food he has prepared, thus sparing his taste buds from excessive torment. Before long, he has consumed an entire deer. Then, he realizes that his overflowing energy has reached a peak, his eyes shimmering with intensity. Unable to contain himself, he grips his knife and charges back toward Kolbo Mountain. I must quickly find something to release this pent-up energy. Without the need for precise control, 8 manifestations drag a nearly 2-meter-long wild boar, while a stick slung over his shoulder carries several still-living wild chickens and rabbits. Breathless, Dongjun arrives at the only tavern in Windmill Village. As expected, he encounters the members of the red-haired pirates. Quite a catch, my brother. Are you selling it? Settling in Windmill Village, perhaps due to a kindred spirit with Luffy, or perhaps out of a sense of honor and principle, the red-haired pirates do not resort to pirate tactics to resolve issues here. Dongjun only recognizes a few of the crew, so he merely smiles and nods before addressing Beckman, saying, "Hey." He gestures toward the wild boar behind him. "Thank you for your knife." Beckman glances at the returning black manifestation of Dongjun and assesses the boar. A capable gift. Shanks, who has bandaged his wounds, and a still grieving Luffy notice the commotion. "Ha! We have meat now, Luffy. Let us hold a feast," Shanks shouts jubilantly, prompting the crew to cheer. "Feast! Feast!" Luffy, his gaze drawn to Shanks's injury, regains some of his spirit upon hearing the mention of meat. After handing the wild chickens and rabbits to Makino, Dongjun asks, "Could I trade for a longer rope?" Makino, slightly surprised, nods out of course, "No problem." "And you are?" "I am Dongjun, a traveler without a home," he replies with a smile. "Hello, Mr. Dongjun." Makino greets warmly, quickly handing him a lengthy rope. As Dongjun turns to leave, Shanks calls out to him, "Hey, Dongjun, come join us for the feast." Shanks laughs, raising a bottle of wine and invitation, but a mix of surprise and expectation washes over him. Sure, he nods, deciding to stay. The pirates are a joyous bunch, especially those like the red-haired pirates, who possess strength and revelry in abundance. They enjoy freedom and an easygoing nature, supported by their formidable power as for others. Pirates are simply pirates. Perhaps some are drawn to them due to their stance, but that is merely dictated by their whims. Shanks possesses a powerful charisma, yet this does not hinder his identity as a pirate. Rather, it complements it, just as his identity does not detract from his immense charm. Dongjun sets down his knife and rope, quietly remaining in a corner of the tavern, eating meat and drinking wine while listening to the pirates banter, laugh, and sing. Unable to resist, he starts humming along. His voice is soft, lacking in lyrics, but rich in melody. "What song are you singing, old man?" The curious young Luffy approaches him. A slightly inebriated Dongjun is taken aback, shaking his head to regard the child before grinning. "It's a song from my hometown. A song of happiness." "Oh, a song of happiness. I like it. Can you teach me?" The eager boy's eyes sparkle with excitement. "Of course. Come, sing along with me. La 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 la," and so on and so forth. La 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 la, and so forth. Even the little rascal Luffy began to hum along. The banquet continued into the late hours, and the somewhat dazed Dongjun staggered to his feet. Retrieving his sword and rope, he pinched himself fiercely a few times and gave his face a good slap, finally feeling somewhat more alert. The entirely sober Beckman leaned against the bar, smoking a cigarette. Watching the swaying Dongjun stumble out of the tavern, he made his way out of the village and returned to the towering Kolbo Mountain. Selecting a sufficiently tall and lush tree, he soared into the sky on his sword, binding a makeshift hammock with the rope, and soon found himself comfortably lying down, gazing at the bright, twinkling stars through the dense foliage, before closing his eyes and drifting into slumber. What a marvelous day it had been. With his abundant energy, Dongjun awoke without a hangover. Rising early, he prepared a generous meal for himself before heading to the dock with his sword and rope. He was already aware that today marked the departure of the Red Crew. How liberating it was to leave at will, without a hint of hesitation. As usual, Dongjun found a corner of the dock to sit cross-legged, awaiting the moment he had anticipated. The members of the Red Crew were busy transporting supplies onto their ship, while village children gathered around to bid farewell. Soon enough, Dongjun witnessed the scene he had been waiting for. He chose not to intrude. Partly, it was a sentiment he held dear, and witnessing it in person was quite delightful. The other reason was that he wanted to see if he could intervene and alter the course of events that as for the motive. Let us just say it was born out of boredom. I absolutely want to become the Pirate King, little Luffy cried, declaring his vow. The child's words did not invite derision. Shanks looked at Luffy with utmost seriousness, smiling as he affirmed, "Oh, you wish to surpass us, do you? I will leave this hat in your care. It is an important hat to me, so take good care of it. One day, I shall reclaim it, when you have become an outstanding pirate. We'll make a pact, Luffy." Witnessing this iconic moment, Dongjun smiled, fulfilling a small wish he had long held. But what came next? Just as Shanks was about to turn and leave, Dongjun rose and approached him. Beckman on the ship had been keeping an eye on Dongjun, or rather, he was the only one in the entire Red Crew to do so. This was because Dongjun was visibly weak. Although he was not yet a member of the royal crew, the members of the Red Crew were handpicked by Shanks himself, all potential powerhouses, and for them, Dongjun's weakness was glaringly apparent. Offering no threat whatsoever, even if he was an ability user, like attracts like those valued by Shanks shared similar traits, and thus, they showed no interest in a pedestrian who posed no threat. Only Beckman, the intelligent one, took notice of Dongjun from the very beginning, recognizing that he had come with a purpose. "Hey, Captain Shanks, I have news about a famous sword. Are you interested?" Dongjun grinned, his delight evident on his face. Perhaps this would be the beginning of my tale? Chapter 5. The Creation of Flight. A famous sword? Beckman was surprised and puzzled. Was this the purpose behind Dongjun's approach? His instincts told him otherwise. "Oh, a famous sword?" Shanks paused, glancing back at Dongjun, then rested his hand on the hilt of his griffin, smiling. "Although I already have trusted companions, I am still quite interested in a famous sword. Brother Dongjun, do you have any exclusive news to share?" "Indeed, it is a famous sword that Captain Shanks would certainly be interested in." Dongjun laughed as he turned and walked toward the less crowded part of the dock. Curious Luffy wanted to follow, but Dongjun waved him off. "You will definitely be interested?" Shanks seemed intrigued, chuckling silently, disembarking to follow. Beckman quietly smoked a cigarette, unconcerned. Regardless of any conspiracies or intentions, they would crumble before absolute power. This was their confidence, their creed. That is the life of a pirate. They had not walked far when those with keen ears might overhear their conversation. Yet, Dongjun was unperturbed. Currently, the only formidable individuals in Windmill Village were the Red Crew, and they were all loyal to Shanks, so even if overheard, it mattered little. "Oh, cautious. Are we?" Shanks inquired with a smile. "That I wonder which famous sword Brother Dongjun is referring to. It is the legendary blade of the great figure." "The old rogue's sword," Dongjun smiled, revealing the answer. Shanks paused, pondering, still unable to connect the nickname Old Rogue to any legendary figure, and questioned, "Oh, the Old Rogue? Who is that? How could you forget so quickly? He was your captain." "Captain Shanks," Dongjun replied, his smile unwavering at these words. Shanks' playful demeanor instantly shifted. His gaze transformed, and an imposing aura emanated from him, sending chills down Dongjun's spine. "And no matter who it is, or what the reason, I will not tolerate anyone insulting the person I respect the most." Dongjun remained silent, merely smiling, choosing to stay quiet. Was he afraid? Of course, Dongjun was an ordinary person. He had never killed anyone, much less harmed someone with a sword. and he was in no way comparable to a figure like Shanks. Yet, he still came and spoke out. What if Shanks, in a fit of anger, struck him down? Dongjun had contemplated this question long before arriving. He was fearful, hesitant, and wanted to retreat, to give up, to change his thoughts and ways of life. Yet he cannot in this world. How could one move forward without confronting what terrifies them? In that moment, Dongjun understood what courage truly meant. Silence reigned. A standoff ensued. One like an unyielding mountain, the other like a feather, swaying in the breeze, unmoved, that no one flinched. Oh, you know the whereabouts of Ace? At last, it was Shanks who shattered the silence. Dongjun nodded, his smile growing more profound. I have one. Indeed, I know the whereabouts of Ace. The two spoke of different matters, yet they were intertwined. I am a pirate, brother Dongjun. Do you know the fate of those who mock pirates? Shanks grinned, gripping the hilt of his griffin as a former crewmate. How could he not have information regarding Ace's whereabouts? At this moment, the individual before him could not possibly be connected to his captain's former sword. This was a certainty. Dongjun did not respond. Instead, he turned his back, facing the sea, standing shoulder to shoulder with Shanks. Tea must have been over a decade ago, when an old rogue, Dongjun began, only to be interrupted by Shanks. His tone turning icy, sharp as a blade, chilling to the bone. I will reiterate, no one can insult the person I respect the most in my presence, because they were in Windmill Village, and because little Luffy was still watching curiously from a distance. Shanks restrained himself. Dongjun quietly chuckled. Remaining unfazed, an old rogue contracted an incurable disease. The sharp blade halted at Dongjun's throat, not advancing an inch further. Such secrets were not common knowledge. Shanks was filled with immense doubt. Unless it was someone from his past? Yet, looking at Dongjun's age, he had no memory or clue. Dongjun continued speaking, still harboring unfinished wishes. The man has passed away, and now we can no longer know his true thoughts. To put it briefly, the old rogue found himself a wife. Shanks' expression changed, and the griffin in his hand slowly retracted. The captain got married? Could it be? A wave of indescribable joy surged within him, but he dared not confirm it. Shanks looked at Dongjun with eager anticipation, hoping for an answer he had never even dared to consider. And then, his wife became pregnant. That Dongjun's words struck Shanks like a bolt from the blue, causing tears to stream down his face. The captain has a child? This is truly wonderful. Meanwhile, Beckman aboard the Red Force was also taken aback, then turned and returned to the cabin. It was now a matter of his captain's private life. No longer needing his attention, just when the child was born, the old rogue turned himself in. Dongjun's tone dripped with disdain. Shanks' mind raced with various conjectures, including some rather melodramatic scenarios, for Dongjun's tone and attitude perfectly aligned. Yet, the ages did not match up. Could it have been the relative of a younger brother or sister? That would certainly explain the anger. Shanks thought to himself that he had acted too rashly and should apologize. Yes, I will apologize immediately. He was swift, igniting a new era with his own frail body. But what of the outcome? Setting aside the larger matters, Dongjun glanced at Shanks, who had completely shed any hostility and seemed to harbor a great fondness for him. What is this guy imagining? Dongjun frowned, continuing, the old rogue's companions were purged. Those with ability managed to evade, while the incapable joined him as companions. Such as Tom? Dongjun pondered. No, at this time, Tom seems to have still been alive. How interesting. However, such was the fate of pirates. Shanks was aware that Dongjun likely did not understand their world, which explained his perspective. His son was among them. Dongjun continued. Shanks felt as though he had plunged into the depths of hell. But Dongjun's words swiftly brought him back to the realm of the living. Though he had survived, what of the countless innocent children and unborn infants, along with their mothers, who had perished? What of that mother who, after enduring 20 months of excruciating pregnancy for the sake of her son, relinquished her life? Dongjun fixed his gaze upon Shanks's eyes. I could see that moment. The emotions swirling within the red-haired man were profoundly complex. He felt both joy and an overwhelming sadness, not for those he had never met, but for those connected to him. And then, Dongjun's words were not yet finished. The little rascal had retreated into himself due to the old rogue's influence. Upon hearing the term old rogue, Shanks felt a tumult of emotions. He seemed to have lost the grounds to criticize the other, thus abandoning any intention of argument. Dongjun let out a derisive laugh, noting how the little rascal had given up on life. How commendable, truly. Even while vocally expressing disdain and hatred for that wretched father, it was evident that his deepest concern lay with that very same father. And what of the mother who sacrificed her life for him? Had she been forgotten, or did he simply not care? Dongjun scrutinized Shanks's eyes as if attempting to peer into his very soul. He panicked. The once carefree and untroubled Shanks was now utterly flustered. He found himself at a loss for words, yearning to pose a question of concern, yet the expression on Dongjun's face rendered him mute. Or perhaps no one had ever divulged anything regarding his mother to him. Dongjun began to stir the pot. Could Karp truly be responsible for such a situation, given that man's erratic nature? It was entirely plausible. If so, Karp was indeed a wretched old fool, and it would be entirely justified for Shanks to involve Rayleigh and others in seeking retribution against him, but if not, then a misunderstanding that could be resolved with a single question was not truly a misunderstanding at all. As for Dongjun, the instigator of chaos, he had openly admitted to creating turmoil, thus naturally deserving of forgiveness. Chapter 6. Granting the little rascal a complete childhood, Shanks wore a solemn expression. And where was that child? The little rascal had a grandfather named Monkey D. Garp, and that old rogue had a grandson named Monkey D. Luffy. Dongjun gleefully spilled all this information. The original story? This was no longer the original narrative. A new interloper had entered the tale, and as for the protagonist, step aside. The plot? It was all but a farce. This was the conclusion Dongjun reached after a day of contemplation. This was to be his life's ambition. Garp? Shanks had never anticipated such a revelation. He cradled his head in one hand, glancing at the rubber boy not far away, his expression transforming into one of disbelief. Luffy, the old rogue, had entrusted his son to that wretched fool, who in turn had placed the little rascal in the care of mountain bandits. At least the bandits were more reliable than that old rogue. At the very least, the little rascal would grow up free from want, eventually reaching an age where he could begin to reminisce about his dear father. Dongjun scoffed disdainfully, then turned, pointing to the distant Corbo Mountain, where the famed sword ace resided. Care to seek it out. Captain Shanks, the previous title of captain was one of respect. Now it was laced with mockery. Thank you immensely, Dongjun, Shanks replied, disregarding Dongjun's unkind remarks, his eyes shimmering with unspoken words. Dongjun was unconcerned. He had said what he needed, waved his hand dismissively, and departed as for what transpired afterward. Who could say? For now, growth was paramount. After all, in this world, without strength, no one would heed your words. Being threatened at gunpoint, that sensation could hardly compare to having a blade held to your throat. Alone, Shanks returned to Corbo Mountain, continuing the hunt, consuming and growing. In his spare time, he exchanged surplus game in town for essential supplies and spices. While he could disregard the pleasures of taste, why not aspire to look upwards and forwards? The pursuit of strength need not detract from the enjoyment of life. 2 days later, Shanks sought out Dongjun once more, his face etched with evident distress. Little rascal, not heeding advice, Dongjun had anticipated this. Shanks was no counselor. Dongjun could see that clearly. Ace was also a stubborn fellow. The situation was far from simple. You guessed correctly. He had indeed been unaware of matters concerning his mother, and in this regard, Mr. Garp had certainly overstepped. Shanks forced a bitter smile, then a genuine one. But now he was aware. Though he had not yet fully adjusted, the situation had improved significantly. The void left by his mother's image in his heart had begun to fill. Though unspoken, it was evident that his gaze had transformed. P.S. The reason for this alternate setting or explanation is that I believe Ace, despite being a pirate or rascal and caring for Roger, could not possibly overlook such a magnificent mother while harboring thoughts of self-destruction. As for Garp's motives, it can be explained that he either genuinely forgot, due to his careless nature, which is quite vexing, or that he, in a rare moment of attentiveness, deemed such news too devastating for a child who had just lost his mother and chose to conceal it, overlooking the subsequent ramifications. Furthermore, there's also the matter of Lugio's own instructions. I haven't found or am unclear on the specifics, but this is how the setting has been established in the text. Yet, regarding the captain, his attitude seemed difficult to alter. However, as long as he could live well. I believe he would eventually mature into a true man, just like the captain. At that point, he would naturally come to understand the captain. Shanks envisioned the future, his face aglow with a smile. Observing the determined Shanks, Dong Jun smirked, having no intention of dictating another's way of living. Instead, he inquired, "What does the old rogue's choice to name his sword after his son signify? You know him well. You must understand." Now, although Shanks still felt a twinge of awkwardness at Dongjuan's use of the term old rogue, he could no longer muster any anger. Naming a sword after one's son, and then entrusting him to a naval hero. It was understandable for the sake of survival for future generations. But what then? Did Roger not grasp Garp's character? To send his son into the Navy? Or to lead an ordinary life? Dong Jun was perplexed. This had always been a question that lingered in his mind. Regardless of the possibility, it made no sense in light of that name. So, why name him Ace? Did all questions ultimately lead back to that inevitable answer? Oda was merely a comic artist. What did he know of pirates? No, since the captain named that child Ace, he must have harbored immense expectations for him. I believe he will grow to be a true son of the sea. Shanks proclaimed with a smile, resolutely the son of the sea who is withdrawn. Dong Jun raised an eyebrow in question. In an instant, Shanks fell silent. I have a rather dubious idea. Would you care to hear it? Dong Jun revealed a mischievous grin, previously devised. Dubious idea? Shanks chuckled and nodded. Do share, brother. With a wide grin, Dong Jun had successfully achieved another goal. The little rascal's withdrawal was merely due to boredom. Do you realize that? Humans, by nature, tend to overthink when idle. Reflect on your own childhood experiences. Was it not so? Dong Jun grinned wickedly, enticingly suggesting, thus, it is best to find something for the little rascal to do. Keep him busy. Busy enough to the point of exhaustion, leaving him no time to overthink. And gradually, he will improve. Trust me. Shanks pondered seriously, then nodded. Dongjuan's spirit soared. This was perfect cooperation. He quickly began to enthusiastically propose ideas. You certainly cannot do it. With your wanted status, the Navy is keeping an eye on you. Remaining here will eventually lead to trouble. Seek others, perhaps the old rogues, 2 trusted aides, or some companions. Find a few idlers without government scrutiny to enjoy a leisurely life here. Eating, sleeping, and playfully tussling with children. Imagine how delightful and relaxing that would be. In the original narrative, the freckled little rascal, once at sea and with fruit-based abilities, already possessed the strength to rival the 7 warlords and the vice-admirals, if that freckled little rascal had received proper guidance as a child, rather than growing wild and untamed. If he had mastered the 3 forms of hockey early on, if his strength had surpassed expectations, would Whitebeard still have taken on the responsibility of raising his friend's son? How would the world government and the Navy respond? Shanks couldn't help but burst into laughter upon hearing this. He was well aware of Dongjuan's malicious intentions. Yet, as an elder, no, logically, a peer, he wholeheartedly endorsed such malicious intentions, even suppressing applause and delight. If Uncle Rayleigh and the others learned of Ace's existence, they would undoubtedly be eager to come forth, ready to indulge in the delightful and leisurely life Dong Jun described. What a splendid idea! Shanks laughed until tears streamed down his face, casually draping an arm over Dongjuan's shoulder, wishing to share the joy. After all, there was no one else around, and such happiness should not be disclosed to outsiders. Although still unclear about Dongjuan's true identity, Shanks understood from his words and demeanor that he was not an enemy. Even though Dongjuan's speech was filled with disdain and scorn for Roger, it was evident that his sentiments toward Ace were sincere, albeit with an oddly peculiar undertone. How wonderful, Captain! How I wish you could see this. And that irresponsible old rogue, Garp. Is there such a thing as free-range parenting? Dong Jun exclaimed with indignation that free range may be one thing, but why not convey the most fundamental truths and intentions that should be shared? If it were intentional, then he ought to be dealt with. If it is merely forgetfulness, then let him learn his lesson. Dong Jun once again set forth on his unfinished enterprise of causing a stir, unabashedly revealing his intentions that he summoned the right-hand men of the old rogue. And with the addition of your Red Brigade, a grand scheme was afoot. Let that old scoundrel truly understand the meaning of cruelty. Shanks laughed heartily and shook his head in refusal. suggesting it was perhaps best to avoid such matters. Were it not for Mr. Carp, Ace might never have existed, and for that, he would forever feel a sense of gratitude. Observing Shanks' earnest demeanor, Dong Jun simply shook his head, opting not to say more. The attempt to stir trouble had failed, and he felt somewhat disheartened. Chapter 7. Rubber Doesn't Cut It. Shanks extended an invitation to Dong Jun, hoping he might meet Ace, stating it was Ace's request, but Dong Jun declined. He was not a psychologist, nor did he wish to babysit. He had his own goals and matters to attend to, leaving Ace's affairs to Roger's companions. Dong Jun mentioned Buggy, hoping Shanks could lure him to the Grand Line to mingle with pirates. Staying in the East Blue to cause trouble for ordinary folk was hardly worthwhile. However, Shanks merely reminisced, showing no inclination to seek out Buggy. That was someone else's will, and Dong Jun did not insist, but he was indifferent to Shanks' gratitude and the promises made. His sole aim was to dismantle some plots that irked him and stir up chaos. Not for any reward, as for what he desired. Now that he had entered this world and gained power, it was only fitting that he strive for it himself to find excitement. The Red Brigade departed. And this time Dong Jun did not create a ruckus or bid them farewell. He simply continued living his life in a routine manner. Then, after one of his visits to Windmill Village, he found himself with a little tail following behind. "Why are you following me?" Dong Jun inquired with a smile at the small figure trailing behind him. "Because you're strong, uncle. You always catch big prey, and if I train with you, I'll surely become strong too. I want to get stronger and set sail to become the Pirate King." The little boy, drooling with enthusiasm, proclaimed loudly. Dong Jun had no intention of indulging the boy's ambition of becoming a king of the seas. After all, he was still too young, and such aspirations would yield little satisfaction at this age. He anticipated that the rubber boy could also be somewhat indirect. Perhaps it was due to his being an adult rather than a peer. Was it not loneliness that led him to follow me? Ah! Dong Jun laughed heartily, causing Luffy to turn red and clench his fists in protest. That nodded. "You jerk, stop rambling." It turned out that when one lies, the mouth indeed twists. Impressive. "Ah, if you want to come along, then join me." Dong Jun did not refuse. Old Carp was irresponsibly reckless, and given his brutal training methods akin to those used on a father-esque nemesis. He was clearly not the brightest. At least he was not of the same ilk as Dong Jun, a normal person. Dayton was indeed good and responsible, and Carp had chosen well, but that did not change the fact that he was still an old rogue. Waving to the little boy from afar, Dong Jun led his little tail back to Kalbo Mountain. Considering the boy might not have eaten yet, Dong Jun prepared a heartfelt barbecue for him from his food reserves. The little boy was not picky. He felt quite happy simply holding the meat, and then he witnessed Dong Jun's unique way of eating. "Wow, that's amazing. Uncle, I want to learn that," Luffy exclaimed, his eyes sparkling as he imitated Dong Jun. Nearly choking in the process, Dong Jun painstakingly managed to extract the meat from Luffy's mouth. "You're still too young. You can't do this." He shook his head. After the meal, Dong Jun began his training, maintaining his devil form as he practiced punches against a carefully selected tree bag. This method borrowed from the old rogue's military training, and although Dong Jun had a hang-up, training in his devil form would result in injuries, but not external wounds. With the support of the Demon Workshop, his injuries healed quickly, allowing him to endure this extreme training despite still being quite weak, with no military ship available and still in the initial stages. A tree was an excellent training target. Moreover, punching was merely secondary. The primary objective was to expend energy and enhance his foundational abilities while also understanding and training his capacity to endure pain. After all, in this world, combat was unavoidable. Regardless of one's abilities or potential, without the most basic combat skills, everything would be in vain. Everything would slip through one's fingers. Dong Jun even designed a distinct image for his devil form, carving a fearsome demon mask into his visage. "Wow, that's incredible. Uncle, I want to learn that." Luffy's eyes sparkled with admiration. "No, you're rubber. You can't do this," Dong Jun replied, shaking his head. Luffy drooped his head in disappointment, but quickly perked up again. Mimicking Dong Jun as he found a tree to practice his rubber punches, the child did not cause a fuss. When he felt tired, he would rest and, once rejuvenated, continue training without disturbing Dong Jun that he merely felt lonely. His supposed closest relative, his grandfather, was rarely around, and when he did return, he found ways to torment him. Such a relationship could hardly be described as close. Aside from that, the villagers treated him well. But they were not family, and everyone had their own lives to lead, busy with their own affairs, leaving the little boy feeling quite isolated. In the original story, upon meeting Ace, he found a rare peer, naturally gravitating towards someone who seemed more relatable than the Dayton family, who appeared devoid of common ground. Thus, Luffy inevitably latched onto Ace. Now, lacking that encounter with Ace, he sought the company of the seemingly interesting and somewhat idle Dongjun. After all, he was still just a child, quite fragile. As long as someone accompanied him, he would feel secure. 3-part strength, 5-part strength, 7-part strength, full strength, and beyond limits. These are the training plans and goals Dongjun set for himself. Nutritional absorption could be expedited through his abilities, but the pain was something he alone had to endure, as his powers could not shield him from that. Perhaps when he made his wish, he could have removed this weakness, or perhaps he simply forgot, or perhaps he intentionally retained it. Engaging in frenzied training, once Dongjun felt his stamina waning, he emerged drenched in sweat, as if he had just been pulled from water. Luffy watched with wide eyes, pondering thoughtfully. Ability activation, sword control, flying immortal. Grasping Luffy, he soared into the sky towards the sea. Wow, that's amazing. Uncle, I want to learn that. Luffy's eyes sparkled with excitement. No, you're rubber. You can't do this, Dongjun replied, shaking his head. Arriving at the seaside, he settled into a pre-dug bath, while 6 of his demon clones held his arms and head to prevent him from slipping beneath the water. Luffy, being rubber, faced no muscle fatigue from Dongjun's training methods at this stage, but he was still curious and jumped into the bath. Once Dongjun sensed Luffy had nearly had his fill of water, he commanded one of his clones to fish him out, and they began to play with a rubber water gun. "I'm saved," Luffy exclaimed, feeling a mix of relief and lingering trepidation. The sea could sap the strength of those with abilities, and the combination of muscle soreness from training and this sense of weakness provided a strangely pleasant comfort. Dongjun discovered this by chance during a whimsical moment and decided to keep this unique method of relaxation. Once the fatigue began to ease, Dongjun pulled himself from the bath and flew back to the mountain with the little fellow in tow. Sword control. Hunting. Wow, that's incredible. Uncle, I want to learn that. Luffy's eyes shone with excitement. No, you're rubber. You can't do this, Dongjun reiterated, shaking his head. Thus, the perpetually joyful rubber boy began to retreat into himself. Chapter 8. The Old Rogue. Bang! Dongjun delivered a powerful punch against the tree, cracking its bark. Wow, that's amazing, Luffy exclaimed with genuine admiration. Dongjun smirked, appearing pleased, but quickly adopted a serious expression, thinking to himself how far he still had to go. But it truly is impressive, Luffy insisted, mimicking Dongjun's stance and weakly flailing his fists in protest. Not wishing to engage in competition, Dongjun nodded. Yes, I'm very impressive, skillfully guiding the little boy in hunting, roasting meat, eating, singing together, resting, and relaxing. Dongjun soon noticed figures approaching from the mountainside through the perspective of his devil form. Turning to Luffy, he smiled. Little one, someone is here to see you. Who's looking for me? Luffy asked, tilting his head in confusion. Dongjun smirked. Who else could it be? Your village chief grandfather and Aunt Makino. Truly a disjointed family, Dongjun thought. Hearing this, Luffy's face lit up. Is it Aunt Makino? Whatever, Dongjun waved dismissively, not particularly concerned. Come on, I'll take you to see them, and then you can head home. Huh, as soon as I hear home. I'm not happy anymore. Luffy replied anxiously. I still need to train. I haven't gotten stronger yet. Uncle, you just want to avoid me and train in secret, don't you? Yes, you're absolutely right. Dongjun affirmed. With a grip akin to that of a child clutching a chick, Dongjun strode down the mountain, holding the little spirit by its collar. Nowadays, his strength allowed him to lift a small spirit with effortless ease. Thanks to the Devil's Workshop's remarkably efficient nutrient absorption capability, his physique had undergone a significant transformation in just over 10 days. He could perform deep squats while carrying a boulder as tall as himself without breaking sweat. Moreover, there were signs of renewed growth in his stature. Truly, In this idealistic world, the exhilaration brought about by such empowerment was an experience Dongjun had never encountered before, and he found himself increasingly captivated. Almost to the point of obsession, Luffy flailed about, desperately trying to break free. Upon spotting the two individuals he had summoned, Dongjun spoke soothingly. Even training requires a balance of tension and relaxation. I shall grant you a holiday now. Go and enjoy yourselves for a few days. Come back to train once you've had your fill of fun. Luffy paused momentarily before bursting into joyful laughter, ceasing his struggles. Hooray! A holiday, how wonderful! After handing the little spirit over to the two adults, Shirabu and Machino expressed their gratitude to Dongjun, who simply waved his hand and smiled in response. What about you, old man? Aren't you taking a break? Luffy asked, holding Machino's hand, suddenly recalling something. What nonsense are you spouting? In the adult world, there are no holidays, Dongjun replied with a grin. Luffy's expression shifted. Is it really that grim? Casting a sidelong glance at the little spirit. Dongjun waved him away. I've already shown great resilience in mocking myself. What purpose does it serve for an outsider like you to add salt to my wounds? But how will I find you after my holiday? Old man? Luffy inquired, a hint of concern in his voice, fearing Dongjun might renege on his promise. Dongjun turned and waved as he departed. Rest assured, as long as you call out, I shall find you. Mr. Dongjun is truly a remarkable person, Machino remarked to village chief Shirabu while watching Dongjun's retreating figure. Shirabu nodded in agreement before turning to descend the mountain. Luffy followed the two, lightheartedly exclaiming, indeed, the old man is really wonderful. Days later, Dongjun did not encounter Luffy, but was instead greeted by a figure both anticipated and unexpected. Monkey D. Garp, the Devil Six-Path had observed him long before, and despite Dongjun's attempts to evade this old rascal through winding routes, the old man approached with the determination of a guided missile. Haki! Such an irritating power, Dongjun exclaimed, suddenly halting and changing his tone in one breath. Yet, such efforts were futile in the presence of a creature with acute instincts. I have a feeling you're saying something rather unsavory, Garp remarked, picking his nose and nonchalantly flicking the remnants onto Dongjun. With a calm smile, Dongjun deftly sidestepped the projectile. How could that be, old man? You must be mistaken. I hold great respect for heroes like yourself. Hero? Don't make me laugh. What kind of hero am I? Garp guffawed heartily before dozing off. Excellent, quite unique, Dongjun thought. However, just as he turned to leave, Garp, suddenly awake, placed a firm hand on Dongjun's shoulder. Are you in a hurry, kid? Indeed, I am. Dongjun maintained a serious demeanor. I intend to capture a grand beast to entertain you, old man. After all, this is our first meeting. And I must not neglect proper etiquette. Is that so? Garp replied, puzzled yet amused. Well then, I happen to be hungry as well. What else could he do? Under the weight of Garp's presence, Dongjun felt compelled to comply. Throughout their journey, Garp followed Dongjun closely, observing his hunting and busily preparing meat over the fire to a devil fruit user. Seems like quite a convenient ability, Garp commented casually. Would you like to join the Navy? Garp asked, his tone as casual as if inquiring about lunch. Dongjun smiled and shook his head, leading Garp to press for an explanation. I have no interest in being a dog, Dongjun replied, his smile laced with disdain and contempt. Garp erupted in laughter, tears streaming down his face. What an amusing fellow you are. Join the Navy, kid. Truly, you don't grasp the meaning of human conversation. Do you, old rascal? Dongjun scoffed, disregarding the self-absorbed man. Indeed, those with extraordinary stamina often had insatiable appetites. Garp's voracious consumption far surpassed Dongjun's, though it was partly due to Dongjun's graciousness. As he deemed Garp a guest, I found a guardian for Luffy. He will be living there from now on. After satisfying his hunger, Garp explained his purpose. Was it necessary to inform him, given their brief acquaintance and his status as an unknown outsider? Was this Luffy's desire? The boys seemed oblivious, so it must be Garp's own intention. Was this old coot truly so oblivious? It was best to keep a distance from such one-celled organisms. Dongjun nodded in silence. I heard Luffy say he wants to become a pirate. Garp's gaze bore into Dongjun. So this was the true objective? How had he miscalculated? Pirates. What a joke. They are merely a bunch of scoundrels adrift on the sea. This was the truth and Dongjun's genuine attitude. When children misbehave, they must be taught a lesson. Mister, Garp, this was merely a diversion. Garp scrutinized Dongjun before averting his gaze and nodding. Indeed, the boy requires proper education. Mission accomplished. Luffy mentioned he wishes to become a pirate because of someone named Shanks. Do you know him? Garp inquired further. Shanks? That red-haired pirate? Yes, I know him. He's quite formidable. I'm no match for him, Dongjun admitted, nodding, a hint of regret and frustration evident in his demeanor. Garp nodded in agreement. You truly are weak. Kid, come join the Navy, and I'll personally train you to become a true man, an exemplary Navy officer. Thank you, but no, Dongjun replied calmly, shaking his head dismissively and stepping back. My intellect is far too limited for the likes of your remarkable skills. Mr. Garp, with that, he swiftly departed, waving his hand without looking back. Farewell. May we never meet again. Chapter 9. Just an ordinary person, little Luffy was taken to Don's house by Garp, where he met the freckled little rascal. Out of curiosity, Dongjun observed from a distance using his devil's doppelganger. Ace appeared to be in good spirits. Though still somewhat arrogant, he no longer exuded an aura of deep-seated grievances. Perhaps being aware of the context had altered his perception, as Ace seemed to regard Garp with a strange mixture of feelings, leading to his subtle rejection of the suddenly appearing Luffy, causing their relationship to seem to revert to the original narrative. Having observed for a while, Dongjun lost interest, for Luffy was now settled, and he no longer needed to uphold his agreement. The little spirits had their own lives, and so did Dongjun. He had never contemplated living alongside Luffy and the others. He had his own choices. Thus, while traversing Kolbo Mountain, he would make a concerted effort to avoid that area. Living alone was a habit he had long since grown accustomed to, although Dongjun's transformations could not be described as earth-shattering. He was no longer the feeble individual he once was. He would not be at a significant disadvantage compared to the ordinary locals, especially considering he was a power user, making self-preservation no longer a concern. Consequently, he resolved to embark on the next phase of his plan, setting off toward the uncertain destination. Garbage Mountain, a true mountain of refuse. The stench was unbearable, and suppressing his discomfort, Dongjun wandered amidst the piles of trash with a knife in hand. Despite being armed, he could not deter the prying eyes of those with ill intent, and it wasn't long before several tales began to follow him. However, he remained unfazed. After weeks of training, not only had his physique improved, but so had his abilities. With surveillance overhead and 8 doppelgangers burrowing through the ground beneath him, he was acutely aware of everything happening around him, leaving no detail overlooked. After navigating through a series of twists and turns, he effortlessly shook off his pursuers in "Oh rush, no rush, take it slow," Dongjun muttered to himself, observing and familiarizing himself with Garbage Mountain from multiple perspectives, even in this wretched state of existence, struggling for survival. Some individuals could not suppress their baser instincts, shamelessly revealing their sordid sides. Theft, robbery, coercion, oppression. Just moments after arriving at Garbage Mountain, Dongjun encountered a plethora of nefarious characters, truly opening his eyes to the depths of depravity. Meanwhile, those who suffered under oppression bore their burdens in silence, seemingly accustomed to their plight. Perhaps not all wrongdoers were irredeemably evil. Some might merely be influenced by their ignorance, while others were victims of circumstance. Dongjun found it impossible to discern the truth. For an ordinary person who had lived in a peaceful and stable environment, the sights before him were grotesque, repulsive, and utterly nauseating. Naturally, Dongjun began to feel fear. While it was relatively acceptable for him to hunt beasts for survival, the notion of doing so against his own kind transformed the nature of the act entirely. He could not bring himself to do it. However, in order to survive in this world, he must inevitably confront and accept the greatest challenge. Failing to do so would compel him to abandon his original plans and seek a place to languish for the rest of his days. Thus, he arrived, he observed, he sought understanding, and he endeavored to accept. Yet, acceptance remained elusive. After wandering amidst the mountains of refuse for the better part of the day, he returned to Kolbo Mountain as dusk fell. The peculiar experiences had stirred a tempest within him, altering his mood and impacting his daily existence. Nevertheless, he did not relent. He continued to traverse the Garbage Mountain each day, observing, understanding, and striving for acceptance. During this time, he he encountered a golden-haired imp, a black-haired, freckled rascal, and a rubber boy who would flee at the mere sight of him. Though the little rascals bore their own troubles, their lives were still largely carefree. Untouched by insurmountable obstacles, they remained ensconced in their fanciful little world, brimming with hope for the future. Dongjun remained a detached observer, refraining from hastily playing the role of a savior. He merely watched the suffering souls struggling for survival in the garbage mountain. The ruffians reveling in their power, the lofty upper-class citizens viewing the scene with disdain, and the three small beings who had fortuitously come together. Even when Luffy was captured and used as a punching bag by the pirates, Dongjun merely concealed himself within the wall, observing that it was only when the golden-haired imp and the freckled rascal intervened to rescue Luffy that he chose to depart, returning to his own life. His demeanor began to shift, his entire essence growing increasingly somber. Finally, one evening, he made a decision that I am ready. No longer will I hide or evade. With a stoic expression, Dongjun approached the garbage mountain, burdened with ropes and knives, dragging behind him a substantial trove of materials he had scavenged over recent days. This was bait. He walked deliberately, choosing paths bustling with people, before veering towards the more secluded areas as a growing number of individuals trailed behind him. Their footsteps quickened until they could no longer conceal their intentions and confronted him. "Hold on there, brother. Your belongings look enticing. Why not show some generosity and hand them over to us?" A burly man with a toothy grin, flanked by his lackeys, approached Dongjun, who was already trembling. The man's face broke into an unrestrained smile, taking pleasure in the situation, first shoving Dongjun's shoulder and patting his face, then pinching his chin as if toying with a defenseless plaything. Soon, Dongjun found himself stripped of his possessions. His supplies were seized, his dual knives taken, and the rope yanked away, leaving him with nothing. That he stood there, head bowed, neither resisting nor speaking. "What nonsense are you spouting? We discovered this prey first. You ruffians should scram." The encroaching crowd was not a singular force. Several factions surged forth, each unwilling to yield, weapons raised in confrontation, and before long, a brawl erupted. Dongjun remained in the center, head down, an outsider to the chaos. As the skirmish escalated, Dongjun soon found himself injured, suffering a blow to the head that left blood streaming down his face. "Am I afraid? Of course, I am terrified. I am truly frightened," Dongjun murmured, then activated his ability, a dark mist rising from his form. "Fear, is that not an excellent vessel?" "Heh." His low, ominous laughter quickly caught the attention of the ruffians, who noticed his unusual demeanor, and the atmosphere grew still. What is wrong with this guy? His body, I have a bad feeling about this. With such a strange physique, could he possibly be a demon? Activating his power, demon transformation, using his own fear as a vessel, he split apart his essence, demon offspring. Yama, arise. With a thunderous roar, a pitch-black figure surged from behind him, rising and expanding ominously in the dim light. The shadow, towering several meters high, cast an eerie presence in the gloom. As Dongjun transformed, the ruffians, already stripped of their courage, could no longer contain their terror upon the emergence of Yama. They scattered in panic, seeking escape. However, life or die, Dongjun's voice, cold and merciless, posed a question that pierced the very depths of their souls. Under some inexplicable force, the ruffians found their bodies rendered immobile, as wisps of darkness were drawn from them, converging into Yama's mouth and nostrils. Soon, aside from Dongjun, silence enveloped the area. Each individual harbored fear. Some chose to flee, others deluded themselves into ignorance, while some succumbed to terror, transforming into the very embodiment of their fears. Yet, such transformations are hollow, fragile, and incapable of withstanding trials. Their fear was their inner demon. As demons, they would inevitably fall under the influence of Dongjun's power. Unlike Big Mom's soul incantations, Dongjun's Yama judgment offered no opportunity for choice or reprieve. Once fear and hesitation took root, no response or decision could alter the outcome. Their dread would be consumed by Yama, becoming its sustenance. After all, Dongjun was a true demon, and demons require neither mercy nor compassion. Chapter 10. The Trinity, the birth of Yama, signified a further evolution of Dongjuan's abilities, with his foundational powers experiencing a marked enhancement. Initially, his doppelganger could only operate within a radius of less than 400 meters, but through rigorous training, this range expanded to over 500 meters. With the advent of Yama, however, the operational range surged to over 700 meters. From the moment he acquired his abilities, Dongjun had attempted to learn and adapt his powers to emulate the transformations of Law's room, altering the shape of his influence to accommodate various circumstances, but to no avail. This recent amplification of his basic abilities allowed him to successfully realize the previous concept he had envisioned. He transformed the 700-meter radius into a linear distance, extending the limits of his doppelganger's movement to nearly 3 kilometers. Coupled with the enhancements to his physique, his observational range significantly broadened. Moreover, the number of demon doppelgangers increased, enabling him to effectively control up to 12 of them. After selling the materials he had collected, Dongjun acquired 10 new knives from a weapons shop in the Kingdom of Goya, reserving 2 as hunting knives while the rest served as backup weaponry. With these changes, Dongjun's training regimen now incorporated a practice in swordsmanship. Once he clarified his direction and objectives, he meticulously mapped out his future development path. Utilizing the fruit of his abilities to continually fortify his physique, he aimed to harness that strength to enhance his powers, establishing this as his primary and most formidable combat strategy. Boxing practice is an art form, but it primarily serves to hone one's will and physique, ensuring they better serve the body and the fruit of their abilities. The same principle applied to swordsmanship. Dongjuan's powers possessed inherent weaknesses. Until his physique reached sufficient strength and he developed effective means to mitigate harm, he required weapons to bolster his damage and offensive capabilities. While doppelgangers could sustain injuries, wielding knives through them allowed for both offense and defense, effectively circumventing the vulnerabilities of his abilities. Thus, Dongjuan's swordsmanship training was remarkably straightforward, requiring no formal instructor. He focused solely on 3 fundamental techniques: slashing, thrusting, and blocking. His pursuit was not the pinnacle of swordsmanship, merely a transitional phase. Thus, his expectations were modest. Through several weeks of practice, Dongjun discovered a remarkable affinity for wielding a blade. Although still a novice, he had begun to grasp the nuances of weapon balance and the control of force during slashing, significantly expediting his learning process. Furthermore, following the enhancement of his abilities, the efficiency of Dongjuan's demon workshop surged, and his bodily transformations accelerated. After a few days of gluttonous consumption, amassing a wealth of energy, he finally succeeded in attempting the foundational model of his abilities that had occupied his thoughts since gaining his powers. Trinity, essence, vitality, spirit, arise, not merely a demon doppelganger, nor a progeny of demons. The trinity of spirit, energy, and essence is the incarnation of a demon. Unlike the unrestricted and independently acting demon offspring, the Trinity is an embodiment of the demon, a part of Dongjuan's corporeal form akin to a doppelganger. However, distinct from a mere projection, they exist in a stable and constant state, each possessing unique characteristics. The energetic demon can store and absorb energy, disregarding physical limitations. The metaphysical essence demon is nurtured not by dominance, but by life energy. And the sovereign demon encompasses all thoughts, spirits, and will, governing the arcane I in daily practice. He divides himself into 3 for training, but when faced with formidable foes, he merges into a singular form for combat. This was Dongjuan's premeditated strategy to navigate a world teeming with monsters, a foundation reliant on the capabilities granted by his fruit powers. Upon the emergence of the Trinity, Dongjun found himself in an extraordinary state, brimming with vitality, yet feeling as though his very essence had been siphoned away, leaving him with an insatiable hunger, yearning to consume everything in sight. After 2 days of exploration, he realized it was time to change his surroundings. The existence of the energetic demon had rendered his body an insatiable void. He could no longer recall the sensation of being satiated. With his current combat prowess surpassing the parameters of the written data, he could potentially feast upon all the beasts of Kolbo Mountain. However, he refrained from doing so, knowing it would irreparably disrupt the local ecosystem and adversely affect the inhabitants of the mountain and its vicinity, while offering him little benefit in return. Although substantial, the resources of Kolbo Mountain alone were insufficient to raise a monster. There was no need to engage in endeavors that harmed others without yielding personal gain. Dongjun chose not to depart immediately, calculating that the incident of the fire in the Goya kingdom would soon unfold. If he were absent, it would be one matter. Yet having arrived, he felt compelled to intervene in such an inhumane affair. Moreover, the incident might provide an opportunity to encounter the dragon faction. If things proceeded smoothly, it could significantly enhance his subsequent development plans, allowing him to advance without fear of setbacks, even if events did not unfold as hoped. The loss would amount to little more than time that, in addition to his routine of hunting, eating, and training, Dongjun commenced the task of clearing refuse from the garbage hill near the sea. The impending fire incident would ignite the entire refuse mound. And although the dragons would lend their assistance, he could not rely on others for everything. This endeavor served as both a means of honing his skills and developing new techniques. From the seaside, Dongjun carved a direct path into the refuse mound's interior to prevent early discovery and disruption. He left two substantial obstacles along the route, ensuring it appeared somewhat normal. In pursuit of this, he devised a new technique he termed Hell. By dispatching numerous clones that did not require precise control, he manipulated the earth and materials beneath him, achieving an effect akin to the ship's helm under the command of the old lion. Well, indeed, this was yet another examination of his capabilities. Initially, accomplishing such a feat would have been taxing, given his physical limitations, but with the energetic demon augmenting his endurance, challenges transformed into mere trifles, as long as he possessed reserves of energy. He could squander it with the abandon of a stamina monster if he sorted and relocated the flammable and explosive refuse surrounding the newly cleared path, planning to remove the two obstacles ahead of the fire event. Even without the dragon's assistance, this pathway could become a lifeline. This was Dongjun's modest contribution to the suffering souls residing upon the garbage hill. One day, after finishing his refuse-clearing duties, Dongjun encountered three small spirits who had sought refuge at the dawn of a new day. He remained concealed, observing from the shadows. Suddenly, he felt as though he were being stalked by a beast, a chill running down his spine. His clones quickly traced the source of the aura, pinpointing it to a robust elder. From a considerable distance, a diminutive doppelganger, no larger than a walnut, elicited a reaction from the old man. Was it observation? Dongjun pondered briefly and deduced the elder's identity, though the visual representation of characters may shift between dimensions. Distinctive individuals remain easily recognizable. With white hair and a characteristic beard, the elder possessed a physique robust enough to defy his age, trailing behind the three small spirits without malice. This amalgamation of traits unmistakably revealed his identity: King of the Underworld. Silbaz Riley. After a month of continuous activity, Dongjun had nearly lost track of time. Had it truly passed so swiftly? Chapter 11. The Right Hand of the Rogue. Dongjun withdrew his clones and sent forth another in the opposite direction. Maximizing the distance, that he recognized Riley, yet Riley might not recognize him. Should a misunderstanding arise, the likelihood of being dispatched by the elder approached near certainty. Thus, he prepared a contingency, with no intention of forming an acquaintance. He refrained from focusing on the small spirits to avoid inciting any misunderstandings. Unexpectedly, that evening, the elder sought him out, arriving with a gift, a massive wild boar exceeding 3 meters in length. While Dongjun busied himself roasting the meat, he cast a glance at the boar, rolling his eyes in disbelief. Had the elder come in search of a free chef? Was this truly the legendary figure, the old rogue's right hand? Unable to triumph in combat, he would at least seize a verbal advantage as for the consequences of angering the elder. Dongjun had contingencies in place and could always make a swift exit. Just call me Riley, my young friend. The elder boomed, laughing heartily. I have come to express my gratitude, for you have brought this old man immense comfort in his twilight years. So, you brought a great wild boar as a means of thanks? Dongjun replied, somewhat speechless, yet he graciously assisted in butchering the beast and invited the elder to join in the preparations and hoped to demonstrate courtesy. Dongjun also offered the elder some wine he had purchased. With the changes to his physique, Dongjun discovered his tolerance for alcohol had increased. Ordinary drinks now felt akin to refreshments, and even fine wines only induced a mild dizziness unless consumed in excess. Thus, in addition to his training, he had developed a habit of enjoying wine to unwind after his baths. "Have you begun your training?" Dong Jun inquired while grilling the meat. Upon receiving an affirmative response, he snorted lightly, realizing he had been too lenient. They still had time to wander. "Assign more tasks to those little rascals. Keep them occupied." Riley chuckled, a look of bliss upon his face. "After all, they are still children. Besides, that child is not yet very close to me. It requires time." Dong Jun regarded him and recalled the intelligence he had gathered regarding the king of the underworld. In the original narrative, Riley seemed to have only Shaki, lacking direct descendants or family. Perhaps he awaited a glimpse of the new era Roger spoke of, or the individuals he anticipated. Otherwise, given the elder's laid-back demeanor, he might have already become a small old man like Miss Bakine or Grandma. The aftermath of the battle on the summit of Marineford illustrated that in this world, possessing ambition was essential to maintaining strength. Without it, one's power would inevitably fade with age. And what of the king of the underworld before him? This elder, despite his white hair and beard, bore no semblance of frailty. Even the laziness he exhibited in the original story had vanished. Was it due to Ace? Contemplating all these reasons, Dong Jun couldn't help but smirk. Silently amused, Riley did not inquire about Dong Jun's affairs, nor did Dong Jun delve into Ace's matters. They simply drank and exchanged tales of the sea. Once the elder had consumed Dong Jun's stock, he departed, and by the time Dong Jun realized it, it was already too late. Truly, he was a rogue. What could Dong Jun do? Naturally, he forgave him, for fighting was not an option. The following day, Riley returned. However, this time he was not there to mooch. Instead, he sought to offer guidance on Dong Jun's training. Due to their differing positions, Dong Jun would not proactively seek Riley's counsel. Yet he was willing to share his training direction and uncertainties, benefiting from the elder's wealth of experience. Although somewhat unclear, Dong Jun speculated that Riley likely hailed from an unconventional background. Having begun his wandering early and subsequently traversed the seas alongside Roger, unlike Sanji or Zoro, who had formal mentors, this great swordsman had probably honed his skills through relentless battles, lacking the rapid progression characteristic of the original protagonists. Yet this world imposes a ceiling. Rapid advancement does not guarantee elevated limits. Everyone has a cap to their potential, and the peak strengths among the top-tier powerhouses of the sea are largely comparable, be it Roger, the Yonko, or the Gorosei. Naturally, there was also the enigmatic M, whose potential remained uncertain. In contrast, while Riley's teachings may not possess the systematic nature of a formal education like Frostmoon Goro's, the experiential wisdom gleaned from combat held its own merit. What Dong Jun required was not a systematic swordsmanship, but merely techniques that serve his current circumstances. As adults, Riley recognized that Dong Jun had his own aspirations and a clear vision for the future. Thus, refraining from overstepping his bounds, he generously imparted the knowledge Dong Jun sought. "Thank you, brother. Dong Jun is not a heartless wolf." Thus, he sincerely expressed his gratitude to Rayleigh and prepared a copious amount of wine to entertain him. Indeed, such is the stark reality. Adults often behave this way. With the guidance of a master, Dong Jun's training commenced on the right path, most notably demonstrated by the transformation of his brute swings into precise slashes. Although the movements may appear similar, the application of force and the resultant effects are worlds apart. The sharp blade, propelled by correct, reasonable, and effective strength, realizes its advantages to the fullest extent. Gradually, Dong Jun noticed the faint sound of wind being sliced as he wielded his sword, and it became evident that producing the long-desired sound of a sword's whistle was merely a matter of time. Through adjustments in his footwork and posture, his thrusting attacks evolved into piercing strikes. And with the guidance of proper experience, his blocking techniques began to take shape. Did I possess a latent talent for becoming a grand swordsman? Dong Jun reveled in his newfound skill as if he had acquired a delightful new toy. Rayleigh had his own affairs to attend to, his focus still resting on Ace. Hence, he could not frequently remain with Dong Jun. However, with a new objective in mind, Dong Jun found no reason for boredom. Aside from keeping a watchful eye on the situation at Garbage Mountain, his training retained its daily regularity. In his leisure, as a form of amusement, Dong Jun occasionally observed the old man as he put the three young rascals through their paces. Perhaps due to familiarity or Rayleigh's latent conqueror's hockey, or perhaps merely the old man's brute force at play, the The lives of the three youngsters became remarkably busy, much to Dong Jun's delight. He could not help but envision the expression of that old rascal carp upon unexpectedly witnessing such a scene. Dong Jun refrained from alerting Rayleigh, uncertain if the old man had considered this matter. Regardless, he found great pleasure in the unfolding events. Both were legendary figures of the previous generation, mythic beings, monsters in their own right, and paternal figures. It seemed only fair. Furthermore, Carp appeared to operate independently when returning home. So as long as neither of them erupted in a fit of rage that obliterated the entirety of Corbo Mountain, the risk of exposure remained minimal. Thus, nearly a month passed on this day. Dong Jun discovered traces of pirates at Garbage Mountain, revealing a clandestine connection with the townsfolk. Such an obvious sign indicated that the event Dong Jun had been awaiting was on the verge of transpiring. Reflecting on the information from the original story, and for the sake of prudence, Dong Jun ventured to observe the vicinity of Dayton's residence, only to find that the golden-haired rascal was nowhere to be seen. What on earth had the plot regressed in just a few days? Fate? It was clear that it was not as Sabo's inner turmoil persisted, and his reactions in specific situations could be anticipated based on his character. Much like Ace in the original narrative, despite having been rescued by everyone and witnessing the sacrifices made for him, he still chose to confront Akainu when provoked. Such behavior was undeniably foolish. Yet it was precisely this trait that defined him. Each person is unique. What dictates a person's actions is not fate, but rather their character, style, integrity, and willpower. Once an individual reaches adulthood and their personality solidifies, their behavioral logic becomes fixed. A leopard cannot change its spots. Chapter 12. Assaulting youngsters despite some speculations. Dong Jun arrived at Dayton's abode, intent on discerning the truth of the situation. Dayton and her group regarded Dong Jun with considerable wariness, particularly upon his mention of Sabo. Dong Jun could only explain and affirm his identity. Coincidentally, the freckled rascal returned home just in time to overhear Dong Jun's self-introduction verbatim. You? So, it's you? Ace was momentarily taken aback. They had encountered one another at Garbage Mountain. Since they were unfamiliar with each other, Dong Jun had not avoided Ace and Sabo, merely steering clear of Luffy. Moreover, Dong Jun's imposing figure, laden with swords, easily left an impression. You are that scoundrel uncle? Upon hearing this, Dong Jun couldn't help but exhibit the expression of a subway elder. There are scoundrels spreading rumors about me behind my back. Ace quickly changed his demeanor, shouting as he launched a fervent punch. Though puzzled, Dong Jun merely smirked in disdain. He was still too young. Before he could finish his retort, he was sent flying, crashing violently into a large tree. Gritting his teeth against the pain, Dong Jun rose, cursing under his breath. What the hell? What is this absurd level of strength? Ace paid no heed to Dong Jun's complaints, having landed a successful hit. He continued his relentless assault. Dong Jun dared not be careless again. Disregarding the scattered weapons, he adopted an amateur boxing stance, fully defending against Ace's torrential onslaught. After a moment, with his arms numb, Dong Jun had a rough understanding of Ace's current level of strength. Formulating a plan in his mind. If I can't defeat a mere child, I might as well return home to raise pigs. With a loud roar, he activated his powers. Demon transformation, swirls of smoke and ink enveloped his body. A fearsome mask adorned his visage, and his eyes glowed a menacing crimson. Not enough. Demon clone, demon mage, demon armament. His demonic form was sheathed in fearsome and majestic armor, exuding an even more formidable presence. Although he had only recently arrived in this world and had yet to fully complete his transformation, Dong Jun could confidently claim to be a man of considerable strength. .111 stats can't possibly fall short against a mere child. Can they? Dong Jun's transformation astonished Ace, yet he did not falter. Rather, his fighting spirit intensified. Do you know how I have spent these days? Accept my gratitude, you scoundrel uncle. Dong Jun had no mind to indulge the child's emotions. He was equally irked. Watch closely, kid. Today, I shall show you the wonders of the outside world. With two fists, he deflected Ace's blows, taking advantage of his recoil to pivot his body and deliver a devastating kick to Ace's face. East Blue Whirlwind. Following this, he executed a flying spinning kick, East Blue Grand Whirlwind, then a series of 3 spinning kicks, East Blue Storm, True to his role in the original narrative, Ace, dazed from the blows, utilized his innate combat skills to catch the final kick. Gritting his teeth as he shouted, "Enough already, you scoundrel uncle!" Such grandiose moves inevitably led to substantial recoil, and Dong Jun, lacking combat experience, was sent soaring once more to T that moment. Rayleigh and a rubber boy, dragging a captured prey, returned, witnessing the duel. After discerning the situation, Luffy joyously exclaimed, "Awesome! Go Ace! Go Uncle!" As he flipped back to his feet, spitting out a mouthful of blood, Dong Jun managed a grin. Though he did not particularly enjoy this form of hand-to-hand combat, playing with the children was not a battle. There was no need for excessive formality. He charged forward, engaging in a frenzied exchange of punches, locked in a stalemate. Damn it, how is it even possible for us to be evenly matched? What the hell? Activating his powers, he declared open book examination. Demon revolution, his arms elongated, extending his range. This was an adult battling a child. Hey, a rubber body just like mine. Luffy, the audience, could not help but comment. Uncle's powers are so interesting. Unlike mine, which is just rubber. With a roar, Dong Jun seized the opportunity during Ace's recoil, closing in with an uppercut. This isn't over yet. The outside world is truly magnificent. East Blue, Rising Dragon, seizing the advantage. Dong Jun crouched and leaped, employing his clone's transformation to deliver a flurry of kicks. Shadow Dance Leaf. He then soared, arms entwined. Lotus Blossom. Realizing the impending danger, Ace broke free from his bindings with a surge of power at the last moment. But the impact upon landing still left him slightly dazed. As Dong Jun landed, he immediately twisted and charged forward, unleashing a punch. "What are you doing?" Still half asleep. Inner Lotus. Ace was sent flying once more. Riding the momentum, Dong Jun became increasingly reckless, unleashing punch after punch. East Blue. Peacock. Aura, 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 aura. However, the joy was short-lived. Despite being battered and bruised, Ace managed to intercept Dong Jun's onslaught and began to retaliate. Strength is rising again. What the hell is this talent? Is he powered up? Why are you getting so cocky, you little brat? Look at me, Noon. Tiger, with a dual swipe, he aimed for the fatal blow, executing the lethal techniques of Black Tiger's Heart Extraction and Monkey Steel's Peach. You despicable, shameless, and utterly vile scoundrel. Ace, nearly caught in a dire situation, erupted in fury. Despite being in the heat of battle, he felt an unprecedented chill in his pants, and the looming crisis ignited his strength. The two began a frenzied exchange of blows. Sensing the seemingly endless power emanating from Ace, Dong Jun broke into a cold sweat. What the hell? What deep-seated enmity is this? Do you think you're fighting a boss? Activating his powers, he proclaimed, "Vitality Demon Full Power. Power Fist. Taste my Evening Elephant." The force behind the punch, coupled with an invisible boost, sent Ace spiraling away before he even made contact. Rayleigh, sipping his drink from the sidelines, observed with surprise, murmuring, "Hockey? No, it's not, is it? Is it a fruit ability? How intriguing." Struggling to rise after being sent flying, Ace staggered over, muttering and cursing. "Just for fun. What are you risking your life for?" With a sigh, Dong Jun retracted his abilities, gasping for breath before charging forward. "Taste my ultimate technique. Night Kai." "Ace, watch out." Upon hearing the mention of the lethal technique, the rubber boy was filled with dread and cried out loudly. The Dayton family echoed his alarm. However, with a swift flying kick from a knight, Ace found himself obediently sprawled on the ground. Dayton rushed over in concern, casting a furious and fearful glare at Dong Jun. Before beginning to assess Ace's condition, "Fight me." Dong Jun turned away, a hint of insecurity in his demeanor, and scoffed disdainfully. Since arriving here, Dong Jun's every endeavor had been met with success, yet his confrontation with Ace made him acutely aware of his considerable shortcomings. His combat prowess was derived from the convenience of his fruit abilities, the creativity acquired through his experiences, and the strategic foresight of a typical adult. While he possessed strength, he lacked extensive combat experience. Although he had been training himself to endure pain, in the heat of true battle, his instincts drove him to avoid any possibility of injury. He sought only the outcome of victory, not the process of conflict. This unexpected skirmish illuminated a potentially fatal flaw in his approach. The vast disparity in battle awareness and technique that he exhaled a sigh of relief, reflecting on the ancient wisdom of self-reflection passed down through generations. Casting one last glance at the rubber boy, who was shaking the freckled boy, Dongjun felt an irresistible urge to indulge in mischief. "Hey, little brat, I've heard you're quite brave. Care for a fight?" "You devil, they're just children," Dayton shouted angrily. Chapter 13. The failed cosplay. Dongjun scratched himself unapologetically, glancing aside. Luffy looked up at Dongjun, clearly frightened yet defiantly shouting, "I'm not afraid of you, you jerk. You turned Ace into a pig's head, and I'll make you one too." Dayton attempted to intervene, and the exhausted Ace reached out to pull Luffy back, though he couldn't find the words. Luffy dragged Ace aside, reassuring him, "I understand. Don't worry, Ace. I'll teach that uncle a lesson, including your share, Ace." Facing the fierce little Luffy, Dongjun smirked, knowing he could easily overpower him against an opponent of this caliber. A war of attrition was pointless. He would demonstrate what true cruelty meant. "Though your moves are amusing, I assure you, I will not be defeated. Rubber gun," Luffy shouted as he launched his attack, initiating his ability, Demon Revolution. With a swift sidestep, Dongjun grabbed Luffy's fist, exerting force to pull him closer. In a show of respect, he also shouted, "Demon Yonder." Then, seizing Luffy by the neck, he hurled him several meters away, smashing him against a tree. Demon Express. He pulled Luffy back, Demon collecting. A knee strike followed. Then he grasped Luffy's neck, performing a Hulk-like toss, Demon Fitness. With a flurry of chaotic motions, Luffy's eyes spun, leaving him dazed. Dongjun then bound his limbs together, forming a ball, Demon Crafting. After a bout of athletic antics, he raised his hands in triumph, basking in the cheers, Demon Champion. Nearby, the Dayton family wore expressions of disbelief. Ace lay on the ground with a scowl, and the elderly figures remained silent. It was now clear that this fellow was indeed a true demon. A nameless member of the Dayton family, Magura, whispered rumors of his villainy, which were met with agreement from others. Yes, truly frightening. Hey, what do you mean by that? This is slander, pure slander. Be careful or I'll sue you for defamation. Dongjun protested, striving to uphold his image, only to be met with collective disdain. There must be limits to shamelessness. As Dongjun had surmised, the children grew restless, unwilling to endure endless training, and, drawn by mischief, sneaked out. As in the original tale, they encountered Sabo's family, a group of armed adults facing 3 children. Given Sabo's protective nature, he could not allow the obstinate Ace and impetuous Luffy to recklessly engage in battle with adults. Firearms were present. Lives were at stake. Among the trio, Sabo was the most mature, the most composed, and the most perceptive. He understood the futility of mere persuasion, so he resorted to sharp words to provoke the 2 stubborn fools, leading to the current predicament. Exhaling softly, Dongjun observed Ace and Luffy. He realized why Ace reacted to him with such anger. It was merely a pretext for venting the unspoken frustrations that lingered within him. After all, they were still children, unable to comprehend certain matters. Without directly addressing Sabo's intentions, Dongjun recognized that some things could only be understood through personal experience. One must feel pain and suffering to truly learn, as someone who had been through similar trials. He understood and empathized, refraining from mocking the 2 boys. After all, who hasn't been young? Disregarding the children, Dongjun turned to Rayleigh to voice his curiosity. What has to deal with Ace's extraordinary combat abilities? Rayleigh, unfamiliar with the original story, assumed it was simply the result of Roger's bloodline manifesting as Ace matured. Dongjun, however, disagreed. Having read the original, he knew such a transformation was unusual. Unable to glean answers from Rayleigh, he had to rely on his own deductions that in this world, there existed haki and devil fruits, elements that defined both the essence and will of its inhabitants, while physical prowess enhanced these abilities. The prevailing force remained the will. Haki embodies the spirit of combat, killing intent and momentum. Numerous examples in the original story illustrated this, showcasing that even in a world of extraordinary abilities, the will to fight could transcend mere physicality. Even in a mundane world, human will can surpass the limitations of flesh, let alone in this fantastical realm. The existence of devil fruits suggested a world shaped by dreams and imagination, although not entirely idealistic. These powers were still bound by certain constraints. To grow stronger in this realm necessitated more than mere physical training. It required the strength of will. Ace had developed a will to survive. Compared to the brotherly bond in the original tale, the more profound force of maternal love instilled in him an even stronger resolve, awakening his body and granting him abilities beyond those depicted in the original story. Reasonable, but can this method be applied to myself? If so, how can I activate it? Dude, why haven't you come to find me? I've been calling for you. Didn't you say you'd come if I called? Luffy asked, slightly vexed, now transformed back from a ball. Dongjun casually picked at his nose and flicked it on Luffy's clothes, shrugging, "That is something you should ask your grandfather, but he told me you found a new home. So I had no reason to wait for you anymore. How could Grandpa do that?" Luffy quickly redirected his anger. "So, Uncle, will you stay and live with us?" Everyone here, including Ace, is great, but thoughts of Sabo dampened Luffy's spirits. The Dayton family, meanwhile, wore expressions of horror, dragging Luffy away and covering his mouth as they retreated. Dongjun chuckled, unperturbed. "I have my own matters to attend to. You're better off staying here, with someone by your side. You won't feel lonely." Nodding to Rayleigh, Dongjun prepared to leave. "Wait," Ace called out, staggering towards Dongjun. He looked him over seriously, then bowed deeply. "Thank you so much, Uncle Dongjun." Dongjun was taken aback, then felt a sense of relief. Was it not natural for children to love their mothers? It was instinct. Who could possibly resent a child who cherished their mother? Be sure to thank your mother. Without her, you would not exist. For her sake, strive to live well, Ace. Luffy, clueless about the situation, looked puzzled. "Mother, what is that?" The others fell silent, at a loss for words. Waving his hand, Dongjun smiled as he turned to leave, but suddenly paused. When mischief beckons, how could he resist? He turned back, looking at Ace. "Hey, how about becoming my son, little brat?" First shocked, then silent, the freckled boy's face flushed crimson as he shouted in indignation. "What kind of joke is that? You despicable uncle!" Having retrieved his weapon, Dongjun made a hasty retreat from Dayton's abode, feeling a lingering trepidation. Truly, this world's children were fearsome. Chapter 14. The Devil's Mercy. Thanks to Riley's presence, Ace and Luffy were neither captured by the pirates, nor tasked with burying the explosives, yet these circumstances would not impede the unfolding events of the night. Arriving at the garbage mountain, he retraced his own path, removing the obstacles he had deliberately left behind, while conjuring numerous clones to scour the route, relocating the discovered bombs to other locations to ensure the pathway remained intact. The seaside lay tranquil, devoid of any sign of ships. After all, the Revolutionary Army comprised wanted fugitives, and it was improbable for them to brazenly appear in broad daylight while off duty. However, Dragon himself might have already been in the vicinity or infiltrated the interior of the Goa Kingdom to gather specific intelligence. It was recalled that on the night of the Great Fire, Dragon had met with Sabo. Reflecting on the information he had, Dongjun set aside his other weapons, donned a new attire, and entered the Goa Kingdom's interior with only 2 blades in hand. The citizens within the kingdom appeared no different from usual. Continuing onward, he navigated to the base of the high castle, ensuring no one was present before activating his ability. Open book exam. Devil's trick. A clone swap later, Dongjun found himself inside the high castle. Here, it was evident that most inhabitants were already aware of the events slated for the night, engaging in lively discussions followed by hearty laughter. Evading the patrolling guards, he employed the same tactic to reach the palace at the pinnacle. Lacking intelligence on this front, Dongjun remained cautious, utilizing his abilities to meticulously map the palace's layout through several discreet explorations in prior days. Retrieving all his clones stationed in the skies, he transitioned to stealth, weaving through various structures as he delved deeper. Although the weakest sea, a nation could not possibly lack skilled individuals. Dongjun dared not underestimate anyone. Fortunately, his abilities were both advantageous and sufficiently covert, allowing him to navigate through to the king's chamber without incident. Concealing himself in the most obscure corner, Dongjun steadied his breathing and sat in meditation, waiting patiently until the night finally arrived. Outside, flames erupted, illuminating the night. As if it were day, he continued to wait until he heard the sounds of doors creaking, voices conversing, and laughter, eventually culminating in two distinct voices. One male and one female. Ah, what a beautiful blaze. Ha ha, enough of that. Let us rest. Everything will be fine by morning. Silently smirking, Dong Jun emerged from the shadows. With the embodiment of Yama, fear permeated the room. And the two grotesque figures atop the lavish bed stiffened instantly. A.S., the harbinger of dread. Yama's appearance would evoke the latent fears within the weak, and Dong Jun, with his demonic powers, could manipulate these fears, not merely consuming them. To his surprise, the terror gripping these two wretches had no connection to the raging inferno outside. They were solely preoccupied with their opulent lifestyles, anxious only about anything that might threaten their indulgence. How very fitting, Dong Jun thought, gritting his teeth with a cold laugh. Your fear shall become reality. Yama reached out, extracting a writhing shadow from the two almost unconscious bodies. The pair ceased their convulsions. As though falling into a deep slumber, their breathing returning to calm. Subsequently, Dong Jun activated his demonic powers, castrating and refining the demons within them, then released them back. From that moment on, their desires and concerns would no longer bring them any pleasure. This influence would not interfere with their bodily functions, but would affect their mental state. However, such mental disarray would inevitably impact their physical capabilities. Given enough time, their spiritual emptiness would consume them, leading them down the path of self-destruction. This was a rare mercy from the devil. Taking what he needed, Dong Jun also scavenged a substantial sum of cash, preparing for his future escape route, an estimate exceeding 100 million. He refrained from taking treasures as they were typically marked, unlike paper currency, which was more convenient. At this stage, Dong Jun wished to avoid drawing too much attention. His identity had yet to take shape, requiring patience for his development. Excessive greed often led to disastrous outcomes. He remained vigilant. Once outside the palace and high castle, Dong Jun's audacity increased significantly. He released clones to gather information on the current situation. Unexpectedly, in a corner, he discovered the unconscious blonde youth. Had the prolonged tension and psychological strain taken their toll? After inspecting him without finding any obvious issues, Dong Jun decided, for safety's sake, to leave a demonic mark on the boy. Ignoring the patrolling guards, Dong Jun flickered in and out of sight, swiftly passing through the sealed gates and into the hellish world beyond. The patrolling personnel within the city walls, having glimpsed his fleeting figure, screamed in terror, inciting considerable chaos. The flames continued to spread, growing fiercer, and the searing heat was daunting. Listening to the cries for help and screams emanating from the inferno, Dong Jun fell silent, drawing his blade and soaring above the fiery abyss. With his strength amplified and his abilities honed, Dong Jun could now lift himself into the air with the power of a single clone. The path he had carved out had been discovered, and the hopeful survivors endured the scorching flames as they fled toward the sea. This provided Dong Jun with a modicum of solace. Yet, not all were so fortunate. The garbage mountain was vast, home to countless lives, and many perished in the flames as the explosion not only ignited the fire, but also altered the terrain, leaving many trapped in despair. What an excellent opportunity, observing the rampant inferno below. A sudden thought struck Dong Jun. He dangled a bag of cash from his knife and leaped into the flames. Embodying the demon, Dong Jun endured the searing heat, absorbing the myriad emotions of despair within the flames as he activated his ability. Further splitting himself, demonic offspring, Jinwu. The raging flames, as if animated, began to converge, rapidly forming a massive, terrifying fireball, while vast areas of flame-free ground emerged amidst the inferno. The trapped individuals rejoiced, cheering as they escaped toward the sea. Oblivious to the origins of the colossal fireball, their lives hung by a thread. Though the ground beneath remained scalding hot, they dared not linger, aware that even a moment's pause could lead to severe burns. Anything was preferable to waiting here for death. Chapter 15. The Revolutionary Army, a fierce gust swept through, extinguishing flames in other areas, granting additional assistance to the fleeing individuals. The IT was then that Dong Jun noticed the Sapphire Pirates. Also attempting to escape. Point 1 must be polite. A greeting was in order. Flames roared, screams echoed, and soon fell silent. Once he could no longer see any survivors, the enormous fireball contracted, transforming into a raven-like firebird that settled upon Dong Jun's shoulder. "Papa! Papa!" Unlike the aloof Yama, Jinwoo was vivacious and restless, pacing upon his shoulder, eyeing Dong Jun's head as if eager to build a nest. Soaring through the air, Dong Jun followed the current of fleeing people to the seaside, where he encountered the Revolutionary Army's grand vessel, the Winter Grammar. Perhaps due to Dong Jun's actions, a higher number of survivors had emerged from this incident, nearly filling the ship to capacity. The crew aboard quickly took notice of Dong Jun's presence. Who could miss the fiery spectacle atop his head, making him conspicuously visible in the darkness? Isn't that him? The one who saved us? To his surprise, some recognized Dong Jun, which alleviated some panic and suspicion. Descending to a lower altitude, he approached the ship cautiously to avoid misunderstandings. At last, Dong Jun laid eyes on the leader of the Revolutionary Army. Monkey D. Dragon. Alongside him were several familiar faces from the original tale. Ivankov, Kuma, and others recognizable as revolutionary cadres. Dragon regarded Dong Jun with curiosity, having observed his actions. The presence of Jinwoo undoubtedly indicated Dong Jun was a wielder of abilities, capable of controlling flames and flight, both highly advantageous skills. Based on Dong Jun's conduct, perhaps he could be considered as a potential ally. Meeting Dong Jun's gaze, Dragon's expression was solemn, exuding the aura of a leader. Dong Jun, in turn, scrutinized Dragon carefully. Neither spoke for a prolonged moment. Ultimately, it was Dong Jun who broke the silence. Care for a chat? However, he directed his inquiry toward the figure towering over him at 6 meters, rather than Dragon himself. Dragon was momentarily taken aback by the silence. What a clever ruse! Even cloaked, Ivankov's distinctive traits could not be concealed as he burst into laughter. The bear, taken aback, glanced at Dong Jun, only to realize he did not recognize him, and thus fell into silence. He was not a man of many words. Observing this, Dong Jun was not surprised. He smiled and turned to Ivankov, inquiring, "Are you interested in a conversation? You possess something I desire. Perhaps we can negotiate a trade?" At that moment, Long could no longer remain silent, asking, "How shall I address you?" "I am Dong Jun, a traveler without a home," came the polite reply, followed by Dong Jun's eager gaze back at Ivankov. "What trade does Mr. Dong Jun wish to discuss? Perhaps I could be of assistance." The bear seemed yet another peculiar individual, but Long, accustomed to Ivankov's eccentricity, felt no anger. Nodding, Dong Jun replied, "Certainly. After all, you are companions who trust one another. Let us change our location and proceed together." With that, Dong Jun sheathed his sword and stowed his backpack, standing at the ship's railing, spreading his arms in a gesture of harmlessness towards the bear. Long's expression shifted with surprise. Did this person possess knowledge of their affairs? Nodding in agreement, the bear stepped forward, activating his ability, and with a few soft sounds, the four of them transitioned to a cliffside by the sea. "How marvelous your ability is!" Dong Jun exclaimed in awe, and before the others could ask, he blurted out a question that left the three of them momentarily stunned. "Do you have any news about Jenny?" "Bear?" The mention of Jenny and the bear's name caused even the typically taciturn bear to lose his composure. After a moment of shock, he hurriedly pressed, "Do you have news about Jenny? Please, I implore you. Whatever the conditions, I will comply." Long and Ivankov stood silently by, their expressions grave as they observed Dong Jun, the unfolding events exceeding all expectations and teetering on the brink of chaos. Contrary to his robust physique and aloof demeanor, the bear was surprisingly naive, not foolish, but rather innocent. It was no wonder he could be easily manipulated. Gesturing for the bear to calm down, Dong Jun smiled and turned his gaze to Long. The de facto leader in this scenario. My conditions are simple. 2 things. First, the location of the Boeing Islands, and a means to transport me there. Second, the vitality menu from Ivankov's culinary repertoire. Attack recipe No. 99. The bear paused. The former was within his capability to provide, but the latter was not, prompting him to look at Ivankov. Ivankov pondered Dong Jun's request for a moment before nodding. "I agree," observing Long's somber expression. Dongjun recognized that he had raised the other suspicions that to avoid provoking Long's ire and risking immediate capture. Dongjun quickly added, in addition to the information about Jinny, I will also share details that may pique your interest. As I too harbor a strong disdain for those wretched pigs. The stronger you grow, the greater your chances of success. This was a declaration of intent. Long indeed showed interest, yet cautiously probed, what does your excellency refer to? Those pigs on the Red Earth continent. Dongjun replied nonchalantly. Witnessing Dongjun's demeanor, Long's vigilance lessened. He nodded. Then let us discuss the information regarding Jinny. They had not fallen into outright hostility, at the very least. It was a positive beginning. Dongjun turned to the bear. Jinny is ill, terminally so. She suffers from a disease known as jade scale, which likely operates at a cellular level. As he spoke, he glanced at Ivankov, who, as a hormone fruit user and a doctor, would undoubtedly have insight into such matters. The bear's expression shifted to one of anxiety as he looked at Ivankov, whose countenance darkened, although he had never heard of such a disease. If it was indeed cellular, it posed a grave challenge. If the information was accurate, Jinny would soon be discarded by the celestial dragons due to her illness. However, because she had already borne a child, she would not easily give up. One must commend Oda for his character development, though the experiences he crafts for them are undeniably harsh. The bear's emotions fluctuated wildly with Dongjun's words, tense, fearful, astonished, and then joyfully complex and ineffable. For the sake of the child, she will most likely return to the place where you shared memories. Perhaps before her demise, she will reach out to you. After all, you are her greatest regret. Dongjun mused wistfully. Upon hearing this, the bear could no longer contain his sorrow, weeping silently. Chapter 16. Speculations and plans. Though the veracity of the information remained uncertain, Ivankov hoped fervently that Dongjun's intel was true. Approaching the grieving bear, he sought to comfort him. Now that we have this information, if we prepare in advance, Jinny may yet have a chance. Not give up easily. Bear, like a brother from their childhood. Ivankov remained the steadfast figure to rely upon. The bear nodded, turning his gaze to Dongjun. The following does not pertain to intel. It is merely my personal speculation. Dongjun began earnestly. The jade scale disease cannot be exposed to light. Both sunlight and moonlight could exacerbate its onset and severity. Thus, the journey back to the South Sea will inevitably be impacted by these two forms of illumination. Therefore, I surmise that Jinny's condition may not be as dire just yet. But following the completion of her final voyage, she will likely be left in a state of utter exhaustion, irretrievable. This conclusion stemmed from Dongjun's thorough contemplation, and he believed it held considerable weight. Hence, avoiding such an outcome might be crucial in preserving Jinny's life. With your connections and strength, tracking the maritime route from Mariewa to the South Sea could enable you to intercept her and her child sooner, granting Jinny a greater chance at survival. The bear, engulfed in sorrow, found his capacity for rational thought waning, while the composed Ivankov turned to Long nodding. Long expressed his agreement. Gazing at the bear, I will expedite arrangements. Jinny is our mutual comrade. I will not forsake any opportunity to save her life. Dongjun understood Long's concerns. His proposal would undoubtedly require a substantial deployment of manpower and resources. If this turned out to be a trap, it could expose the Revolutionary Army, potentially leading to catastrophic consequences. Yet Jinny was also an old friend, once the commander of the Eastern Army and a childhood companion of both the bear and Ivankov. He could not simply turn a blind eye. Dongjun recognized the need to convey sufficient sincerity to persuade Long. Firstly, to ensure that he would fully commit to the rescue of Jinny, thus facilitating this transaction. And secondly, to eliminate any unwarranted doubts that might provoke Long into a reckless response. Is it not said that sincerity is an ultimate weapon? Let me put this theory to the test. I have some preliminary suggestions for your consideration. Ivankov, your fruit ability may prove useful, but Jinny's condition may not withstand it for long. Gentle treatment should be prioritized until her condition stabilizes. Mr. Kurokas from Twin Cape is a top-tier doctor, experienced in treating terminal patients. Although the diseases he has handled may differ, his invaluable clinical experience could be beneficial. Given his professional duty, he may agree to assist. However, considering his past involvement with Roger, along with Jinny and the bear's sensitive identities, entangling him may not be wise. Moreover, he has his own responsibilities and is of advanced age, so I recommend seeking his previous medical records for reference. There's a whale called Labu at Twin Cape, whom Kuroka regards as a son, and the Rumbar pirates, who awaited Labu, perished over 50 years ago in the Grand Line. Yet a fellow named Brook, with his revive fruit, has returned as a skeleton and should still be wandering the Devil's Triangle. This information could serve as a token of goodwill, prompting Dr. Kuroka to offer his assistance that I personally recommend Dr. Kurihara from Drum Island. It should be Drum Island, located in the Grand Line, a winter island situated before Alabasta, known as a land of medical expertise. With your intelligence network, you should be able to ascertain its location. Although she is an eccentric elder over 100 years old, her medical abilities and ethics are undoubtedly commendable. While I have not met her personally, I believe she would likely be willing to help. However, she is known to charge quite a bit, so prepare accordingly if you choose her. Dr. Kurihara is said to reside in a treehouse deep within the forest, allowing for minimal contact with outsiders, thereby avoiding complications. If you have other better-suited doctors in mind, feel free to disregard this suggestion. The Revolutionary Army, as a force daring to challenge the world government, surely possesses an adequate medical team. Dongjuan's lack of intel does not imply the absence of such resources. Perhaps a significant figure lies hidden within their ranks. If that is the case, matters would become considerably simpler. Yet even if such individuals exist, it is likely that Long and his companions would not readily disclose this to Dongjun. Furthermore, it is not solely Jinny who suffers. Her daughter has also inherited this affliction. Currently, due to her youth, no symptoms have manifested, but in a few years, she too will fall ill. Jinny represents a tragedy, and Bonnie is no exception. These two daggers cut deeply. Therefore, even if you are unable to save Jinny, it is imperative to persist in seeking a remedy. I will undoubtedly find a way to treat both Jinny and her child. I swear it. Certainly. The great bear clenched his fists tightly, tears streaming down his face as he repeatedly expressed his fervent hope. Despite his longing for a favorable outcome, the pragmatic Dongjun began to dampen spirits with a dose of cold reality, preparing for the worst. There are many things in this world that cannot simply be achieved by mere desire. Dongjun Boy, you must have a plan to cure Jinny's terminal illness, right? Unlike the bear, who was buried in sorrow, Ivankov remained composed. Upon hearing this, the bear could not help but place his hopes in Dongjun. Gazing at him with earnest anticipation, Dongjun nodded. Considering the potential worst-case scenario, even if they were to find the mother and daughter, it would be imperative to first stabilize Jinny's condition before proceeding with any formal treatment. Dongjun had contemplated these matters beforehand and had devised a relatively detailed plan. I recommend Princess Manshili of the Little People residing in the Grinbit Forest adjacent to the kingdom of Dressrosa. She possesses the ability of the healing fruit. Due to the lack of precise information, I am uncertain about the exact effects of the healing fruit, but whether it can cure an illness outright or merely prolong life. It is certainly worth the journey. This is, to my knowledge, the simplest and most accessible form of assistance available. The Little People are regarded as legendary fairies in Dressrosa. They are diminutive in stature and swift in movement. If one could establish direct contact with them, matters would become much simpler, as they are easily inclined to trust others. Simply being forthright about your intentions should facilitate an introduction to Princess Manshili. If that proves elusive, one might seek out the current king of Dressrosa, as there seems to be a connection between him and the Little People. Informing him that Doflamingo is conspiring to usurp his kingdom should suffice to secure his assistance as an intermediary in contacting the Little People. The topic suddenly shifted to matters of royal politics, piquing Dragon's curiosity. How did you come by this information, Lord Dongjun, from Doflamingo's faction? If I recall correctly, they're pirates. Why would they wish to seize that kingdom? Chapter 17. Trading information for trust. If the information solely pertained to Jinny, the bear would attempt to believe it, regardless of his doubts, and Ivankov would likely not dissuade him. However, Dragon was different. As a leader of a faction, he had to be complex. Skepticism and distrust were entirely rational. If the leaders of the Revolutionary Army were mindless individuals like Carp or Luffy, they would not have come this far. Dongjun was not at all surprised by this, and he fully understood Dragon's wariness. which did not anger him, but merely made him vigilant. He did not intend to disclose the source of his information, as it was difficult to articulate and cumbersome. However, as long as the information itself proved sufficiently credible, once validated, it would lay the groundwork for mutual trust. Don Quixote da Flamingo. Does that surname ring a bell? Mr. Dragon. Having once served in the Navy, Dragon would likely have been privy to certain intelligence during his tenure, especially having founded the Revolutionary Army thereafter. Seeing him nod, Dong Jun continued. Their family originally hailed from the Celestial Dragons. Doflamingo once attempted to exchange his father's head to reclaim his status, but was refused and nearly killed in the process. He then plotted to become a warlord of the sea. Dressrosa was the ancestral home of the Don Quixote family before the Void Century. Ah, I see, Dragon mused in silence, his surprise at Dongjuan's intelligence capabilities evident that in fact, this presents an opportunity for you, Dongjun continued, enhancing Dragon's reputation with valuable information. Your ideals and methods are commendable. However, the power of the world government and the celestial dragons cannot be eradicated overnight. Premature exposure could pose significant challenges to your endeavors. As the saying goes, gather grain extensively before claiming kingship. It is essential to develop a solid foundation. Accumulating strength will facilitate a more successful uprising in the future. Dressrosa is a commendable nation, and the Doflamingo incident may allow you to forge some form of cooperation with them. The second princess of Dressrosa, Violet, possesses the powers of the dazzling fruit, allowing her to see for thousands of kilometers and read the thoughts of others. You could leverage this to gain their trust, and if all goes well, recruit her into your ranks. That ability would undoubtedly be of immense benefit to you. The dazzling fruit, both Dragon and Ivankov were astonished. Recognizing its incredible and convenient capabilities, if that is indeed the case, Dragon, it is worth pursuing. Dragon nodded gravely, acknowledging the exaggerated capabilities of such an ability. Once attained, it would significantly mitigate interference and attacks from the Navy during their future endeavors. It was undoubtedly a strategic asset for the Revolutionary Army. Committed to opposing the world government and the Celestial Dragons, this ability was an ace in the hole. Once its existence was confirmed, Dragon's hostility towards Dongjun would likely diminish substantially. Observing Dragon's attitude shift slightly, Dongjun smiled and redirected the conversation back to Jinny. There is a young man in the North Sea named Trafalgar Law. He possesses the surgical fruit and is a patient of the platinum lead disease. Considering the time elapsed, he should have already cured himself. Even if he hasn't, his fruit power will eventually enable him to do so. This serves as a potential remedy for the Jade Scales disease. Law's benefactor was his younger brother, who was shot by Doflamingo. If you can locate Law and promise to assist him in eliminating Doflamingo, I believe he would be more than willing to help you. This could also coincide with your efforts to establish good relations with Dressrosa and win over Violet. However, Law is still relatively unknown and should be cautious, as the government is monitoring those with surgical fruit abilities, making him a challenging target to find. Lastly, I have information that could confirm a treatment for this illness. Dongjun looked at the bear, speaking with gravity. He did not wish for the narrative to revert to its original form. Yet he could not withhold vital information about human lives. Thus, he placed the ultimate decision in their hands. Dr. Vegapunk. Although he is not a doctor, his technological prowess is exceptional, with the various devices he has developed. Completely curing the Jade Scales disease should not pose a significant challenge. Though maybe a few years ahead of schedule, that brilliant old man's scientific capabilities are not to be underestimated. The foundational conditions for treatment are likely already in place. Dr. Vegapunk. Is he working for the world government? Will he assist us? Ivankov inquired curiously. Dongjun nodded. That individual is a pure scientist, devoid of any biases. It should not be difficult to enlist his help. He has been working for the government and is currently stationed on a secret island in the New World. I am not certain of the island's name, but it may be referred to as Punk Hazard. You will need to investigate this yourself. Additionally, Vegapunk's ultimate aspiration seems to be to create a vast energy source for the world. He has been tirelessly pursuing this goal. However, his research results are ultimately appropriated by the Gorus EI and their leader, a man named M, to activate a secret weapon, perhaps the king, or remnants of the technology from the ancient kingdom. In any case, it is a terrifying weapon capable of obliterating a nation in a single strike. If you ever have the chance to approach Vegapunk, it would be wise to caution him against becoming an accomplice to those beasts. Dongjun divulged everything he wished to convey without reservation. This was another key to establishing mutual trust regarding the greatest secrets of the celestial dragons. Perhaps the gravity of the information left Dragon, the bear, and Ivankov momentarily speechless. There are still people above the Gorosei? Him, the king, technology from the ancient kingdom. Dongjun Boy, do you comprehend the weight of what you were saying? Ivankov was genuinely taken aback. No longer jesting. Dongjun regarded Ivankov with calm composure. He had grown despondent, overwhelmed by the implications. If the world government truly possessed such power, any resistance would be futile. Dongjun continued to observe him with unwavering calm. As expected, hey-ha, you seem completely unfazed. Once Ivankov finished his performance, Dongjun resumed. Allow me to provide you with a thought. Doflamingo possesses a gold fruit, which may have already been, or will soon be, seized by a certain individual. This person has a rather twisted nature and adheres to a doctrine of prioritizing wealth. He possesses considerable financial acumen, and with his devil fruit abilities, amassing riches is a simple endeavor. He harbors a deep-seated hatred for the celestial dragons. And if you could establish contact and forge a collaboration with him, it would not only provide tremendous support for your cause, but might also allow you to lure Vegapunk away. A twofold benefit, Mr. Dragon. It holds great potential, Dongjun suggested to Dragon. Dragon merely nodded in silence, his expression contemplative. While enlisting Vegapunk as assistance was not insurmountable, he operated under strict government oversight, particularly from the Gorosei, and securing his help would likely require forceful measures. Otherwise, the Gorosei would not miss any opportunity to exploit, oppress, or eliminate them. Dongjun cast a glance at Big Bear, aware of the lengths to which this giant would go to save Jinny and her child. If possible, avoiding confrontation would be ideal, which was another reason he sought out Dragon and his group. Therefore, I personally advise against pursuing this course of action. This is all I have on Jinny. Whether you choose to believe it is entirely up to you. Point 1 must not appear overly calculated, for that would undoubtedly raise Dragon's suspicions, a perilous situation to provoke. Thank you, Brother Dongjun. Big Bear expressed his sincere gratitude. This moment marked a silent blow for Dongjun. By age, he seemed to be the younger one. Furthermore, had he become a victim of pure restraint? Never mind, it wasn't of great importance. Chapter 18. The deal is struck while matters concerning Jinny reached a temporary conclusion. Dragon had become increasingly preoccupied with another subject. Your Excellency Dongjun, could you elaborate on the individual known as him? That person was shrouded in mystery, with scant information at hand. Not even their gender was clear. It was only known that he or she belonged to a time predating recorded history, possibly one of the 20 kings who once established the world government, or perhaps not. That I am was the superior of the Gorosei, wielding considerable power, and it remained uncertain whether the longevity of the Gorosei was a gift from the surgical fruit or conferred by I am. I am was believed to know, or possibly recognize, Joy Boy, possessing a large straw hat presumably linked to him. As Dongjun spoke, he recalled that Dragon seemed intent on keeping Luffy's existence a secret, as it would represent a significant vulnerability for him. For the sake of self-preservation, he amended his statement, suggesting they could investigate this matter further. Who is Joy Boy? Dragon inquired, curiosity evident in his voice, as this was yet another name he had never encountered. Perhaps he was the previous Nika. It's uncertain. It all transpired 800 years ago, but he is a legendary liberator, the sun god, who made a promise with the former Sea King, the mermaid princess of Fishman Island, but failed to keep it. The historical account of remorse left on Fishman Island seems to encompass this much, Dongjun recalled, struggling to remember more, as the original narrative had not yet concluded upon his arrival. Wait, Dongjun Boy, did you just mention Sea King? Ivankov exclaimed, suddenly realizing a gap in the conversation. Indeed, Poseidon, the Sea King, capable of commanding the colossal Sea Kings. The current Sea King appears to be but a child. Yet to awaken, Dongjun continued to relay information. The 3 individuals before him had grown numb to the revelations. At this juncture, Dragon could no longer doubt Dongjun's allegiance, for the intelligence he had divulged, regardless of its veracity, would undoubtedly lead the world government to eliminate him without hesitation if they learned of it. Furthermore, the world government would never disclose similar information for a fishing expedition, as it was too clandestine, capable of appending this world. Should you plan to strategize around the Sea King, consider laying the groundwork in advance. The current Sea King's mother is an idealist, dedicated to the vision of peaceful coexistence between fishmen and humans, which should provide a common ground for discussion. With each increment of strength gained by the Revolutionary Army, the world government and their minions would suffer further headaches. This was a scenario Dong Jun relished. He had secured a foundational strength through his wishes. The high potential and diverse capabilities of his devil fruit ability allowed him to regard the once enticing fruits, objects, and intelligence from the original narrative with a calm demeanor. This was his confidence. Given time, he could disregard any fruit abilities or formidable monsters that appeared in the original story. Thus, he felt no intense possessiveness or obsessive collecting tendencies. Instead, he resembled a mere purveyor of amusement. To him, completely rewriting the original plot would be an intriguing endeavor that Fishman Island was not a monolith. Many fishmen harbored a deep-seated hatred for humans, and the Sea King's ideals would conflict with those individuals. Should an opportunity arise, they would seize the chance to eliminate her, for her body was exceedingly frail. A single bullet could spell her doom, but if any of you happen to be fishmen, it would be prudent to prepare in advance. Dong Jun recalled Odoheim's abilities, sending chills down his spine. Currently, he intended to steer clear of individuals like her, wishing to avoid entanglement. Moreover, he felt compelled to warn Dragon and his companions. That woman possesses an innate ability to awaken observation haki. Said to be fearsome, even capable of distorting others' wills. You would do well to exercise caution lest you fall victim to brainwashing. Dragon, somewhat taken aback, regarded Dong Jun with a cautious demeanor, smiling, his attitude having shifted. Rest assured, haki can counterbalance each other. We are not the sort to be easily swayed. Dong Jun, having unexpectedly acquired intelligence, felt somewhat reassured, his desire for haki becoming more fervent. Additionally, several years prior, Fisher Tiger, who had caused a commotion in the Holy Land, was an admirable figure. Having been enslaved, he nonetheless achieved remarkable feats, liberating countless individuals regardless of race. That I believe he is a worthy ally. He and his pirate crew have been under the watchful eye of the world government. Should an opportunity arise, they would not hesitate to eliminate him. If you intend to strategize around the Sea King, focusing on and assisting Fisher Tiger could serve as an excellent entry point, as he enjoys high esteem on Fishman Island. That if you're interested, reach out to him, but be wary of the extremists aboard his ship. Even if you have no interest in the Sea King, helping an enemy's enemy is still a commendable endeavor. Furthermore, as long as Tiger remains alive, the extremists among Arlong's group will have some restraint, sparing Nami and those with similar experiences from enduring further suffering. That is the gist of it. How you proceed from here is your affair. Once Dong Jun concluded, he lapsed into silence, allowing Dragon and his comrades ample time to contemplate. After a moment, Dragon offered his final response. We are immensely grateful for your intelligence, Your Excellency Dong Jun. We wholeheartedly accept both of your terms. At last, my wishes are fulfilled. Dong Jun exclaimed joyfully. After a moment of reflection, he proposed another suggestion. The advanced culinary menu is excessively high-end. Both labor and resource costs must be considerable. However, for the common populace, cooking does not need to be extravagant. Suitability is paramount. Be wide downgrading ingredients, simplifying techniques, and reducing effects while retaining the core philosophy. It would be best to adapt it into a homestyle version suitable for various regions. This way, the number of beneficiaries would increase significantly. Although the results may be subpar, quantity can sometimes outweigh quality. As the oppressed gradually gain strength, the spirit of rebellion will inevitably arise. What do you think of this idea? Is it feasible? Dong Jun smiled. An unimagined path. Ivankov exclaimed with delight. That I concur. Big Bear nodded. Dragon looked at Dong Jun, his gaze intense. Your Excellency Dong Jun, join us in the Revolutionary Army. It is evident that we share common ideals and dreams, making us companions on this journey. Surprised by Dragon's deviation from the topic, Dong Jun pondered whether he had truly earned the other's trust. Shaking his head, he declined. I am not like you. I am not a noble person. My actions stem from instinct, devoid of personal experiences to fill the void, lacking intrinsic motivation. Moreover, I do not wish to play the subordinate. Hence, I must respectfully decline your invitation." The dragon's expression shifted to one of regret. "What a pity!" Dongjun smiled once more. "Nevertheless, some of our goals align. We can travel together for a time." Nodding with a smile, Dragon did not press the matter further. Chapter 19. Old Acquaintances: The Culinary Advance. 99 Vitality Menu is a systematic set of cooking techniques not easily explained in a few words. Ivankov could not carry it with him, and the location of the Boyne Archipelago was mobile. Even if relevant information existed, it would need reconfirmation to avoid sending someone into the sea for a drink. Thus, the items Dongjun desired could only await fulfillment. Dragon provided Dongjun with a contact snail, and upon first encountering the telephone snail, Dongjun was intrigued, playfully poking the large snail with amusement. After consulting with Big Bear on the care of telephone snails, the two bid farewell. The timeline regarding Ginny remained uncertain. They could only return and prepare as quickly as possible. Once the grand ship had disappeared, Dongjun momentarily recalled something. With Dragon and his companions gone, what of Naruto? Recalling the mark he had left on the golden-haired boy. Dongjun nodded, relieved by his own cleverness. How astute of me to prepare in advance. The mountain of refuse, once engulfed in flames, has been meticulously cleared away, rendering the kingdom of Goya a seemingly pristine nation within the East China Sea. It appears almost too good to be true. The appointed day has arrived. Without the company of the Golden Crow, nor armed with weaponry, the Eastern Lord meanders through the throngs of people, cloaked in a voluminous cape, observing the situation through the eyes of his demonic doppelgangers, all the while searching for the golden-haired imp. He also encounters the curious Dugula, who has come to witness the spectacle. After a moment's contemplation, the Eastern Lord refrains from engaging. If events unfold as per the original narrative, then Sabo will perish beneath the onslaught of the celestial dragons, and Dugula's return with this news could certainly stir something within those two little imps. This, too, is a part of growth before long. The ships of the celestial dragons come into view. The Eastern Lord, blending into the crowd, coldly observes the excited and fervent residents of Goya, as well as the peculiar king and queen couple who are becoming increasingly conspicuous. The mark of the demon appears within the Eastern Lord's perception, and he watches Sabo sneakily flitting about, stealing a fishing boat, before joyfully setting sail. Sabo's small vessel quickly incites a commotion, as many shout for him to steer clear. The imp, not blind, sees the great ship of the celestial dragons from afar, and coupled with the shouts of the crowd, he swiftly alters his course, yet his fervent desire to escape remains unchanged. Watching the small boat drift further away, the Eastern Lord chuckles that has the situation shifted? Unlikely. Given the nature of those swine, such a scenario is hardly avoidable, as he gazes at the receding vessel, somewhat surprised. The Eastern Lord calculates the distance before activating his abilities from his concealed position, teleporting several times to a relatively secure location. He then witnesses the swine firing their cannons, shot after shot. The distance is considerable, and given that the swine possess no remarkable skills, it takes a barrage of cannon fire to finally sink the small boat. The incident sparks panic, but it is quickly quelled. In comparison to the celestial dragons, this is but a trifling matter, hardly worth mentioning. Beneath his cloak, the Eastern Lord holds down the panicking Sabo, whispering, "Calm down, little imp, do not create trouble for me," scanning the horizon where the sea meets the sky. Under a vast expanse of clear blue, he lounges at the stern of the boat, sipping wine while feeding the unperturbed telephone bug. The golden-haired imp, grappling with the sails and compass, struggles to maintain the course. Appearing somewhat flustered and inept, the golden crow rests comfortably atop his head, having made itself at home. With your meager skills, you wish to set sail? Pathetic, the Eastern Lord scoffs derisively at Sabo. Enough of your prattle. You are no better, incapable of anything yourself, Sabo retorts, his cheeks flushed with indignation. That I can fly, the Eastern Lord decisively counters, prompting the young imp to retreat into silence. Utilizing the lingering demon mark, the Eastern Lord executes a last-minute teleportation, sparing Sabo from the cannon fire's wrath and the ocean's embrace, before returning him to Corbo Mountain. After a thorough reprimand, Sabo exhibits a commendable attitude of contrition, although his determination to venture out to sea remains unyielded. Coincidentally, the Eastern Lord is also inclined to change his map. Thus he resolves to take Sabo along, partly to prevent the imp from recklessly wandering to a watery grave and partly to ascertain whether they can coexist. If they can, he might keep Sabo as a subordinate. If not, he could simply offer him as a favor to the dragons. Both paths are viable. Sabo leaves behind a letter, believing he has provided an adequate explanation. Dugula witnessed Sabo's demise, but Sabo remains oblivious, resulting in a perfectly crafted misunderstanding. The Eastern Lord has no intention of enlightening them. After purchasing a small ship, navigational charts, and supplies with borrowed funds, he departs the kingdom of Goya with the imp in tow. Both are novices at sailing. Aside from their understanding of the compass, the Eastern Lord lacks even the basic skill to operate the vessel, a point where Sabo surpasses him. However, as he asserts, he can fly, which is a trump card. As long as he can soar above the waves, many issues become trivial. Even in the face of tempestuous winds and turbulent seas, the Eastern Lord can fly the ship. And with the ability to interpret the compass, he believes he possesses the qualifications necessary for seafaring. Yet reality informs the Eastern Lord otherwise. No, he is not yet prepared. The two have been adrift at sea for 2 days now. Bereft of landmarks or land in sight, the nautical charts and compass lose their significance in the eyes of these novices. If it were only the Eastern Lord, he could easily forsake the small ship, flying in search of land with the strength of his own body. However, with Sabo aboard, he is reluctant to abandon his first vessel. Thus they continue to drift upon the ocean, the Eastern Lord. Now a carefree optimist, feels no pressing urgency to advance, content to meander through the East Sea until the Revolutionary Army yields results. After all, the East Sea is akin to his homeland in this world, and he wishes to see if he might encounter the little imps from the original story. Perhaps fortune has finally turned in their favor, for they soon encounter a pirate ship, a medium-sized vessel, 50 to 60 meters in length, adorned with a pirate flag, its deck filled with shouts and curses, in pursuit of a smaller ship akin to their own. Upon sighting the Eastern Lord's vessel, the pirates greet them with enthusiasm, launching a cannonball as a salutation from a distance. The Eastern Lord rises, accustomed to the demonic transformation that propels him skyward, dispersing to scout above the pirate ship. He recognizes the pirate flag is unfamiliar, suggesting they are not old acquaintances, but then he spots a familiar face. Not a person, but a weapon. A distinctive pair of twin staves. It is the demon. So, it is the Click pirate crew. While he remembers the individual, the pirate flag escapes him. Currently, this seemingly youthful and naive demon has matured into a fierce-looking adult. The Eastern Lord, Akin appears insubstantial, and he harbors no fondness for pirates, especially since they initiated the cannon fire. Chapter 20. Van Oka. Fire the cannons. The Eastern Lord draws a blade and strides to the bow, shouting toward the pirate ship several hundred meters away. We have no gunners, nor cannons. Old man, Sabo, in a state of panic, struggles to maneuver the sails, his recent brush with cannon fire causing an exaggerated response. After all, he is still just a little imp, which is understandable. What now? The pirate ship is drawing closer. Can we escape? The anxious imp remains oblivious to the fact that the pirate ship's original target was never them. The cannon fire was merely a pastime. However, the Eastern Lord sees things differently. Since the cannon has been fired, it signifies a life-or-death struggle. With a serious demeanor, he asserts, "I am the gunner. I'm the cannon." Unfazed, he is seamlessly integrated into the local culture, donning a sword barrel and drawing his twin blades, soaring through the air. The pirates, initially seeking mere amusement, are taken aback by the sight of the Eastern Lord flying towards them, their eyes nearly popping out of their heads. There is someone flying in the sky. They're coming down. Is it an angel? And there's a flaming monster bird. The pirate crew numbers fewer than 200, with several lifeless bodies strewn across the deck, likely victims of gunfire. They must have clashed with the ship they were pursuing. The Eastern Lord darts towards the pirate vessel, and as the pirates regain their composure, they frantically begin to fire their weapons. However, it is too late. The bullets cannot touch him. What do we do, Captain? The Golden Crow leads the charge onto the pirate ship, its speed unmatched, while the crew lacks sharpshooters. helplessly watching as the little creature ignites their sails and plunges into the hold. Thanks to his enhanced vision, the Eastern Lord only needs to avoid ambushes from gunfire, rendering the entire crew, including Akin, a non-dash threat. In the original narrative, Akin was a character from the East Blue arc, renowned for his weaponry and close-quarters combat, infamous for his ruthless demeanor, yet lacking any extraordinary abilities. With his fruit powers, the Eastern Lord believes he can handle the situation without lifting a finger. Moreover, he has no intention of joining in the fray. Combat requires not only strength but also wit and willpower. Upon seeing the Eastern Lord, the pirates, except for Akin, lose their composure entirely, devoid of any semblance of calm. Thus, the Eastern Lord concludes that there is no need for cunning. Nevertheless, caution is still warranted, as the Eastern Lord possesses a particularly poor habit. Hovering high above, observing the now silent pirates, he sneers, "Wretched pirates, the scum of the sea. Today, you have encountered your doom. Your lives are forfeit. 12 swords are drawn." He eschews any extreme maneuvers, instead spinning them into a whirling cyclone, intending to perform surgery on the pirate ship, as long as he could dismantle their vessel. The pirates will be at his mercy in the water. However, the Eastern Lord's expectations may be overly ambitious. While he can indeed dismantle the ship, doing so with finesse proves elusive after a few attempts. He decorates the ship with a few artistic touches before calmly retracting his blades. Nothing of consequence occurs. Boom! 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 Inside the ship's cabin, the explosives were ignited by the Golden Crow, and the pirate ship soon erupted in a violent explosion. Teetering on the brink of capsizing, the Golden Crow flew back and perched upon the shoulder. Excellent. Everything is proceeding according to my design. That Jin's expression darkened as he brandished his twin crutches, preparing to leap into action. The perceptive Dong Jun retreated, disregarding his intentions as a gunshot rang out, the bullet whizzing perilously close to Jin's face, but he seemed to have anticipated this, stepping back just in time to avoid injury. Then came a rapid succession of gunfire. Jin's countenance shifted dramatically as he was struck in the chest and abdomen, and he fell to the ground in disbelief, gazing at the distant ship in pursuit. What remarkable marksmanship! To hit accurately from nearly 1,000 meters away is truly astounding. Dong Jun had not anticipated encountering such a skilled marksman upon setting sail. Such precision could only be matched by witnessing the shooter in action. For at Dong Jun's current speed, evading bullets was an impossible feat. Dodging bullets and evading the shooter are two entirely different challenges than a machine gun. He was somewhat taken aback. Ascending higher, he watched in silence as the pirate ship sank. The pirates wailing and scrambling to seize the small boats on board, while the stronger among them began to dismantle the hull and deck collaboratively. Before long, the grand vessel was submerged, and the remaining pirates floated in groups on the surface, paddling desperately to escape. Wounded, Ajin was pulled onto a lifeboat by several pirates, their motivations uncertain, whether it was genuine camaraderie or fear of retribution from KLIQ in the distance. Another small boat turned back. While gunfire continued unabated, each pirate succumbing to the depths one after another. The Devil's Avatar ventured forth for reconnaissance, only to find a familiar face, Van Oka. The recognition stemmed not from his appearance, but from his distinctive attire, hat, glasses, firearm, and stature. Dong Jun was surprised. He did not know much about this character, who had minimal presence in the original narrative. Was he from the East Blue? Van Oka's marksmanship was formidable in the original story, particularly his impressive range. In terms of skill, he was outstanding. However, his appearances were scarce, and while he held a significant role as an officer in the Blackbeard Pirates, information about him was limited. All that was known was his somewhat eccentric demeanor. Constantly speaking of fate, soon, Van Oka had nearly eliminated the pirates, leaving only Ajin and those aiding his escape. Van Oka ceased firing, seemingly intent on leaving Ajin for Dong Jun as he approached. Dong Jun curiously scrutinized him and then inquired, "With your marksmanship, it should be quite simple for you to eliminate him." "No, a person capable of shooting down flying seabirds from an extraordinary distance could hardly miss a human target. He is an important figure in Click's pirate crew. Killing him would irrevocably forge an enmity that I was a lone wolf before, and I wish to avoid such trouble. The youthful Van Oka maintained a poker face, devoid of any expression. Upon hearing the explanation, Dong Jun could not help but burst into laughter. Click! That ruthless individual would undoubtedly cease to provoke you if he knew you could take a gene out with a single shot. By the way, they sought to recruit you, which led to this confrontation. Van Oka nodded. While I do not mind becoming a pirate, Click is not someone I wish to follow to escape their entanglements. I had originally planned to head to the Grand Line, but I did not expect to encounter you here. He is not a pirate after all. Dong Jun understood, nodding again. What are your plans now? Van Oka regarded Dong Jun. As the fork in fate had presented itself, that's so. Dong Jun felt intrigue. I possess an aura of dominance. If so, then welcome aboard, my friend, Dong Jun exclaimed with a hearty laugh. Opening his arms wide, I am Dong Jun, a devil fruit user, enjoying a leisurely life, with my current hobbies being making appearances and stirring up events. Van Oka, marksman, observing fate is my interest. I look forward to working with you. Captain Van Oka formally introduced himself that we are not pirates and have no interest in becoming one. Old Van, you may call me by my name, chief, or boss, Dong Jun corrected with utmost seriousness. Understood, boss. However, I am not old. I am only 17. The young Van Oka, already towering over 3 meters, attempted to defend his youth. That's just a term of endearment. Old Van. Dong Jun dismissed him outright. Chapter 21. Click's pirate crew, the golden-haired youth. Sabo arrived aboard a ship, with the Golden Crow following suit, and despite Sabo's attempts to resist, he was pecked several times before complying. Come, young lad, introduce yourself. Dong Jun beckoned him. I never agreed to be your crew member. Old man, I aspire to be my own captain in the future. Sabo's words were cut short as Dong Jun's iron fist landed squarely on him. Becoming a pirate? I'll make you one. Ouch, that hurt, you bastard, Sabo cried out in agony. The sensation was delightful. It was a bit addictive. Dong Jun gazed maliciously at Sabo's head, causing the young boy to retreat in fear and plop down onto the ground. Clearing the space, the Golden Crow, having soared back, erupted in laughter. You're still too young, little one. If you wish to compete with Dad, wait another 100 years, you foul, stinking firebird, Sabo retorted defiantly, stirring up further chaos. As for Click's pirate crew, having encountered them, Dong Jun intended to greet some old acquaintances. Otherwise, it would appear quite impolite. However, lacking adequate information, he could only consult Old Van. Yet, the inexperienced Old Van was not well informed either. Having only heard some vague rumors, the crew might number in the thousands, with perhaps a dozen ships on the pirate side. Ajin seemed to have lost consciousness, while the remaining pirates, devoid of thought, fled in unison towards a singular direction. With his avatar, Dong Jun was able to observe from a distance. Oka, being a sniper with specialized equipment, could discern the pirates' movements even from several kilometers away. He instructed Sabo and Oka to maintain their distance, trailing a Gene-S group without getting too close to avoid alarming the enemy. Present, I lack effective crowd control methods. Old Van, as a sniper. You are also ill-suited for group battles, so this operation will be a surprise attack. Dong Jun established the operational guidelines. Engage if we can win, retreat if we cannot, and we will return once we have the upper hand. The information in the original narrative indicated that Click's pirate crew was purely piratical, numerous, and nefarious. Old Van's insights confirmed this. Thus Dong Jun had no intention of letting them escape. The pirates relied solely on wind and oars to flee, their speed not particularly swift, so Dong Jun, trailing at a distance, soon grew bored. Let us sing. La 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 la. It must be said that the pirates had remarkable stamina. After multiple stops and several hours of rest, the trio, now racing against the night, followed their navigation to an unknown island where Click's pirate crew was concealed. They stowed the sails from a distance. And under the cover of night, Dong Jun flew alone on his sword to scout the island. Confirming that he had not mistaken his target, he noted the distribution of ships and the general resting locations of the crew before returning to the ship. Sabo, being too young for such tasks, was instructed to remain aboard, with the conspicuous Golden Crow left to accompany him. Dong Jun then silently landed on the island with Oka, taking a distant sweep to familiarize Oka with the surroundings before discussing their operational strategy. With such a large pirate crew, there must be night watchmen. Oka raised a concern that if I am discovered, assess the situation and provide me with long-range cover. Dong Jun added. Click is formidable. Can you handle him? Oka expressed uncertainty, but still respected Dong Jun's authority that if you can't manage, take a couple of shots at him when you have the chance. Dong Jun showed no sign of embarrassment. Understood. Evidently, Oka was not one to fuss over details. That I will start from the perimeter, resolving as many enemies as possible before being detected, adapting as necessary upon engagement. If all goes well, remember, do not let the rat escape. Dong Jun concluded with his instructions. Oka nodded. Once their plan was solidified, Dong Jun led Oka to the vantage point he had selected, then circled back to the bay, using the cover of night to perform a surgical strike on all the ships anchored there. Before commencing their assault, they began with the isolated pirates on the outskirts, quietly eliminating the sleeping pirates one by one, gradually advancing towards the shore where the main gathering of pirates congregated. With a dozen ships and 1,000-strong gang, it was impossible that only Ajin and Palu were the only officers present. While Click's crew had not yet reached its full scale, it was adequately manned. Perhaps it was the overwhelming scent of blood, perhaps Dong Jun's oversight, or perhaps the vigilance of the night watchman. Ultimately, Dong Jun was discovered. Enemies! We have enemies, as the alarm was raised. Lights flickered to life across the island, and a throng of pirates surged forth. Dong Jun remained unfazed, weaving through the shadows of the night. In such a scenario, his demonic form served as the best disguise. Initially, he had aimed for stealth and caution, but upon being detected, concealment was no longer necessary. His fearsome visage would serve to instill terror, given that his devilish avatar was active only within a kilometer radius. Dong Jun had not left coordinates with Sabo, instead leaving one with Oka as a safeguard, while the rest were concentrated around him. After all, it was nighttime, affecting visibility for both sides. Dong Jun did not dare to be careless. Lacking night vision abilities, he initiated guerrilla tactics, leaving nothing but corpses in his wake. The specter of death trailed behind him, drawing forth strands of darkness that steadily coalesced. Captain, all the brothers on Ship 5 have perished. On the 16th ship, all the crew perished. Admiral, Ships 9 and 13 have also met with disaster. As the situation gradually became clearer, the once fierce pirates began to succumb to fear. Some of them, who vaguely glimpsed the figure of Dong Jun, cried out in despair. Could it be the devil? The devil has come to claim our lives. It's a monster. I don't want to die yet. Help! Bang! 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 With the sound of gunfire, the panicked pirates managed to steady themselves. Click, clad in golden armor, emerged with a grim expression, confronting fear with fear. On one side stood the unknown terror, and on the other, the certainty of the admiral. Clearly, Click's reputation was far more formidable. Officers, step forward. Gather all your men. Click commanded, his voice booming. We number in the thousands. Even the devil will fall before us. The pirates cheered in response. Then a gunshot rang out, a bullet grazing Click's cheek, leaving a trail of blood. Find him for me. I want him dead. Click roared in fury, drenched in cold sweat. I need to practice, Dong Jun remarked, stowing away the gun he had picked up, lamenting his marksmanship before changing position. The pirates quickly regrouped, their courage rekindled, cursing and shouting. Yet no one dared to act recklessly. Hidden in the shadows, Dong Jun activated his powers, using his demonic doppelganger to burrow underground towards the pirates, manipulating the earth to form a towering mud giant before them. What is that? It's a monster. So terrifying. What are you panicking for? Silence, all of you, Click bellowed, regaining control of the situation, and gestured for his officers to advance. These officers, exuding confidence, wielded a variety of weapons. With Akin gravely injured and Palu, likely still a child, none of Dong Jun's acquaintances were present among this group of officers. However, familiarity was not a necessity for courtesy. The mud giant, moving clumsily and appearing foolish, was quickly shattered by the officers. The pirates erupted in cheers. Click also smiled, but then the ground behind him suddenly surged, and another mud giant appeared, unexpectedly swinging its massive fist. Click was taken aback, but quickly reacted, raising his arms to block, only to find the giant's strength lacking. He laughed heartily as he smashed it to pieces, earning another round of cheers. The Admiral is invincible. Chapter 22. The tactics of fear. Dong Jun, having silently retracted his abilities, let out a soft snort as he revealed himself from the darkness. Is someone here? Ah, it's the devil. Truly the devil. What devil? Just a trickster. Click glared, his teeth clenched in hatred at the sight of Dong Jun, signaling his officers to act together. This fellow is the legendary devil fruit user. Watch your footing. Let us combine our strength to take him down. Click crossed his arms, exuding calm authority. Dong Jun remained unfazed, having already gauged the strength of several officers, including Click through his doppelganger. Click was indeed the strongest, possessing the physique to wield massive weapons, truly formidable. Reflecting upon the original tale, much of Click's strength lay in his equipment, such as poisonous gas bombs and explosive weaponry, making his stats rather unremarkable. Even so, he was evidently far superior to Dong Jun at this stage. Click had equipment, while Dong Jun possessed the fruit's powers, and he also held an intelligence advantage, having the element of surprise against Click. Thus, he was not overly apprehensive. As for the officers, Dong Jun believed them to be less of a threat than bullets in the night. Due to Click's erroneous intelligence, the officers were caught off guard, and in the initial wave of Dong Jun's sword attack, 3 of them perished. What is this ability? The flying blades terrified many pirates. Before the remaining officers could react, swords and knives darted through the darkness, sending several more crashing to the ground. The strength of the demonic doppelganger paralleled Dong Jun's own capabilities, yet its speed far surpassed his own. Unbound by weight or physical constraints, it was controlled by sheer will, coupled with razor-sharp edges, leading to the demise of several officers in mere moments. Open fire! Kill him! Click shouted desperately, his face paling as he realized the situation was spiraling out of control. Anticipating this, Dong Jun was not surprised as the ground beneath him erupted, swallowing him whole. The pirates, conditioned to follow orders, instinctively obeyed Click's command, unleashing a barrage of gunfire. The mound of earth quickly collapsed, revealing nothing within. Demonic trickery. Utilizing his doppelganger to swap positions, Dong Jun had now positioned himself behind the pirates, leaving only a shape-shifted mound of earth to serve as a target for their bullets, after the volley of gunfire ceased. Dong Jun unleashed his power, the 18-flow sword technique, sword dance. The rapidly spinning blades acted like a reaper's scythe, leaving no pirate unharmed. Dong Jun leisurely avoided the now sparse gunfire, advancing towards Click, simultaneously enhancing his demonic visage to appear ever more inhuman. With a pitch-black form and a fearsome mask, he became increasingly terrifying against the night's backdrop, using the demonic doppelganger concealed beneath the earth. Dong Jun vanished with each step, resembling a deity of death, proclaiming, "I am the lord of the 18 layers of hell. Today, I shall judge your sins and deliver death," channeling the persona of Yama. Dong Jun continued to instill fear and pressure, drawing in dark smoke that coalesced around him. From initial tension to panic upon witnessing comrades slaughtered, then confusion as they struggled to locate their enemy, followed by the fleeting joy of spotting their target only to realize it was futile. Finally, they beheld the devilish, terrifying figure and its capabilities. The emotional roller coaster culminated in the complete breakdown of the pirates, who no longer heeded their leader's commands, scrambling desperately to escape life or die. The moment had arrived. Under Yama's judgment, swathes of pirates fell like wheat before the scythe. Some fortunate souls managed to swim back to their ships, only to discover the hulls were taking on water. In despair, the pirates realized that all their vessels were sinking. Some, unwilling to perish in the wreckage, chose instead to swim to safety, only to be met with a relentless barrage of gunfire. With each shot, another pirate sank beneath the waves. High above, Van Oka executed the plan with precision, his left eye scope clearly witnessing Dong Jun's enigmatic abilities. "This is your fate. May you rest eternally here." Click, equally on the brink of collapse, did not flee, not out of bravery, but because the rage of witnessing his entire world crumble had begun to overshadow his fear. "You bastard! What have you done? My ship, my everything, all destroyed. I will have your head!" Click screamed in a frenzy, launching an attack. However, with clear intelligence, Dong Jun would not allow him to deploy gas bombs. He unleashed a flurry of sword strikes, knocking down any suspicious projectile around Click, forcing him to retreat in disarray. In the end, Click was left with only his war gun. Come on, I've been waiting for a worthy opponent. Demonic doppelganger convergence. Demonic mage. With his main body wielding a weapon and the demonic mage brandishing dual blades, they faced Click. With no other weapons and no options remaining, Click descended into madness, swinging his war gun in an attempt to eliminate his foe. Click wielded heavy weaponry, and the explosive nature of the war gun enhanced its power, prompting Dong Jun to exercise caution. Yet, after a few exchanges, he realized it was nothing to fear. Click, with his rough-and-tumble background, possessed greater strength, but his overtly aggressive attack patterns left him vulnerable in Dong Jun's line of sight. Although Dong Jun felt confident in securing victory, he opted for a direct confrontation, honing his skills to eliminate his weaknesses. Demonic transformation. Demonic full-powered, a swirling black aura enveloped him, beginning to boil. Demonic mage. Demonic armament. The ebony doppelganger enveloped Dong Jun, forming a fearsome suit of armor. With an enhanced strength panel of 1-1, Dong Jun's power surged, compensating for some of the disparity. He discarded his weapons and began to use Click as a punching bag, practicing his fists, creating his own combat technique, Demonic Fist, as a minor boss of the East Blue Arc. Click certainly had strength, and Dong Jun, due to their experience gap, endured several brutal strikes from Click's war gun, nearly collapsing. However, as the damage was absorbed rather than inflicted as wounds, coupled with the presence of stamina boosts, Dong Jun persevered for an extended duration. Ultimately, when he felt the pain he was enduring had nearly reached its limit, Dong Jun decided to unleash his full potential. Trinity, great demon god, having undergone another transformation. Dong Jun, now towering nearly 2 meters tall, experienced a remarkable growth in stature, surpassing Kli by a considerable margin. Looking down upon the utterly defeated pirate captain, Dong Jun activated his berserk mode. With a swift strike, he mercifully sent him to reunite with his companions. The Kli pirate crew, being a large gang, had several clever pirates who seized the opportunity to escape during the battle, dispersing to various hidden spots on the island. However, with their ship sunk, there was no means of escape left for them. Faced with pirates who had completely lost their will to resist, Oka also ceased to conceal his intentions. Moving separately from Dong Jun as he reaped lies like a grim reaper, it was destined to be a sleepless night as the vast island gradually fell into silence as dawn broke. Only Oka, armed with a gun, and Dong Jun, wielding a sword, remained standing on the island. Chapter 23. The treasure even dogs would not eat, having gathered the wealth of the Kli pirate crew. Along with the bounties on their captain and leaders, Dong Jun and Oka selected a relatively intact medium-sized ship for rudimentary repairs, akin to a novice's touch. After a brief respite, the trio set sail once more in the evening. The young boy Sabo was not in good condition. Although he had not set foot on the island to witness the chaos firsthand, the screams that echoed throughout the night and the corpses aboard the ship spoke volumes. This was no child's play. If he was afraid, he could return to reunite with his companions. Dong Jun proposed. "I'm not afraid," Sabo retorted, his face flushed, simultaneously attempting to bolster his own courage. Those villains deserve their fate. While listening to Dong Jun and Oka discuss the Kli pirate crew, Sabo harbored no pity for such scoundrels. He was simply a child bewildered by the concept of death that I will adapt. "You don't need to worry, you idiot uncle," Sabo declared earnestly. Seeing this, Dong Jun smiled but refrained from further comment. Oka, being a local and no longer a child, possessed sailing experience, making him a most skilled navigator among the three. With him aboard, Dong Jun no longer felt like a headless chicken lost at sea. Using his clones to manipulate the sails, and with Oka at the helm, they set off on the unknown island towards the mainland. But halfway through their journey, they were targeted. A gigantic, monstrous bird appeared. Early in the game, Dong Jun signaled Oka to prepare for defense in the vast ocean. If their ship were to be destroyed, Dong Jun would have no choice but to carry both a large and a small person away with him. And with their ship laden with immense wealth, Dong Jun could not afford to let it sink. Oka fired several shots aimed at the bird's eyes, but to his dismay, they all missed. The creature, boasting considerable strength, endured the impacts of Oka's modified firearm. sustaining injuries but seemingly unfazed by them given its immense size. The pain provoked the beast's ferocity as it screeched and charged toward them. Dong Jun quickly realized his initial concerns were misplaced. The monstrous bird was not targeting the ship, but rather the three of them. Were they being perceived as food? Incensed, Dong Jun yearned to retaliate, yet his current strength made victory unlikely unless the creature boarded to engage him in close combat. Without mastery of Haki, a marksman's power heavily relied on the weapon itself. Oka's musket, though customized, was not the precision instrument from the original tale, having lost its accuracy after a night of continuous fire. The bullets, now imprecise, inflicted minimal harm, akin to mere tickles. The insult outweighed the injury. Ultimately, it was Jinwoo's appearance that drove the monstrous bird away. Though the little creature could not compete in close quarters, it possessed the ability to conjure flames, scorching the bird as it grew larger. With its feathers singed, the beast took flight, retreating at high speed, leaving Jinwoo to return to the ship after a brief pursuit. Sabo, who had been a mere spectator, breathed a sigh of relief, but before he could remark on the dangers of the ocean, he was startled by Dong Jun's sudden exclamation. "Jinwoo, pursue it and locate its lair," Dong Jun commanded urgently, as if someone had stepped on his tail. Jinwoo, perplexed but obedient, took flight, increasing its size and speed with flames emanating from its body. "What madness has overtaken you, uncle?" Sabo complained, still shaken. Dong Jun urged him to be silent as he steered the sails with his clones, following the direction indicated by the demon offspring's instincts. It was not insanity, but rather a recollection from his previous life concerning Ace, a tale wherein Ace, after setting sail, found himself stranded on a deserted island where he encountered Daius. Their fateful meeting led to a bond. And on that island, a monstrous bird guarded a fruit of flame, the Mera Mera no Mi hungry. They decided to share the fruit, but only Ace consumed it first, gaining its powers, leaving Daius with nothing. Dong Jun, having departed from the Goa kingdom, calculated the elapsed time and distance. Though uncertain, idleness bore no fruit, and embarking on this quest posed no risk. Perhaps he would indeed discover it, as fate would have it. They stumbled upon a deserted island, complete with a nest, and under the relentless harassment of the shrinking Jinwoo, the monstrous bird fled in anger. Subsequently, using his demonic senses, Dong Jun successfully scavenged and uncovered a peculiar fruit. Grinning broadly while holding the bizarre fruit, Dong Jun exclaimed, "So this is the reason you chased so far for this strange fruit?" "What is it, uncle?" Sabo inquired, intrigued. This, Dong Jun replied, eyes sparkling, "is the legendary treasure that even dogs would not eat." Huh? Sabo was bewildered, perceiving it as something terrible, yet Dong Jun's elation was perplexing. Oka, more knowledgeable, scrutinized the unusual fruit in Dong Jun's grasp, speculating, a devil fruit. Nodding enthusiastically, Dong Jun confirmed, the Mera Mera no Mi, a natural type fruit. Originally Ace's power, later inherited by Sabo, it had now come into Dong Jun's possession. He could hardly contain his joy as he was determined to create a narrative of soaring adventure. "What is the Mera Mera no Mi?" Sabo, unacquainted with the devil fruits, asked. Thus, Dong Jun elucidated the distinctions among the three types of devil fruits. "Incredible!" Sabo exclaimed, marveling at the prowess of the natural type fruit. By the way, Oka, would you like to eat it?" Dong Jun offered the Mera Mera no Mi Oka, visibly wary, scrutinized the fruit, and then Dong Jun, "Even dogs would not eat it. What does that mean?" Dong Jun awkwardly smiled. "It's just a joke, don't mind the details. It's a natural type fruit, the Mera Mera no Mi. Such a splendid ability. Why not consider it?" Shaking his head resolutely, Oka took several steps back, distancing himself. "I don't shun devil fruits, but as a marksman, I would prefer a fruit that enhances my shooting skills." Dong Jun, exasperated by Oka's lack of enthusiasm, thought to himself, even if it's something that dogs wouldn't touch, many still fight over them. "Hey, uncle, since Oka doesn't want it and you've already had your share, why not let me have it? The ability seems really cool." Sabo chimed in, a wide grin on his face. Children like them had no concept of courtesy, feeling free to request what they desired. However, what he received was a punch of love. "What are you doing, uncle? If you won't give it to me, why hit me?" Sabo cried, tears welling up from the bump on his head. This was the hardest Dong Jun had ever struck him. "Why? After all the effort I put into crafting this soaring narrative, you want to take it back. What are you thinking? Chapter 24. Childhood friends consuming a devil fruit will leave you as helpless as a landbound duck. It's terrifying. Dong Jun casually fabricated a reason. What? But you're a landbound duck too. It seems to me that you just want to hit me. Sabo realized the truth behind the situation. What? You've grown smarter? Change back, quick. The loving fist of affection. The loving fist of affection. Ultimately, the young boy succumbed, sporting a head full of bumps. Just let me have it, Dad. Jinwoo, perched atop Sabo's head, chimed in. Dong Jun's fruit ability allowed him to control its vessel, assimilating demons, including the devil fruit. Although his own form could not gain the fruit's power, the demon offspring could. The thought of having a demon offspring wielding natural-type abilities was exhilarating. This was the power he had wished for. Stuffing the Mera Mera no Mi into Jinwoo's beak, it burst forth in flames that seemed almost alive, drastically transforming the little creature's power. Surpassing its original form, it soared joyously, chirping with delight. However, misfortune soon befell the boy. Jinwoo's newly acquired flames spiraled out of control, singeing all of Sabo's hair. "Ah, my hair! You idiot uncle, you foolish firebird!" Sabo wailed in despair. "It was an accident. A mere accident. Truly, do not be angry. I apologize on behalf of little Jinwoo." With a finger digging into his nose, Dong Jun pulled the little ghost closer, gently patting his head before wiping his hand. After enduring a long day of sailing, they finally returned to land. It was during this journey, while consulting with Oka, that Dong Jun realized the reason they had been adrift at sea for so long was largely due to a miscalculation in direction. Casting a sidelong glance at the unconventional-haired lad, he shifted all blame onto Sabo, earning himself a round of exasperated eye rolls from the little ghost. They headed to the naval branch to claim their bounty, leaving behind the notorious name of the Devil Dong Jun. In this world, lacking strength often equates to a lack of voice. Reputation follows suit. Dong Jun had no intention of becoming a pirate or joining the Navy, so during this early phase of weakness, he could only operate as a bounty hunter to build his renown. Once his fame was substantial, it would be much easier to recruit suitable candidates when he had gained power. After several days at sea, Dong Jun felt his legs turning to jelly, prompting him to take a few days to rest. He gave the little ghost a radiant new hairstyle, purchased a plethora of fresh clothing and daily necessities for the three of them, and spent money to have their repaired pirate ship repainted before they set sail once more. After inquiring about their geographical position, Dong Jun chose a target and made his way to Seymour Village. Their destination, the One Heart Dojo. After docking the ship and gathering information about the location, the trio ventured into the village. Due to a lapse in memory, Dong Jun had forgotten that Kuina was still alive when they left the Goa Kingdom. Thus he hadn't mentioned it. Now, recalling this fact, he wished to confirm whether Ka was indeed still among the living, but on the other hand, he was eager to meet the little directionally challenged one and take a commemorative photo. They soon encountered the green-haired little directionally challenged boy, who was furiously training beneath a massive boulder. Watching the young lad struggle beneath the weight, Dong Jun felt a twinge of embarrassment. Was this kid really only 9? Oh, quite the impressive fellow, he decided. He would extend an invitation for him to join his crew. Sabo, hands on hips, wore a sunny expression. What's that glaring light? So blinding. Dong Jun cast a sidelong glance before declaring. The iron fist of love. Sabo, clutching his head, indignantly complained, "What madness are you up to now, you old bastard?" "There's a mosquito," Dong Jun explained earnestly. Who would believe that? The little ghost exploded in frustration. The golden crow above cackled, while Oka maintained a stoic expression, observing the commotion. Hearing the ruckus, Zoro glanced at the three peculiar individuals, continuing his intense training, before addressing Dong Jun. "Hey, weapon-selling uncle, do you have any famous swords for sale?" Dong Jun fell silent. "I am not a sword vendor." "Then what are you doing lugging around so many weapons?" Zoro inquired, puzzled, with veins bulging on his forehead. Dong Jun gritted his teeth. "Kid, I've heard you're quite the brave one. The three-sword style. I've come seeking you to witness your prowess." At this, Zoro burst into laughter, tossing aside the boulder, hands on his hips. "Has my reputation spread?" "Not bad, but do you have the strength to challenge me?" "I am quite formidable," weapon-selling uncle. Didn't I just tell you? I'm not selling swords. Dongjun, now furious, drew a blade from the sword barrel, swinging it towards Zoro's head. Show some respect, you rude little brat. Zoro, weaponless, was drenched in cold sweat, turning to flee. What a despicable sneak attack! Don't run, Dongjun shouted, though he walked leisurely, showing no urgency. Soon, the little ghost disappeared from sight, only to return moments later with 2 swords in hand. Let us settle this, you old bastard. Wait, is that the 2-sword style, not the 3-sword style? Dongjun mused, puzzled. Had the boy not evolved yet? He recalled that when the little ghost first appeared, he could wield 3 swords effortlessly. None of your business, Zoro shouted, charging forward, his 2 swords slicing through the air with vigor. However, it proved ineffective. Dongjun effortlessly parried with his own dual blades, his speed clearly superior, leaving Zoro unable to breach the space around him. Come on, Uncle, you're just bullying a child. Let me take a shot at a question she had never considered, yet one she yearned to unravel. Guena gazed expectantly at Gongshiro, the elderly man. Struck at a sensitive point, felt a pang of embarrassment, but managed to shake his head with a wry smile. The source of denial was not an authority, but rather resembled. Jester, Guena was taken aback, as if the confusion and uncertainty within her had been shattered in an instant. The once somber world around her transformed into a vibrant tapestry of colors. Unconsciously, she covered her face, revealing a tearful smile. Observing the tear-streaked Guena, the steadfast girl he had known, Zoro stood frozen, at a loss for words. Therefore, pay no heed to the words of such an antiquated fool. Simply persist in being yourself. Success is success, and failure is failure. As long as you have made the effort, you shall not regret it. What more could one want from life? Dongjun laughed heartily, his eyes sparkling with brilliance. Guena looked at Dongjun. Her heart stirred. She then turned to Gongshiro, who regarded Dongjun with a scrutinizing gaze before casting a complex smile toward his daughter. Decide your own fate, Guena. Guena opened her mouth to speak to Zoro, but faltered, unsure of how to begin. The girl glanced at him, her tears now spent, and with a smile, turned back to Dongjun, nodding affirmatively. All right, with that, Dongjun erupted into laughter, joyfully reveling in his triumph, clutching his stomach as he boasted to the little green-haired one, inciting a fit of rage from the young boy. Dongjun was not finished. He glanced at Guena, and then summoned Sabo. Adopting a warm, parental demeanor, he introduced the two, then gently added, from now on, you shall be comrades. Guena is a polite girl, quite unlike those 2 little rascals you previously associated with. Therefore, no more mischief, and do get along well. Sabo, what the heck? This uncle truly has a twisted sense of humor. Always picking on the little ones, Sabo's adult-like expression was cut short as he received a love-infused punch. Dare to undermine my authority. Dongjun transformed into a parent who was stern yet caring, providing Sabo with a thoroughly fulfilling childhood. Somehow already feeling a tinge of regret, Guena turned to the composed Oka and inquired, has he always been like this? Oka adjusted his glasses and replied, apologies, but I am not yet well acquainted with him, Guena. Not intending to linger at the Isen dojo, Dongjun prepared to depart once Guena had packed her belongings. Zoro, armed with his twin swords, followed closely behind. I want to board the ship too. Huh. Dongjun offered no reply, merely casting a sidelong glance that seemed to convey, figure it out for yourself. You weapon-selling scoundrel, Zoro shouted in defiance, as the sails unfurled and the boat departed the shore. Dongjun stood at the stern, making faces at Zoro in mockery. Amidst the young boys swearing in, they left Shimaziji village behind. Just you wait. One day, I shall defeat you, you scoundrel. And Guena, do not forget our promise. The bespectacled old rogue waved from the shore, wiping his eyes. On board, Guena held her sword, gazing at the coastline, lost in thought, before turning and moving forward. Chapter 26. Parallel worlds, one controlled the sails, while the other steered the helm. The 2 little ones practiced their combat skills on deck. Clad in the devilish armor Dongjun had forced upon them. Point 1 was a swordsmanship prodigy, having been educated systematically since childhood and undefeated thus far, while the other relied solely on instinct to survive amidst rogues, scoundrels, and wild beasts. They exchanged blows in a fierce contest, neither willing to yield. Enduring the occasional pang of pain, Dongjun grinned through gritted teeth. Such a remarkable and convenient ability, boss, Oka marveled. Having left Semerzeji village over half a month ago, Dongjun traveled extensively following the sea charts. In Sheltsi town, he encountered the still-spirited marine Monka and his seemingly normal son. Barumabur. The food-fu restaurant was operational, and Lelixiang appeared to still be unmarried. In Zilyobu village, he met the long-nosed boy who had begun to tell lies, and his mother, who was still alive but ailing. He left a sum of money for them, hoping to avert tragedy. Not long ago, the long-nosed boy's childhood friend, Zayakia, lived in another world. With a purpose, Dongjun visited, hoping to purchase the Going Merry, only to discover it had yet to be constructed. Disappointed, in Kokexia village, he encountered the mischievous orange-haired boy, attempting to scare him off with a fierce expression, only to fail and be outdone, nearly facing the villager's ire. After clarifying the misunderstanding, the understanding Noki Gao apologized on behalf of her sister, earning Dongjun's repeated praise, much to the annoyance of the orange-haired boy. Moved by tales of the brave female marine, he offered to provide financial support to the family, but after much persuasion from Jian, Barumi reluctantly accepted. The orange-haired boy learned about his foster mother's past and the origin of their sisterhood, becoming somewhat subdued. Barumi invited Dongjun and his companions to stay for a meal, and the four little ones quickly bonded. Becoming friends at Jian's unspoken imagination led him to depart dejectedly, eliciting tears of laughter from Dongjun. However, Barumi's playful teasing sent Dongjun fleeing. The two parties were simply not on the same level. Not wanting to provoke further, Dongjun refrained from interference in the children's stable lives, redirecting his energy towards the sea. Having just set out, the not-yet-famous crocodile was swiftly vanquished by Dongjun, who kindly performed a heart-cleansing operation, thus diminishing the number of schemers in the sea while introducing a swordsman named Tom. The once powerful and influential marine officer Mouse suddenly fell ill and tragically passed away in his sleep. His eager subordinates sought to handle his affairs, but discovered that all of Mouse's possessions had mysteriously vanished. After extensive investigation yielded no results, the incident became a local unsolved mystery. A marine named Blinblin was brutally beaten by a deranged madman during a nighttime stroll. Realizing his own weakness and resolving to train diligently to grow stronger, Dongjun remained ever curious about the Bridge Kingdom. Spanning the ocean, it was truly a magnificent sight. Observing both the constructed and ongoing segments of the bridge, Dongjun pondered, in 700 years, what endeavor cannot be accomplished if one genuinely desires it? Why do such peculiar places exist? After hearing Dongjun's description of the Bridge Kingdom, Sabo grew discontented that he was a person who had awakened his will since childhood, a true flower blooming untainted from a mud. He harbored a deep-seated aversion to such dark matters that it was indeed a complex issue. Dongjun could not articulate it clearly, as he was originally just a commoner, not a specialist, if you wish to know the answer. Venture forth and explore. Perhaps in time, as you mature, the truth will reveal itself. Subsequently, Sabo immersed himself back into training. During their voyage, the four experienced numerous battles. In the East Sea, Oka and Dongjun could traverse without fear of hidden monsters. However, the two little ones refused to be outdone and insisted on joining the fray. Unable to dissuade them, Dongjun outfitted them with devilish armor as protection, overseeing their training alongside Oka. Sustaining injuries was commonplace. Yet it was Dongjun who bore the brunt of the pain. Recognizing the disparity, the two little ones were galvanized to train even harder. Sensing the looming threat, Dongjun feared they might get hurt, so he equipped them with devilish armor once more. Thus, the situation evolved into its current state. Gazing at the exuberant little ones, Dongjun envisioned his future days. When will this ever end? East Sea, Rogtown. A renowned landmark, the execution site of the old rogue, boasted a stark iron frame in the barren square. After witnessing it, Dongjun realized it bore no special significance. Everything appeared rather ordinary, save for the meaning imbued by extraordinary individuals. Dongjun recalled the day of the old rogue's execution and his words that had sparked a tidal wave of change during the Age of Exploration. The Great Age of Exploration, is it? He mused before departing. His visit served two purposes: to mark the occasion and to acquire a primary weapon. Unlike Dongjuan's novice weapon was white, devoid of any distinctive traits or enhancements, though numerous. It could only intimidate lesser foes. Presently, the simplest and most accessible green weapons were rumored to be located in Rog Town. As a novice, Dongjuan's damage relied on swords, and he was determined not to miss this great opportunity. As for the little green-haired one, that was a matter for another day. After several inquiries and a few missteps, he finally located his destination, a privately owned weapon shop. The proprietor was named Ben Song. Upon entering, burdened with a barrel of swords, Dongjun nearly faced expulsion from the owner. "I am not selling swords. I am here to purchase them." Dongjun, with a dark expression, explained himself, and after some hesitation, the shopkeeper reluctantly allowed him entry. Upon hearing that Dongjun wished to purchase his prized possession, Song's demeanor instantly transformed into one of joy as he hurried inside to retrieve a beautifully adorned long sword. Dongjun accepted it with satisfaction, caressing it briefly before drawing the blade for inspection, only for his expression to darken once more. Although he was not a master swordsman, he was certainly no fool. After wielding a sword for over a month, he had acquired a basic understanding of the quality of weapons, and he had a good sense of what constituted a fine blade. "Shuezo, I want Shuezo. You deceitful rogue, do not try to deceive me with this junk." Dongjun exclaimed, exasperated. The shopkeeper's face paled, feigning ignorance. "What is Shuezo? It's still too early for snow." His acting was pitiful, and Dongjun glared at him, causing the shopkeeper to break into a cold sweat. Yet he stubbornly held his ground. Was it perhaps because he was not a true swordsman? Remembering the reason Song gifted Shuezo to Zoro in the original tale, Dongjun felt a sense of understanding wash over him. Chapter 27. The Boyne Archipelago. Confirmed. Never mind. Dongjun decided not to press the issue. Glancing around and pointing at the barrels filled with swords in the corner, he inquired, "How much for these?" "A bargain at 70,000 berries each." Song sighed in relief, eagerly resuming his sales pitch. 70,000. Why don't you go steal it instead?" Dongjun recalled that the price in the original story seemed different. Was the shopkeeper truly unscrupulous? Or were prices simply different? Nevertheless, Song adamantly refused to budge on the price. As Dongjun rummaged through the barrels, he finally discovered the sword he sought. Sandai Kitetsu. The Kitetsu series consisted of cursed swords, special vessels in their own right. Even without a deep understanding of swords, Dongjun could easily sense its presence due to his devil fruit abilities, encountering a cursed sword for the first time. He felt an irresistible urge to study it. His powers, or the avatars he manifested, could inhabit such vessels, but ordinary vessels were merely tools, engaged in a simple relationship of USI. In contrast, special vessels could achieve a synergistic effect. Like the small golden crow wielding the Mera no Mi from the feedback of his abilities, Sandai Kitetsu also appeared to be a special vessel, imbued with something akin to a will. How eerie. It was said that wielders of cursed swords rarely met a good end, but this was the best quality weapon Dongjun could acquire, and the advantages a fine weapon could provide were substantial. So he had no intention of letting it slip away. Song was a businessman, a competent one at that, but also an ordinary person. Upon seeing Dongjun select Sandai Kitetsu, his expression shifted dramatically as he shouted in protest. Believing Dongjun could not handle a cursed sword, and insisted he had made a mistake, Dongjun, uninterested in his bluster, thought to himself, "If I can't buy Shuezo or Sandai Kitetsu, then what was the point of coming here?" Moreover, how could he dare to call himself a swordsman without a decent blade? As he witnessed Song nearly soil himself in fear, he offered some reassuring words. "Don't worry, you won't be at a loss." Dongjun did not haggle. Out of gratitude, he added an extra 100, totaling 70,100 berries, then tossed the money aside and left the weapon shop, leaving a regretful Song behind. Last. Dongjun had acquired his primary weapon. Additionally, with no dedicated chef at the moment and unable to think of a suitable candidate, he decided to take on the task himself, to familiarize himself and prepare for learning offensive cooking. Dongjun purchased a considerable number of related books. As someone hailing from a gastronomically rich nation, he believed he would manage well with standard cuisines, but the specifics remained uncertain. While Dongjun shopped, Oka meandered through Road Town, seeking to capture some pirates for extra income, while the two younger ones trained aboard the ship. Old fan, your appetite one tea do. You need to eat more. Like me, eating more will help you grow. Dongjun had gradually developed a habit of eating quickly, even without utilizing his devil fruit abilities. I'm taller now, boss. Oka, having eaten his fill, looked quite composed. This is just the beginning. Just wait and see. I will definitely surpass you, Dongjun retorted, not willing to concede. Sabo, patting his round belly, lounged in satisfaction. Guna, having finished her meal long ago, was examining the cursed sword Dongjun had forcibly acquired, Sandai Kitetsu, attempting to discern its differences from her own blade. At that moment, the long-awaited transponder snail finally rang. Upon answering, Dongjun immediately heard the voice of Kuma. Dongjun, big brother, we found them. We located her. The transponder snail was weeping tears of happiness, due to the lack of anti-eavesdropping measures. Kuma could not speak too freely. However, Dongjun understood perfectly what Kuma was referring to, and he was elated. That was truly wonderful news. What's the situation? We found the little girl, and she is willing to help. They are currently being cared for by the attending physician. Just as you surmised, her condition is not too dire, since she was discovered early, and her situation has stabilized. However, due to the rarity of her illness, which differs from other terminal diseases, the doctor lacks relevant experience, so whether she can be completely cured will require further observation. Kuma sounded somewhat anxious. Isn't this a good start? Dongjun smiled, offering reassurance. Then inquired, so, the little girl can only assist, correct? Yes, Kuma nodded. We are also seeking other methods, hoping for a positive outcome. Asked the doctor if pure life energy would assist in the treatment. Dongjun suggested, aware that his own fruit abilities could provide help if developed adequately. After all, it was a side matter, akin to delivering a Buddha to the West, and having Kuma's assistance would greatly facilitate their upcoming trip to the Boyne Archipelago. At least it was better than traveling by ship. Dongjun was nearly seasick from the voyages. Kuma agreed, then called for someone, and shortly thereafter, different voices emerged from the transponder snail. How can we ascertain pure life energy? Dr. Kureha inquired. Because it would be transformed through my devil fruit abilities, confirming it as pure life energy. Dongjun was well aware of what his wish-granted abilities could achieve. Devil fruit, that is truly remarkable. If that is the case, it would indeed aid in treatment, at the very least prolonging the treatment process. Currently, the chance of completely curing her stands at 47%. Moreover, even if she cannot be cured, I can extend the onset of her illness by 2 to 3 years. So prepare yourselves, Dr. Kureha concluded. Falling silent, the image of the transponder snail shifted back to Kuma. Dongjun, big brother, have there been any updates on the location of the Boyne Archipelago? Dongjun asked. The transponder snail nodded. We have locked onto a general area, and will have news shortly. I am in Road Town. Once we have news, you can come directly to take us there. After agreeing with Kuma, Dongjun hung up and called his companions to prepare in advance. Are we going on a new adventure? How exciting! Sabo exclaimed innocently. Will it be a suitable place for training? Guena assumed a mature demeanor. What do we need to prepare? Oka, being the most composed, asked, contemplating the environmental conditions of their target location. Dongjun spoke earnestly. Rope? The others looked at him, puzzled. In any case, everyone should bring enough rope. So, where exactly are we headed? Sabo asked curiously. The Boyne Archipelago. 3 days later, on an untraveled stretch of coastline outside Road Town. Dongjun and his companions, fully packed, awaited their departure. Due to the distance to their destination and the lack of suitable docking locations, Dongjun had sold the ship. Guna, clutching her sword, gazed at the exuberant Sabo, finding him rather childish. Oka meticulously organized the large quantity of ammunition and gunpowder he had prepared, as Dongjun had indicated that their next destination was a place seldom visited by people. Soon, noises emerged from the coastline, and Kuma appeared, leaving behind a massive paw print, a giant. How impressive! Sabo marveled at Kuma, having never encountered someone so towering before. Dongjun stepped forward, having erased the traces of their journey. then received the menu documents from Ivankov that Kuma had organized, flipping through them casually. Definitely above my level. I can hardly comprehend it. Observing Kuma's hesitance, Dongjun waved his hand dismissively. The development of my abilities was always part of my plan. There is no need for concern. Now let us not waste any more time. I can hardly wait. Dongjun strapped on his pack, raised his right arm high, and shouted, "All right, everyone, our target is the Boyne Archipelago. Let us set off." Kuma clapped his palm down, and in an instant, Dongjun vanished from sight. "Huh, he disappeared," Sabo exclaimed, his face a picture of shock. Guina could not help but be astonished as well. It seemed they were in for a wondrous journey. Oka nodded respectfully at Kuma, then promptly vanished as well. Chapter 28. A glutton's paradise, the baron of the stomach was indeed mobile, albeit slowly. It was perpetually in motion, thus its location was not fixed. When Dongjun and his companions arrived, they landed in the bandit forest, only to be pursued by various carnivorous plants, leading to a chaotic escape. As the situation escalated, Dongjun and Guina took to the skies, watching Sabo scurry about in a panic, and they couldn't help but laugh heartily. "Help me, you big brute! I'm going to get eaten!" As Sabo fled, he shouted loudly. The unfamiliar terrain and circumstances left Oka somewhat flustered. Deciding that the fun had gone on long enough, Dongjun signaled to the Xiong to send both of them into the depths of the ensnaring forest before soaring through the skies with Guina. Even before they reached the ground, the two were greeted by an overwhelming and tantalizing aroma. What is that scent? How delightful! Upon finding the Xiong and the others, Sabo seemed to have forgotten his earlier predicament. Devouring food with abandon, Guina, who had maintained a stoic expression, couldn't help but lose her composure upon witnessing the scene before her. How marvelous! So, how about it? Isn't it great to hang out with me? The world outside is magnificent. This is just the beginning, and we will encounter even more intriguing experiences in the future. Observing Guina's newfound childlike demeanor, Dongjun wore a parental smile. Without further ado, he unleashed a series of loving iron fists upon Sabo. "Don't just focus on eating," Dongjun roused the young one and, along with the Xiong, provided an overview of the general situation regarding the Boingli Islands. "What? This entire island is a living carnivorous plant. We will be devoured." Sabo's face morphed into a comical expression, and the food in his mouth suddenly seemed less appetizing. Guina couldn't help but break into a cold sweat as well. "The rope. Didn't I prepare rope for you before coming here?" Dongjun remarked, attempting to cool Sabo down physically. "When the time comes, you can simply find a tree and hang yourself up? Is it that simple?" Sabo remained apprehensive. Dongjun then proceeded to explain the purpose of their visit. In the early stages of developing my devil fruit abilities, I require a substantial amount of food. This place is nothing short of paradise for me. There is no need for a chef. High-calorie food is abundant, and I can eat whenever and wherever I please. With the Trinity present, consuming food is the fastest and most efficient way for me to level up before reaching my maximum capacity. This is also an ideal upgrading ground for you, who are still in your developmental phase. However, this comes with its own dangers that if you cannot control your desires or fail to engage in digestive exercise after eating, you risk becoming overweight, which would not only hinder your training, but ultimately lead to becoming food for the Baron. Dongjun specifically cautioned Sabo, aiming to set a precedent. Therefore, it is crucial to learn self-discipline. Young one, as Guina was a girl, the loving iron fist could not be applied to her. Oka, being an adult, seemed untroubled by Dongjun's concerns, leaving Sabo as the only option to, "Don't worry, uncle. I'll be just fine," Sabo declared, regaining his confident demeanor. Dongjun was indifferent to his assurance. After all, he would be watching over him, that if Sabo could exercise self-discipline, that would be splendid. If not, he would be educated with the loving iron fists. After briefly explaining the concept of life return to the curious Guina, Dongjun outlined the precautions for the group. In the future, meals and rest should occur within the ensnaring forest. During rest, remember to tie yourselves to a tree to prevent accidents. Daily combat training can take place in the robber's forest, with everyone looking out for one another to avoid mishaps. Then, Dongjun turned to Oka, uncertain whether this place would aid in his development. "So, bear with it for now, Lao Fan. I find this quite intriguing. It will serve as an excellent hunting ground." Oka replied, maintaining his stoic expression. What a reassuring fellow he was. Long before, Dongjun had been fascinated by hockey. However, once a person forms a concrete understanding of something, it becomes challenging to shift perspectives. His trinity was rooted in fundamentals, and due to the presence of the Vitality Devil, Dongjun sought to experiment with something different. Thus, he suppressed his curiosity and refrained from trading specific information about hockey with Long and the others to avoid affecting his own understanding. Yet this applied solely to Dongjun himself. Oka and the others were exempt. Consequently, Dongjun shared the simple information he possessed, stating that survival itself is a struggle. Struggle is both a concept and a will, and its purpose is survival. To win, to achieve victory, your attack must surpass that of your opponent. And your defense must likewise be superior. This requires a profound understanding of your adversary, recognizing their actions, predicting their attacks, and thereby enhancing your own strengths while undermining theirs. Such power is not founded merely on sensory perception and physicality. It necessitates seeing, hearing, fighting, and conquering. When both body and will are sufficiently strong and unified, perhaps we can awaken the hidden treasures within us. This not only fortifies us, but can also alter and influence our enemies. To wield the will of struggle to master body and mind, to refine an intangible weapon and armor, is armament. To awaken the senses that discern friend from foe is observation. To crush and trample upon the beliefs and bodies of others with overwhelming momentum. Killing intent and willpower is conqueror. Finally, with a personal request, Dongjun enlisted the expertise of Xiong to provide proper guidance to the trio, ensuring that Dongjun's theoretical knowledge did not lead to misguided teachings. In a place like the Robber's Forest, where the law of the jungle prevails, survival of the fittest, this may prove beneficial for your training in that regard. Once everyone had established their goals, Dongjun selected an excellent locale to settle down, officially embracing a gluttonous lifestyle, indulging in food with reckless abandon, while he spoke to Sabo about controlling desire when it came to his own cravings. Dongjun cast aside all notions of restraint and surrendered entirely to self-indulgence. Thanks to the existence of the Trinity, there was no fear of becoming excessively overweight, allowing him to eat without worry. Dongjun also savored the long-lost bliss of being satiated. Xiong chose not to depart immediately, opting to remain for a while to allow Dongjun and the others to acclimate to their surroundings. Even Gana, upon arriving in such a novel place, could not help but exhibit childlike glee, wandering the island with Sabo for an extended time, all the while accompanied by Xiong and Jinwu. Meanwhile, Oka stayed close to Dongjun, having eaten to his fill, selecting a vantage point to continue honing his marksmanship, targeting not only the occasional seabirds flying overhead, but also the fauna, flora, and various sea kings lured to the island from the distant robber forest below. After the initial novelty wore off, the group began to establish a routine that on the third day of their arrival, the Baron commenced his feasting. The flower-like island gradually closed, and all living beings on the island began to plummet into the cavernous maw at its center, becoming sustenance for the Baron. This first experience sent a thrill through the adults, not to mention the two young ones. The days that followed returned to normalcy. Chapter 29. Number crunching due to the peculiar nature of his fruit's abilities. Dongjun's primary objective on the Boeing Islands was to consume, to voraciously feast, utilizing the characteristics of the Baroness' various subsidiary islands to bolster his foundational prowess. Initially, Dongjun's daily routine consisted of eating, sleeping, and dressing the two young ones in devilish attire to accompany them in their mischief as a form of leisure. The demon workshop and the energy demon operated at a rapid pace. Dongjun observed his physique and the fundamental abilities of his fruit surging at an astonishing rate, far exceeding his expectations. The range of his doppelganger's activities expanded from approximately 1 kilometer to 3, 10, and even 20 kilometers, rendering him no longer in need of babysitting the young ones. After outfitting them in their devilish garb and delineating their play area, Dongjun could remain in the lure forest to feast, allowing the little ones to roam freely. What was once a mere hypothesis was validated, and indeed surpassed all anticipations. Dongjun gradually grasped the concept of limits within this realm, understanding what it meant to hit the ceiling of potential. Thus, his daily life transformed into a cycle of sleeping, sleeping, and eating. Once Dong Jun and his companions became familiar with their environment, De Xiong took his leave. Dong Jun entrusted him with their remaining wealth, approximately 200 million berries, requesting that he periodically send essential supplies back via courier, such as the firearms Oka needed to alter and upgrade, the renowned swords Dong Jun desired, and various everyday necessities such as clothing and beverages, all of the finest quality. Amounting to considerable expenses, Dong Jun's mindset had shifted. Wealth was now merely a means to indulge, and thus he felt no regret, but rather immense joy. As familiarity with their surroundings grew, the lives of Dong Jun and his trio began to take on a structured rhythm. Especially for Dong Jun himself, whose routine became almost overly regulated. At times, he found himself absent-mindedly likening his existence to that of a pig. With the indulgence of desires, Dong Jun began to exhibit lethargy. After multiple reminders, Oka, having been repeatedly ignored, took the opportunity during Dong Jun's demonized feasting to shoot him several times. The pain jolted Dong Jun back to his senses, and with Oka as prompt, he recalled his responsibilities, welcoming the arrival of his third offspring, the demon offspring, gluttony. Gluttony was a manifestation of Dong Jun's own desires, a doppelganger he had split from himself. Upon its successful creation, Dong Jun regained his rationality. His daily routine remained unchanged, but he returned to his normal state. Initially, Dong Jun believed that with the Trinity's existence, achieving a gluttonous persona would be effortless, yet the reality of the experience revealed that even with such abilities, without control, one could easily develop abnormally. Habitually introspective, Dong Jun began to consciously direct and manage the Trinity upon discovering these issues. His sleep time gradually transformed into periods of meditative stillness, eventually leading him to forego sleep altogether, replacing it with a practice of tranquility. After deepening his understanding of the Trinity, for months into their stay on the Boeing Islands, Dong Jun, in the form of the mightiest Trinity demon god, divided his life force once more, giving rise to his fourth progeny, the moving spring water, demon offspring, ginseng fruit. Unlike Yin Luo, Jinwu, and gluttony, the ginseng fruit's essence was far more complex and comprehensive, embodying the entirety of Dong Jun's life form. Therefore, to nourish it, the Trinity must function in unison, unlike the others that required only Dong Jun's physical energy for enhancement. Nevertheless, all of this proved worthwhile. The energy demon could supply Dong Jun with stamina and energy reserves, and coupled with the demon workshop, his vitality levels exceeded his own capabilities. With the ginseng fruit now in existence, it could be said that as long as he did not encounter any grotesque adversaries, Dong Jun had truly become an indestructible entity. In high spirits, Dong Jun felt inclined to play with Sabo and Gwena. However, the two youngsters were thoroughly engrossed in their activities, showing no inclination to engage with him. Here, food was abundant, and the robber forest provided a means to expend their boundless energy. Coupled with the safety net provided by Dong Jun's demonic armament, their combat training was intense, propelled by an unknown source of motivation. Oka was also busy with his own affairs, leaving Dong Jun to focus on the demonic armament. The demonic armament, conjured from the doppelgangers, was fundamentally the same entity, allowing them to share Dong Jun's sensory perceptions. Because of this, Dong Jun could observe the combat styles of the two young ones and the force with which they endured each other's attacks, facilitating a unique form of combat training, akin to utilizing shadow clones in an overpowered manner. Finding newfound joy in this, Dong Jun felt elated. Gwena possessed a solid foundation in swordsmanship, and observing and learning from her battles significantly benefited Dong Jun's aspiration to become a swordmaster. However, Sabo's antics began to irk him. Unable to contain himself any longer, Dong Jun snatched Sabo's water pipe. Strength is fleeting, but handsomeness is eternal. Time to switch to sword practice. Let us embrace the dual-wielding style. The forcibly equipped Sabo, with two blades thrust upon him, felt quite displeased, yet his lack of strength compelled him to yield. It was not merely a capricious whim of the Eastern Lord. Sabo was still young, possessing commendable combat talent, yet his style had yet to fully crystallize. It was entirely feasible to alter his weaponry and combat style during this formative phase of rapid learning and adaptability. Moreover, there was an experienced mentor at hand. Guina was a prodigy in swordsmanship, although she had never taught anyone. Guiding a novice posed no challenge for her. After 2 months, when the Eastern Lord had replenished the life reserves of the ginseng fruit to its temporary limit through the Trinity, he contacted Bear to transport the little one from the Boeing Islands. Due to the intense consumption over the past 6 months, the island's environment had been significantly affected to avoid provoking the Baron and inciting any undesirable incidents. The Eastern Lord relocated the group. This Baron's branch comprised 7 factions, and estimating a 6-month duration for each, the Eastern Lord believed he could seclude himself here for over 3 years. However, as time progressed, he noticed the speed of his consumption and energy absorption was still surging. His enhancement rate was accelerating in tandem with his growing strength. After 3 months on the second island, the Eastern Lord changed locations once more. It was there that they encountered Heracles, a resident of the island, and they soon became friends. The 2 children had a new sparring partner, and Heracles enjoyed playing with youngsters, resulting in a harmonious interaction. With suitable opponents, Akka increased his combat training, leading to his awakening of haki, both observation and armament. Thus, a year swiftly elapsed. Now over 3 meters tall, the Eastern Lord reclined on a chair woven from the island's vegetation, leisurely perusing the latest newspaper. Having remained in this secluded locale, scarcely graced by newsbirds, their understanding of the outside world relied solely on newspapers delivered regularly by Bear. Ginny's condition had shown progress months prior. Dr. Correa had deduced a new treatment plan from clinical data, significantly improving the chances of recovery. With more ginseng fruit provided for assistance, it was reported that her condition had markedly improved, with much of the jade stone on her body having faded. If this continued, complete recovery was merely a matter of time. Everything was progressing positively. Chapter 30. Super Evolution. By now, the Eastern Lord had cultivated the abilities of the energy demon to the point where they functioned as naturally as breathing. This meant that as long as the energy demon stored surplus energy, his body could become stronger at any time and in any place. His focus over the past year had primarily been on consumption, leaving experimentation with the Vitality Demon and Divine Demons on hold, resulting in minimal progress. However, due to the Energy Demon's exaggerated evolution, the Vitality Demon had also surged in strength, now capable of providing substantial combat support to the Eastern Lord. The most evident manifestation was the additional power the Vitality Demon could bestow upon him. Indeed, akin to inner strength and true energy, the Eastern Lord possessed a unique driving force absent in others of this world, a remarkably potent one. Furthermore, since it was derived from life energy, the Eastern Lord's vitality exhibited a degree of resistance to the abilities of devil fruits, a fact he and Bear had already tested. Thus, even without mastering haki, he would not be entirely helpless against formidable natural types. His normal state, the state empowered by the Vitality Demon, and his form when fully embodying the Trinity would represent 3 distinct manifestations, each with a colossal and exaggerated disparity in power. Coupled with the fact that he himself was uncertain of the exact amount of energy reserves he possessed, the Eastern Lord could modestly classify himself among the ranks of monsters. However, he was merely inflated in power. Yet with barely a year and a half past, his rate of advancement had already reached remarkable heights. Moreover, due to the Trinity, as long as there was energy and he had not reached his maximum level, his rate of strengthening would continue to accelerate in tandem with his growing power. What remained was for him to solidify this inflated strength, truly transforming into a monster. Therefore, one must learn to be content, even amidst a grotesquely distorted grin. The giant, several meters tall, gluttonous creature flew gracefully through the air, bringing Akka and the others to the Eastern Lord, landing before him and subsequently shrinking to a suitable size, playfully trotting over to lie affectionately at his feet. Observing the significantly transformed companions before him, the Eastern Lord erupted with joyous laughter. The appointed time was fast approaching. Time passed swiftly, and in the midst of his relentless training, he had nearly forgotten Sabo, with the flying bird and the empty cicada blades, now hung at his waist, lamented, feeling the shortest among the 4, even shorter than Guina by half a head, standing at less than 1. 7 meters. Was a new adventure about to commence? Sabo was brimming with excitement, as usual, The golden crow perched habitually atop his head, pecking playfully. Are we really leaving? Guena pondered with a hint of nostalgia. Standing above 1.7 meters, still sporting her neatly cropped hair and clad in a pristine white outfit, wielding the sword Wadu Ikamanji, Guena had grown into a more poised and determined individual, her demeanor exuding both coolness and maturity, captivating the Eastern Lord with her intriguing yet endearing presence. The transformation he had observed in Ace was now mirrored in Guena. Her physique had also been activated. Unlike Sabo, who still exhibited signs of childhood, Guena was the most focused among the four, maintaining a strict daily regimen, her swordsmanship practice unwavering, and her dedication to training and combat far exceeding that of Sabo. Even when utterly fatigued, she would follow the Eastern Lord's example, meditating to cultivate her spirit, never wasting time on trivial pursuits to date. She remained undefeated. What Zoro could not achieve, Sabo also failed to accomplish. As time passed, Guena's enhanced physique synergistically amplified her sword techniques learned since childhood, creating a compounding effect that left Sabo with no chance of victory against her. The gap between them only widened. Thus, she regarded Sabo with an air of superiority, as a strong individual surveying a weaker foe. It is time to depart, Akka urged, urgency evident in his tone that a year had passed, and Akka now stood at a height of 3.4 meters, his weapon having undergone several modifications, yet his glasses, hat, and cloak remained unchanged. Akka was an adult, exceptionally talented. Unlike the two younger companions who merely observed the Eastern Lord's transformation, Akka, having awakened observation haki, perceived daily changes in the Eastern Lord. Occasionally, he would find himself taken aback, as the figure he recognized through observation had become almost unrecognizable, an ominous giant clad in human form. The limits of unrecognizability, coupled with the unfathomable energy concealed within, led Akka to view the Eastern Lord as a monster long before. Despite awakening his dual haki and his own growth, the fact that his boss was evolving instilled immense pressure and motivation within Akka, compelling him to strive harder lest he be left far behind, perhaps even out of sight. Unlike the Eastern Lord, Akka lacked devil fruit powers or overly extraordinary attributes. Thus he could only contemplate compensating for the vast disparity through haki, which required honing the Bowing Islands. However, no longer provided him with any challenges, which fueled his eagerness to seek formidable opponents, enemies capable of instilling trepidation within him. After all, only formidable adversaries could forge true strength. Are we truly departing? Heracles, who had just arrived, expressed reluctance. Unlike the Eastern Lord and his companions, Heracles had always lived on the Bowing Islands. A botanist by trade, he relished pushing boundaries and had no yearning for external adventures. With his strength, he could thrive in this place, and he found joy in his existence, untouched by the tumultuous trials of the outside world. His strength lay in his physique and experience, yet he lacked haki, which did not hinder his formidable nature. The Eastern Lord gazed at his companions, bewildered. Are you all preparing for exams? What exams? Sabo replied, puzzled, as the older man began speaking in his incomprehensible manner. I'm just excited. After so long of diligent training, I can finally seek new opponents to test my skills, he exclaimed. Although I know I've grown stronger here, it's just Guena who spars with me. In any case. I am so looking forward to it. Sabo could hardly contain his eagerness. What's this? Do you look down on Guena, always losing to her little shorty? The Eastern Lord, ever the instigator, began to stir the pot. What? I'm just developing at a slower pace. I will grow taller, Sabo retorted defiantly. Not everyone can be as abnormal as the old man. The golden crow shifted slightly on Sabo's head, pecking at him playfully. You're just speaking ill of Daddy. I'm merely stating the truth, not speaking ill. You little snitch, Sabo complained, directing his grievances toward the bird perched above him. Chapter 31. The hunting plan I know Guena too well. And we are good friends. Sparring is fine, but truly facing her in combat is simply impossible. Sabo cast a glance at Guena, then turned to Dongjun to express his grievances. We are not like you, Uncle, who can simply grow stronger by indulging in food. We require true opponents to hone our skills. He has indeed matured. Oka nodded in agreement, yet remarked, You're still just as childish. Guena coolly observed Sabo. who was still prone to exuberant outbursts, and asked, "What? Do you wish to become an ability user like me?" Dongjun inquired with curiosity as he looked at Sabo. Upon hearing this, Sabo's face lit up with longing. "If I were to encounter a good fruit, I wouldn't mind becoming a drowned duck at all. The idea of being an ability user is simply fascinating. Alas, that uncle has let the stinking firebird consume the flame fruit. I really like that ability." Xiao Jinwu pecked at Sabo a few times, causing him to yelp in pain. With a chuckle, Dongjun interjected, "In fact, Jinwu merely utilized the flame fruit. He did not consume it." Sabo, clutching his head, brightened at the revelation. "Uncle, are you implying?" "Don't dwell on it." Dongjun doused his enthusiasm with a splash of cold water. "You can seek a fruit, but it cannot be this one." "Why not?" Sabo asked in confusion. "Guess," Dongjun replied with a smile. Oka gazed at Sabo and couldn't help but exclaim, "Kid, the boss truly favors you. The fruit that not even a dog would eat is offered to me, but withheld from you. Clearly, he has other plans for you, and the expectations are quite high." Rolling his eyes at Oka, Dongjun retorted, "Don't slander me, old fan. How long ago was that? Why are you still holding on to it? Besides, the natural type is rare, powerful, and rather impressive. I SNT it. It's just that this little brat ISNT suited for it." Nodding seriously, Oka replied, "I believe you, damn." Dongjun shot Oka middle finger and chose to ignore him. "What about Kuna? Do you wish to eat a devil fruit?" Dongjun turned to inquire. Kuna shook her head. "I haven't considered that yet. Perhaps I'll think about it when the time comes." "And you, old fan?" Dongjun asked again, "that I do not reject the idea of a devil fruit." Oka responded with a natural nod. Due to the lack of explicit rejection, he did not dismiss the idea and even harbored some desire for a devil fruit, as it could effectively and swiftly bridge the gap in their abilities. In that case, we must expedite our devil fruit hunting plans, Dongjun proclaimed with a broad grin. "The reason I came here was for personal motives. Now, it seems the outcome is quite favorable. This place serves well as a foundation for you. And now, I have finally completed my registration and shed my novice identity. The Trinity no longer requires my deliberate maintenance to function effectively. It is time to depart and confront a broader world, time to stir up some excitement." The last sentence seemed to be the crux of the matter, Sabo remarked with a hint of sarcasm. "Not important." Dongjun waved his hand dismissively. "Let us pack up. Soon, Xiongzi will come to fetch us. All our belongings are in the belly of the beast. There is nothing to tidy up," Sabo retorted, glancing around. A few jumped atop the large trees, surveying the entire island. However, as departure loomed, he suddenly felt a twinge of reluctance. Dongjun paid no heed to the child's sentiments. He stood up and approached Hercules, offering him a heartfelt hug, saying, "I can't believe we have to part ways so soon. I'm truly reluctant." Hercules, Chapter 32. The hunting plan 2, due to a chapter being posted incorrectly and unremovable. Chapter 31 was split into 2 to avoid impacting reading. Dongjun. Hercules embraced Dongjun with equal emotion, declaring, "A man's farewell needs no tears. Moreover, the ocean is vast. I believe we shall meet again in the future." "Indeed," Dongjun nodded vigorously. Then he turned to Oka, who was still a head taller than him, and chose to ignore him, before glancing at Hercules, who was a bit shorter than himself. Very good. Pleasing to the eye." On the other side stood Ka, who had shrunk to a similar height as a little radish compared to him, and Dongjun smiled even more. "Come, Ka, bid farewell to Hercules." The girl gave Dongjun a disdainful look, but was quite cordial toward Hercules. After Sabo no longer exerted much pressure on her, the remaining company on the island consisted of Dongjun, who only knew how to eat like a pig daily, Oka, who was more focused on shooting than on children, and the survival expert, Hercules. Thus, they shared a relationship that was both mentor and friend. Naturally, there was some reluctance in the face of parting. Channeling his ability, Dongjun activated his demon transformation, appearing as if clad in a dazzling armor, and soared into the skies above the island like a sharp arrow. Leaning down, he gazed earnestly and gratefully at the island below. Whether it was an illusion or not, Dongjun felt that the Baron of Stomach's 7 branch islands seemed a bit slimmer than when they first arrived. Perhaps it was the melancholy of the impending separation that rendered them weary. "Rest assured, I shall not forget you. Once I finish my business, I will return to visit you. Await me. It is a promise." Baron, Dongjun called out loudly. Perhaps it was a trick of the eyes, but in a moment of daze, Dongjun thought he saw the Baron tremble slightly. Drowning, a soft cry echoed as the sea beyond the island erupted into towering waves over 100 meters high, revealing a massive human face amidst the tumult. Father, demon offspring, drowning in a world predominantly ruled by oceans and inhabited by ability users, how could Dongjun, who possessed bad habits, feel secure without leaving himself a sliver of a backup plan? You read too large. Xiongzi probably can't handle you. Once we depart, you shall act on your own, Dongjun advised. Okay, father, you can rest easy, drowning obediently nodded. Bring me some fish, Dongjun instructed. The towering wave subsided into the sea, and soon a massive whirlpool formed, followed by a spiraling ascent, the center of which was a gigantic sea creature that had been thrown into disarray. Channeling his ability, Dongjun partially demonized, his black left hand extending and elongating, conjuring a colossal claw that overshadowed the sun. Demon Claw. The enormous sea creature was caught in his hand as easily as a chick. Tao Tai, he called softly, and a shadow from the island swiftly appeared. With an insatiable appetite, Tao Tai opened its cavernous mouth and devoured the 4 gigantic sea creatures whole. Gift prepared, Dongjun nodded, signaling drowning to act freely. The sea soon returned to tranquility, leaving only Tao Tai hovering beside him. Casting a sweeping gaze around, he commanded, "Everyone, return." Instantly, countless small and large black dots converged toward Dongjun at an astonishing speed from a radius of over 100 kilometers, resembling a magnificent black firework display. In the blink of an eye, Dongjun was engulfed in darkness, which quickly seeped into his body, restoring him to his original state. That moment, 3 massive paw-like energy spheres rushed in at a speed beyond ordinary human perception, landing on the island in an instant. However, Dongjun's eyes perceived everything clearly. Now, under the nourishment of the Trinity, his senses had evolved to an extraordinary level, granting him a preliminary experience of bullet time. Adopting a superhero's flying posture, Dongjun swiftly flew towards the landing paw. Boom! The hero has landed. Chapter 1. Sky Island Big Brother. Deshiong appeared just as he always had, but with a brighter smile on his face. Accompanying him was the demon offspring, the 4th, ginseng fruit, along with a neatly packed pile of swords, guns, and daily necessities, all acquired with the remainder of their finances. Father, a small doll, no larger than a palm, wearing a hat made of several green leaves, floated over from Deshiong and perched on Dongjun's shoulder, swinging its little feet. Without needing Dongjun to explain, Tao Tai had already begun to voraciously consume the supplies Deshiong had brought. "Oh, has Jinny's illness improved?" Dongjun asked in surprise, realizing that Deshiong had brought back ginseng fruit, indicating that Jinny's condition had taken a turn for the better. Nodding, Deshiong beamed. She is now in the final recovery phase. "Thank you, big brother. That's wonderful." Dongjun laughed heartily. With Jinny's healing experience and proactive measures, there was no longer any need to worry about Bonnie's condition, and oh wonder Deshiong's demeanor had changed so much. He seemed much more relaxed. After exchanging farewells with Hercules, the group officially departed from the Point Island aboard Xiong's express service, Gaia Island, after promising to Xiong to visit them at Magnetic Drum Island when time allowed. They bid each other farewell. Dongjun activated his ability, transforming into his demon form. The black fireworks erupted. Countless tiny black dots spread out in all directions, quickly revealing the entire topography of Gaia Island. Uncertain of the outcome, Dongjun approached with a tentative spirit, but soon his avatar encountered an old acquaintance. "Oh, you've already arrived here," Dongjun exclaimed as he headed towards them with Oka and the others, explaining the upcoming destination along the way. "Sky Island? An island in the sky. Does such a place really exist?" Sabo's eyes sparkled as he jumped up in excitement. With a smile, Dongjun replied, "We'll find out for ourselves when we go and see." In the present day, a rather rudimentary half-constructed dwelling stands by the seaside, devoid of any occupants. Although Dongjun struggles to recall the precise timeline, it appears that Kurik's Simian coalition has yet to be established. He must have recently parted ways with his subordinates, remaining alone on Gaia Island in pursuit of the truth regarding his ancestry, seeking the fabled land of gold. He is indeed a man of remarkable perseverance. Unfortunately, his efforts seem misguided, as he has mistaken the empty island for mere legend and has instead turned his attention to the more tangible depths of the ocean in search of treasure. Dong Jun engages in casual conversation with his companions while awaiting Kurik's return, sharing insights about the unique aspects of the empty island, including its environment, fauna, and specialties. Before long, they witness the return of Kurik. Emerging from the depths, a pirate, perhaps, Kurik, upon reaching the shore, appears unfazed as he lights a cigarette, scrutinizing the unfamiliar figures before him, mistaking Dong Jun and his companions for would-be robbers that we are not pirates. Dong Jun chuckles, "We intend to journey to the empty island. Would you care to join us, descendants of Nolan?" Kurik is momentarily taken aback. "The empty island? Do you truly believe in that legend? Shouldn't one ascertain the truth by witnessing it firsthand? After all, you seem to have little else to occupy your time." Dong Jun extends a friendly invitation that Kurik's motivation for venturing to the empty island is straightforward: the sound thunder, fruit, and gold. Enel ascended to godhood 6 years prior to the commencement of the narrative and had earlier obliterated Burka. The capacity to annihilate a small sky island suggests that his fruit's powers have been developed to a significant extent, likely within a span of 1 to 2 years. Given Enel's arrogant disposition, it is probable that once he acquired the sound thunder fruit's abilities, his ego would swell rapidly, potentially shortening this timeline further. Presently, with just over 8 years remaining until 1520, it stands to reason that Burka still exists, and the sound thunder fruit likely remains intact as well, since Enel has yet to reach Sandora. The worthless gold on the empty island remains untouched and unclaimed. Furthermore, even if the fruit has been consumed by Enel, as long as Dong Jun can capture him, the powers of thunder will still be within reach. Dong Jun's own devil fruit was acquired through a wish, endowing him with capabilities akin to the most nefarious of the original dark fruits. Hunting down devil fruit users is entirely feasible. Although lacking haki, the vitality of Dong Jun's devil fruit enables him to capture the natural embodiment, and he has even prepared gloves embedded with sea prism stone and several rare sea prism bullets for Akka. Specifically for this purpose, Kurik surveyed Dong Jun and his companions before glancing at the vast expanse of the beach. "So, how do you plan to ascend to the heavens? Will you rely on the soaring currents of the nearby waters of Gaia Island? It seems you lack even a vessel." With that, Kurik beheld the now enlarged and airborne "It can fly. What a remarkable creature! Tautai is a creation of my devil fruit abilities, more than capable of safely carrying us skyward." Dong Jun replied, affectionately patting his third companion. "Consider it, Kurik, that a man who has cast aside his pirate identity and comrades in pursuit of his ancestral glory is unlikely to be one to dawdle." Despite their initial meeting, Kurik, stripped of possessions, felt little that warranted the attention of others, save for his own head, valued at 25 million after hastily packing his belongings and donning fresh attire. Kurik joined Dong Jun and the others atop Tautai. As they ascended, Kurik gazed skyward, lost in thought, uncertain of the hopes he harbored, or perhaps devoid of any expectations entirely. Upon reaching an altitude of 5,000 to 6,000 meters, Sabo and Guna's expressions began to shift, their breathing becoming somewhat labored. "This is high altitude. The air is thin. Your physiques are not yet robust enough. You'll need time to acclimate. Do not fret. Just relax," Dong Jun reassured the somewhat anxious youngsters. Though they were gifted and had undergone training, they remained children, their bodies not yet at their peak. Akka, however, maintained a steady demeanor, even taking a few deep breaths to savor the rare experience Hecate last. They beheld the boundless sea of clouds. "Is this the empty island?" Kurik's resolve wavered, his calm demeanor giving way to excitement. "Not quite yet. This should be the White Sea, at approximately 7,000 meters. We must traverse the White Sea and ascend to 10,000 meters to truly reach the empty island." Although Luffy and Robin had utilized their abilities within the White Sea in the original narrative, Dong Jun remained cautious, opting to envelop himself entirely with his devil fruit armor to avert any unforeseen mishaps. Tautai, being a creation of devil fruit powers, did not share the same aversion to the sea as Dong Jun's avatar. As they drew near the Sea of Clouds, Dong Jun urged everyone to take deep breaths before Tautai plunged into the mist. Although it appeared light and airy, The clouds possessed an oceanic texture. Visibility was severely limited within the cloud sea, rendering Dong Jun and his companions, save for Akka, effectively blind. Suddenly, with a resounding bang, Akka, possessing observation haki, redirected his firearm and shot a creature from the empty island that had been lured into the clouds, causing the colossal octopus to burst like a balloon. A monster! Sabo and Gunna gasped in shock. Sabo attempted to exclaim but choked on the mist. Moments later, Taotai burst forth from the clouds, and the group was once again greeted by sunlight. Chapter 2. Alliance at Sandora. Wow. So pristine. This truly is a sea of clouds. We are really at the empty island, Sabo exclaimed, standing atop Taotai, surveying the surroundings with glee. Before them lay a vast ocean of clouds, dotted with the occasional rolling creatures of the empty island, and in the distance, a rising river of clouds. Above, a pure white expanse, thick layers of clouds piled majestically, creating a breathtaking spectacle. What a wondrous landscape! Gunna echoed, her expression one of astonishment. Akka observed the environment while inhaling deeply, attuning himself to the changes within his body amidst this new atmosphere. Throughout this, Dong Jun exhibited no signs of distress whatsoever. As he retracted his devil fruit armor, Dong Jun turned to Kurik, whose eyes shimmered with tears of excitement. Your ancestors did not deceive you. Sandora exists. Kurik, now somewhat calmer, smiled and replied, the great warrior Calgera. Was it? Indeed, the descendants of Calgera remain, honoring the pact made with your ancestors as they strive to once again ring the golden bell. Dong Jun's gaze shifted upward, for the treasures he sought lay just above the sea of clouds. Wonderful! My ancestors were not liars, Kurik murmured. My intention in bringing you to the empty island is twofold. To assist you in fulfilling a promise made over 400 years ago, and to utilize your lineage as a means to engage with the Sandorians. After all, one of my objectives is the gold of Sandora, Dong Jun disclosed candidly. Gold, you say? Kurik was not surprised. Those in search of the land of gold must naturally covet its riches. He shook his head. I cannot make that decision, nor will I wage war against Calgera's descendants on your behalf. Patting Kurik's shoulder, Dong Jun reassured him. Rest easy. I have no intention of instigating conflict with them, that he continued. Since the great Sandora was swept into the empty island over 400 years ago, the land of gold has been seized by the locals, the Sandorians, who have been driven from their homeland and forced into hiding. This is a significant reason they have been unable to ring the golden bell and uphold their agreement with your ancestors. However, the golden bell has been raised high above the island clouds by a colossal vine. And even if the Sandorians still inhabit their homeland, they would likely be unable to ring ITSO. That is the case. How wonderful! Kurik felt a weight lift from his heart as he finally grasped the truth. His ancestors were not deceivers, and the Sandorians had not intentionally broken their promise. After more than 4 centuries, the stigma that had burdened him was finally lifted, and he could no longer contain his joy. Erupting into laughter, the current plight of the Sandorians is far from favorable. To put it bluntly, the ownership of the land of gold does not presently belong to them. Moreover, after many years on the empty island, they have adapted entirely to their new environment. Unless they wish to return to the blue sea, the value of gold here pales in comparison to that of land. And land, in this instance, is the very root of conflict between the Sandorians and the islanders in this realm. Land is equivalent to gold. The insatiable beast, Taotai, soared without pause, swiftly arriving at the gates of paradise, having no money to his name. Dong Jun had no intention of paying the entry fee. The group rode upon Taotai, gliding through the Cloud River, ultimately reaching the expanse of the sky and officially stepping into the realm of the heavens. Black fireworks erupted, and Dong Jun's avatars spread out in all directions, beginning to familiarize themselves with their surroundings. Although he lacked a heart net capable of enveloping the entire Sky Island, he possessed numerous demonic avatars that could cover the vast expanse. As the sensory probes of the avatars explored, Dong Jun gradually uncovered the existence of Angel Island, other unnamed small sky islands, and the fabled land of gold. The Sky Islands were not limited to just 1 or 2. While the original narrative mentioned only Angel Island, Sandora, and the long-destroyed Baika, many islands akin to Angel Island were scattered around Sandora. With Taotai's presence, Dongjun and his companions did not need to walk or take boats along the cloud paths. They paid no heed to the curious inhabitants of the sky islands they encountered along the way, nor to the obviously hostile white berets they discovered. Taotai continued its journey towards Sandia. Yunin Village, a settlement nestled between two layers of island clouds, was situated in an unknown location near Sandia. With a newfound direction, Dongjun effortlessly located the hiding place of the Sandia people using his numerous avatars. Pushing through the thick island clouds, Dongjun and his companions finally arrived at this concealed village. The arrival of Taotai incited widespread panic. Cries from women and children mingled with the furious roars of adults. Perhaps Dongjun and his companions had arrived too abruptly, or perhaps Taotai's fearsome appearance led the Sandia people to immediately label them as foes. Various artillery and gunfire soon followed, accurately striking Taotai's immense form. However, Taotai hovered in the air, remaining unscathed despite the assaults. A unique avatar of Dongjun, manifested through his own greed, Taotai's insatiable hunger was not confined merely to appetite or desire, but extended to anything it could accept. Endure, absorb, and digest, including energy and physical impacts. Unless the force exceeded its limits, it would be incapable of sustaining any harm. In other words, when others' attacks struck Taotai, two outcomes could occur. It could be obliterated instantly, or it would have no effect whatsoever. This grotesque ability would evolve into an undeniable, invincible power as Dongjun's foundational attributes improved, at least in terms of defense. Taotai possessed the potential to reach the absolute limits of this realm. This was the formidable power granted to Dongjun through his extraordinary wishes. Waiting for the barrage below to subside, Taotai slowly descended and then opened its massive jaws, regurgitating the four enormous sea kings captured earlier in the waters of the Boeing Islands. The colossal bodies plummeted to the ground, impacting not only the island clouds but also the Sandia people, locals who had lived in the Sky Islands for nearly 400 years. They had never encountered such a peculiar product of the blue sea. The local creatures of the Sky Islands, due to environmental factors, had all developed unusual forms, resembling balloons, and were entirely different from the marine life of the blue sea. There's someone inside the monster. The Sandia people discovered a blind spot. Gradually shifting their positions, Taotai opened its mouth once more, expelling a heap of weapons and supplies that had been meticulously prepared. Upon landing, Dongjun stepped forward, arms wide open. Laughing heartily, "This is a welcome gift. I am Dongjun, a denizen of the blue sea, here to offer assistance that I wish to meet your rakeage." The Sandia people exchanged glances, hesitatingly putting away their weapons. Although they could not comprehend the bizarre words of this peculiar individual, the warriors of Sandia refrained from further aggression. The Sandia people, having been embroiled in constant warfare with the Sky Islanders, were forced to hide in such a remote location as Yunin Village, their resources scarce and lives meager. The food and supplies brought by Dongjun demonstrated significant goodwill and, to some extent, clarified their stance. The commotion had long drawn the attention of all the villagers of Yunin. The chieftain of Sandia, an elderly man adorned with an eccentric hat, approached Dongjun and his companions amidst a throng of onlookers. After listening to the warriors' accounts, he welcomed Dongjun with gratitude. "Greetings, denizen of the blue sea. Thank you for your gifts," he said, also apologizing for their prior aggressive actions. "However, we do not have anyone named Rakeage here." How could a place called Yunin Village not have a Rakeage? Quickly select one, or change the title of your leader. It would sound much cooler. Dongjun enthusiastically proposed his outlandish suggestion. "Rakeage? That does sound quite impressive." Sabo and Gana whispered, receiving a disapproving glance from Gana. In return, it was improbable that the traditional and principled tribespeople of Sandia would alter their customs merely due to the words of an outsider. Nonetheless, the atmosphere had softened considerably. The chieftain repeatedly expressed his gratitude to Dongjun. In addition to the warriors, many women and children hid at a distance or in tents, curiously observing the proceedings. The Sandia warriors who had appeared in the original narrative were still merely adolescents. Like Weeb, who had yet to reach adulthood, but already wielded weapons alongside the adults. Dongjun could only rely on his vague memories to recognize them, as for the girl named Aisha, who awakened her observation haki at birth. She might be even younger, Perhaps she had just been born. The current leader of the Sandia warriors was named Luca, seemingly the father of the young boy Weeb. Kulik observed intently, feeling exhilarated upon encountering the Sandia people. However, as one brought along by Dongjun, he wisely refrained from overshadowing the moment, quietly standing to the side. Aside from the supplies I previously brought, I have an even better gift, the descendant of Wonbrun Nolan. Kulik Wonbrun. After establishing some rapport, Dongjun formally introduced Kulik to the Sandia people. Upon hearing this, the Sandia individuals present were momentarily stunned, disbelief swiftly giving way to excitement that a descendant of Nolan? Is it true? His curly hair resembles that of our ancestors. Even the women and children who had been hiding at a distance rushed forward, encircling Kulik with warmth and curiosity, bombarding him with questions. The rough, diamond-headed giant, usually reserved, displayed a rare blush in the face of the Sandia people's enthusiasm. Yet Dongjun could tell he was enjoying the attention. With Kulik as the perfect icebreaker, Dongjun and his companions received an exceptionally warm reception. They were directly invited into this village that had not permitted outsiders for centuries. After becoming somewhat acquainted, Dongjun formally presented his purpose to the chieftain and Luca that, of course, he would not explicitly mention the matter of the Thunder Fruit. Gold, the ancient city of Sandia, the legendary land of gold, is the reason for our visit. Impossible. The land of gold is a precious legacy left by our ancestors. We will never relinquish it to you outsiders. Weeb, who had the privilege of listening in due to his unique status, vehemently retorted, his enthusiasm quickly fading. The other youths of similar age to Weeb also displayed intense emotions, even revealing strong hostility. Dongjun was not surprised and remained silent, merely observing the chieftain of Sandia as he sipped his tea. The great warrior Luca halted Weeb and the others, casting a complex gaze at the chieftain. The atmosphere grew tense. The surrounding Sandia people turned their attention to Kulik, eager to discern his stance. With a serious expression, Kulik rose to his feet, since my ancestor Nolan was executed as a fraud. Several centuries have passed, and even his descendants have begun to doubt the existence of a land of gold, treating it as mere legend. Honestly, I was not a believer myself until Dongjun and his companions found me and brought me before you. They helped me confirm that my ancestor was not a fraud, allowing me to clear his name. Kulik cast a deep glance at Dongjun before stepping aside to assert his stance. However, I do not share the same position as them. The matter of the land of gold is for you to decide. I knew it. How could a descendant of Nolan be allied with such despicable individuals? The previously skeptical Weeb and the others immediately applauded in agreement. Nolan was executed as a fraud. The chieftain gazed sorrowfully at Kulik. We have failed our promise. At this, the Sandia people also fell into a state of sorrow. After regaining composure, the chieftain spoke again to Dongjun. Though we feel deeply ashamed. The land of gold is no longer ours to govern. 400 years ago, we were driven from our homeland, and now we can only reside in this obscure place. What you seek, we cannot provide. He spoke the truth. Dongjun was well aware that his elaborate journey was motivated by two factors. Firstly, his admiration for the enduring pact between the Shandians and the Norlandians that has lasted for centuries. And secondly, his profound disdain and aversion towards the actions of the Sky Islanders. And no matter how they justify their actions, the Sky Islanders cannot escape the identity of invaders. Even the current deity, Gonfu, who is committed to fostering peace between both parties, is no exception. Peace is undoubtedly commendable, yet Gonfu's demeanor and his words in the original text exude an arrogance that repulses and even disgusts Dongjun. They regard what was taken from others as their own property and generously bestow the so-called peace upon the Shandians, who have had their homeland snatched away. It is not only the parties involved, like Wei Bo, but even outsiders like Dongjun cannot tolerate this. On the other hand, Dongjun could ignore the Shandians and Sky Islanders and directly seize the gold, but their numbers were too few. The gold in the Golden Land is mostly embedded in the architecture of the entire city, and Dongjun is reluctant to cause destruction. Thus, he can only dismantle it piece by piece. Even with his clones, for individuals would expend too much effort, so it would be wiser to enlist help. Excluding the Sky Islanders, the Shandians become excellent collaborators, as previously mentioned, unless the Shandians intend to return to Qinghai. The gold holds little significance for them, aside from the Golden Bell. However, Shandora lies within the White Sea of the Sky Island, and the Golden Bell is also located there, unless they intend to annihilate the entire island like Enel did in the original story. It is unlikely that the Shandians will return to Qinghai. Therefore, the value of gold for them has diminished significantly, which is why Dong Jun believes he might persuade them that I understand. Dong Jun nodded. Your ancestors, like us, all came from Qinghai. Thus, we are natural allies. You wish to reclaim your homeland, and we can assist you that we desire gold, but not all of it. The treasures of the Golden Land and the light of Shandora will undoubtedly be reserved for you Shandians, as they are what you have long cherished and pursued, symbols of your Shandora, and they pertain to your agreement with Norland that I hold great respect for this pact, which has persisted for over 4 centuries without being forgotten. Such respect must be afforded. If you agree, we shall act together, reclaim your homeland, and fulfill the ancient pact while we take the gold we desire, achieving a mutually beneficial outcome. If you disagree, it matters not. We will procure the gold in our own way. In that case, we will undoubtedly clash with the Sky Islanders, and you may act freely, each relying on your own abilities to acquire what you need. Chapter 3. The future deity. Dong Jun's words stirred profound reactions among the Shandians. The light of Shandora is an obsession passed down through generations, holding immense significance for them. Observing the excited Shandians and the contemplative warriors led by Luca, Dong Jun remained patient, awaiting their response. Among them, some were vehemently opposed, yet others recognized the futility of reclaiming their land solely with Shandian strength. Thus, forming an alliance with outsiders was an acceptable option. The chief and Luca happened to be those sufficiently composed individuals. Ultimately, they reached a compromise that we are willing to ally. The chief quelled the quarreling tribesmen and inquired of Dong Jun. However, the Sky Islanders possess formidable military might and vast numbers. The deity of the Sky Island and his divine army are exceedingly troublesome. Our war with them has endured for centuries without resolution. You have but a handful of people. How can we achieve victory? Is it reliant on that beast of yours? Or the peculiar firebird? A deity? Are there deities here? Sabo inquired with curiosity, speaking in a hushed tone. Perhaps he is an ignorant and arrogant fool, or a peculiar ability user like Uncle. Guina speculated. In response to the chief's doubts, Dong Jun expressed understanding, yet he had no intention of showcasing his prowess for their amusement. There are indeed skilled individuals on the Sky Island, but they are few and not overly monstrous. Dong Jun assessed that with his current strength, combined with Oka, even facing Enel, who has consumed the Rumble fruit, they would be able to manage. Together, they should be considered invincible, making this place unsuitable for their training grounds. Aside from the Rumble fruit and the gold, their purpose was to provide Sabo and Guina with practical validation of their learning through battle. Guina mentioned that she seemed to have grasped the essence of observation hockey, but she was always a fraction short of awakening it. Perhaps a change of environment and opponents would assist her. During this time, Dong Jun and Oka primarily served as companions. Thus, Dong Jun would not rely on his fruit abilities to single-handedly resolve the conflict that has plagued the Sky Island for over 4 centuries. Ending it like a hero, he is neither a Shandian nor a Sky Islander. He is merely an unwilling passerby. If he were to resolve everything by his own efforts, the struggles and endeavors of the Shandians over the years would become a farce. He respects the Shandians and would not do so. Furthermore, he relishes in the tranquility that it's quite simple. We will directly breach from the air, capture the current deity of the Sky Island, and then select a familiar environment for you. Encircle and eliminate, gradually diminishing the Sky Islanders' fighting strength until they surrender or are rendered incapable of continuing the fight, Dong Jun proposed with a hearty laugh. What a despicable tactic, Sabo retorted. Dong Jun remained silent. Merely casting a glance, the golden-haired boy instinctively broke into a cold sweat, truly forgetful. If we succeed, you may act freely once you detect the signs. If we fail, simply pretend nothing has occurred. This strategy reflected the immense sincerity of Dong Jun and his group, which the Shandians fully endorsed, proposing to act alongside Dong Jun, though he declined. After centuries, you have long been considered part of the Sky Island. Unless you plan to return to Qinghai or intend to utterly exterminate the Sky Islanders, you will inevitably continue to interact with them. Your revenge is righteous. While we are simply pursuing our interests, each party can act according to its own principles without the need to collaborate. Dong Jun elucidated that he came to assist, not to be capricious and reckless. Indulging in chaos may bring him joy, but the resulting mess would ultimately fall upon someone to resolve. Leaving a pile of troubles for the Shandians would not differ much from being a true pirate. The youthful and impassioned Wei Bo and others expressed their fervor, indicating their indifference towards the Sky Islanders. However, the Shandians are not mere hot-blooded youngsters like him. At least, not at this moment. You are correct. Shandia is our homeland, our home, and our roots lie here and we can no longer return to Qinghai. The adults, led by the chief, understood Dong Jun's sentiment and felt remorse for their earlier offenses. Thank you. Dong Jun. He waved his hand to indicate that he was unconcerned, responding, before we take formal action, we need to prepare. Choose a familiar environment as the battlefield to gain the advantage. Equip yourselves in advance. Although the Sky Island possesses unique weapons, those I brought may also prove useful. Lastly, please provide specialized training for these two youngsters. They have yet to witness the shells of the Sky Island. And rashly engaging with the Sky Islanders may lead to significant losses. Dong Jun beckoned Sabo and Guina, making his request to Luca. Absolutely. Leave it to us, Luca assured, patting his chest. Though I may not be of much help. Allow me to contribute. Kirik stepped forward. For the sake of our ancestors' shared pact, I cannot stand idly by. Finally, both parties reached an agreement, and the people of Yunin village began to mobilize. Through the familiar training of Sabo, Guina, and Wei Bo, Dong Jun and Oka formally experienced the unique products of the Sky Island. Common varieties included heat shells, flame shells, gas shells, wind shells, slash shells, flash shells, and impact shells, while rarer ones included wind blast shells. Repulsion shells and laser shells. It is truly remarkable how such products, cultivated in a special environment, can form a systematic array with diverse attack patterns and various combinations. They are highly qualified as weapons. Dong Jun and Oka also engaged in experiencing various shell attacks, accumulating considerable experience. The following day, while Dong Jun was habitually cultivating in tranquility, he suddenly became alert, as his clone provided specific feedback. It was a treasure that could excite him even more than gold. Ignoring the two youngsters who were practicing with the Shandian warriors, Dong Jun called to Oka and activated his abilities. Employing a devilish trick to depart from Yunin village, southeast of the Sky Island lay a smaller island, referred to by the locals as Baika. Here, there were no base, only sea clouds, island clouds, along with local entities and Sky Islanders. Amidst the white expanse of island clouds, Dong Jun's devilish sensing provided him with a different response than a devil fruit. Could it be the one he desires? The doppelganger had long since set its course. And soon, the peculiar fruit with a golden surface adorned with lightning-shaped patterns, buried within the clouds of the sea, found its way into Dongjun's grasp. Unlike the joy he felt upon first acquiring the Mera no Mi. This moment was far more exhilarating and liberating. While the Mera no Mi was pursued out of personal interest or amusement, the Goro no Mi was an entirely different matter. This was a fruit Dong Jun had eagerly anticipated, one that had even crossed his mind during his selection process. In the original narrative, it was hailed as the mightiest of all natural-type abilities. Revered by many as unrivaled, with the activation of his powers, he split his essence, summoning his demonic progeny. Boom! 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 On this day, atop the Sky Island of Burka, thunder clapped unexpectedly, reverberating without respite. The sudden emergence of lightning drew the attention of many. The timid fled in fear, while the brave, or perhaps the foolhardy, were drawn closer, including Dongjun's old acquaintances. Enel, whose ears had yet to elongate, but who now wore a headscarf like other denizens of the island, appeared less distinct than before alongside his future subordinates, the likes of Gadatz and Ohm. You must be from Blue Sea. How did you come to the Sky Island? What was that thunder just now? Enel, still unawakened to his powers, bore an air of arrogance. Dong Jun, taking a moment to assess this somewhat popular figure from the original story, simply shook his head. It was evident that his appeal was not rooted in his character, but rather in the allure of the Goro Goro no Mi, a power that was undeniably spectacular. "You from Blue Sea, why don't you answer?" Ohm demanded, his expression darkened, brandishing his iron cloud sword. Chuckling softly, Dongjun extended a finger towards him, a gesture inviting a test of what one might call observation. Demon Gun. Enel and his companions momentarily froze, their expressions shifting in unison. Ohm swiftly dodged the black bullet that Dongjun had shot from his fingertip, cold sweat beading on his forehead. Despite evading the attack, the sonic boom accompanying the bullet's speed illustrated its terrifying nature. "Boss, this guy is no ordinary foe," Ohm warned, gripping his sword tightly. The gravity of the situation was not lost on Enel, who wielded a heat energy gun, nor on Gadatz, who clenched his fists, both of whom shared a solemn resolve. They would attack together. The trio encircled Dongjun, leveraging their jumping prowess and the power of the flying shell beneath their feet to launch a coordinated assault. The flexible and sharp iron cloud sword, the searing heat energy gun, and the forceful punches driven by the wind shell all combined harmoniously, leaving Dongjun no avenue for retreat. With his ultra-high-speed dynamic vision and the minuscule demonic doppelgangers scattered around him, Dongjun perceived the trio's every attack, each unfolding in slow motion. Should he wish, he could evade their strikes before they reached him. His speed was more than adequate, however, akin to the superficial bulkiness of a gluttonous physique. Dongjun's speed was not entirely within his control. Just as the techniques of a skilled practitioner might exceed the limitations of their body, Dongjun's maximum velocity was also somewhat erratic, requiring him to adjust his center of gravity, initiate movements with a bend, and maintain balance throughout. Dongjun had yet to witness the true combat prowess of formidable warriors within this realm, nor had he experienced the kind of speed that defied the blink of an eye. Particularly now that he possessed countless demonic forms. Unless absolute speed surpassed his dynamic vision, every attack would be captured within his perceptual grasp. If the information from the original anime was indeed accurate, then Dongjun observed that the speeds of the world's strongest pirates appeared to be utterly uncontrolled. Even the genius of the Six Styles, Lucci, or the top-tier warrior of the seas, Kizaru, were no exceptions. Their bodies, however, were robust enough to match their extraordinary techniques, allowing them to mitigate this loss of control to the greatest extent, seamlessly transitioning into their next maneuvers, much like a skilled gamer utilizing synergy to execute fluid and impressive combos. Such a display was undeniably captivating, a visual feast that dazzled the senses. Yet it lacked the effortless grace that Dongjun yearned for, speed that flowed and halted with the ease of quicksilver or lightning. It seemed that within the entirety of the One Piece canon, no one exhibited such fluidity. Even Kizaru, who was famed for his swiftness, claiming to move at the speed of light, would, if truly capable of such velocity, bring forth a dimensional reduction in combat. In that case, all forms of haki would become moot, and the foresight of the future would be futile, for no one could possibly keep pace with light speed. Not even the pirate factions. Nor even Aim would stand a chance against Kizaru, unless he orchestrated the world as a speedster, navigating through the realm of mortals. Yet, all these thoughts remained mere conjectures for Dongjun, for he had yet to witness any of it firsthand. Regardless, none of it pertained to his current situation. He possessed neither a fruit ability akin to Kizaru's, nor the honed physique of Lucci or Kizaru, remaining merely a rough-hewn figure. However, Dongjun was unique. He harbored something that no one else in this world could possess, the ability to sustain flight through his own demonic doppelgangers. Along with Vitality Demon, aura surrounding, whoosh, the impeccably synchronized attacks fell entirely short, and the inertia combined with a brief moment of panic nearly caused the trio to injure one another as they halted. They swiftly rolled away, desperately evading Dongjun's silently launched Demon Gun's 3 rapid strikes. This fellow possesses a heart net. Enel gritted his teeth, issuing a warning. Equally astonished, Ohm's expression turned grave. This must be the legendary power of the devil fruit. Since it was merely a test, Dongjun refrained from unleashing a barrage or overwhelming attacks. Instead, he calibrated his speed and rhythm to assess the trio's abilities, gathering data on the heartnet. Once the aura enveloped him, it appeared to defy the laws of human kinetics, unleashing explosive movements without warning. Despite their continuous assaults over the span of several minutes, Enel and his companions could not even graze the hem of Dongjuan's garment. Instead, they found themselves in a state of disarray, toyed with by his relentless strikes. Yet in the same vein, Dongjuan's rhythmic attacks never once struck true. This is the heart net. This is observation, isn't it? Time to elevate the stakes. Observing the trio, whose breaths were now ragged from exertion and mental strain, Dongjun smirked, knowing that the bullets he fired could return. What? The trio gasped in horror as they beheld black bullets appearing both before and behind them. With nowhere to retreat and no means to evade, Enel, who had remained unscathed thanks to the heart net, was suddenly pierced through by one of the bullets. Blood gushed forth. Chapter 4. The war commences. Both Ohm and Gadat sustained injuries, their movements growing sluggish, and the situation became increasingly dire. Beside him, Gadat bit down on his lip, struggling to speak, yet words eluded him. "Stop biting your lip, you fool!" Enel shouted, his lack of fruit abilities rendering him no different from the others. He too bled, sweated, panicked, and could perish. After being prompted, Gadat finally spoke, his voice tinged with urgency. "Look out! There are many black dots in the sky, resembling bullets." Enel and Ohm soon discerned Dongjuan's doppelgangers high above, utilizing their observation to hear the faint sounds emanating from them. Sounds eerily similar to Dongjuan's this guy's ability to create doppelgangers, Enel exclaimed, astonished, truly perceptive. Casting a glance at Gadat's, Dongjun turned back to Enel, curiously inquiring, "Did you deduce that solely through your intellect, or did you glean it from the heart net?" These two distinct methods represented divergent sources of information. You think I would be foolish enough to reveal the answer outright? Bastard! Enel, battered by Dongjuan's bullet doppelgangers and forced to maintain a growing distance, began to lose his composure, typically one to look down upon others due to his exceptional talents and combat prowess. This was the first time Enel faced such a formidable adversary, and it marked the first instance of him displaying such an unseemly demeanor. This infuriated him, though Dongjun did not receive an answer. He did not perceive Enel as possessing extraordinary intelligence. That it was not a matter of disdain rooted in animosity, but rather an inference drawn from the information presented in the original work and his own sensory experiences. This individual seemed to be functionally illiterate, or perhaps semi-literate. However, his combat acumen and innate martial prowess were so exceptional that they overshadowed his other shortcomings. Yet compared to Dongjun, Enel's advantages had dissipated. His strength was being crushed. It was not an issue of intelligence. Rather, it was the heart net, synonymous with observation. The essence of observation lies in the power of hearing, utilizing sound to gather information for combat, sounds, emotions, intents to attack. The truly skilled could even discern their opponent's thoughts to achieve the so-called foresight of the future. What an intriguing and powerful ability. How I long for it. However, Enelu and his companions posed no pressure whatsoever on Dongjun, rendering him inapt for the activation of his awakened observation. "Forget it. Let us end this." Power unleashed, demonic transformation initiated, with his fingers of both hands converging and crossing. He executed the multi-shadow clone technique. A multitude of shadowy figures erupted from Dongjun, as the black clones surrounding him rapidly expanded, forming one after another of sleekly attired black humanoid entities, swiftly populating the arena. The Demon Legion, in the eyes of Enelu and his companions. Filled with despair, Dongjun whispered with a smile, "Let us greet them." The Demon Legion began to move in unison, and soon the air was filled with anguished screams. They did not immediately claim their lives. After all, individuals possessing the power of the Heart Network were exceedingly rare in the Sky Island. This was a precious weapon, one that Oka would certainly appreciate that a preliminary practice session would allow for an acclimatization process when encountering masters of observation in the future. Take it slow. It's quite hard to come by. After returning with the gift, Dongjun advised Oka. Oka nodded in understanding. Then, with great thoughtfulness, she helped bandage and treat the wounds of Enelu and his companions, utilizing highly expensive healing salves that acted swiftly. Take good care of your injuries and your health. Enelu and his companions gritted their teeth, yet dared not utter another word, fearful of provoking the demon beside them. The experience of being mercilessly beaten by sheer numbers was not one that everyone could be fortunate enough to endure. Soon, the Shandians were prepared for battle to prevent Inalu and the others from causing unexpected troubles that would make Dongjun appear foolish. He experimented with his new ability on them, the Seed of Demons, utilizing his own demonic power to awaken the demons within his enemies' hearts, gradually transforming and assimilating them over time, ultimately resulting in a demon seed that, while not birthed from himself, would be profoundly connected to him and thus controllable. This was a method far more malevolent and fearsome than the mercy of demons, that a complete inversion of the heroic narrative. Given that he had not foreseen such a possibility prior to making his wish, Dongjun was uncertain of its success. However, even a failure would provide a means to dominate his enemies' lives. The individual implanted with the Seed of Demons would inherently harbor a demon that could not be more apparent, and since it was birthed from Dongjun's demonic power, it would be even more susceptible to his influence. If feasible, he would no longer have to waste fruits that he wasn't particularly fond of, but that still had some utility in the future. Dongjun appeared quite eager. The Taotai took flight, deliberately making a circuit around Angel Island, firing several shots to attract attention before veering towards Appiato, soaring past the colossal vine to the divine courtyard at its apex. The massive Taotai was exceedingly conspicuous, and as soon as it arrived, it was spotted by the divine team. Accompanied by the alarms of the divine team and the rapid gunfire from Oka, Dongjun's orchestrated golden battle officially commenced. Ignoring the divine team, clad in a form-fitting outfit and cape conjured from demonic armaments, Dongjun descended before the aging god of the Sky Island, Gonfor, who stood with a knight's lance blocking his path. "Do you comprehend the repercussions of such actions?" Gonfor inquired, his demeanor already showing signs of wear. Extending his hands, Dongjun smiled politely. "We are here to learn." Learn? Gonfor was momentarily taken aback, yet the incessant gunfire and the sight of two children swiftly dispatching members of the divine team clarified everything. Gonfor, who held his citizens in high regard, was thoroughly enraged. "Absurd! Impudent sea dwellers, your sins are unforgivable." The old man charged at Dongjun, his speed commendable and his presence formidable, yet utterly futile. Dongjun did not evade. Allowing the energy rifle to pierce his chest, remaining unmoved, though it was painful, it was hardly grievous. He had to endure it to maintain elegance, all the while smiling at the astonished Gonfor, and then he kicked. The old man flew back like a tumbling gourd. Although perhaps not the strongest, Gonfor ranked among the notable figures of the Sky Island, and with years to go before the original timeline, he was not yet so frail. Despite enduring Dongjun's brute force kick, he did not lose his will to resist. Gonfor struggled to rise, his expression serious, stripped of his previous arrogance. "You wish to monopolize Appiato, driving the Shandians from their homeland. Similarly, we desire gold, so we ask that you Sky Islanders vacate. From this day forth, this place no longer belongs to you Sky Islanders," Dongjun explained with a smile. At this moment, Gonfor grasped the true meaning behind Dongjun's claim of learning. His emotions were intensely complex. As one of the few Sky Islanders capable of reflecting on history, he had long pondered the cessation of war in exchange for peace, a notion that did not conflict with his own arrogance, yet he had failed to realize it. Now, as a similar scenario unfolded before him, feeling the overwhelming and nearly incomparable disparity in power, Gonfor began to comprehend the sentiments of the Shandians, that he felt a deeper sense of shame. But as the god of the Sky Island, he could not simply give up resistance. He had to fight for his subjects. "This is a private matter between us and the Shandians. Why should you, as a sea dweller, interfere? What I choose to do is none of your concern." With a derisive laugh, Dongjun clasped his hands behind his back and slowly ascended. Coming face to face with Gonfor, "You are too weak, so weak that you cannot resist. Thus you must accept the fate bestowed upon you by the strong. Whether this fate be cruel or unfortunate, you can only accept it. This is the cycle." Gonfor was momentarily stunned, raising his lance once more in an attempt to attack, yet Dongjun appeared before him like a specter, lifting him by the neck with his immense right hand. "This is a cycle from which you cannot evade." Holding the struggling Gonfor, Dongjun glanced at Oka and the two children, who understood immediately, disregarding the ever-approaching members of the divine team, leaping onto the Taotai. Descending from a colossal vine towards the forest rendezvous agreed upon with the Shandians, Due to the prearranged tactics, Dongjun did not charge at maximum speed towards their destination, but rather held Gonfer, flying at a pace that was neither too fast nor too slow, allowing ample time for the Divine Team members trailing behind to observe their trajectory. The members of the Divine Team began to mobilize. Some donned the Shobei, others traversed makeshift cloud paths, while others rode the Sanjiang birds. Beyond these individuals, under the watchful eye of Dongjun's demonic clones, even more members of the Divine Team rushed to the scene after receiving the alarm. The plan was progressing smoothly. The commotion caused by the Divine Team quickly caught the attention of the Shandian warriors, who had been intentionally monitoring the situation. Under Luca's leadership, they launched into action, officially commencing a new round of efforts to reclaim their homeland. The Shandians were on the offensive again. Were they allied with the sea dwellers who had kidnapped the god? Some members of the Divine Team speculated. Uncertain, yet regardless, they were all enemies, so a contingent was dispatched to hold them back while the rest rushed to rescue the god. The Divine Team, numbering less than 1,000, was forced to split their forces. Arriving at the designated location, a relatively open area within the Appiato forest, Oka leaped down from the Tautai, claiming the high ground atop the tallest tree. The two children landed on the ground, refusing Dongjun's demonic armament. Relying on others would never lead to true strength, and if I wish to awaken my observation, I must confront danger and cannot remain sheltered beneath the uncle's wings. Goina asserted resolutely. Indeed, after a year of rigorous training, we are quite strong now. Sabo brandished his flying bird and empty cicada, brimming with confidence. Dongjun chuckled, then take care of yourselves. At the very least, avoid sustaining fatal injuries. Otherwise, even the fourth can't save you. Rest assured, uncle. Using special seed from the Boyne Islands, he planted several bamboo shoots of considerable height in the center of the clearing, binding the current god of the Sky Island. Gonfor, like a Zongzi, and hanging him upright. Splendid, very eye-catching, very spirited. Dongjun nodded in approval. Then he heard the sound of birds. The first to arrive was not the Divine Team, but Gonfor's steed, Pierre. Dongjun recalled that it was a rare breed known as the Sky Point bird from the Sky Island, reputed to possess high intelligence. Almost forgot about you, old fan. Zoan type, horse fruit. Are you interested? The response was a shot fired by Oka, whether it was due to an awakened heart network or genuine high intelligence. Pierre seemed to sense Oka's malice and dodged just in time, evading the perfectly aimed shot to the head and instead sustaining a hit to the body. Oka, being meticulous, refrained from firing again at the head after it was dodged, instead delivering 2 consecutive shots to Pierre's wings, causing it to cry out in distress as it plummeted to the ground. Pierre, Gonfor shouted at it, is but an animal. Show some compassion, old fan. Dongjun chastised. Then called out lightly. Qilin. A thunderous clap echoed. A bolt of lightning struck Dongjun, electrifying his hair into an explosive style, before transforming into a cloak of lightning draping over his left side. It has been several days. Yet still, I cannot adapt. What will become of my image if this continues? With a hint of dissatisfaction, Dongjun appeared quite troubled. The image of a powerful figure with an explosive hairstyle was not what he envisioned. Wow! Another demon offspring, lightning? How dashing, old man! Sabo exclaimed loudly. Dongjun gestured for Sabo to remain calm, smiling as he tied his explosive hair back into place. He then extended his index finger towards the personnel from the Divine Team, who had charged through the hail of bullets and declared flashlight film. Accompanied by a deafening clap of thunder, lightning shot forth from Dongjun's fingertip, instantly striking down the Divine Team member. "So cool," Sabo shouted again. "Focus, you fool! Don't get taken out!" Guina yelled in exasperation before confronting the enemy, drawing her sword and executing a swift slash, dragon flash. The sharp strike emitted a piercing hum, toppling the enemy in a single encounter. "Rest assured, watch me, Guina!" "Twin lion fangs," Sabo shouted, dual-wielding long knives to pierce through 2 enemies attacking in unison, then laughed heartily. "How about that? Am I impressive?" Before he could finish his sentence, the sound of a fierce sword slash interrupted him. Guina's blade grazed Sabo's scalp as she dispatched an enemy attempting to sneak attack from the side. "Pay attention, you big fool!" Sabo, drenched in cold sweat from the scare, fell silent and began to concentrate on the battle. Meanwhile, Jinwoo and Rin Shengwo sat quietly on a nearby tree, merely observing the unfolding drama without joining the fray. The two had spent a year together on the Boeing archipelago, developing a tacit understanding. Faced with the divine team from Sky Island, they cooperated seamlessly, feeling relatively unburdened, especially with Oka overseeing from above, allowing them to deal with the enemies that were rhythmically let through as stray fish in the net. Moreover, Dongjun was present. Although he was busy familiarizing himself with his newly acquired powers, he had long adapted to the countless intricacies of the Demon S abilities, keeping all necessary movements within his sight. Unlike ordinary individuals, Dongjun possessed a godlike perspective akin to that of a player. As long as he remained focused, was not controlled, and did not encounter insurmountable monsters, the possibility of error did not exist for him. Continuous flashlight film, hell, thunder, falling lightning, thunder roar, thousand bird flow, thousand bird thousand books, thousand bird sharp gun, lightning clone, multiple lightning clones, thunder feast, thunder dragon, thunder tornado. As Dongjun became increasingly engrossed, he soon realized there were no enemies left in sight. The divine team members had all retreated, drenched in sweat and terror, unwilling to approach any closer. Below, Sabo awakened his electric eyes, shining brightly, while Guena activated her bloodline limit, the Byakugan, diligently practicing. Chapter 5. Reincarnation, get back. Stop trying to save me. Go inform everyone to retreat. Do not make any more pointless sacrifices. Ganfuer cried out, tears streaming down his face. Clearing his throat awkwardly, Dongjun shot a sidelong glance. The demonic clones he had set in motion had already restrained the troublesome Ganfuer, silencing him. Dongjun then let out a cry as he plummeted from the sky. Ah, I'm wounded. I have no stamina left. His gigantic form, over 3 meters tall, crashed to the ground with a resounding thud, the lightning enveloping him gradually dissipating. Oka, perched atop a large tree, judged the scene, exaggerated, superficial. However, the members of the divine team were greatly inspired, charging forward once more, believing that the monster had exhausted its energy, affirming that their attacks were effective and that their sacrifices were not in vain. Charge! Rescue the divine! Ganfuer, unable to speak, wept bitterly, finally understanding the agony of invasion, comprehending what their ancestors from the Sky Island had endured and what their ongoing actions truly signified. The battle continued, with Oka possessing enough rapid-fire capability to suppress an entire team, lying concealed on the ground, while Dongjun, using hidden clones to fill in gaps, and the two young ones, working in perfect sync without being careless, established a zone of death in the skies and on the ground. Surrounding Ganfuer, a multitude of corpses gradually piled up, until both sides mutually ceased their actions. The Sky Islanders were utterly terrified, hesitating, unwilling to continue their assault. Oka's task was to oversee, and the two young ones halted since there was no danger. Although Sabo and Guena harbored deep resentment towards the Sky Islanders' invasion, even with their resolute determination before the battle, when faced with the sight of a battlefield littered with corpses and rivers of blood, they too wavered, their blades dropping to the ground. The enemy had lost all will to fight. Observing this, Dongjun rose, approached, and gazed at the towering vine, extending his hand towards the heavens. From this day forth, there shall be no gods in the Sky Island, through the demon clones, which had been developed to transmit sound. Dongjun's voice echoed in a hauntingly repetitive manner in the ears of all Sky Islanders. At a thunderous cloak of electricity shot into the sky, an endless expanse of blue and white obscured the entire firmament. A terrifying apocalyptic scene reflected in the eyes of all. Qilin, with a single utterance, the colossal vine was engulfed in lightning. The world dimmed, and all life fell silent. After the lightning passed, the immense vine and the divine courtyard vanished without a trace. The war had come to an end. The divine team collapsed, and the retreating members conveyed their observations to the remaining Sky Islanders, thus concluding the conflict, at least, until Dongjun and his companions departed. The war had ceased. The divine Ganfuer and several injured but alive members of the divine team became captives, and Dongjun transferred Ganfuer and others under the pretext of exchanging them for gold. How could this happen? How did it come to this? Is this hell? Ganfuer, whose knee had been pierced by a bullet, lay helplessly on the ground. Events unfolded too rapidly, like a fleeting dream. The warrior Luca approached, observing his old friend's disheveled state, and scoffed, "Hell? Indeed, this is hell, the hell in which we, the Sandians, have lived for 400 years. Now, it is your turn to experience it." Discarding his weapon, Luca unleashed years of pent-up anger with nothing but his fists. Charging towards Gonfor, soon, other Sandians joined in. The dazed members of the Divine Team watched as their once exalted gods suffered inhumane bullying. Some instinctively moved to intervene, but quickly realized their status as captives. Freezing in place. And there was Pierre. Dongjun inquired about the Sandians' intentions, but they had no desire to take an animal's life merely for a devil fruit ability. Thus, Dongjun let the matter rest. After deliberation, the Sandians chose not to execute Gonfuer and the Divine Team, but they also had no intention of letting them off lightly. Mistakes must be borne, and mere apologies could not atone for their crimes. They must make amends through tangible actions for the immense wrongs committed by their ancestors and themselves. Following discussions, the chieftain and the warriors decided to require the Sky Island captives to atone for their sins through labor for the remainder of their lives. Conveniently, they needed manpower to rebuild their homeland. After years of warfare, the Sandians' population had dwindled to fewer than 2,000, including men, women, and children. The suffering they endured was unimaginable. Ultimately, the Sandians cheered, weeping as they returned to their ancestral homeland of Sandora after more than 400 years. The ancient city lay in ruins, devastated by the soaring sea currents and the impact with the colossal vine. Many places had crumbled. The Sky Islanders, perhaps unaccustomed, had not settled here. They only desired to possess the land. The so-called base, the sight of gleaming gold, dazzled the eyes, and although the meaning of gold had become somewhat lost over the ages, its alluring glow still enchanted the Sandians. However, due to prior agreements, this gold no longer belonged to them. The Sandians had no intention of reneging that a people who had adhered to their promises for over 400 years could not possibly betray them. Led by the chieftain and the warrior Luca, they pledged to Dongjun that once they settled their kin, they would begin assisting in collecting gold. The Sandians could afford to wait, yet Dongjun and his companions no longer wished to delay. With a grand gesture, Dongjun declared, "The city ahead is filled with gold, everywhere." However, these were also ancient artifacts, and all inscriptions and designs must be documented, so no destruction was permitted. "Now, go treasure hunting." Sabo could no longer contain himself, and upon hearing this, he dashed forward. Glancing at the composed Dongjun smiled, "Go ahead, this is a mission. Let's complete it diligently." The chieftain and the others did not intervene, merely smiling with joy, strolling through the abandoned ancient city. Sunlight illuminated the golden expanse. Initially believing that gaining power would allow him to disregard such material possessions, Dongjun realized, upon witnessing the reality, that it was all nonsense. "I've struck it rich. I've really struck it rich." With a piece gathered from the east and a pound picked from the west, gold was plentiful in this place. Many children from Shandia found it amusing and joined in the collection. Before long, Dongjun amassed a considerable heap of gold, unbothered by the discomfort it caused, as he lay atop it, joyfully rolling back and forth, eliciting hearty laughter from the children of Shandia. Sabor was ecstatic. Darting about the city, he only picked the larger pieces, but due to his small stature and lack of special abilities, he could only swap one piece for another, much like a bear foraging for corn. Some particularly enormous pieces were beyond his strength, yet he remained tireless in his efforts. Though Goa maintained her composure, she too felt joy, preferring more intricately designed works rather than massive gold ingots. The honest Akka shouldered his weapon and began to stuff his pockets with wealth. The Shandia people were jubilant, as were Dongjun and his companions. Everyone was filled with happiness, and all was perfect. As the excitement began to wane, Dongjun shared information he had recalled with the chief and the others. The city lay buried beneath the island clouds, with its main structure still intact below. A little excavation could reveal a splendid place to reside, offering a degree of concealment. Moreover, due to the immense impact of the giant vines, the golden bell had been thrust out of Shandora, resting atop the island clouds. "Once you have settled in, I shall assist in retrieving the golden bell. allowing you to fulfill a long-awaited promise. Nearby, Kirik, having heard Dongjuan's assurance, gazed at the patches of island clouds above. Murmuring to himself, "Is the golden bell finally here, on the last day? Oh, ancestors!" 80,000 words in, the recommendations began. Would it become a failure? Chapter 6. The dust settles. The jubilant Shandia people express their gratitude once more. Furthermore, I kindly request a copy of the inscriptions, murals, and cultural artifact from the buildings in this city. Along with the historical texts, I will hand these to those who can comprehend them, thus fulfilling the ancient task of the Shandia people, relieving them from further conflict, allowing them to embark on a new life. Is that truly the case? The chief was greatly excited. Has the task our ancestors upheld for over 700 years finally reached completion in our generation? The Shandia people present erupted in cheers. How wonderful! Thank you, Your Excellency Dongjun. The Shandia, moved to tears, surrounded Dongjun and his companions, their cheers resounding. After a prolonged battle, Goena officially awakened her observation haki. Yet the two younger ones remained fixated on their desired abilities, still showing no progress. Just as Dongjun had speculated, Akka confirmed that unity of body and mind was essential for awakening their powers. The two young ones had promising potential, yet their physicality, will, and skills needed refinement. Then why can't I awaken my observation haki yet? Sabor expressed his frustration that it must be because I'm too foolish. Guna offered a rare smile. Your awareness is insufficient. Mere combat holds no significance. You must discover your path forward. With a direction, your heart will reveal the answers. Akka assumed the role of instructor. Direction? Sabor murmured, reflecting on his origins and experiences. True freedom. After being confined on the Boeing Islands for over a year and subsequently enduring continuous battles, Dongjun, for the sake of their mental well-being, granted his companions a respite. He spent several days frolicking on the Sky Islands with the two young ones to lighten their spirits. During a leisurely stroll, he encountered Nolan, the Lord of the Skies, and recalled that this giant had likely consumed a fair amount of gold as well. Dongjun then unleashed a multitude of clones, swinging Nolan's tail like a rope to extract a significant amount of wealth. Terrified, the centuries-old creature fled deep into the forest, never to return. The ensuing days returned to tranquility as the Sky Islanders instinctively steered clear of Appiato. The Shandia people moved back to their ancient city, embarking on a new life. The collection of gold progressed steadily. Due to its ancestral significance, the Shandia were meticulous in their collection, resulting in a somewhat slow pace. Yet Dongjun understood and was not impatient. Experiments to learn the abilities of the rumble fruit continued, and to avoid disturbing others, Dongjun chose the uninhabited island clouds high above for practice. Thus, thunder frequently rumbled above Appiato, resonating in the hearts of the Sky Islanders. Enel and his companions were released one by one into the woods by Akka for target practice. Due to their torment, fatigue, and fear, the progress of the devil fruit was swift, albeit at the cost of Enel and his companions' lives. Akka witnessed Dongjun harvest the devil fruit from 3 vibrant lives, yet he remained silent. Dongjun began to engage in habitual self-reflection. Point 1 must endure, abstain, and strive to be a better person, considering that their group would eventually depart. And anticipating that war would likely erupt once more in the Sky Islands, Dongjun entrusted the Shandia people with a manual for cultivation obtained from Hercules and a plethora of seeds from the Boeing Islands. Provided the environment was suitable, these resilient plants could be easily nurtured. Once the correct methods were mastered, ordinary individuals could wield these seeds as formidable weapons on the battlefield. Additionally, Akka shared the intelligence regarding the dual-color haki they had begun to comprehend. Dongjun believed that with these enhancements, the Shandia would no longer struggle against the other Sky Islanders as they once had. The actions of Dongjun and his companions were met with heartfelt gratitude from the Shandia, who treated them as the most esteemed and important guests. However, due to material shortages, such hospitality was predominantly expressed through their demeanor, which became increasingly enthusiastic. Not quite accustomed to such fervor, Dongjun, along with Akka and the others, commenced their endeavors. The Sky Islands were vast, encompassing not only Angel Island but also numerous subordinate islands akin to Baika. The combined expanse of the White Sea and the White Sea was immense. The war had ended, but only temporarily to prevent unnecessary casualties and ensure a more stable future for the Shandia, while also further honing the combat skills of the two young ones. Dongjun led them to challenge other Sky Islands. Akka, possessing observation haki, could easily discern strengths and weaknesses, making it simple to identify opponents. They found it difficult to avoid battles. Like in the original story, NLS, other subordinates, and other hidden experts from unmentioned Sky Islands were all uncovered by Dongjun and his crew. The Sky Islands were not devoid of strong individuals. Rather, they had faced adversaries of overwhelming prowess, rendering their resistance seemingly futile. With Dongjun, who could essentially disregard damage, two insurmountable natural elemental creatures, and Akka, who wielded dual-color haki and could land headshots with uncanny precision. Their might was unparalleled in the Sky Islands, leaving the inhabitants with no room for resistance. Yet unlike the previous wars, this time it was merely sparring, thus no fatalities ensued to avoid causing trouble for the Shandia. Dongjun and his crew conducted their challenges under the guise of personal endeavors. Fearing Dongjun, Akka, and those formidable beings, the Sky Islanders hesitated to unleash their full strength during these encounters. However, this provided Guena with ample opportunity to familiarize herself with her newly awakened powers. Thus, after a month of relentless challenges, every prominent fighter in the Sky Islands had been tested. Guena's mastery of observation haki grew increasingly proficient, allowing her to maintain steadiness during combat, following Akka's enlightenment. Sabor unexpectedly awakened his observation haki as well. Now, within their team, only Dongjun, the leader, remained untrained in any form of haki. But so what? I'm the leader. I'm the strongest. Dongjun felt no embarrassment at last. After diligent efforts, the Shandia people revitalized the once golden town, now devoid of gold that on this day. They donned their most splendid attire, gathering beneath the golden throne, eagerly awaiting the long-anticipated moment, in accordance with the promise. Dongjun returned the colossal golden bell that had rested atop the island clouds back to Shandora on this fair and sunny day. The solemn and dignified Shandia people rang the golden bell once more. 4 centuries after its last toll, the original tale proclaimed the golden bell to be the voice of the earth, and having witnessed it firsthand, Dongjun truly experienced the serene and melodious chime that calmed the spirit. The sound of the golden bell resonated far and wide, reaching not just the gathered Shandia, but all Sky Islanders, and even those on Gaia Island, thousands of meters below. Everyone became entranced by the chime of the golden bell, many shedding tears for reasons unknown. The Shandia, Kurik, the Sky Islanders, perhaps even others, the captured Gonful and members of the Divine Team, fell silent. Is this the voice of the earth? Is this the pact of peace? Why has it come so late? Gonfuer wept bitterly, only to suddenly awaken to the realization that had it not been for the end of the war, they would never have heard the chime of the golden bell. Thus, they could only remain silent. Dongjun could not comprehend the intricate web of love and hatred between the Sky Island and the Shandians, and as such, could not truly empathize. He quietly withdrew, leaving space for them. Chapter 7. The 7 warlords. The entirety of the gold from Shandora had been meticulously collected with the assistance of the Shandians, and all relics and textual histories pertaining to the ancient city had been properly replicated. These resources would serve as vital assets for Dongjun in his future endeavors to attract talent. The aspirations of their ancestors had finally been realized, igniting the Shandians' passion for life, and everything began to flourish. After careful consideration, Kurik decided to remain on the Sky Island. Dongjun had generously left him a substantial amount of gold. Whether he would utilize it was his own business, requiring no concern from Dongjun. A considerable amount of gold was devoured and stored by the voracious beast, enough wealth for Dongjun and his companions to indulge for many years without any need to earn more. Perhaps even enough to last them until their old age. Upon acquiring such immense wealth, Dongjun's gait began to transform, leaning towards a crab-like shuffle. However, after receiving the unified disdain of his 2 companions, he dutifully reverted to his former manner. Subsequently, after collecting a plethora of unique product from the Sky Island, Dongjun and his companions boarded the voracious beast and departed, embarking on their next adventure. Perhaps due to their lack of foresight, As soon as they descended from the Sky Island, they were drenched by a torrential downpour. With fierce winds and dark clouds looming overhead, it was fortunate they were not aboard ship. Otherwise, encountering the unpredictable weather of the Grand Line would likely have resulted in disaster. A bit of rain could indeed add a touch of life's charm. Dongjun found solace in the midst of adversity. "Let us hurry and procure a ship, old man. This feeling is rather disheartening," Sabo complained. "Who will steer the ship?" Dongjun posed a critical question. Silence enveloped the group. Among the four, Oka possessed the best navigational skills. However, after witnessing the various monstrous weathers and treacherous seas of the Grand Line, he had long expressed his inadequacy and advised Dongjun to seek alternate candidates. They would deal with future matters in due time. "Let us sing," he declared amidst the storm. Upon hearing this, Dongjun began to howl to himself. What else could Oka and the others do? Before the song had concluded, Dongjun's scattered demonic avatars made a new discovery. A colossal pirate ship was cutting through the waves several dozen miles away, adorned with black sails and a sinister skull flag. Although not characters from the original story, Dongjun recognized the vessel from the information he had previously encountered in newspapers. It belonged to the old generation of formidable figures who coexisted with Roger and Whitebeard, the current oldest of the 7 warlords, the game master, Hector Calder, aboard the Dominator. Both Hector Calder and Lucas Feigarty from the museum had never appeared in the original narrative. They were renowned figures alongside Crocodile, Moria, Hancock, and Mihawk. Hancock had become a warlord nearly 2 years prior, the youngest among them, while the others were already established names. However, there was currently a vacancy among the 7 warlords, and Dongjun calculated that within a year, Doflamingo would fill this gap under the pretext of hijacking the golden treasures of the sky, subsequently plotting to seize Dressrosa present. The New World was not yet dominated by the 4 emperors. Only Whitebeard, Big Mom, and Kaido stood as the 3 emperors. The red-haired youth was still in a state of turmoil, yet to rise to power, they were unfamiliar figures. Dongjun lacked detailed intelligence on the Game Master and the Museum Curator, only acquiring basic information from Kuma and Dragon. Both were capable individuals, though their specific abilities remained shrouded in mystery. They were seasoned veterans who had roamed the seas for many years. Notably, it was said that Hector Calder could contend with Whitebeard in his youth, indicating his formidable strength. However, Dongjun expressed skepticism. How could a master capable of rivaling Whitebeard stoop to become a pawn of the world government, subjecting himself to their whims? In the original story, one of these two had encountered an unspecified issue and was succeeded by Jinbe, while the other was eventually defeated by Ace, leading to Kuma's ascension and restoring the full complement of 7. Dongjun pondered privately. To be defeated by Ace, one must either lack sufficient strength, be past their prime, or possess weak abilities. Yet, without clarity on their specific powers, he could not analyze further, uncertain as to which was vanquished by Ace. Thus, he opted for caution, given the ambiguity of the information and Calder's status as an elder powerhouse. Dongjun's avatars refrained from drawing too close. Upon spotting the flag, he swiftly withdrew a multitude of avatars from the area to avoid detection by the opponent's observation hockey. The issues the Sky Island's Guidaz could uncover were no less apparent to seasoned veterans. Dongjun's bad habit resurfaced as he shared his discovery with his 3 companions. "Are we going to fight again?" Sabo exclaimed with excitement, only to be quelled by a swift punch of love. "Let us approach cautiously. We know little about the game pirates, so to avoid unforeseen circumstances, we must exercise discretion in our intelligence," Dongjun advised, outlining their course of action. Calder was a power wielder, yet his abilities were unknown, and the other members of the game pirates were shrouded in obscurity to prevent being taken down by any peculiar devil fruit abilities. They must remember to avoid physical contact with their crew. Many devil fruit abilities require specific conditions to activate. Avoiding contact can mitigate numerous potential threats. Dongjun particularly cautioned the 2 younger companions. Kuina was fine, as she typically refrained from interacting with strangers. The concern lay with Sabo. "You need to be especially vigilant. Also, do not carelessly divulge our intelligence." "I wouldn't," Sabo protested, only to be met with a unanimous look of disdain from the others. Dongjun then turned to Oka. "As newcomers to the Grand Line, we must embody the spirit of newcomers." Oka nodded in understanding. I'm merely a marksman, just a marksman. How reliable, Dongjun praised, then pulled out the once oversized Roranoa, now somewhat diminutive for him, tossing it to the second-in-command. With a flap of the golden crow's wings and the Kirin's graceful strides, they gradually moved away. He also retracted half of the demonic avatars within a radius of several dozen miles, repositioning the remainder further afield for precaution. Dongjun patted the voracious beast's head and then altered their course, heading towards the Dominator. As his main body approached, he was shocked to discover that the majority of those aboard were merely children. Are they all child laborers? Isn't that illegal? Dongjun mused. The lookout, clad in a raincoat, spotted Dongjun and his party, calling out towards a ship. The helm of the Dominator was a grandmotherly figure. Towering over 3 meters, dressed in a raincoat and leaning on a cane, her oversized head and features strikingly exaggerated. Upon hearing the call, she was assisted by several children as she approached Dongjun's group. "Here I am, Granny," she exclaimed. "So you were here? What a cunning young person, playing hide-and-seek with an old lady. My children are much better behaved," the elderly woman complained to Dongjun and his companions, affectionately patting the heads of the nearby children, her expression warm yet somewhat unsettling due to the deep wrinkles and exaggerated features. "Are we playing charades?" Dongjun pondered, momentarily at a loss for words. "I am a respectful child who honors the elderly and loves the young. I do not harm the elderly. Where's the game master, Calder? Let him come forth." Dongjun's declaration prompted Sabo and Kina behind him to roll their eyes in unison. The old woman chuckled softly. "If you wish to see Calder, follow me." Having arrived, one must make oneself comfortable. The gluttonous creature landed on the deck, reverting to its usual size. The Dominator was a colossal vessel, extending over 300 meters in length and more than 100 meters wide, with 5 decks above the main deck. Besides its sails, it appeared to possess other means of propulsion, allowing it to navigate calmly even amidst raging storms. Dongjun, accompanied by his companions, followed Tang Popo to the grand hall located at the pinnacle of the Dominator. The opulent hall was ablaze with light and brimming with liveliness. It was unclear whether a banquet was underway or if this was merely the ambience of a typical day. Much like on the deck, the hall was populated by children of similar ages, indulging in food and drink, their faces alight with joy and apparent happiness. At the center of the hall stood a magnificent golden throne, upon which lounged a man dressed in a luxurious black suit, adorned with splendid gemstone rings, his slick black hair styled back. This towering figure, appearing to be at least 4 meters tall, left Dongjun momentarily astounded. Was this the infamous Calder? Having only seen his bounty poster, which bore the likeness of an older man, Dongjun was taken aback by the youthfulness of the individual before him, who seemed no older than 40. Intrigued, he wondered aloud. Isn't he from the same era as Whitebeard? Dongjun's audacity did not provoke any severe reaction, for the captain was the mightiest individual in this realm. Nearby, a drunken child erupted in laughter, proclaiming, "The strongest person, even time, cannot contend with him." "Is that true?" Dongjun questioned, casting a doubtful glance at the adoring children surrounding the throne. "Isn't Whitebeard the strongest?" Calder, who had been feigning sleep, opened his eyes and revealed a nostalgic smile. "What a name that brings back memories. How long has it been since I last saw him?" "Almost 30 years, I believe." "Captain," Tang Popo interjected with a chuckle, "I can still vividly recall your valiant stance during your battle with Whitebeard." "Ha ha ha, please, don't remind me. We've both grown old, nearly cast aside by time." Calder straightened up, and a well-behaved child swiftly lit a cigar for him. He then turned his gaze toward Dongjun, inquiring, "Are you a newcomer? Have you come to seek refuge with this old man?" With a derisive smirk, Dongjun retorted, "Wrong. I am here to take your head, to eliminate you and make a name for myself." "Ha ha ha. So you've come to claim my head." Calder laughed heartily, prompting the surrounding children to join the merriment. Some found Dongjun's statement amusing, while others laughed simply out of confusion. Following the crowd, "Hey, what is so funny? What a peculiar bunch you all are," Sabo exclaimed. "Kid, what is your name?" Calder asked. "Dongjun, the demon Dongjun, the man who will soon take your head," Dongjun declared confidently. "Take your time. Change your clothes, and then come eat something. We'll discuss your head-taking endeavor later." Calder said with a hearty laugh, gesturing for someone to attend to Dong Jun and his companions as a guest. Dong Jun felt no urgency and followed the other children to the lavish guest quarters, where he donned a fitting outfit prepared for them before returning to the hall. In a brief period, the previously scattered dishes were cleared away, replaced by a sumptuous feast. The enticing aroma wafted through the air. Delicious, Dong Jun drooled, brazenly occupying a seat near Calder, with Tang Popo across from him and an empty seat beside her, followed by the others. Oka and the two smaller companions settled in beside Dong Jun. This lavish feast has been specially prepared for our guests by Alice. Enjoy, Calder proclaimed with a grand gesture. Dong Jun noticed the presence of an adult in the hall, a woman, likely in her 20s or 30s. With cascading golden waves, a doll-like face, and a curvaceous form, yet bearing an expression of disdain for the world, her emerald eyes were devoid of vitality. Leaning against a corner of the hall, she held a half-burned cigarette, seemingly uninterested in smoking. Nodding slightly, Dong Jun seized a plate of enticing seafood and tipped it into his mouth. However, he exclaimed, "What is this ghastly concoction? It tastes dreadful." His face contorted in revulsion as he expelled the food. Oka and the two smaller companions, who had been waiting for Dong Jun's feedback, remained seated, unperturbed. Dong Jun's demonic energy not only absorbed and stored energy, but, through training, also filtered out unnecessary substances, such as toxins and bacteria. His reaction clearly indicated that the food was problematic, prompting Oka and the others to await the outcome. Ha ha ha. Although the taste leaves much to be desired, it is indeed a remarkable dish. Calder chuckled. Old man, are you trying to play tricks on me? Dong Jun gritted his teeth, ready to express his anger, but was interrupted by Alice's sudden approach. Vitality demon. Fortune surrounds. The ability reacted instantaneously, yet Dong Jun maintained a stoic expression, allowing Alice to forcibly pry his mouth open and stuff food inside. Consume it all, you wasteful brat. Alice's rough demeanor starkly contrasted with her placid appearance. Alice's actions were unaccompanied by any further behavior, so Dong Jun did not resist. Soon, he realized that the food he had ingested contained remarkably balanced and astonishing nutrition. It turned out that this was indeed excellent cuisine. Except for the taste. Wasn't that what chefs were supposed to do? What on earth was this woman about? Chapter 9. A duel of wits. The vitality demon's ability enabled Dong Jun to resist the powers of others to some extent, bearing similarities to hockey. Utilizing this as a trump card, Dong Jun had begun to explore the profound applications of the Trinity since his emergence. The opening exam of the Tangle Training Absolute was merely an experiment. Dong Jun had succeeded, yet the endeavor remained incomplete as time was still short. However, based on progress, the likelihood of completion appeared promising. After achieving results, Dong Jun and Oka had conducted tests. Activating the Tangle Training Absolute state would not be detected by observation hockey. Although the Trinity's normal state had not merged, the Vitality Demon was inherently a part of Dong Jun's being. Mobilizing the Vitality felt as natural as breathing, aside from the currently uncontrollable intense fluctuations during the Trinity state. Employing the Vitality Demon alone did not induce drastic changes in state. Unless one reached the pinnacle of observation hockey, extending its variations, they would only perceive overall information that if prior intelligence was lacking, or if one were not exceedingly cautious, such changes could easily be overlooked. That, of course, it might also be due to Oka's lack of prowess in observation hockey. Dong Jun shamefully yielded. He began to eat on his own, a frown adorning his face. Unaware of the situation, Oka and his companions, seeing Dong Jun's diminishing resistance, decided to try the food as well. Before long, they were all satisfied, unlike the food that grew directly on the Boeing Islands. Alice's culinary creations were exceptionally balanced in nutrition. Even without utilizing the Demon Workshop, Dong Jun could swiftly digest and absorb the entire meal. Such high-energy, high-nutrition food would be difficult for an ordinary person, who knew nothing and understood little, to consume to the point of obesity. Of course, the challenge lay in whether it could be swallowed at all. Is this what chefs do? Impressive, observing Dong Jun continuously eat. Eventually devouring most of the food on the table, the others in the pirate crew, apart from Calder, displayed astonished expressions. Wow, he is amazing. Managing to eat Alice's cooking. He can really eat. Incredible. It's just like the captain. How he can eat without gaining weight. Alice watched the scene unfold, casting a deep glance at Dongjun before turning to leave. Is life returning? Tang Popo exclaimed, her head stretching toward Oka in admiration. Not bad, kid. Oka calmly sipped his red wine. Unable to participate in the awkwardness, he remained silent. Life returning. What does that mean? Dongjun inquired innocently. Don't you know? Tang Popo was taken aback. How did you learn such a power? Learn? I didn't need to learn. Once I consumed the devil fruit, it came naturally. Dongjun reclined with his legs crossed on the table, exuding an air of arrogance. There is such a devil fruit? What fruit did you eat? Tang Popo gasped, standing atop her chair, leaning over the table in curiosity. Dongjun, with an expression of disdain, attempted to kick Tang Popo's large, fearsome face, but she blocked it with her cane. Is it observation hockey, or does this person simply possess excellent vision? Why would I tell you? Do you have some ulterior motive? I prefer young, beautiful ladies, not wrinkled old hags. Go away. Dongjun kicked his feet back and forth, keeping a distance from the ever-approaching Tang Popo. His wariness towards this old woman continued to rise. She seemed intent on touching him, undoubtedly possessing some peculiar fruit ability. If it were a cheating ability, like that of sugar, capable of instantly dispatching those without hockey, it would indeed be perilous. The state of his training must not falter. All right, you've scared him off, Xiao Tang, Calder chuckled, offering his counsel. Tang Popo obediently returned to her seat, adjusting her slightly disheveled attire, and complained, but it truly piques my curiosity. What manner of devil fruit bestows the ability to return life upon consumption? It's simply astonishing. It sounds like a paramecia type. Doesn't it? Calder remarked, glancing at Dongjun with a smile. Dongjun curled his lips in disdain, huffing, is that all the inside a seasoned powerhouse traversing the seas possesses? Ah, you're mistaken. It's a Zoan type, Dongjun declared, brimming with pride yet feigning reluctance to reveal more. Oka remained composed. Gunna, seemingly anticipating the moment, tugged at Sabo's mouth, which was on the verge of revealing too much, stretching it long. No need to envy. There won't be another devil fruit like it in this world. Sabo, sluggishly processing the situation, pushed Gunna's hand away and rubbed his reddened cheeks. You did that on purpose, didn't you? Gunna remained unfazed, merely staring at him coolly. Sabo quickly forced a smile, gesturing for silence. Calder appeared somewhat surprised before bursting into laughter. A Zoan type? Could it be a mythical Zoan? Dongjun looked on in shock, momentarily rendered speechless by Calder's revelation. There is no need for such astonishment, lad. I see it quite normal for an elder of my age to possess a bit more knowledge. Calder chuckled. With a scoff, Dongjun appeared somewhat displeased at a mythical Zoan. That is an even rarer ability than a Logia. I envy you, lad. What kind of mythical Zoan ability did you acquire? Tang Popo persisted, trying to extract information. Don't be foolish, old woman. I'm here to claim your captain's head, so how could I divulge any intelligence to you? Dongjun shouted, mimicking the boastful demeanor he often displayed. Sabo, now silent, regarded Dongjun with familiarity, yet he couldn't quite place where he recognized him from. Is it a clone? Calder mused, observing Dongjun with a smirk. This left Dongjun utterly stunned, as if turned to stone. Indeed, this old fellow had previously discerned his movements through observation hockey. Fortunately, he had been clever enough to prepare in advance. Such good habits must be maintained. Dongjun reassured himself that a clone, what sort of mythical Zoan ability would allow for that? I can't fathom it, Captain, Tang Popo exclaimed in astonishment. I'm uncertain as well. The abilities of devil fruits are myriad and bizarre, always containing powers beyond our imagination. Calder smiled. This is entirely normal. Regaining his composure, Dongjun regarded Calder with a mixture of shock and admiration, tinged with a hint of pride. Since you've already guessed, I might as well generously share. Zoan type, human fruit, mythical form, Dongjun declared, lifting his chin with a blend of pride and arrogance. Chapter 10. Fuzz F at that moment. In a dimly lit corner behind a door within the hall, a tall, slender figure leaned against the wall, adorned with a peculiar mask that obscured much of his face and his horned head. Upon hearing Dongjun's words, he murmured to himself, Human fruit? Mythical form. Why isn't it in the compendium? Is it akin to that fruit? Hey, I've shared intelligence with you. What about you? Are you an ability user? What's your devil fruit power? Dong Jun turned his head casually, inquiring of Calder, clumsily fishing for information. Aren't you here to claim my head? How could I easily divulge information to you? Calder jested, appearing like a mischievous old rascal. Dong Jun couldn't help but marvel at his impressive acting skills. So natural and flawless. Slamming his hand on the table, Dong Jun pointed at Calder, angrily exclaiming, "You're a sly and treacherous old coot. Come on, draw your sword." Calder waved his hand dismissively, unperturbed. "I wouldn't want to damage my ship. And besides, it's raining outside. Let us wait until we reach the next island. Then I'll entertain you. For now, let us enjoy ourselves on my ship. It's a paradise of games, and I assure you, you'll love it." With that, Calder reclined his chair, feigning sleep, ignoring Dong Jun's calls. "The captain needs to rest. You should refrain from disturbing him. Allow me to show you around our ship. You'll enjoy it here." Tang Popo, leaning on her cane, approached, her face lighting up as she saw Guina and Sabo. "What delightful children!" She extended her hand to pat the children's heads, only to be blocked by Guina, wielding her sword. "I am not a child. If you continue this impudence, I'll cleave you," Guina replied coldly. Sabo chimed in hastily. "That's right. We're no longer children, old woman. You can't treat us as such." Tang Popo laughed, covering her mouth. "Very well, my little adults." She then turned to Oka, gesturing towards the wall. "Please, this way." "Still playing coy. Do you have such thick skin?" Dong Jun thought to himself, realizing that as long as one remains unembarrassed, it has others who feel the awkwardness. Tang Popo guided the four of them, along with the beast, around the ship. Indeed, as Calder had said, the entire Dominator was filled with game rooms. Aside from the casino, which might pique the adults' interest, there were also various facilities and areas for games beloved by children. Common, uncommon, and even many games Dong Jun had never heard of yet appeared quite intriguing. Each space and game room was filled with children playing. Not only humans, but Dong Jun also spotted some from other races. Longhand tribe, Longleg tribe, and Furry tribe. Yet without exception, they were all quite young as they walked. Almost no room was left unoccupied. Just how many children are aboard this ship? Without the use of clones or observation hockey, Dong Jun found himself in the dark. Since crossing over, he had grown accustomed to using clones, and this was the first time he voluntarily returned to a normal perspective. The sudden blend of discomfort and novelty was overwhelming in a game room. Dong Jun unexpectedly encountered a familiar face from the original story. Due to their limited familiarity, he stared for quite some time before daring to confirm. Fuzz F, a former CP9 member, had become a wanted criminal after escaping prison due to a failed mission involving the Nika fruit that a user of the Six Powers reputed to be a rare talent in them. Akin to Rob Lucci, Dong Jun pondered, considering the timeline since Luffy consumed the fruit. He should have long since escaped from jail. Why was he still lingering in the paradise at this stage? Is it Calder's influence? So, you know a foo? Tang Popo inquired curiously. I could see this moment. She was no longer blind. Shaking his head, Dong Jun asked, "Your ship is filled with immature brats. It's maddening. Are there only you few adults? Is this guy one of your officers too? What's his strength like? Is he an ability user? By the way, old woman, are you an ability user? What's your power?" Dong Jun bombarded them with questions like a cascade. Concealing his earlier oddity, their group had been secluded on Buoying Island for a year, with limited knowledge of the outside world. Aside from Dong Jun's extraordinary intelligence, Oka and the two youngsters were unfamiliar with the man recently placed on the world government as wanted list. It was then that Dong Jun comprehended the reason behind Fuzz F's appearance. His hairstyle, mask, and weapon were all disguises, differing from the current wanted poster issued by the world government. He also realized why this fellow wielded such a comical weapon. It was likely he didn't rely on weapons at all. You are, after all, an enemy. How could I share information with you? Tang Popo chuckled softly. As for a foo, he is a newcomer on the ship. Not yet an officer. However, his strength is commendable, and the captain holds him in high regard. How about it? Interested in a duel with a foo? Dong Jun scoffed, waving his hand dismissively. I'm the captain. How could I possibly fight with a subordinate? Are you looking down on me? Nearby, Fuzz F, engrossed in a card game, glanced at Dong Jun, then at Tang Popo, remaining silent as he resumed his game. This composed demeanor surprised Dong Jun. Forget it. Provide us with a sufficiently large room. We need a rest. Once I've regained my strength, I'll go claim Calder's head. Tang Popo inquired in astonishment. Aren't you going to play? There's so many games, and they're quite fun. Humph, those childish and tedious activities are meaningless. Once I have a reputation, getting whatever I want or playing whatever I desire will be but a matter of words. Dong Jun, brimming with confidence, proclaimed, My moniker is the Game Master, and my vessel is aptly named the Dominator. With such an overtly obvious predicament laid bare, who could possibly fall for it? That old man's fruitability must belong to the paramecia type, and its prerequisites or activation methods likely pertain to gaming. Game rules, is an ability that requires mutual consent to activate. Are these game rooms aboard the ship designed to incapacitate foes? Once individuals grow accustomed to or addicted to gaming, does Calder propose a game or wager to trigger his powers? What a devious character he is! Having formed a hypothesis, Dong Jun resolved not to allow himself to be ensnared in the enemy's web. Granny Tang, no longer insistent, arranged for them a sufficiently spacious chamber and mockingly declared, Ignorant little brat, you have no notion of the adversary you are about to confront. Calder is the strongest man in the world. His might is beyond the comprehension of you Na'vi children. Is this an attempt to impose pressure on himself? Psychological offensive? Dong Jun courteously smiled, responding with a gesture of 2 fingers. Chapter 11. The Veteran Monster. Long Ring, Long Island. An endless expanse of grassland stretched before them, a vast landscape teeming with peculiar flora and fauna, all of which could be linked to the Long family. Calder and Dong Jun stood face to face, while Granny Tang, Alice, Fuzz, and a throng of children adoring Calder gathered together. Oka and the 2 little ones stood at a distance behind Dong Jun. Come forth, lad, and let me witness the ambition that sustains you. Calder, arms wide open, laughed heartily. Dong Jun smirked, prepare to be enlightened, and behold my invincible power. As he activated his ability, Demon Transformation, multiple armaments, Dong Jun augmented his stature to approximately 4.5 meters. Towering over Calder, embodying a fearsome visage, his jet black, menacing exterior, muscular physique, and a pair of enormous folded wings on his back painted a terrifying picture to, is this the phantom beast type in its demonic form? With wings, it appears capable of flight. Calder's eyes sparkled. But that's not all. Dong Jun roared, as 6 identical demon clones erupted from his darkened form. The demon's 6 paths. The main body and its demonic counterparts moved in unison, intertwining their figures in a bid to confuse the opponent. Dong Jun earnestly embraced the role of a newcomer in the Grand Line, unaware of the concept of hockey, thus ensuring his actions aligned with his identity. Quite swift, Granny Tang chuckled. Calder smiled wryly, remaining motionless as Dong Jun's demon clone struck him. The heavy punches landed with palpable force, yet Calder's form remained unmoved, unaffected, aware that this was not a true battle. Dong Jun's aim was merely to gather relevant data and information. Thus, he wisely refrained from striking Calder's face, as such an indiscreet act might provoke the old man, potentially truncating the testing process or even devolving into a genuine death match. Undeterred by the ineffectiveness of his attacks, Dong Jun encircled Calder with his 3 clones, directing them to incessantly shift their attack positions, seeking a flaw. Yet all his attempts proved futile, as Calder regarded Dong Jun's relentless assault with the same indifference one might show a child. Dong Jun, momentarily revealing disbelief, exclaimed, How could this be? How can my efforts yield no results? Upon hearing Dong Jun's words, Calder finally moved, stepping forward to deliver a punch. This is reality, though I may be aged. A rookie like you, fresh from the seas, stands no chance against me for another century. Calder's speed was not particularly rapid, yet his intent was clear as he aimed a fist directly at Dong Jun's core. Dong Jun did not evade, responding with a sweeping punch. Let us see what you've got. The 2 fists collided, devoid of any flourish. Dong Jun transformed into a rolling gourd, propelled away over 100 meters. Is the disparity truly this vast? The onlookers, particularly the two little ones, appeared astonished, while Oka maintained an unflappable demeanor. The game pirates erupted in jubilant cheers. Fuzz, puffing on a cigarette, mused, "Phantom beast type? Without a body tempered through trials. Without a diligently developed ability, it is impossible to triumph over such a formidable adversary. Is that not self-evident?" A Fu, Granny Tang laughed heartily. Only Alice remained expressionless, for upon sustaining an attack, Dong Jun's 6 clones froze momentarily before swiftly returning. Taking position between his main body and Calder, adopting a defensive stance, Calder did not pursue, choosing instead to remain stationary, smiling, controlled rather than autonomous. "Is it?" Dong Jun struggled to rise. "That hurts. A single strike nearly cost me half my life. Such destructive power must surely contain Haki. Truly, he is a veteran of the old guard, equipped with both armament and observation Haki. But what of Conqueror S Haki? Does this old man possess it?" Shaking his head as though recovering from a daze, he drew his dagger, the third-generation Kichiko, and once more charged alongside his clones. Observing Dong Jun, who had sustained his blow yet stood upright without any visible injuries. Calder's excitement intensified as he laughed. Indeed, a phantom beast type, possessing remarkable vitality. Dong Jun wielded his weapon, launching a coordinated assault alongside his clones, attacking from all directions. Their unified existence created a mesmerizing spectacle akin to dancers in motion, graceful yet perilous. However, still, no effect was achieved. The strength of the clones and the main body was disproportionately mismatched, perhaps only 1/3 in power. Calder assessed Dong Jun's capabilities. As the onslaught persisted, Dong Jun finally lost composure. Shouting, "Impossible! The distance in strength cannot be this vast." Ceasing his offensive, relinquishing his weapon, the 6 clones reverted, and Dong Jun's form surged to nearly 8 meters in height, rendering him almost unrecognizable. That a pair of massive ram horns sprouted from his head. Dense spines extended along his spine to a tail nearly 10 meters long, its tip resembling a sharp dagger. His sinewy muscles took on almost bone-like hue, and his entire body was covered in bony protrusions. Dong Jun was quite pleased with the figurine he had crafted of himself, in beast form. "It does appear rather intimidating," Calder chuckled. His interest peaked as he stretched his limbs. "Let me assess the power of the phantom beast type." With the power of 25 perfectly controlled clones, Dong Jun's strength had increased 27-fold, a quantitative change that had triggered a qualitative transformation. His current power was nothing short of exaggerated, with a size akin to that of a cannonball. He surged forward, the ground beneath him fracturing instantaneously. The terrifying claws he swung released a fierce, slicing energy, cleaving the earth as effortlessly as tofu. Calder raised his arm to block, then swung his fist to meet Dong Jun's claws. The sound of clashing echoed incessantly as they exchanged blows, each breath punctuated by a series of strikes, their offensive escalating, even intensifying in ferocity. Not only the members of the game pirates, but even Oka and the others had never witnessed Dong Jun in such a form. Oka remained unfazed, regardless of the power Dong Jun displayed, but the two little ones were utterly astounded. They knew Dong Jun was strong, yet they had not anticipated that this uncle, who had always seemed akin to a glutton, could possess such formidable prowess. "How is this possible?" Fuzz gaped, his cigarette falling to the ground. The speed Dong Jun exhibited now equaled, if not surpassed, that of his 6 styles. The terrifyingly exaggerated power rendered the ground beneath Dong Jun and Calder incapable of withstanding their might, forcing them to continuously shift battlegrounds. Their relentless assault made them resemble 2 destructive machines, leaving devastation in their wake. The terrain of Long Ring Long Island was in constant ruin. Was the beast form truly more potent than the hybrid form? Was it due to the uniqueness of the fruit, or was it that this individual simply lacked development? Calder pondered, astonishment mounting within him. The longer the battle continued, the more he was struck with dread. Despite having suffered no damage due to the fruit's ability, Dong Jun was different. This rookie, entirely ignorant of Haki, endured all his attacks, yet after such prolonged confrontation, this young man showed no signs of fatigue. Maintaining his form and vigor. 10 minutes. Half an hour, 2 hours. The island was nearly dismantled by their clash. Yet victory remained elusive, the onslaught as ferocious as ever. The phantom beast type truly this formidable? Or is it due to the fruit's capabilities? An uncontrollable greed stirred within Calder. A powerful aura erupted suddenly, enveloping all present, causing every member of the game pirates, save for Granny Tang, Alice, and Fuzz, to collapse to the ground. Conqueror's Haki, Chapter 12. Pure Gold. The spectators Kuna and Sabo were momentarily stunned by Calder's Conqueror's Haki, their minds clouded, their bodies swaying precariously, yet they quickly steadied themselves to is this what it means to be a conqueror? Truly formidable, boss. How will you proceed from here? Although Oka's expression remained impassive, a tempest of emotions swirled within him, as predicted by Calder. While the Eastern Monarch withstood the onslaught of Conqueror's Haki, his movements momentarily slowed. Seizing the opportunity, Calder unleashed a devastating punch, propelling the demon form of the Eastern Monarch like a rag doll, carving an increasingly deep chasm into the earth. Remarkable. This single blow had surely cost him at least 3 lives. A dazed Eastern Monarch, his energy as a demon fervently working to mend his injuries, struggled to rise. Calder appeared above him, delivering yet another mighty blow. The ground fractured, and the entire island trembled as if in the throes of an earthquake. How could he be this powerful? This was nothing short of monstrous. Surely, the old man cannot be harmed. Sabo lost composure, cradling his head in his hands, filled with dread. Gwyna gripped her sword tightly, her teeth clenched as she gazed at the terrifying scene in the distance. Oka remained unfazed. This old man, it seems, never truly exerted himself against me. Fuzzvuff appeared significantly dispirited. Alice's complexion was somewhat pallid. Meanwhile, Old Lady Tom was utterly exhilarated, her eyes gleaming with delight as she beheld the seemingly invincible figure. With relentless ferocity, the Eastern Monarch lay in a deep pit, devoid of any means to counterattack. Merely the shockwaves from the punches rendered him immobile. This what it means to be a formidable presence upon the seas. As the Eastern Monarch felt his consciousness beginning to waver, he summoned all his strength to activate the energy of the demon. Constricting practice, his aura began to exhibit a noticeable decline. Calder unleashed 2 more punches before halting his assault and landing before the Eastern Monarch. The latter could no longer maintain his demonic form. The darkness that enveloped him gradually faded, restoring him to his original visage. Calder regarded this still-breathing, conscious individual with a grin, laughing heartily, reveling in the exhilaration of the encounter. It had been far too long since he had encountered such a fitting punching bag. My boy, how about joining me? The Eastern Monarch struggled, managing only to move his hands and feet, unable to utter a word. In response, he politely raised a middle finger. Ha. Calder was not angered. Such spirit, young lad. I truly admire you. But before he could finish a sentence, Calder's expression shifted as he turned to the distant sea. A ship was approaching. Pests have arrived. How disappointing. Calder glanced at the Eastern Monarch, stating regardless, tend to your injuries. I assume you lack a doctor? Little Tom is quite the skilled physician. Rest assured, she will heal you without fail. At that moment, Old Lady Tom and the 3 others arrived. So, young man, do you now comprehend the captain's prowess? Yet, you are not without merit either. It has been ages since I witnessed the captain so thoroughly engaged. Consider the captain's proposal, Old Lady Tom remarked. Upon receiving a signal from the Eastern Monarch, Oka hoisted him onto his back and followed Old Lady Tom back to the Dominator. Meanwhile, Calder and Fuzzvuff remained on the island. Before long, the approaching vessel drew near, revealing itself to be a pirate ship, and from a distance, cannon fire erupted, their intentions unmistakable. Are the newcomers truly this bold? Calder ignited a cigar, laughing. Just a bunch of ignorant ants. Fuzzvuff scoffed, weapon in hand. The Dominator swiftly responded, and both sides exchanged cannon fire, but it was evident that Calder's larger ship possessed superior firepower. Even with a crew of mere children, the disparity in equipment was glaring. Having suffered losses, the pirate ship retreated, landing at another location, where a throng of pirates rushed towards Calder, shouting, "Charge! Eliminate the 7 warlords! Old man, hand over the pure gold. Surrender the pure gold, and you shall be spared." For the sake of pure gold, kill. Initially puzzled, Calder pondered, pure gold? Isn't that merely a legend? How could it possibly involve me? His expression darkened. Am I being set up? Who would dare to scheme against me? Fuzzvuff, upon hearing the pirate's cries, couldn't help but glance at Calder before averting his gaze, sensing the youthfulness was indeed unusual. Could it be that pure gold truly exists? What a bunch of fools believing in such absurd rumors. Calder sneered. Allow me to handle this. Fuzzvuff, perceptive as ever, offered. Calder nodded, and Fuzzvuff charged headlong into the pirates. Without employing the six dials, he relied solely on his superhuman physique to dominate them with overwhelming strength and speed, dispatching a multitude of pirates as effortlessly as cutting vegetables. The remaining pirates, sensing the tide had turned, fled back to their ship. Eradicate them, Calder commanded. Fuzzvuff complied. Soon, unfamiliar pirate ships appeared on the horizon, and this time, there were more than one. There were no signs of conflict among these ships. It was clear they shared a common target. The game pirates. The Calder's expression grew increasingly grim. Who are they? Who is scheming against me? Cannon fire roared, and battle commenced swiftly. The Dominator unleashed fierce firepower. Yet the ship was manned by mere children who had never encountered such a spectacle, quickly falling into disarray, their counterattacks becoming feeble. Captain, something feels amiss. Old Lady Tom shouted from the ship's railing. This moment, she could no longer concern herself with attending to the injured Eastern monarch. Set sail. We must retreat. Calder, suppressing his fury, issued the command. Fuzzvuff turned back, and the two returned to the Dominator, which soon set sail, attempting to break through the encircling forces. The Dominator possessed formidable power. Despite the encirclement forming, it surged forth. The cost, however, was significant damage to the ship's hull. After all, even the finest weapon requires a capable wielder. Having not experienced such a situation in many years, Calder stood at the ship's bow, watching the pursuing pirate ships with gritted teeth. It was evident we were being set up. Little Tom, do you have any leads? None whatsoever. Could it be the work of our former foes? Old Lady Tom shook her head, scratching her head in frustration, unable to arrive at a conclusion. However, our enemies are nearly all dead. Those remaining have either long since hidden themselves, or could it be Whitebeard's doing? Stop speaking nonsense, Little Tom. Newgate would never engage in such trivial pursuits, Calder retorted angrily. Let us just leave for now. We can investigate later. Meanwhile, the Eastern monarch lay in the guest quarters recuperating, mouth agape, as two small ones constantly fed him. Pure gold? Now, that is a true treasure. Associating with it would undoubtedly invite relentless trouble, even attracting the attention of the world government. Could this be the reason Calder vanished? Chapter 13. Quietly watching you deceive me following the previous battle, the creatures on the island exhibited signs of distress. Behaving unusually, in a room. Oka and the Eastern monarch shared their findings. The commotion from the old man's battle was immense. Isn't it natural for the animals to be frightened? Sabo queried. Oka shook his head, asserting that the sensation was akin to experiencing the event firsthand. The Eastern monarch contemplated and soon formed a hypothesis. Could it be that old man's ability is replacement, as a seasoned observer and reader? It was not surprising to deduce a myriad of possibilities from mere snippets of information. Replacement? Boss, are you suggesting he transferred the damage he endured to other locations on the island? Oka grasped the concept instantly. The Eastern monarch nodded that if this hypothesis holds true, then his invincible ability could indeed be elucidated. However, this presupposes his devil fruit power has awakened. Otherwise, such a vast range would be implausible. Furthermore, once awakened, the scope of what could be replaced might extend beyond mere damage, potentially encompassing other conceptual applications. The children aboard this ship are certainly peculiar. There must be something amiss in any case, we must exercise greater caution, the Eastern monarch advised, also emphasizing that this hypothesis should remain a contingency. And until confirmed, they should not jump to conclusions to avoid being misled by erroneous information. Replacement of damage. How could such a deceptive ability exist? That is cheating, Sabo exclaimed. Goenna, while continuing to feed, remarked, ISNT that the nature of devil fruits? Just look at the old man. What about him is normal? Hey, little brat, are you complimenting me or insulting me? The injured Eastern monarch complained to Gwenna. It's a compliment. Goenna insisted earnestly. you're becoming less adorable as you grow. If that old man Calder truly possesses pure gold, seize it and bring it to you. That way, you can remain children forever and spare me the agony of your growth." The Eastern monarch chuckled. "Pure gold? Does such a thing truly exist?" Sabo inquired. The Eastern monarch nodded but gestured for silence, uttering contradictory words. "Who knows? What if it is real? It wouldn't hurt to test it out. After all, this is someone else's territory. Who knows if walls have ears? If this information were to leak, it could attract unimaginable trouble. Immortality is a dream shared by the vast majority, considering that Calder might have vanished for this reason." The Eastern monarch could not afford to be reckless at tea that moment. Oka suddenly noticed something and spoke. "The ship is decelerating." Decelerating? Dong Jun was perplexed, and then he summoned 2 miniature demon doppelgangers that flew out through the door. Ever since arriving aboard the Dominator, Dong Jun had not only restrained his own abilities, but had also chosen to conceal many of his doppelganger powers, such as passing through walls and diving into the sea, which he had never demonstrated. The doppelgangers swiftly patrolled the ship and heard numerous panic cries from the lower deck, where the children were. The hull was breached and water was seeping in. Dong Jun relayed the information to his companions, but was this smooth turn of events somewhat suspicious? Could there be a traitor among them? Oka boldly speculated. Dong Jun responded with a thumbs up. Then Oka silently signaled that someone was approaching. They quieted down, obediently lying on the bed, with Dong Jun dutifully playing the role of an injured party. The visitor was Granny Tofu, always accompanied by several well-behaved children, both boys and girls, who serve as excellent comedic foils. Without them, Granny Tofu would likely struggle to maintain the conversation. "How is your injury? Let me take a look. I'm quite the skilled doctor." Granny Tofu eagerly approached, wanting to assist. Dong Jun managed to lift his hand with great effort. Opened his mouth, but no words came out. The boss said, "There's no need. I will not accept favors from the enemy." Oka cooperatively played the role of translator. Unable to speak, Dong Jun expressed his appreciation with a thumbs up. "What a spirited little fellow. No wonder the captain holds you in such high regard." Granny Tofu did not insist further, allowing the children around her to exit the room, and then shifted the topic. "Think carefully about the captain's proposal. Join us, and everything you desire can be realized. Fame, power, wealth, women. Once you join us, all of these will be at your fingertips. You must understand that Calder is not only the strongest man in the world, but also one of the 7 warlords of the sea recognized by the world government. The power he possesses is beyond what someone like you, who has yet to see the world, can imagine." Granny Tofu whispered enticingly. "Even eternal life." Eternal life? Oka played the role of the curious mouthpiece. Indeed, Granny Tofu nodded, glancing around conspiratorially. "I'm sure you've heard the commotion outside." "Yes, the captain possesses pure gold." Observing Dong Jun's timely display of shock, Granny Tofu nodded in satisfaction. "You know what pure gold is. And you certainly understand what it signifies. Join us, gain the captain's trust, and you will be bestowed with pure gold and the ability to attain eternal life. So, what do you say? Are you tempted?" Dong Jun opened his mouth and then glanced at Oka. Oka nodded, looking at Granny Tofu. "Then why do you look like this?" That's what the boss said." Dong Jun rolled his eyes in silence, but did not rebut. Granny Tofu's expression stiffened momentarily before she quickly recovered, chuckling. "In that case, let me show you my true form." With that, Granny Tofu's entire physique elongated. Her appearance, attire, and even hair color underwent a transformation, ultimately revealing a stunning beauty standing over 8 meters tall, with pink hair and a curvaceous figure. Truly magnificent. Wow, is this Granny Tofu's real appearance? How did she do that? Sabo instantly believed, unable to suppress his curiosity as he leaned in to scrutinize. Granny Tofu crouched down and patted Sabo's little head. "I am a user of the change fruit, capable of transforming into any form I imagine. The reason I disguised myself as an old woman was to conceal my age. After all, once the news of pure gold leaks, it will attract significant trouble, as you've undoubtedly noticed from the commotion outside." Kuna examined Granny Tofu with skepticism and then turned back to see Dong Jun rolling his eyes. "If I hadn't seen pictures of Big Mom in her youth, I might have actually believed your ruse." With a mental scoff, Dong Jun had no intention of exposing Granny Tofu's deception at that moment. Glancing at OK, no problem. Just give me the pure gold, and I'll join. Yes, that is what the boss said. The mouthpiece translated again. What a foolish daydream, you little brat. Granny Tofu quickly reverted to her original form. Such treasures cannot be handed to you so easily. Trust. You must first earn the captain's trust. Is that so? Dong Jun shot her a glance. The mouthpiece immediately raised the gun, aiming it at Granny Tofu's forehead. You must have pure gold on you, right? Killing you would be quicker than trying to earn Calder's trust. Yes, that is what the boss said. Granny Tofu froze for a moment, then broke into a cold sweat. What the hell? Why is everything coming from me? Unable to contain himself, Dong Jun cursed, then turned to Granny Tofu. Stop wasting time. Hand it over, or I'll have old Fan blow your brains out. He has been wanting to do that for ages. Granny Tofu frantically waved her hands. No, you cannot kill me. The pure gold is not with me. It's with the captain. Yes, with the captain. My strength is too weak to protect such a treasure. As you can see, I can't even handle you. The two exchanged glances, and upon receiving Dong Jun's signal, Oko lowered his gun. Chapter 14. The commotion caused by pure gold Granny Tofu finally sighed in relief and hurriedly left in a fluster. What rude little brats! I will go tell the captain to teach you impolite rascals a lesson. Just as Granny Tofu stepped outside, she encountered Alice, who was pushing a food cart. Alice, such tasks should be left to the children. We are officers and need not do these things. I'll keep an eye on them. Food must not be wasted, Alice said, cigarette in mouth, looking rather dejected. Granny Tofu shook her head and sidestepped past her, only to soon hear her shrill voice akin to that of slaughtered pig. What? The ship is broken. What nonsense. Quickly find someone to repair it. Alice pushed the food cart over, and the two little ones took over the ensuing tasks. Watching Dong Jun finish his food without wasting a morsel, Alice spoke before departing. The news of the pure gold will attract significant trouble. Now that our ship has encountered problems, we may not be able to leave. You should leave while you still can. And you? What about the children on the ship? Dong Jun inquired curiously. Alice hesitated for a moment. It's not for you to worry about. You and T happen to be the ones spreading rumors about the pure gold. Would you? Dong Jun boldly speculated. Suddenly turning, Alice's fierce gaze locked on Dong Jun, her formidable presence making it clear that she was not merely a cook, but a powerful individual. Staring at Dong Jun for a moment, Alice reverted to her usual demeanor. Mind your own business. You want to eliminate Calder? We want to eliminate Calder too. We could join forces, Dong Jun suggested with a smile. Pirates are inherently untrustworthy, Alice scoffed. It is fine if we don't collaborate. We can each do our own thing. However, could we exchange some intelligence? The more we understand about Calder, the greater our chances of defeating him. Dong Jun continued. After a moment of silence, Alice responded, he claims he only discovered the true name of the fruit he ate after awakening his powers, that it is the erasure fruit, capable of nullifying all attacks and damage. But I have my doubts about that. Additionally, he possesses 3 types of haki and formidable physical skills, with no apparent weaknesses. By the way, do you know about haki? Nodding, Dong Jun asked, do you know what conditions are needed for him to activate his abilities? You are certainly not ordinary newcomers, Alice remarked, smirking that I'm not sure, but it likely relates to a game. He is a very cautious person, only truly trusting Granny Tofu, while he generally calculates against everyone else. Granny Tofu is a user of the mimic fruit. She enjoys transforming into others to manipulate their emotions. The children aboard the ship are all family members she transformed into children under various pretenses. Moreover, she has no genuine feelings for these children. It's common for children to go missing on the ship, and those children have likely already been killed by her. As she spoke, Alice gritted her teeth, her face betraying barely contained rage. What a deceitful old hag. If she deceives her own kin, then Alice's claims about Calder's fruit powers are entirely untrustworthy. They truly are a bunch of treacherous scoundrels. Dong Jun chuckled, then shared his conjecture. We suspect Calder's ability might involve exchange, but we are not certain. Keep an eye out. It might be useful. Exchange? Alice pondered, her expression darkening. Without understanding haki, it is impossible to defeat Calder. If you wish to avoid death, it's best to leave sooner rather than later. Before departing, Alice offered one last piece of advice. After she left, Dong Jun exchanged a glance with Oka, who nodded before he spoke. Do you think it's true or false? Definitely true. I can see Granny Tofu is deceiving us. Sabo exclaimed angrily, convinced he had uncovered the truth. Kuna stood silently, arms crossed. We lack sufficient information to ascertain. However, we can attempt it. After all, we still have a fallback plan, Oka replied, holding his gun. And what about that old hag? Dong Jun inquired once more. Oka shook his head, reasoning that as a figure from the previous era, it was implausible for her not to possess such power. Yet, her demeanor did not suggest any deception. Perhaps, with age, her strength had waned. Uncle, what are you talking about? Sabo scratched his head, utterly bewildered. Hockey. They're discussing hockey. You fool, Guena scolded, tapping Sabo's forehead with the hilt of her sword in exasperation. Casting a glance at Sabo, Dong Jun remarked, This little brat is being foolish, having encountered the old hag. Her abilities resemble those of the mimic fruit. But she is certainly not a user of it. That fruit cannot conjure clothing that if you encounter Sabo acting out of the ordinary, do not hesitate to eliminate him. The previous user of the mimic fruit was in Wano. Considering the age of the old hag, the timeline does not quite align, yet similar abilities do exist. For instance, the mythical Zoan fruit, nine-tailed fox. If so, that would be a splendid target for hunting. The old hag's transformation duration is quite short. It remains uncertain whether it is due to her overwhelming strength leading to excessive physical strain. After all, in the original narrative, the nine-tailed fox's mythical abilities, aside from its appearance alteration, remain rather ambiguous. The Zoan type, especially mythical, holds immense potential. Even disregarding the transformation capability, it would make for an excellent enhancement of a Zoan type ability. What? You want to eliminate me directly? Are you joking? Sabo's face turned pale with fright. It is you who must be eliminated for acting strangely, Guena replied with a smile. So, you must behave normally from now on. A single mistake in identifying you could lead to a dire consequence. No way, Sabo cried out in regret. Whose fault is it for being so dim-witted? Dong Jun delivered a loving punch. The Dominator was changing course. Through a distant demon doppelganger, Dong Jun confirmed that their direction was towards another island near Long Island. Behind them, aside from the dozen or so pirate ships in close pursuit, there were more vessels approaching from a distance that a multitude of pirate ships gathered, though they were not familiar faces to Dong Jun. They were all notorious fugitives, including several rising stars with bounties exceeding 100 million. There were naval ships as well, led by Rear Admiral Tsu, accompanied by Jen, Oni Spider, Doberman, and another Rear Admiral whom Dong Jun did not recognize. This was a force that could rival the Demon's Slaying Order. Even CP-9's ship was present. While Dong Jun did not recognize the vessel of CP-9, he was familiar with its occupants. Rob Lucci and his crew were all present, except for Khalifa and the Owl, along with a few other CP members unknown to Dong Jun. 3 different factions were converging from 3 distinct directions. The grand scale of this operation almost confirmed Dong Jun's earlier speculation. The allure of pure gold is indeed formidable. The identity of the 7 warlords holds no deterrent power whatsoever. However, considering the situation, it is understandable, for the 7 warlords are essentially tools of the world government and the Navy, who serve the Celestial Dragons, and the Celestial Dragons have an insatiable desire for pure gold. Such an outcome is hardly surprising. That woman, Alice, is truly deranged. If she has no contingency plans, her fate as Calder's companion is unlikely to be favorable. What grievances could drive her to such extremes? And what fate awaits that ship full of children? Chapter 15. The fruit ability that can be considered a bug, a silence fell. Oka suddenly alerted. Being with Calder, Dong Jun, lacking the observation hockey, found himself utterly blind without releasing a doppelganger. Had they caught an insider? Had Alice been exposed? Dong Jun pondered. The speed of events seemed too swift. Had they been on guard against each other all along? Oka shook his head. The vanished sounds were faint. They belonged to children. Moreover, Calder's voice was changing. After battling the boss, it had evidently weakened, yet upon the disappearance of those sounds, he regained his strength. His expression turned grave as Dong Jun spoke. Could it be that he's truly consuming people? The old man's age and that ship full of children seemed too abnormal. Upon hearing the notion of cannibalism, the 2 youngsters turned pale, Guina included. It was not fear, but rather horror. It appeared that his formidable power had its limitations, perhaps tied to time constraints. Was it that the energy expenditure was so great that he required recharging? Waiting like this was not a solution. I shall inquire with the Navy for any intelligence. After speaking, Dongjun vanished, leaving behind but a minuscule demon doppelganger. Offshore, aboard Rear Admiral Tsuru's naval vessel, both Tsuru and Yuen, sensed simultaneously as a small black, rapidly approached the bow. Don TB alarmed. I'm merely here to say hello. That expanded, swiftly transforming into a towering figure over 3 meters tall. Dongjun arrived aboard the warship through his devilish trickery. The moment he appeared, alarm ensued, with all the naval soldiers drawing their swords and aiming their guns at him. A devil fruit user, I see, and one with an unfamiliar ability. Tsuru crossed her arms, maintaining a calm demeanor. Meanwhile, Juen curiously scrutinized Dongjun, gesturing for the soldiers to lower their weapons. I am Dongjun, the demon Dongjun, a bounty hunter driven by curiosity. Sitting cross-legged at the ship's bow, Dongjun raised his hand for self-introduction. Pleasantly surprised to encounter such prominent figures in the Navy. A bounty hunter. Are you not here for the pure gold? Tsuru questioned. How could a rational person like myself believe in such absurdities? Dongjun waved his hand dismissively. By the way, your Navy is making quite a stir. Are you also after Calder? ISNT, he one of the 7 warlords, your pet dog? Are you coming to feast on dog meat? Without refuting Dongjun's jibe, Tsuru merely answered his initial inquiry. We are certainly not here for Calder. The news of pure gold has drawn numerous pirates, and if left unchecked, it will spiral out of control. Nodding, Dongjun signaled his understanding. Then what about Calder? If I eliminate him, can I exchange his bounty with you? Calder is not someone easily dealt with. You possess quite a confidence in your abilities, young one. Is it due to your fruit power? Tsuru inquired with a smile. Indeed, Dongjun readily affirmed. What is your power? Tsuru pressed further. Haven't I already revealed it to you? Dongjun laughed heartily. Tsuru pondered and soon arrived at a conclusion. A demon? An ability never before heard of, truly worthy of being a strategic mastermind, Dongjun remarked, comparing him to Sengoku, who was far inferior. Perhaps it was due to Tsuru's infrequent appearances and limited information that he lacked any extraordinary traits. While Sengoku was different, for the pirates of a new world wishing to return to paradise, aside from the flying lion, was there any other path but the sea floor? Why did Sengoku become so flustered when faced with the coded Moby Dick? Was it due to unpaid wages causing an IQ deficit? Calder is a 7 warlord. His bounty was rescinded long ago. Tsuru showed no interest in Dongjun's praise. Eliminating him will only earn you a reputation. What a ruse to dupe the naive. Dongjun silently scoffed, then cooperatively bit the bait. Then can you share some exclusive information with me? I was utterly trounced by Calder before, with no ability to retaliate. What exactly is his power? You've faced him already, yet you remain unscathed. Tsuru's evaluation of Dongjun rose once more. Calder was a user of the swap fruit, capable of exchanging. Truly an old-timer, the information you possess is plentiful. Yet to reveal it so easily suggests that Calder has indeed been abandoned. Moreover, he had managed to make an accurate guess. This was both good and bad news, for this ability allowed Dongjun to conjure numerous potential uses that could be deemed bug-like in nature. Swap damage, swap positions, swap space. Considering Calder's age and strength, his possibly awakened fruit power might even exchange conceptual elements. For instance, age, health, life. That no wonder that old hag was so confident in declaring Calder the strongest man in the world. If Calder's body harbors no other issues, such a possibility indeed exists. Previously, the matters Oka sensed through observation Haki instantly sparked connections for Dongjun. Why are there so few adults in the pirate crew? Why does Alice wish to eliminate Calder? With this hypothesis, many matters suddenly made sense. Furthermore, Fuzz, as a secret spy, the world government would surely have some contingency plans against him, such as a life card. Yet he could safely hide with Calder. It is likely that Calder used his ability to swap something, like a life compass. Swap? What a troublesome ability. I can hardly conceive a solution. Alas, it is better to let it be. As I cannot win. Dongjun shook his head with a sigh, then turned to Juen. May I inquire how to address you, miss? Do you have a boyfriend? Would you consider me? What long legs you have? Juen remained silent, merely casting a nonchalant glance at Dongjun that sent chills down his spine. Farewell. Dongjun's form vanished, leaving only a small black dot in his wake, which swiftly disappeared. Such a convenient yet troublesome ability. It seems to be of the Paramecia type, and coupled with that lad's formidable physique, another formidable character has emerged upon the seas. Saru looked up at the nearly indistinguishable black dots in the sky. Sighing, perhaps we could recruit him into the military. Gion proposed. Do not be deceived by that lad's cheeky demeanor. Such individuals seldom waver in their convictions and ambitions, Heron asserted, instructing to notify CP9. Perhaps he could be utilized as a mere guidepost. Gion nodded in agreement. The Dominator once again docked, albeit under duress. The hull was fractured and leaking. If the issue remained unresolved, sailing would soon become untenable. The already panicking children were incapable of mounting an effective counterattack. The ship was an imposing target, and once within range of cannon fire, the likelihood of destruction was exceedingly high. The entire crew was disembarking, a throng of over 1,000, all mere children. The usually amiable Granny Sang followed closely behind Calder, accompanied solely by her trusted confidants, while the dejected and indifferent Alice endeavored to manage the frightened youngsters. Oka, bearing Dongjun on his back along with 2 little ones and a voracious beast, refrained from mingling with the crowd. This was tantamount to abandoning the ship. The injured Dongjun appeared rather docile on Oka's back. According to intelligence, in conjunction with his potentially awakened fruit powers, he could swap positions within a visible range. And with another of his previous devastating impacts, he could easily dismantle a pirate crew, resolving the issue with a repetition of a dozen or even dozens of times. Boss, you have overlooked the most significant issue. Oka countered. Stamina. Stamina is the key. Not everyone can possess your monstrous endurance. Sabo suddenly exhibited a surprising astuteness. Chapter 16. The aging power user Dongjun pondered and found it to be true. The foundation of fruit powers lies in physical strength and stamina, with physique representing power and stamina serving as a measure of endurance. The more formidable the technique, the greater the stamina consumption, particularly for awakened abilities that in the original narrative, Doflamingo and Katakuri, both in their prime, displayed no apparent issues, while the younger generation, like Law, evidently faced significant stamina limitations when employing their awakened abilities. Calder and Whitebeard belonged to the same era, now aged and frail. Their previous bout had already shown significant fluctuations in their condition, evidently inferior to the vigor of Doflamingo and Katakuri in their youth. Hence, the key to defeating Calder lies in prolonging the confrontation, to wear him down, to compel him to expose a flaw. In such a light, my prior attempts may have inadvertently drained his energy. Otherwise, he would not have so readily relinquished his ship. Had I persisted then, perhaps victory could have been achieved. Therefore, in the forthcoming battle, he must not be afforded the opportunity to recover. Are we to engage? Oka inquired. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. We shall observe first and then decide. Dongjun resolved to play the cunning observer. Thus, Oka led him on a divergent path, only to be obstructed by the suddenly appearing Calder. Indeed, position swapping or spatial exchange was feasible. Where do you think you're going, lad? Calder inquired with a grin. Did you not see the multitude of pirates behind? If we do not flee, shall we remain here to be slaughtered? Dongjun retorted weakly, his body wrapped in bandages. Ha ha! That swarm of ants is naught but a bothersome nuisance. They can be dealt with effortlessly. There is no need for concern. Calder laughed heartily. Little Sang has already spoken to you, has she not? What are your thoughts? Care to join me? Dongjun hastily raised his hand. First, provide the pure gold. How can I trust you? Observing Dongjun's childish antics, Calder remained unfazed, raising his hands to display the jeweled golden ring adorning his fingers. What you desire lies right here. However, such treasures are not easily bestowed upon you. Dongjun exhibited a blend of greed and urgency while internally cursing. How casual is this? Should I commend your cleverness? This is a blatant insult to my intelligence. Either pledge your loyalty to me, allowing me to witness it, or present something of substantial value in exchange. Calder's eyes gleamed with shrewdness. Something of substantial value. Dongjun scratched his head in confusion. Indeed, Offer up your most precious possession in trade. Calder coaxed. Ultimately, with a pained expression, Dongjun reluctantly produced the third-generation Onitachi. All right, take it. Calder initially froze, then veins bulged on his forehead, threatening to erupt. Boom! At that moment, cannon fire erupted, prompting Calder to take a deep breath and suppress his rising agitation. A renowned blade is merely an external possession, not truly valuable. What is genuinely priceless cannot be measured by money. Pure gold represents infinite life. You must at least present something of commensurate value in exchange. Commensurate, but I cannot conceive of anything. Dongjun lamented. No matter. As long as you agree to this transaction, I can provide you with the pure gold first. How about it? My sincerity is evident. Calder enticed. Clearly, the pressing situation had instilled a sense of urgency within him, as he hastened to finalize the deal. That is unacceptable. Dongjun firmly rejected Calder. I abide by principles. I shall return when I think of something of value to exchange. Before Calder could respond, Dongjun interrupted him. This is all your fault for bringing about such trouble. Now, I am gravely injured and unable to move. You shall handle those ruffians. I must prioritize resting and healing. The emergence of pure gold heralded significant trouble, potentially attracting the attention of the Navy or the world government. If nefarious individuals targeted my injuries, it would be catastrophic. Dongjun cautioned Calder kindly. Calder, aware that he could not press too hard lest he reveal his hand, nodded in agreement and turned to depart. I am severely wounded. Find a secluded spot for me to rest and recuperate, Dongjun commanded. Oka was left speechless. The 4 individuals and 1 beast fled far away, while Dongjun split off 3 clones to remain near the shore to observe and narrate how Calder commanded Granny Sang and Fuzz to dispatch the pirate underlings with the ease of harvesting wheat. This old woman, despite her considerable strength, is clearly feigning weakness before us. She harbors ill intentions. Just as Dongjun had anticipated, the Dominator was swiftly reduced to a pile of wreckage by the pirates. Calder remained inactive, perhaps conserving his stamina. The primary combatants were Granny Sang and Fuzz, while Alice focused her energy on maintaining order and did not engage in battle. Soon, more and more pirates landed on the island, only to be swiftly cleared by Calder's use of Conqueror's Haki. Those remaining standing were undoubtedly the officers or captains of various pirate crews. Dongjun initially thought some might flee, yet to his surprise, they remained undaunted. Indeed, even nameless individuals possessed the resolve that comes with setting sail. Dongjun marveled at their bravery, a commendation that transcended allegiance. Shall we play a game? The stakes of victory and defeat shall be your very lives. Calder cruelly chuckled, calculating his opponents even during combat. Oh, hell with this. What I seek is pure gold. However, the pirates were evidently disinclined to indulge him, cursing loudly, refusing to retreat as the brutal conflict raged on. Calder's strength was unquestionable, yet Dongjun noted that he was no longer employing the grandiose techniques he had previously showcased in their fight. Instead, he executed precise and efficient maneuvers grounded in his extensive combat experience. Consistently evading attacks rather than taking them head-on, he seemed to transform from a wealthy braggart into a destitute individual. Could it be that the frequency of his abilities' activation consumed more stamina than its quality? Assuming a premise that it existed within limits, was it always this way, or was his age diminishing his stamina? Dongjun and Oka deliberated. The reason was inconsequential. The reality was that this represented his critical weakness. As a sniper, Oka's considerations always revolved around objectives and outcomes. Calder's expression grew increasingly grim. Dongjun observed that as the battle progressed, his hair and skin appeared to age rapidly. Was this a side effect of his ability? Or was he rapidly depleting the things he had acquired through its use? Dongjun speculated. The scales of victory were tipping. Oka's observation Haki remained vigilant over the sea's edge. Too many uncontrollable factors loomed. Calder had not encountered such a situation in many years. We cannot remain here any longer. We must withdraw. Calder issued his command, but his demeanor quickly soured, for yet again, the shadows of ships appeared upon the sea. This time, it was not only pirates, but also vessels belonging to the Navy and the world government. Remembering Dongjun's earlier nonsensical ramblings, Calder cursed, "Damn it! You jinx!" Chapter 17. I reveal my hand. The great demon god. It remains uncertain whether this was premeditated, but the three factions have effectively sealed off all escape routes for Calder. The only option left would be to flee inland. However, without a vessel, they are condemned to remain on the island, rendering their efforts futile. In such dire circumstances, Calder cannot gamble on the stance of the Navy and the world government. A miscalculation would plunge him into an irreversible abyss. It is common knowledge to target the vulnerable. Swiftly, Calder made his decision, summoning Granny Tam and a select group of trustworthy children to depart. Yet, Alice declined, insisting on staying behind to care for the children. Given the urgency of the situation, Calder, with a grim expression, disregarded Alice's objections and activated his abilities, transporting over 30 of his men directly onto the largest pirate ship. They swiftly dispatched the remaining pirates aboard, but just as he issued the command to break free, a door suddenly opened in the air above the deck. Led by Rob Lucci, over 20 CP9 members leaped onto the ship. Without so much as a greeting, Lucci commanded the CP members to spring into action, executing their aerial assaults with remarkable speed, clearly armed with detailed intelligence on Calder's movements. Rather than confronting Calder head-on, they opted to dismantle the ship. In this critical moment, Calder could not stand idly by. He activated his ability to swap positions, delivering powerful blows to the unprepared CP9 members, sending 6 of them plummeting into the sea. However, the overwhelming numbers of CP9 proved too great, and the pirate ship was swiftly reduced to wreckage. With no other choice, Calder retreated with his remaining subordinates to land, watching helplessly as the CP9 members systematically destroyed all nearby vessels. Rob Lucci and his team followed onto the island and approached Calder. "Game Master Calder, we are the CP organization directly under the world government, and we are here to demand the surrender of the pure gold." Following the orders of the world government, Lucci's demeanor was exceedingly arrogant. "Pure gold? What nonsense! I possess no such thing." Calder's face darkened as he firmly rejected the demand. Resisting was futile. Lucci then commanded all CP members to commence a long-range assault, leaving Calder no room for explanation. Forced in a battle, Alice sought to protect the children under simultaneous attack from CP, wielding a massive kitchen knife with remarkable speed, yet facing the dense barrage of attacks. She quickly found herself overwhelmed. Upon seeing CP9 land, Fuzz fled without a backward glance. In the ensuing chaos, Calder's side remained at a disadvantage. Fortunately, Calder managed to evade the relentless attacks and change locations. Otherwise, Alice alone would have succumbed in a matter of moments. "Run quickly! Head inland!" Alice shouted for the children to flee before charging at Granny Tam. Startled, Tam narrowly avoided losing her head, retaliating with a furious outburst. "Indeed, I have long said that you wretched woman, are untrustworthy. Go to hell." Their weapons clashed as they engaged. Meanwhile, a large contingent of pirates arrived, plunging the battlefield in a further disarray. Calder's fury surged, but his condition was deteriorating, and it was clear that naval ships awaited offshore. He dared not act recklessly. The battle became a stalemate. Observing the quiet naval vessels offshore, Dongjun smirked, with Crane and 4 other vice-admirals present. The force was likely enough to deal with Calder, yet they chose to merely observe. Whether this was due to a lack of cooperation with CP or some other reason remained a mystery to Dongjun. Nevertheless, he was no longer inclined to remain a passive spectator. The Navy's combat strength, which should have been Calder's doom, now presented itself as an opportunity for Dongjun to make his mark. After all, such a stage is rare indeed. The majority of the children from the game pirates fled in a panic towards the island, pursued by the advancing pirates. Faced with such ferocious foes, they harbored no thoughts of resistance. Most of the children selected by Granny Tam possessed gentle and timid natures, perhaps due to their susceptibility to manipulation. 2 small figures led the charge, deftly maneuvering through the pirates, reaping lives with their blades. Oka followed alongside Dongjun, taking his time. Meanwhile, Dongjun, wrapped in bandages, stood with his hands in his pockets, the 3rd-generation Kichiyo transforming into a black beam of death, swiftly cutting through the chaos, leaving a trail of corpses in his wake. Tiao, following Dongjun, gaped in awe, scanning the surroundings. The quartet swiftly drew the attention of all three factions, with the pirates, the most numerous, launching the first attack, sending a torrent of their ranks surging forth. The intent was to divert the pirates' manpower, and Dong Jun and his companions remained unhurried, standing their ground while continuously harvesting the lives of the pirates. The task was as simple as slicing through vegetables, devoid of any challenge. Ultimately, the pirates could no longer endure and were the first to cease their assaults, leading to a gradual cessation of hostilities among all present. Calder was in dire straits. His hair had turned gray, and his physique and skin had undergone significant changes. He was now gasping for breath. Granny Tam and Alice had been locked in combat for an extended period without a clear victor. Yet fatigue was evident on both sides. Only 11 members of Rob Lucci's team remain alive, all of whom were injured. The pirates, being the most numerous yet chaotic, shared a common goal of targeting Calder. Yet they did not cooperate, occasionally even attacking CP9 members. Alice stood as the weakest link on the field. Have you made up your mind, kid? Come, join me as my ally. I can offer you anything you desire. Calder wheezed, an insincere smile plastered on his face as he extended an invitation to Dong Jun. What nonsense are you spouting? Dong Jun replied, hands in pockets, a cheeky grin on his face. You haven't delivered on your promise of pure gold. Yet you expect me to serve you. Your proposal is preposterously grand. Calder furrowed his brow, finding himself in a precarious position, neither able to confirm nor deny. The pure gold is mine. No one shall take it. A pirate captain shouted, brandishing his blade. You, with your wretched fate, are unworthy of possessing pure gold. Only someone as noble and grand as I deserves it. Another pirate mocked. Shall we continue our negotiation? If you agree to my terms, I can provide you with the pure gold up front. What do you say? After much deliberation, Calder reluctantly made his decision. Dong Jun was at a loss for words. Even in such dire straits, Calder still sought to deceive him. Was this a desperate gamble? Did he consider Dong Jun merely a pawn? However, before Dong Jun could respond, the pirates erupted into chaos once more, unable to contain their impatience, launching a new offensive. All you bothersome pests. Get lost, Calder bellowed in frustration, unleashing his conqueror's haki, which stunned everyone present. In the blink of an eye, fewer than 30 individuals remained standing. What now? Calder asked eagerly. What do you mean by what now? Dong Jun feigned ignorance. With gritted teeth, Calder retorted, So, you are toying with me? Did you just realize that? Dong Jun shot back, incredulous, as if addressing a simpleton. Calder's expression contorted, radiating an aura that sent chills down the spines of all present. Then let them all perish. Calder's towering figure vanished in an instant, reappearing before Dong Jun. However, just as his fist swung midway, Oka had already aimed his firearm at Calder's eye. Boom. Despite being a flintlock, it emitted a deafening roar. Calder's attack was abruptly interrupted, and he instantly swapped positions back to his original spot, his expression darkening as he glared at Oka. Observation haki? Armament haki? Oka stood expressionless, holding his long gun steady, offering no reply. What did you just say? Dong Jun inquired, hands still in pockets, a playful grin on his face. Humph. What does understanding hockey matter? Do you think that will allow you to defeat me? Calder vanished once more, reappearing before Dong Jun, launching a devastating punch, crushing impact. Oka and the two small figures instantly vanished from sight. Awaiting Calder was Dong Jun, who stood laughing maniacally, alongside his own fist. I'm laying it all on the line. Devil's full power, Devil's multiple armament, Trinity, Great Demon God, Chapter 18. The Rise of the Monster. Boom! A colossal sound reverberated. The earth quaked and cracked, the entire island swaying as shockwaves hurled the onlookers and the unconscious pirates several hundred meters away. What just happened? Everyone was left aghast. Dong Jun, having emerged from his seclusion, now loomed as a towering monster over 8 meters tall, his body as dark as ink, with a grotesque mask and glistening metallic armor. A cloud of black smoke swirling around him, rising into the air. What? Calder gasped in horror. You wretch. In response, Dong Jun unleashed a fist the size of a sandbag. Let us see if you could take another hit. The cacophony of multiple layered sounds and distorted voices was soon overpowered by the rapid succession of collisions. and no longer concealing his abilities, Dongjun unleashed a multitude of clones, spreading across the battlefield. Previous suspicions were confirmed. Riots were erupting across the island in sync with the rhythm of Dongjun's punches. "How long can you hold out, old man?" Overlooking Calder, Dongjun laughed wildly, his mirth echoing through the chaos. The ferocity of the scene left onlookers pale with terror. Some pirates began to harbor thoughts of retreat. However, the CP, who regarded their mission as vital as life itself, offered no respite, having been repelled. They immediately set about destroying the other vessels moored near the coast. Scoundrels! The pirates, exasperated, soon clashed with CP once more. Calder could no longer endure and chose to change his position. Yet, before he could catch his breath, Dongjun swiftly appeared before him, having adjusted his stance after a missed punch. Devilish trickery. Presently on Long Island, not only above but even below ground, countless avatars of Dongjun swarmed, numbering in the tens of thousands. He had long acclimated to the existence of these doppelgangers. When not in use, they remained in a state of unconscious drift, but when needed, he could instantly command their precise locations. Indeed, this was not his current limit. Calder's fruit ability allowed for instantaneous movement, and Dongjun possessed the same. Thus, escaping Dongjun was an impossibility. In the incredulous gaze of Calder, he activated his ability repeatedly, only to be effortlessly pursued by Dongjun, whose furious fists bore unmatched power. Each strike possessed the capacity to reshape the terrain, a terrifying assault. Each blow carried the force to shatter Calder. "Who exactly are you?" For the first time in years, Calder was gripped by fear. Dongjun's demeanor reminded him of the incomprehensible monstrosities he had encountered on the seas in his youth. "That I am your causality. I am your retribution. I am your destiny." The overwhelming power, fierce enough to make blood boil, caused Dongjun to lose himself in ecstasy. With each breath, he unleashed dozens of strikes, and no matter how Calder attempted to evade or switch places, he could not escape, forced to endure the onslaught. 1 minute, 10 minutes. Calder visibly aged, his body becoming hunched, hair falling out, teeth loosening, yet he persevered in maintaining his ability. He could not afford to surrender. For the moment, he relinquished his fight and allowed Dongjun's fist to land. A single blow would be fatal, an attack he could not withstand. "I surrender. I surrender." Calder, unable to hold on any longer, pleaded for mercy. Dongjun, momentarily disinterested, halted his assault. "Is that all? I haven't even begun to enjoy myself." "Indeed, one should not strike an old man. I surrender. I will grant you anything you desire, anything within my power. Just spare me, I beg you." Reduced to less than 2 meters, a frail Calder, little more than skin and bones, knelt on the ground, gasping for breath. He is the target of the world government. No one can take him away. At that moment, a member of CP9 rushed over, admonishing Dongjun. Dongjun tilted his head in confusion. "What?" Boom! A thunderclap echoed as a blue-white Kirin descended from the heavens. Striding towards Dongjun, the CP9 member, who had just spoken, was instantaneously reduced to a pile of charred remains. The newly arrived Rob Lucci and his companions were drenched in cold sweat, instinctively lowering their heads before the imposing figure. Death is one of humanity's greatest fears, and no matter how principled or dutiful, one cannot remain composed in the face of mortality. Turning to Calder, Dongjun extended his hand, the demonic touch drawing Calder close. "I am not interested in your possessions. What I desire is your life." With the activation of his ability, demonization, the swirling black mist completely engulfed the struggling Calder. And then, tightening his grip, Dongjun crushed his form. The demonic touch seized the demon that should have fled upon Calder's demise. The demon's seed activated, and the fruit was now in his grasp. He discarded Calder's body like refuse to Rob Lucci and his companions. "He belongs to you now. Remember to settle my bounty." Then Dongjun turned his gaze towards the fleeing Granny Chow, who had taken advantage of the momentary distraction. "Lao Fan, what are you doing? Be professional." Hearing the voice, Granny Chow instantaneously transformed in her youthful form, Charlotte Linlin, and sprinted away with astonishing speed. Could it be that the Ninetails Fox fruit grants corresponding powers upon transformation? Intriguing. Boom! In the distance, Oka fired a shot. having quietly observed while holding a gun and munching on snacks with two small companions. Granny Chow was struck in the leg, flying through the air, twisting and howling as she fell to the ground, reverting to her original form. Her leg was surprisingly intact, though injured. Seems my speculation was correct. Truly a steel balloon. Come back. Dong Jun raised his hand, his dark palm stretching out like an arrow, piercing through Granny Chow's body, then curling back to reel her in. Once again, the same maneuver, seemingly acquiring the nine-tails fox fruit. Then Dong Jun turned his attention to the pirates present, and you as well. The pirates, horrified, attempted to flee, yet Dong Jun would not grant them the opportunity that hell's uprising. The ground across the island began to writhe and contort as if animated, and in just a few breaths, all the standing, lying, conscious, and unconscious pirates were crushed to death by the earth, blood flowing like rivers. This moment, aside from Dong Jun and his companions, only Alice and Rob Lucci's group remained. CP9 was inconsequential, yet their master, Dong Jun, currently wished to avoid provoking them. Settle everything. Do you understand? Dong Jun asked, tilting his head. Rob Lucci, drenched in cold sweat, nodded stiffly, releasing his ability and restoring his true form. Dong Jun approached Alice. Beautiful lady, would you like to join me? Though unclear on the specifics, Dong Jun held a favorable impression of Alice, especially as she was the chef he desperately needed, despite her culinary skills being rather questionable. Alice, momentarily dazed, came to her senses and shook her head. I'm too tired. Dong Jun nodded, not pressing the matter. Turning to face the Navy ship that had now approached, he raised a hand to the gravely serious Tsuru and said, Hey, here to clean up? Chapter 19. Big Dad under the command of Gyeon, the Navy began to receive and care for the children aboard Calder's ship. It was only then that Dong Jun learned Alice had contacted Tsuru early on to handle the aftermath. Yet it seemed Tsuru and Alice were unfamiliar with one another. Tio think that it was Calder's subordinate who reached out to me. Tsuru appeared equally surprised by Alice's role as the contact. I have long grown weary of that demon. Alice gritted her teeth. Why father and many of their former companions were slain by Calder, who used his fruit ability to maintain his youth. I never expected to still be alive, and now, I am not much better off that Alice's plan was to summon a multitude of pirates using pure gold, then, at the opportune moment, to turn against and kill Calder. Subsequently contacting the legendary female Vice Admiral Tsuru of the Navy to wrap things up and rescue the innocent children. However, the current turmoil had claimed far too many lives, exceeding Alice's expectations. The true culprit stood nearby, casually snacking. Noticing their gazes upon him, Dong Jun stroked his chin. What? Am I that handsome? Alice smiled wryly and shook her head. I carry all the sins, not much better than Calder. At least you did not act with intent. This was entirely accidental, and the majority of those who perished were wicked individuals who got what they deserved. Do not be too hard on yourself. Child, Tsuru consoled her, perceiving her inclination towards self-destruction. Once the ordeal has passed, one must look forward. Join the Navy. Engage in endeavors you deem meaningful. Perhaps it will ease your burdens. Alice shook her head in refusal. I am tired. Then let us rest for a while before discussing further. Tsuru signaled her subordinates to escort Alice aboard the naval vessel. Ghost Spider, Doberman, and a vice admiral with a prominent chin wielding a shell hammer scrutinized Dong Jun. What are you staring at? Dong Jun asked, digging at his nose with an air of superiority. His current height posed no threat to these individuals. In fact, he could even look down upon them. The view from above is truly delightful. Do not think that defeating a warlord has made you invincible, kid, Ghost Spider remarked, nonchalantly smoking. Invincible? When did I ever claim such a thing? Dong Jun flicked a booger at Ghost Spider, who frowned and dodged. I simply believe I am already stronger than you lot. Ha ha ha. You're quite the overconfident child. Doberman's expression darkened as he reached for his sword. Oka immediately aimed his gun at Doberman's head. Doberman remained unfazed, but the surrounding Navy quickly drew their weapons, creating a tense atmosphere. It has been ages since anyone dared to point a gun at my head, Doberman said coldly. No need for thanks. Oka replied flatly, his tone infuriating. Enough? Tsuru intervened, approaching. Let us not stir up trouble. In front of their superior, Doberman complied. waving his hand for his men to retreat. Oka lowered his gun but kept his gaze fixed on his opponent. "Control your people, kid." Tsuru frowned at the troublesome Dong Jun. "Why little brother has grown wings. I can't rein him in, much to my own distress, ha ha ha." Dong Jun wore a playful grin. Completely unconcerned, casting a glance at Oka, he casually inquired, "How is it that people like you remain obscure for so long?" "No need to probe, dear sister," Dong Jun replied with a smile. Introducing himself, "We all hail from the East Sea. We had been in seclusion until recently, and upon emerging, we stumbled upon such a lively affair. Would you say I am unfortunate or fortunate? The East Sea. How did you suddenly end up in the middle of the Grand Line?" He responded to Dong Jun, "This must be good fortune for you. Such a fitting stage will surely make your names resonate across the seas." Dong Jun pointed at he and burst into laughter. "You truly have a keen eye. As for you two, it's understandable, but those two youngsters are still children. This lifestyle is not suitable for them. Why not entrust them to me?" he suggested, glancing at Ka and Sabo, who were assisting the Navy with the children. "Oh, so your Navy dabbles in human trafficking as well?" Dong Jun chuckled. "Show some respect, kid," Gue Ji reprimanded. "Adults are speaking. Lackeys should refrain from interrupting," Oka interjected, gripping his firearm. Gue Ji paused momentarily. Then his long hair began to swirl as if animated. "What did you say?" "If your hearing is poor, perhaps you should see a doctor," Oka replied with a concerned expression. The atmosphere grew tense once more, with the three vice admirals, save for he, all appearing ready to engage. In this world, the Navy is better described as a violent organization rather than mere soldiers. Each commander is exceedingly arrogant, confident, and prideful, resorting to violence as their habitual creed upon encountering displeasure. Dong Jun was not at all surprised. With a scoff, he conjured a Qilin soaring through the skies, accompanied by thunder, while the golden crow in the distant heavens spread its wings and let out a piercing cry. Flames sweeping down from the heavens. The glutton, who had been quietly seated at Dong Jun's feet like a little lapdog, rose and bared its fangs. Another one, he gazed at the blazing sky, her expression grave, then glanced back at Dong Jun, noting, "Your abilities are quite reminiscent of Big Imon." Rubbing his chin thoughtfully, he nodded. Dong Jun turned to Deo Bowman and his companions. "You may call me Big Dad." This provocation pushed the already tense situation to the brink. Deo Bowman and his companions swiftly drew their weapons. Sensing the impending chaos, he stepped between the five, facing Deo Bowman and his companions with his back to Dong Jun. "Inside, let us not escalate this. One warlord-level threat is already enough of a headache. If another arises, I might just meet my end here." He lowered his own stance to mediate, recognizing that the current positions of the Navy and Dong Jun were not adversarial, and their intelligence on the opponent's capabilities was incomplete. To engage recklessly would be unwise. Deo Bowman and his companions paused, momentarily perplexed by his words. Turning to Oka, he asserted, "You two possess abilities, do you not?" Without any intention of concealment, Oka nodded, showing respect. "And it should be quite familiar to you Navy types, right?" "Ah," Dong Jun remarked, uttering words that seemed to resonate only with himself. Presently, the three admirals of the Navy are all of the natural type. So familiarity is expected. Deo Bowman and his companions regarded Oka with heightened seriousness, having no reason to doubt his judgment. This was both respect and trust. Dong Jun's words lacked clarity, and he could only categorize him among those of eccentric disposition. Truly impressive. It has been a long time since such newcomers have graced the seas. Would you be interested in joining the Navy? He attempted to recruit him, though he suspected the likelihood was slim. After all, it was merely a suggestion. Impressive? Spare me your jest. You old-timers are the truly formidable ones. Dong Jun retorted. We're quite content as we are, free to pursue whatever we desire, or to abstain from it. Unlike your Navy, which seems far less liberated. Moreover, do you people have some peculiar obsession with recruiting others into the Navy? Dong Jun initiated a new topic of conversation. His inquiry piqued his curiosity. "Oh, have you encountered anyone else?" "That old rascal Carp," Dong Jun replied, unafraid since Carp was not present as for the future. Who could say what would unfold upon their next meeting? Coming from the East Sea, it was reasonable that he had crossed paths with Carp. Mentioning his old friend brought a smile to Hie's face. It seems you two get along quite well. Chapter 20. The possibility of the phantom bee species with a light hum. Dong Jun neither confirmed nor denied. Mentioning carp was merely to maintain decorum, especially with he in attendance. A true confrontation was not in their best interest, not to mention the high probability of failure against the 5 vice-admirals. Even if victorious, provoking the old lady might attract Carp and Sengoku to join forces against him. Dong Jun had no desire to test the bonds of the Iron Triangle, were it merely Deo Bowman and his companions. He would have been more than willing to stir up trouble. At this moment, he felt his wings had grown somewhat sturdy. Although he practiced self-reflection daily, he could not help but occasionally feel a bit lofty. As expected, mentioning Carp eased the tension between both sides considerably. Though they may not belong to the same faction, Carp's standing and deeds were well acknowledged by the Navy commanders. They would certainly grant him face just as they respected he. CP9 departed with the corpses of Calder and his companions, as well as the spoils from the Dominator, while Dong Jun and his group, lacking a ship, shamelessly boarded His vessel, with so many children in tow. They could not return directly to Navy headquarters. Their destination was the nearest Navy branch. Upon inquiring about the route, the island that intrigued them most was the city of Spring Queen, as the trial operation of the sea train, though not fully operational, could take them directly to the food city. Longing to find a chef, Dong Jun intended to try his luck there to facilitate this. He kindly altered the course to escort Dong Jun and his companions, leaving Dong Jun feeling rather sheepish, prompting him to prepare a substantial amount of supplies to alleviate the awkwardness. "Did you learn that shamelessness from Carp?" he asked with a smile as they parted. "Indeed. Alas, it is quite difficult for someone with a thin skin like mine to grasp the essence of Mr. Carp's shamelessness. I feel utterly embarrassed," Dong Jun replied, blushing that you're already quite similar. "Kid, I hope you don't turn into a nuisance like Carp," he advised with a smile. By referencing a mutual acquaintance and delivering such a kind-hearted comment. The underlying message was a hope that Dong Jun would become a headache akin to Carp, but not a source of calamity. Sensing the implication, Dong Jun merely smiled and waved his hand, offering no response before departing with his companions. "I have a feeling he will become quite a problem," Ji Yuan remarked, standing beside he and watching the departing figures with a sigh. "As for the future, who can say for certain?" He chuckled. The city of Spring Queen, as its name suggests, was a place where everything mirrored the essence of spring. Life thrived and flourished. Even the people radiated vitality. And everything appeared splendid. Initially intending to merely pass through en route to the food city, Dong Jun and the little ones decided to linger and enjoy the sights for a while. Oka, however, was not particularly enthusiastic, so Dong Jun allowed him to experiment with his newly acquired abilities. Unlike the demon offspring, which could act independently, the demon seed absorbed the properties of the devil fruit more like equipment in a game. It possessed no consciousness, merely existing as an object. Upon linking with his transformation ability, Dong Jun could also wield the corresponding fruit's powers, not only gaining its characteristics, but even acquiring multiple additional abilities simultaneously. Disconnecting was akin to removing equipment, rendering him unable to utilize those powers thereafter. Through the offspring, Dong Jun could also employ the abilities of the devil fruit, though lacking the original fruit's traits. However, the offspring could manifest the respective abilities without requiring Dong Jun's additional effort. Thus, both had their merits, making it difficult to distinguish which was superior. In a sense, this had already realized Dong Jun's dream of being a multi-fruit user. "Would you agree to exchange your snar for my Demon Workshop's ability for 3 days?" Dong Jun inquired, placing a hand on Oka's shoulder. Excited by his newfound powers, Dong Jun had been thoroughly enjoying himself. But this was his first time showcasing them to another. Oka pondered for a moment and reluctantly nodded. "I suppose so." The terms were settled, and Dong Jun returned a finger gesture, experiencing the sensation of his stomach coming to life. Oka found it fascinating, but felt as though he had lost something significant, leaving him devoid of the desire to speak. He then busied himself in search of food. CP9 had already delivered a substantial bounty without delay, which left Dong Jun feeling a slight disappointment. With his cash influx, the urgency of converting gold diminished. While Oka adapted to his new abilities, Dong Jun took the 2 little ones to enjoy some leisure time. rediscovering the childhood joy he had long misplaced. Eventually, he became so engrossed that it was Kuya who finally called for a halt. We've played long enough. It's time to train. I want to exchange for your demon workshop. Uncle, it is uncertain whether it is Aka's extraordinary talent or the exceptional effects of Dongjuan's demon workshop, but this fellow actually exhibits signs of awakening the ability of life restoration, which makes Guena green with envy. She certainly does not wish to miss out on such a clear method to enhance her strength. I want it too. I want it too, exclaimed Sabo, who was enjoying himself just like Dongjun. All right, one at a time. Dongjun exchanged items with Guena, then handed the already confirmed nine-tailed fox fruit, which had been corroded by the demon seed, to Aka. For you, this item is temporary and cannot be used for an extended period. Otherwise, the demon seed may bring about side effects. However, experiencing it is still worthwhile, as the changes in size and physicality from the animal transformation may be beneficial for your learning of life restoration. If one could achieve the effects of animal transformation without having to rely on animal-type fruits, combined with another fruit of preference, just imagining that scene is simply exhilarating. Moreover, this is a mythical Zoan type. It is an even rarer treasure than the natural type. Are you truly not considering it, Sabo? Ever since confirming the fruit, Dongjun had been whimsically encouraging Sabo, yet he faced vehement resistance that I absolutely refused to consume that wrinkled old lady's leftover fruit. Sabo declared defiantly. Due to his own excitement and the practicality of retaining the fruit for better future utilization, Dongjun had no intention of handing it over to others, planning instead to keep it for himself. As for the nine-tailed fox fruit, the little ones looked down upon it, so it was set aside for the time being. Thus, the four of them remained in the Spring Queen City for an entire month. Despite some reluctance, Dongjun allowed the two youngsters to experience the nine-tailed fox fruit numerous times, as it was not a one-time use and could be retrieved without worry, as for himself, after many attempts. He was unsure if it was due to his own fruit's abilities being too advanced, overshadowing the lower-tier abilities, but Dongjun felt nothing beyond the novelty of transformation aside from the change in form. The feeling of weakness and powerlessness when becoming another person was astonishing, even evoking a sense of nostalgia for his former self over a year AG. In response, Sabo, who had already experienced Dongjuan's transformation card with a nine-tailed fox fruit, teasingly remarked, "You're just too perverse, old man." Surprisingly, it was Guena who first mastered life restoration. The ability to have hair grow at will was indeed fascinating. Dongjun contemplated switching jobs with Tony to experience it, but Guena disdainfully declined that Aka's exploration of life restoration was still in its nascent stages. But thanks to the insights gained from the two youngsters' observation hockey, Dongjun learned that Aka had actually taken to heart Dongjuan's previous musings and was already attempting to explore the animal-type transformation abilities. The transformation of animal-type abilities seemed driven by primal instinct, and since humans are also a type of animal, if this instinct could be awakened, perhaps we could all become animal-type users. Aka proclaimed. "Impressive, old fan," Dongjun exclaimed, profoundly astonished. Such a considerate companion, so attuned to the interests of the captain. It moves me deeply. It is said that awakening an animal-type fruit often signifies the merging of personalities. I am quite intrigued by this phenomenon and have long wished to experiment with whether it is possible to eliminate such an influence or directly erase the personality contained within the animal-type fruit. After all, some animal types are truly impressive and quite fascinating. Dongjun was ecstatic, patting Aka's shoulder in encouragement. "Keep it up, old fan. Once you've succeeded, teach me. After I learn, I'll conquer the animal-type fruit, and our choices for team members will increase." Due to the known side effects and the information available, Dongjun was not particularly fond of pure animal types. After all, the idea of altering one's personality sounded rather repugnant. If feasible, it would not only avoid the drawbacks of animal-type fruits, but perhaps in the future, our entire team could consist of acquired mythical Zoan users. Just the thought of it is exhilarating. With their respective gains, Aka and Guena provided Sabo with immense motivation. He indulged in Dongjuan's demon workshop daily, consuming excessively, yet lacking the energy from demons as assistance. He could only keep moving to digest, leaving him with barely any time to sleep or rest. In just a few days, he appeared utterly fatigued, sporting dark circles under his eyes, as if on the brink of collapse. Don't push yourself. Take it slow. Dongjun could only offer consolation, for after all, he was still young, and many matters need not be rushed. My energy demon is currently overstocked. I am uncertain whether the energy reserves will dissipate after the exchange, and I cannot afford to waste a year's worth of effort on experimentation. So just wait. Once I finish digesting, I will also exchange the Trinity with you. Do you not believe that I could produce a life restoration? Dongjun was brimming with confidence. Chapter 21. You probe while I dig. The sea train had begun trial operations. However, since it was a novel concept, previously unheard of and unseen, many people were still skeptical about its safety, resulting in relatively few passengers per trip, rendering the carriages quite spacious. Riding a train over the sea was an extraordinarily rare experience, and having a nearly private carriage elevated one's spirits. Lazing back, occupying 2 rows of seats, gazing out at the scenery and feeling the sea breeze, Dongjun felt entirely relaxed. How delightful! The 2 youngsters were equally enthralled, glancing around in wonderment. Moreover, they encountered peculiar figures midway. Look, Guena! There's someone riding a bicycle on the sea. Sabo exclaimed in astonishment. What nonsense! How could that be possible? Guena rubbed her eyes, realizing that Sabo was indeed not mistaken. Who is that? Akka, who had long since with observation hockey, was not the least bit surprised, explaining to the 2 youngsters the strongest combat power of the Navy, the admiral of the headquarters, Akiji, the highest combat power? Just how formidable is he? Is he stronger than the old man? Sabo inquired with curiosity, with Guena equally interested in the answer. Akka's observation hockey had long provided feedback on their mutual strengths and weaknesses. He nodded, not shying away from the truth, knowing that Dongjun did not care about such matters at all. He was a true monster, hoped Dongjun in surprise, as he gazed at the casually stylish figure on the distant sea. A smile crept across his face. Was this a vacation, a chance encounter, or had he received orders from the Navy or the world government to probe in my affairs? Dongjun and his companions had not concealed their whereabouts. It would be quite simple for the Navy to ascertain their movements. Since our directions appear to align, I shall refrain from making an early greeting that I in the food city, a gathering of culinary delights from across the seas. Various flavors could be savored here. Although only Guena had mastered life restoration, and the demon workshop could only empower one person. After a year of training coupled with prior special training, the 4 of them had nearly transformed into gluttons. Having prepared ample cash for Sabo and Guena to indulge in their culinary adventures alongside their companions, Akka opted to venture out alone for some leisure. Dongjun, through the monitoring of his clones, directly located Kazan, who indeed appeared to be on vacation, at a certain restaurant. Strolling confidently to sit opposite Kazan without the slightest ceremony, Dongjun plopped down, ordering a plethora of signature dishes, and then asked Kazan, "Would you like to order some more? It's on me that, oh dear, how could I impose?" Kazan politely declined, then proceeded to order an extravagant array of dishes, enough to overflow the table. Is your work always this leisurely? It was both a question and a test. Not at all. This is a rare vacation. After all, everyone needs to rest, Kazan replied. Was it truly a coincidence? Since he had spoken so, Dongjun ceased his aimless conjectures. The 2 then lapsed into silence, quietly finishing their meal. Following this, they ordered drinks and began chatting casually as if they were old friends. Are you satisfied with your current job? Dongjun inquired with curiosity. Kazan regarded Dongjun, his expression somewhat peculiar. Why do you ask? Just simple curiosity. The once burning justice has now transformed into a laid-back version. If you're satisfied, why the change? If not, why not make a change? Dongjun smiled to his surprise. Kazan scrutinized Dongjun, taking him in thoroughly. You seem to know quite a lot. Young man. Aha. Finally, someone sees through me. You have a keen eye, Kazan. Dongjun burst into laughter, feeling rejuvenated after a year of seclusion. I know some things, but there's far more that I do not, which is why I have my doubts. Aren't you the same? It is precisely because of uncertainty that one becomes lost. And because of that confusion, one loses motivation and becomes laid back. In the world of One Piece, willpower is intrinsically linked to strength. After the O'Hara incident, Kazan fell into profound confusion, and Dongjun surmised that this would inevitably impact his potential for strength. While this might not be evident in lower-tier battles, The clash against the Akainu had revealed everything that in Dongjuan's eyes. If their strengths were equivalent, then ice could not possibly defeat magma. That notion was pure nonsense. After 20 years of stagnation, yet still possessing world-class combat power, if Kuzan could reactivate himself, what heights could his strength reach? Kazan found himself lost in a reverie before returning to reality. Curiosity piqued. Pray tell, who exactly are you, my dear fellow? Such intelligence is not commonly accessible, and it is evident that Dongjun is not affiliated with the Navy. As he indulged in his libations, Dongjun nearly choked, slamming his hand on the table in discontent. Hey, just a moment ago, you were addressing me as young sir. How old are you? What do you look like? And what about me? Do you really have the audacity to question it? Allah, this is a matter of recognition between men, Kazan replied. There's no need for that sort of thing, Dongjun retorted, pursing his lips. After a moment's thought, he continued. As for me, I would consider myself a traveler. A traveler? The unexpected answer intrigued Kazan. Nodding, Dongjun elaborated, a traveler is driven by purpose. As for myself, to be frank, I possess no distinct aim, merely an interest. Thus, I can only be regarded as a traveler. Then what? Pray tell, is this ambiguous purpose of yours? Kazan inquired further. As for whether this fellow is merely probing, I remain uncertain, Dongjun replied, shaking his head. There are certain things I wish to pursue. Yet, it is merely a desire, not an overwhelming yearning. Since I have yet to truly witness or experience it, it feels rather hollow. Hence, I find myself at a loss. Should I engage? How should I proceed? To what extent should I go? You are a seasoned individual, possessing knowledge and experiences far exceeding mine. Thus, I would like to seek your guidance. Dongjun gazed at the once fiery man before him with keen interest. Is that so? Kazan downed a bottle of liquor in one go before rising. Then let us become acquainted, Devil Dongjun. Indeed, this fellow had come to assess him. Was it an independent action by the Navy, or was there a directive from the world government? Why the sudden surge of enthusiasm? Was it merely my illusion? Akiji, Dongjun smirked. Although the original narrative lacked clarity, Kazan's stance evidently aligned more closely with Dongjuan's inclinations. In contrast, others within the Navy seemed burdened with various issues, rendering them less appealing to Dongjun. Approaching Kazan was motivated by a desire to discern his intentions and ascertain if there were hidden machinations against him, while also fostering mutual understanding, as Dongjun noted. Akiji had witnessed many events. Though he himself lacked answers, his insights and perspectives were undoubtedly worth considering. Furthermore, Dongjun sought to explore the possibility of forging an alliance. Fortuitously, this fellow appeared to be acting on someone else's orders, meddling in matters that did not concern him. Thus, it would be an opportune moment to turn the tables and strike back. If successful, he could make the puppet master pay dearly. Dongjun was most willing to undermine the world government's influence. Moreover, it was his first attempt at undermining an ally. Regardless of the outcome, the mere thought of it stirred excitement within him. Chapter 22. The exchange between men on the sea, several dozen miles from Gourmet Island. The cold had frozen the ocean's surface. Dongjun and Kazan stood opposite each other. Both were of similar stature, yet Dongjun towered over him. What a delightful feeling, Dongjun exclaimed, looking down at Kazan with a hearty laugh. Alala, I can't shake the feeling that you're contemplating something rather impolite. Ice Age, Kazan declared, unleashing a wave of frigid air as he initiated his assault. Dongjun was instantly encased in ice, only for his form to emerge from the frozen block. Now shrouded in darkness, reminiscent of a specter, the year had passed, and Dongjuan's mastery of his demonic transformation had evolved beyond its initial state. He had developed multiple variations of the fundamental abilities of his devil fruit, including localized transformations, dispersed manifestations, and multi-layered enhancements. The devil fruit, a unique superhuman type, allowed Dongjun to wield its powers with greater finesse than Katakuri. Ineffective freezing? Kazan remarked, slightly taken aback, as he launched another test. Ice ball. Once more encased in ice, Dongjun emerged once again, laughing. How could this be? You're close to freezing me solid. Enough with the jesting. Akiji extended his hand. Ice time capsule. Demonic full power. Demonic armament. Trinity. Great demon. Drawing upon the techniques learned from his recently deceased mentor, he He prepared for a test. With a swing of his fist, he unleashed a demonic shockwave. The oncoming chill was shattered, and Kazan, expressionless, did not flinch. Instead being reduced to frozen fragments by Dongjuan's strike. Was this not the same technique you used to deal with your friend back then? Having resolved his intent, Dongjun began to rub salt in Kuzan's wounds. Reformed from elemental essence, Kuzan regarded Dongjun, emanating an aura of bone-chilling cold, altering his tactics to unleash dual spear-like ice projectiles, attempting to inflict grievous, penetrating wounds. So, you are a survivor of O'Hara, bind, train, absolute, strike, faced with the Navy's elite, who are also among the world's top powers. Dongjun dared not be complacent. For the first time, he fully employed his vitality demon to mitigate the effects of the chilling air, striking down the ice spears while continuing to practice his demonic shockwave with hands now encrusted in frost. To learn and to practice, is that not a joy? Dongjun laughed heartily. Not at all. I merely possess some understanding of your navy, the world government, and those swine's actions. Such a label. Do you harbor a grudge against the celestial dragons? With a blade of ice in hand, Kazan charged at Dongjun. Ah, is it necessary to bear a grudge? Those who never treat others as human. Dongjun laughed, countering Kuzan's icy blade with a punch. The vitality proved useful, yet not entirely. The cold still relentlessly assaulted Dongjuan's body, posing a continuous and terrifying threat. Should he fail to resolve it, complete hypothermia would spell his demise. Dongjun even harbored doubts that if he succumbed to complete frost, his vitality demon might cease to function. So he refrained from wagering his vitality. He could only respond with utmost caution. This confrontation was entirely unlike his previous battle with Calder. It was a matter of the devil fruit's terrifying potential and the absolute suppression of attributes. Channeling his vitality inward, he swiftly circulated it to maintain his normal body temperature. While the plight of those wretched slaves was hardly worth mentioning, what of the nations obliterated in the hunting games? The events of God Valley were not isolated incidents. Given the celestial dragon's arrogant nature, even after suffering lessons, they would soon forget the scars and pain. The original narrative may not have elaborated further, but that did not imply the absence of such events. Upon hearing this, Kazan momentarily lost focus, only to be sent flying hundreds of meters by Dongjuan's punch, freezing everything in his wake. Stepping forward, Dongjun executed a substitution technique to appear before Kazan, firmly planting his feet. The destruction of O'Hara was for dominion. For those in power, perhaps it signifies little, but what of the arbitrary enslavement? Not for labor, not for punishment, but solely for amusement. One bullet, one life. One bullet, one family. And what of the annihilation of nations? For mere entertainment, to hunt humans as if they were beasts. What purpose does that serve? To relish the grotesque spectacle of humanity in their final moments. Is such behavior still considered human? Dongjun questioned. Kazan, half crouched on the icy surface, remained silent. The aura surrounding them mirrored their stances, one upright and proud, the other hunched and humble. This was not a matter of strength, but of principle. It was a stark reality. Celestial dragons, they're the power brokers, the embodiment of authority. From their perspective, perhaps these matters bear little significance. Dongjun continued to mock. The world government, merely the caretakers of the celestial dragons. So-called policies and meetings are inconsequential before their interests and rights. Utter nonsense, easily altered or trampled. That Dongjuan's inquiries were relentless. And what of you? What of your navy? What of yourself? Do you share in their supreme rights? I would assume not. They merely dangle scraps before you, and you accept them with glee. Do you not? You, Navy, are but dogs to the celestial dragons. Am I mistaken? Kazan remained speechless, yet his fury boiled, a tempest yearning for release. With Dongjun as his sole target, crack, 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 the chilling essence of freezing engulfed everything. The surface of the sea, the depths below, even the vaporous water surrounding them, all transformed into ice sculptures. This realm had become a world of frost. The nearby gourmet city soon felt the icy onslaught, and panic swiftly spread among the populace as they noticed the abnormality on the distant sea. The truly enraged monster was not to be trifled with. Dongjun finally grasped the nature of the world's apex powers. Perhaps Kazan's abilities appeared limited and monotonous compared to Dongjuan's myriad of techniques. But that did not denote weakness. Cold was, after all, one of life's greatest adversaries. Some matters do not require complexity. For instance, strength. In this frozen hell, Dong Jun could only endure, resisting the cold, absorbing the pain, and remaining alert. He possessed no means to counterattack, even if he could not be frozen. The relentless waves of frigid air engulfed him entirely. Unless he resorted to demonic trickery to escape, he could only withstand the onslaught. Yet Dong Jun could not retreat. His objectives remained unfulfilled. Should he flee, he would forfeit his right to stand before Kazan once more. Such was the nature of a world dominated by violence. Once Kazan had sufficiently vented his rage, the vast expanse of the sea lay entirely encased in ice. Since you are so enraged, why do you not take action? Although the energy demon still possesses a considerable reserve, Dongjun's body and will have nearly reached their limits, while characters like Called are undeniably formidable. The Trinity provides Dongjun with a mindset that allows him to look down upon his adversaries, even when being beaten. Yet the overwhelming force of Kazan instills only a sense of despair. His physical constitution falters. His abilities are rendered ineffective, and the Trinity is weakened by the frigid temperatures in a life-and-death struggle. Dongjun would have no choice but to retreat, which fills him with a profound sense of crisis. However, this realization is ultimately beneficial. Ever since emerging from his seclusion, he has recognized his own inflated sense of self. Yet, many matters are often beyond one's control. Knowing and being able to act upon that knowledge are two entirely different things. Even though divine and demonic influences may allow him to achieve a semblance of unity between knowledge and action, it remains superficial and external. Thus, it is merely a facade and not the genuine article. At this juncture, having Kuzan to temper his fervor is quite advantageous. Chapter 23. A unified direction? I don't know, Kazan murmured, his head bowed, displaying a sense of helplessness despite his formidable power. So, you learned from Karp? If you've adopted his techniques, must you also emulate his principles? How foolish! You are not of his ilk. Dongjun, mustering his strength, confronted Kazan. Even if I err, it is far better than doing nothing at all. At the very least, it allows us to eliminate one incorrect option. Of course, this does not apply to obedient hounds like Akainu. Perhaps Sakazuki once held sincere convictions, but after being engulfed and assimilated by his environment. The Akainu people encounter is one whose thoughts have been circumscribed and constrained. Though he must still possess a sense of justice, it has undoubtedly become tainted. After all, his notion of justice is rooted in living. Selfish individuals. The environment is indeed terrifying. Even someone as strong as Karp can only feign ignorance and remain ineffectual. The only person Dongjun can think of is Kazan. He is the sole individual who retains his sense of self, making him far superior to Karp in this regard. That group of swine fancies themselves as deities. In their eyes, we are mere livestock, not human beings. Dongjun fervently activated the Trinity to restore his state, declaring, "Those not of our kind will inevitably harbor different intentions. There is no need to discuss right or wrong between us. Our positions alone dictate that we are enemies. If they do not regard us as human, then we must at least regard ourselves as such. We must fight for ourselves and our kin." Dongjun gazed at Kazan. "Perhaps I am biased. Everything I believe may indeed be erroneous. You have witnessed and experienced far more than I. Please share your insights with me, so that I may ascertain whether my understanding is correct or flawed." Kazan, feeling dejected, began recounting numerous experiences from his time in the Navy, revealing many questions he still had yet to resolve. Dongjun soon realized that his confusion was not solely a result of the O'Hara incident, but rather an accumulation of numerous issues. Indeed, there is nothing new under the sun. Perhaps it was rare for someone to listen. As Kazan's mood lightened somewhat, "What is your goal? Are you pursuing justice?" Dongjun inquired. Kazan hesitated before nodding emphatically. Dongjun smiled, replying, "I seek normalcy, and at least a relative sense of normalcy. People should behave like people, families like families, and nations like nations. This world is so rotten, deeply so, yet even in such a decayed state, there remain many beautiful things and wonderful individuals. Therefore, we must look forward and not resign ourselves to despair." "What do you wish to do?" Kazan asked. "Without destruction, there can be no rebirth. Dongjun asserted resolutely, "Do you understand what that entails?" Kazan's expression grew solemn. So, does that mean we must compromise? Dongjun retorted. Silence enveloped them once more. The perplexed Kazan had yet to discover a path forward, leaving him unable to counter Dongjun's assertions, lest he continue to languish in despair, aware that it is virtually impossible to sway a strong individual's resolve with mere words. Dongjun remained calm, softening his tone and demeanor. Regardless of the path we choose, regardless of how we proceed, strength is essential. Otherwise, no one will heed your words. Therefore, strive to grow stronger. Kazan, do not dwell in the past. Look ahead and move forward. Seek change and lead. Shape this world into the form you desire. As Dongjun spoke, he reverted to his normal physique, maintaining his demonic transformation, while the golden crow, guided by him, descended, bathing him in flames as he unleashed the mirror flame. Kazan, understanding the gesture, responded with an ice ball. Blizzard. High above, numerous newsbirds were drawn to the spectacle, snapping photographs incessantly. The intertwining of ice and fire, along with the accompanying sounds and temperatures, deterred onlookers from approaching. After all, Kazan had come with a mission, and at the very least, there needed to be an overt explanation. Yet the topics of their discussion were not meant for public scrutiny, forcing them to perform as if they were mere monkeys under observation. Fortunately, the two had developed a certain rapport, ensuring that no apparent issues arose. "And you? What do you wish to accomplish?" Kazan inquired amidst their exchanges. "Eliminate those swine, and then live a leisurely life," Dongjun declared, his hands gesturing as he unleashed a fearsome blaze. "This world is so vibrant and colorful, filled with beautiful scenery, charming individuals, and delightful cuisines. There is so much to enjoy and experience, and why aspirations are numerous." "Is that all?" Kazan questioned, somewhat doubtful. It sounded too simplistic. Yet, some things, though seemingly straightforward, remain unattainable for many who toil their entire lives. Dongjun possessed experience. However, he had also restarted, acquiring substantial capital along the way, making him fortunate. "I harbor no interest in power or fame. I have more than enough wealth. Money I cannot exhaust. As for beautiful women, I shall seek them myself. Others, they must tend to their own affairs. I am not a savior, nor do I wish to be one. That I lack the qualifications to save others, given my limited understanding of this world. People must rely on themselves. Those who can save themselves are worthy of salvation, and only those who grasp the art of self-rescue can rescue the world." "What a peculiar man you are," Kazan chuckled, a rare smile gracing his face. "Huh." Dongjun scoffed, "I am far more handsome than you." As a unique product of this world, the devil fruit often serves as a power amplifier. For instance, Dongjun's devil fruit enabled him, despite his initial frailty, to possess the ability to hunt large beasts. Now, with his foundational attributes enhanced, supported by seemingly limitless stamina, he has replicated the destructive capabilities of the golden crow and Shilin, which would surely instill fear in all witnesses. That, of course, this assessment applies only to ordinary individuals. Kazan is an exception. Dongjun meticulously replicated the techniques of the Mera Mera no Mi, mastering each one, though he found it challenging to execute more complex transformations like Fire Demon or Unknown Fire in the short term, and lacked interest in delving deeply into such studies. However, he could effortlessly mimic techniques that pursued sheer violence, such as Sun Flame, Fire Fist, Mirror Flame, Fire Pillar, and Flame Emperor, with remarkable accuracy. His replication of these techniques stemmed purely from a sense of amusement and lacked practical combat significance. Nevertheless, it is certain that with his current substantial physical reserves, his destructive power has become quite formidable. Cooperating with Kazan for an ice and fire performance is a trivial endeavor. The sound and light effects reach their zenith. "Join the Navy, Dongjun," Kazan exclaimed, freezing Dongjun into an ice sculpture with a flick of his wrist. "We can strive together. Once we achieve success, you can enjoy your life afterward, can't you? Are you worried? Is that why you wish to keep me close to supervise?" Dongjun's flames erupted, enveloping the area in a haze of ice and fire. "I prefer beautiful women, not an ugly man like you." "Oh dear, that was rather hurtful." Kazan continued to hone his ice sculpting skills, growing increasingly adept. Chapter 24. Preconceived plans first. Consider your own situation. Even in play, Dongjun, feeling constrained, grew somewhat irritable. With a thought, the Chelan descended, unleashing a thunderous firestorm that left Kazan utterly decimated. How many among the upper echelons of the Navy are truly aware? In my view, nearly all have become puppets of power and desire. Justice? How laughable! Can something merely uttered be deemed justice? They are but children. Look around you. Which of those vice admirals, or fleet admirals can be called your friends? Once your current thoughts are unveiled, how many will turn against you, seeking your life? And what of those above you? The commander of the entire fleet, the celestial dragons, knights of God, the Gorasiat, which of them can you contend with in your present state? Feeling that the moment was ripe, Dong Jun began to divulge information, sensing that both parties had reached a consensus on certain matters. This revelation surprised Kazan greatly. Could you elaborate? I lack detailed intel, but I have a general understanding of certain individuals. Dong Jun had no intention of withholding information, waiting for Kazan's inquiries to respond appropriately. You know the Navy better than I do. Beyond the Navy, I am not well versed in the military hierarchy, except for the figure known as Kong. The Knights of God number approximately 20, seemingly corresponding to the original 20 royal families of the celestial dragons. Within their ranks, they're undoubtedly formidable figures at the level of the emperors. Yet I cannot ascertain how many there truly are. The 5 elders, suspected to be awakened beings of the mythical beast variety, are impervious to defeat in the absence of intel revealing their weaknesses. They possess an undying essence, potentially linked to Emu, possibly having undergone an ageless procedure. Their age is extraordinarily advanced, bordering on unnatural. Emu, the master of the empty throne, could be the progenitor of the 5 elders, wielding the pinnacle of power, yet their abilities remain shrouded in mystery. This figure dates back 8 centuries, with their true identity still unclear. They command a weapon that dominates the skies, which might be the heavenly king or a remnant of ancient technology, capable of obliterating nations with a single strike, provided sufficient energy is available. Perhaps the intelligence is too staggering. Kazan, in a fit of excitement, inadvertently encases Eastern Lord in ice, alas, with so many formidable foes. How shall we navigate this predicament? Is it too late for me to concede? Breaking free once more, I unleash a series of thunderous strikes upon Kazan. Does being stronger than me make you exceptional? Are you so conceited? I'll take you down, you wretched scoundrel. Calm down, my brother, Kazan interjects, materializing before Eastern Lord and delivering yet another blast of physical cold. My thoughts are in disarray. Do you have any advice for me? It has become clear. I cannot prevail alone. Eastern Lord feels a disgraceful cowardice. It is impossible to achieve success single-handedly. Change must begin with oneself. Rise up, become a banner that your colleagues and subordinates can behold, compelling them to follow you. Seize power boldly. Our ambitions cannot afford to be discreet. Therefore, take the initiative to become a marshal and consolidate the naval forces. Although the Navy lacks freedom, it remains a fundamental pillar of this world's order and should not be easily forsaken. Even if we cannot become a force of resistance, we can at least maintain stability among the lower ranks during times of change. This aligns with Eastern Lord's intentions, and it would undoubtedly resonate with Kazan's standards of operation, thereby increasing the likelihood of collaboration for those others. Let us first grow stronger, ensuring our voices resonate within this world. In due course, like-minded souls will converge, and when the moment is ripe, a rallying cry will summon the masses. The power we unify may yet stand a chance against them. At this juncture, Eastern Lord brimmed with enthusiasm, envisioning a distant future. That sounds promising to so. Have you already begun to act? Kazan inquired, intrigued. Where there is oppression, there lies resistance. This is an eternal truth. As long as one possesses the will, seeds of rebellion can be found everywhere. Eastern Lord replied, you have allies. Kazan pressed further to Karpsun is involved with the Revolutionary Army. While their strength is still developing, the flame has already been ignited. So you are affiliated with the Revolutionary Army? Kazan realized. Wrong. I am merely myself, Eastern Lord chuckled, and this question is irrelevant. You are the Navy. He is a rebel, and I am as long as our paths align, our identities do not bind us. You pursue your endeavors, he pursues his, and I pursue mine. With a shared direction, there shall be no conflict. nor need to discuss who bows to whom. Each shall follow their own course. Unification? Spare me the jest. Even the world government of 8 centuries ago could not achieve that. Today, numerous non-member nations of forces opposed to the world government still exist, such as the territories of the 3 emperors and the homeland of giants, Elbaf. Perhaps the fully developed Eastern Lord could wield such overwhelming power, yet brute strength alone cannot secure enduring peace. And such behavior is rather distasteful. Eastern Lord has no desire to become a mere cog in the machine. That sounds promising. Kuzan nodded, signaling his belief that so. What are your next steps? I differ from you. I am unbound by identity or position that I shall pursue whatever I desire. Eastern Lord grinned. Thus, first, I need to develop, transforming into a true monstrosity, one that cannot be defeated or killed. Simultaneously, I will gather companions who can offer support. Once you all are adequately prepared, my comrades and I will leap forth to draw fire, disrupting the status quo, leaving those swine distracted, while you seize the opportunity to sever their foundations and isolate them completely. Ultimately, that will lead us to the decisive battle. That sounds exceedingly perilous, truly magnificent. My brother, Kazan commended. Why not switch places? You take the lead? Eastern Lord proposed. Alas, I must decline. I lack such confidence. Kazan waved his hand dismissively. The 2-pronged spear pierced Eastern Lord, but this was not merely play. The confrontation also served as a means for Kazan to gather intelligence on Eastern Lord's abilities. Eastern Lord had long been aware of this, but played along. And Kazan recognized that he had been discovered. Thus, this was a process of establishing trust. Then, where shall the final battleground be? Kazan queried, pondering the imminent confrontation among such a multitude of monsters. Curse it! The pain is unbearable, Eastern Lord exclaimed. It shall be at Mariehua. The foundation of the celestial dragons lies there. If we provoke them too hastily, they may scatter their forces, making it nearly impossible to find them again. Thus, we must strike decisively when the opportunity arises, aiming for a single, fatal blow. Eastern Lord grinned, baring his teeth. Moreover, by choosing that location, even in the event of failure, we can perish together. What do you mean? What are your intentions? Kazan inquired, astonished. Those swine intend to submerge the world beneath the waves, yet they reside upon the red line. Thus they harbor no concerns. Eastern Lord's words left Kazan utterly bewildered. Are you certain you are not jesting? Laughing, Eastern Lord replied, consider this. If I were to excavate the red line beneath Mariehua, and then deliver a crushing blow from above, what fascinating events might unfold? It would be akin to a game of dominoes. Chapter 25. The target of the hunt, Kazan halted his assault, exhaling a breath of icy air. Can such a feat truly be accomplished? The devil fruit, Eastern Lord guffawed. There exists a plethora of intriguing devil fruits in this world. Many feats are indeed achievable. To my knowledge, Don Quixote da Flamingo's family possesses a stone fruit that I could procure it. And then, within the interior of the red line, we could play to our heart's content. Eastern Lord's face bore a mischievous grin. Additionally, Eastern Lord's own fruit abilities, along with the flying lion's float fruit, could yield similar results. Once the 3 fruits are gathered, it would not be impossible to frolic in the mud before the celestial dragons atop Mariehua. A single Pika transformation could unleash havoc within the Dressrosa kingdom. Should Eastern Lord enhance his strength and bolster it with the Trinity, the possibilities would be boundless at that point. They could attack from 2 fronts, executing a stealthy infiltration into the red line's interior, hollowing it out like termites while leaving certain structural supports intact. When the time for war arrives, if they're capable of overcoming their adversaries, they could confront them directly, inciting fury in those swine. If they cannot prevail, they could easily summon reinforcements to unleash powerful attacks or ignite some explosives. Thus, the lofty Marioa would plunge into the depths like a crumbling sandcastle. Therefore, according to Eastern Lord's plan, even in the worst-case scenario, a mutually destructive outcome would be achievable if those swine refuse to play. Eastern Lord shall upend the table, ensuring no one partakes that you have a means to acquire specific devil fruits. Kazan questioned, astonished that I am a devil man who has consumed a special paramecia-type devil fruit. Hunting for abilities is child's play, once their intentions of cooperation were established. Revealing such trump cards became pivotal to trust. Should you ever feel powerless despite your resolve, you can seek me out. I will assist you in finding a suitable successor for your fruit abilities, Brother Kazan. Eastern Lord wore a cheeky grin. Kazan scratched his head. Ah, that one be necessary. I believe I am quite motivated as it is. In truth, such matters are hardly unusual. Eastern Lord remarked, the dark fruit should also be capable of such feats. Moreover, Vegapunk is conducting cloning research. That individual can replicate the powers of devil fruits through technology, proving to be a promising talent. However, he is under strict control by the world government, making access difficult. The one responsible for him should be Kazuru. I am unfamiliar with that individual, but as your colleague, you may assess the situation and decide accordingly. Suddenly feeling overwhelmed, Kazan scratched his head, troubled, thought by the way. Where is that little girl you let go? Eastern Lord casually inquired. Kazan paused, contemplating before realizing whom Eastern Lord referred to. What? Are you quite concerned about her? What is most important in this world? It is talent. Of course, I would be attentive to such a rare individual nearing extinction. Eastern Lord's explanation was sound. I still sense that your intentions are not entirely pure. Kazan scrutinized Eastern Lord. But alas, I do not know her whereabouts at present. Such words are fit only for deception. Eastern Lord scoffed, raising two middle fingers before vanishing from sight, gazing up at the newsbirds soaring in the sky. Kazan exhaled a frosty breath, retrieving his bicycle before departing the battlefield. Gourmet City. What a spectacular performance, Boss exclaimed, applauding Eastern Lord, even feeling the urge to clap his hands. Casting a glance at him, Eastern Lord lamented. Ah, I forgot about you. I should have had you take him down. Enough with the jesting, Boss. I have quite a distance to cover. At least, not yet. Oka gazed into the distance where Kazan had departed, his eyes filled with profound contemplation. Then let us strive onward. Dongjun chuckled. The culinary journey through the food city proved to be less than fortuitous. While numerous chefs met Dongjun's technical standards, the individual he sought prioritized sensory experience over mere skill. Undeterred by the absence of a suitable candidate, Dongjun set forth once more with his companions, their destination, Alabasta. The permanent pointer had long been prepared. However, halfway through their journey, Dongjun received a call from Daybear. I am all set. Big brother, will you be joining us? Or shall I send someone to fetch you? Daybear communicated in a manner only they could comprehend, mindful of the ever-looming threat of listening devices. Although the Revolutionary Army possessed some countermeasures, they were scarce, and Dongjun did not deem it necessary to procure them at this time. I am en route to Alabasta, fortuitously aligned in direction that is time of the essence. If so, proceed without me. If not, I can join you shortly, Dongjun replied. Initially, there was no urgency, but unforeseen circumstances had arisen, making it difficult for Daybear to elaborate. Just reserve a spot for me. I am unconcerned with the rest, Dongjun responded. Understood. Daybear concluded the conversation. Has the coup already commenced? Oka inquired. His curiosity piqued. Jinny was attending to medical matters in the Iron Barrel Kingdom, and both Dragon and the Revolutionary Army would undoubtedly focus their attention there. Then, whether by sudden inspiration or the revelation of the nefarious plots of Don Quixote da Flamingo, as communicated by Dongjun, Dragon too conceived the notion of seizing the Iron Barrel Kingdom. Magnetic Drum Island, renowned as a medical powerhouse along the Grand Line, represented a rare resource in the eyes of those with ulterior motives, patients. Families of the afflicted intertwined to form an invaluable network of intelligence, as well as a prime opportunity for cultivating alliances. The only hurdle lay in dealing with the disruptive Wapol, who had long been Dongjun's designated target. Upon hearing Daybear's mention of this scheme, Dongjun elucidated his intent to Dragon. People must be kept for oneself. The capabilities of the Gulp fruit proved immensely advantageous. Lacking scientific expertise, with sufficient time and even rudimentary experimentation, one could concoct a variety of useful alloys, a remarkable convenience. Furthermore, as Dongjun's stature grew, finding suitable weaponry became increasingly challenging. The 3 generations of the Demon Slayer had shrunk to the size of a dagger. The only weapon Dongjun could conceive that might be appropriate was Mihawk's black sword. It was long and powerful, yet the issue remained that its master was beyond Dongjun's current capabilities, at least for the moment. Recklessly approaching Mihawk would likely result in dire consequences. Just recalling Buggy sent a shiver down Dongjuan's spine. Excellent blades were hard to come by. Even with wealth, connections, and a year's time, Dongjun had only managed to acquire 2 normal-sized swords through Dragon's assistance, which were ill-suited for his use. Exceptional swordsmiths were rare, and Dongjun had little interest in the average. Thus, the most viable solution he could envision was to utilize the gulp-gulp fruit, gather quality materials, and forge a blade of his own design. An enticing prospect indeed, that, as for quality concerns, he was unperturbed. If he could not produce an exquisite alloy initially, he could settle for a makeshift blade and, with time, seize renowned swords to repurpose as materials for crafting a more fitting weapon. Dongjun could easily conjure a plethora of targets: Shigure, Kiku, Bloodsucker, Reijiki, Akiyuki, the second generation of Demon Slayer, Inma, and Amatsuki. It appeared that Wano country boasted many exceptional swords. With numerous skilled smiths, and beyond the famous blades, there existed weapons belonging to renowned characters not elaborated upon in the original work, likely made from commendable materials. For instance, could he consider the Eightfold Path of Teacher Kai? If that was too perilous, perhaps he could procure the Wolf Fang Club of Kai's dutiful son, Ejien. Despite his haughty demeanor, Teacher Kai was undeniably fond of his devoted son, ensuring that weapons quality would be exceptional. So many treasures were tantalizingly close. However, Wano was currently under the dominion of Teacher Kai. Rushing into a potential ambush would be foolish. Thus, patience was warranted. Chapter 26. The Historical Text and the Invisible Letter Alabasta. The Desert Kingdom. The Paradise of Crocodile. The Sand Alligator. The purpose of this visit encompassed 2 goals: to acquire the historical text for the purpose of recruitment, and to uncover the letter left behind by Vivi's ancestors, along with the pursuit of the sand alligator. However, the latter 2 objectives remained uncertain. The oppressive heat of the desert was unbearable, and while the cities here possessed unique charm, the sweltering weather was quite off-putting. After a brief stay yielded no information regarding Crocodile, Dongjun and his companions ventured to the capital, Alyabarna. It would be impractical to directly approach Cobra and declare an interest in visiting his family tomb to pay respects to his ancestors, while also inquiring about the letter that had been passed down for over 8 centuries. Thus, Dongjun resolved to explore independently. Although his memories had begun to blur, he vaguely recalled that the royal tombs of Alabasta lay to the west, filled with thousands of replicas. Locating a site resembling a tomb would be rather simple. Moreover, the mechanisms guarding these structures posed little challenge to his abilities. Effortlessly, Dongjun pinpointed his target. Beneath the entrance of an ancient structure located to the west of the royal city Alyabarna lay a concealed passage leading to a dim underground chamber. The devil's trick that a swap of 4 individuals transported them into this secretive space. "What is this place? It feels so eerie," Sabo inquired. The golden crow ignited flames to illuminate the surroundings, revealing a lengthy corridor adorned with murals depicting desert landscapes. With rows of coffins quietly displayed within the stone chambers, the air, permeated with the scent of decay from years of entombment, was unsettling. At the corridor's end rested a square stone, inscribed with incomprehensible characters. "The resting place of the deceased," Dongjun chuckled, retrieving pre-prepared paper from the glutton and handing it to the 2 younger companions. "Go, make a rubbing of all the inscriptions." It was quite reasonable for the elder to delegate tasks to the younger. "Do I have to do this?" Sabo grumbled, working alongside Kuna, exclaiming, "Hey, this stone looks like the one beneath the golden bell in Skypiea. Is this also a historical text?" "Isn't it obvious?" Kuna retorted as she commenced her task. A casual exploration yielded a few accompanying artifacts, though they were scarce, indicative of a family that valued frugality. Now affluent, Dongjun had no desire to become a tomb raider. Once the younger duo completed their task, he led everyone out. Alabasta Royal Palace. The young Princess Vivi, probably only 6 or 7 years old, was playing hide-and-seek with her companions, running duck. Suddenly, the little one spotted Dongjun and his entourage arriving on the flying glutton. "Wow, a monster!" Young Vivi gasped, startled, but quickly regained her composure upon noticing Dongjun and his companions seated atop the glutton. "Look, people riding a flying monster! How amazing!" As she darted behind Vivi, who was even smaller than her, the frightened child clutched Vivi's clothing in a bid to escape. Hidden in a nearby corner, guards swiftly emerged, drawing their swords to shield Vivi. Others hastily departed, evidently to summon reinforcements. Dongjun and his comrades continued unperturbed down the corridor, while the glutton reverted to its normal size. Young Vivi displayed no fear. Disregarding the guards' attempts to deter her, she boldly approached the glutton, inspecting it from all angles. Wow, it can shrink too. How impressive. This is much more fun than running. Oh, would you like a trade? Your duck looks rather delectable. Shall we exchange? Dongjun smiled, lowering himself to her level. This child was exceedingly adorable. Dongjun had encountered many young ones before, such as Kaya, Nami, and Nojiko, each possessing their unique charm, but Vivi was undeniably in a league of her own. Thus, could her lineage be a contributing factor? Would Im's interest in Vivi extend beyond her status? Perhaps it was her resemblance to someone from the past. The frightened child kept her distance, yet was reluctant to stray too far from Vivi. Caught in a quandary, no. Vivi promptly refused, visibly relieved, then turned her gaze to Dongjun and his companions, lingering especially on Kana. Who are you? Are you bad people? Well, we certainly aren't good, Dongjun replied with a smile. And you? Little one, what is your name? I am Vivi. Vivi attempted to embrace the fearsome glutton, but her efforts were in vain. Eventually, she relinquished her attempt, reaching for the golden crow perched on Dongjun's shoulder, yet fell short. She dared not approach the 2-meter-tall Kirin, its body occasionally crackling with electricity. Finally, she ran up to Wow, are you a swordsman? Kuina smiled and nodded. Then you must be incredibly skilled, right? Vivi gazed at her with admiration. Ka shook her head modestly. In truth, I am still far from being a true master. I must continue to train. Training? How impressive. May I see your sword? Vivi inquired with a blend of curiosity and caution. Kuina smiled as she handed over the Wado Ikamanji to her tea that moment. Hurried and frantic footsteps echoed from the end of the corridor. King Cobra, Icolum, and a retinue of guards rushed in. And upon seeing Vivi unharmed, Cobra let out a sigh of relief, gesturing for the guards to halt while he and Icolum approached with care. Vivi, brandishing the Wado Ikamanji, exclaimed, Father, look, a sword. Cobra, with a nervous smile, cautioned, you mustn't wield a sword. It could hurt someone to be careful. Vivi, nodding in understanding, Vivi reluctantly returned the treasured sword. I've only recently heard of your esteemed name, and it is a true honor to finally meet you. As esteemed guest from afar, allow me to extend my humble hospitality, Cobra said as he stood beside Vivi with a warm smile. Observing the affable figure before him, Dongjun chuckled softly. We are professional hunters from the Hunters Guild. I am Dongjun, a seeker of secrets, and my greatest passion is to uncover them. King Cobra, I believe you possess a secret that piques my interest. Shall we discuss a trade? The Hunters Guild? Cobra inquired. Clearly perplexed, for he had never heard of such a group, nor did his intelligence include any mention of it that a seeker of secrets. How intriguing! Vivi chimed in, her enthusiasm palpable, casting a glance at the palace guards nearby. The Zoan-type user, Pru, had also arrived, gripping his weapon and eyeing Dongjun and his companions with suspicion. Dongjun smiled, tilting his chin slightly. Since this is a matter of secrecy, it would be prudent to change our location. King Cobra. Nodding in agreement, Cobra dismissed the guards, retaining only Icolum and Peruru by his side. He then led Dongjun and his associates into the palace, extending thoughtful hospitality. After the formalities, Dongjun and Cobra found themselves beneath a secluded high window, gazing out at the vibrant royal city. Your lineage must also bear an alias, correct? Dongjun inquired. Cobra's expression shifted, apprehension clouding his features. We mustn't let this information leak. Especially, Dongjun pointed skyward, for it could lead to dire consequences. Cobra solemnly nodded, recognizing the gravity of the warning. Although he was uncertain of the truth or the reason behind Dongjun's concern, he preferred to avoid entanglements and opted for compliance. Thank you for the caution, he replied. Let us speak of matters at hand. Belief is subjective. Dongjun continued, by the way, may I have a look at the letter left by your ancestors? Cobra paused, deep in thought before ultimately shaking his head. This was entirely understandable, and Dongjun was not surprised. His inquiry stemmed purely from curiosity. From the outset, Dongjun had resolved to diverge entirely from the original narrative, choosing to chart his own course rather than amass uncertain clues for leverage. Ultimately, one must rely on oneself. Chapter 27. The Universe. May we propose a trade? I require superior materials for weapon forging. The more, the better, in exchange for gold. Your royal family possesses the rights and channels to procure such items. I presume. Sensing Dongjun's curiosity unmet, he pivoted to seek something of immediate necessity. This should be a simple task for a royal family. Noticing that the other party showed no signs of lingering, Cobra felt a wave of relief wash over him and quickly acquiesced. No problem. I personally have some collectibles that I can part with if you wish, Lord Dongjun. Shaking his head, Dongjun replied, I am quite wealthy. Incredibly wealthy. You have the items and the channels, which saves me time, so I will pay a premium. Were it not for his desire to avoid appearing ostentatious and tarnishing his image, Dongjun could have easily overwhelmed the palace of Alabasta with gold. Cobra accepted readily, showing no intention of opposing Dongjun. The four of them remained in Alyabarna for several days, but still failed to gather any news on the sand crocodile. Eventually, they successfully traded with Cobra for what they desired and, through the royal channels, exchanged a considerable amount of cash berries for gold. Then, under Vivi's reluctant gaze, they departed the desert kingdom. Oh, come back to play with me again. Gah. The innocence of a child's world remained untainted. While King Cobra could only feel relief at last, these peculiar individuals had departed. Magnet Drum Island, a regime change had occurred as the former king, Wapol, mysteriously succumbed to illness overnight. Fortunately, Wapol's half-sister, his illegitimate daughter, had recently returned, facilitating a smooth transition of power within the kingdom. Have you located Von Kure? Dongjun inquired, astonished. He had merely mentioned this admirer of Ivankov in passing, unaware that Dragon and his allies had genuinely tracked him down. No wonder everything unfolded so effortlessly. With official backing, the new king's identity was now unquestionable. The Revolutionary Army must have made extensive preparations, coupled with the ability to mimic fruits, rendering their coup even more seamless than Doflamingo's operations. The new king was none other than a former Revolutionary Army officer. Lightning, that to avoid potential exposure, Lightning opted to present herself as female and adopted a new name, Kuro, given a lingering threat posed by Wapol. Dongjun refrained from meeting Jinny and the others immediately. Instead, he, along with Bartolomeo, first visited the imprisoned Wapol. You scoundrels! Who dares to kidnap the king? Release me at once, or you'll pay for this. Wapol, weakened by the sea stone shackles that rendered him powerless, still managed to issue threats. Dongjun had little to say to this individual. Activating his ability, he transformed, swiftly ending Wapol's life. Subsequently, the long-desired ability of the Munch fruit was directly bestowed upon the ever-waiting Taotai. With a newfound power, Taotai gleefully exclaimed, "The taste is exquisite. Daddy, such a wicked ability." Concerned for the situation, Belabedi, who had remained behind, scrutinized Dongjun through her red-tinted goggles, cigarette in mouth. She cast her gaze downwards, deliberately and nonchalantly observing him, exclaiming, "Nice. The wickedness lies not in the ability, but in the person." "Miss," Dongjun responded with a playful tone. "Oh, so you admit to being a wicked individual?" Belabedi raised an eyebrow at Dongjun's deputy. Ashuru smiled to ease the tension. "Mr. Dongjun is a trusted ally of our leader and Bartolomeo. How could he possibly be wicked?" Unable to restrain her curiosity, Belabedi stole a few more glances before Dongjun nodded. "Indeed, quite wicked," with a dismissive huff. Belabedi exchanged nods with Bartolomeo and departed with her aide, members of the Revolutionary Army. They could not afford the leisure Dongjun enjoyed. There was always work awaiting them. After bidding farewell to the opulent and generous young lady, Dongjun turned back, crouching to pat Taoyie's grotesque little head, eagerly stating, "Let us begin. I can hardly wait." "All right, Daddy," Taotai replied, and with that his enormous mouth began to chew incessantly, producing a sizable, lustrous piece of metal. Dongjun examined it closely, squeezing it, and then handed it to Oka, noting, "It seems insufficient. Let us continue. After all, we have all the time in the world." Once, twice, thrice, after an entire night spent in the dim dungeon, Dongjun finally awaited the creation of a satisfactory alloy from Taodai. The testing method was straightforward. Upon transformation, there was a clear feedback mechanism. The texture, density, hardness, and toughness were all rare qualities that Dongjun appreciated. However, this material could not be mass-produced due to its scarcity, most of which had been procured from Cobra in exchange for gold. Yet, despite its rarity, it was enough for him to forge 2 weapons. Oka had already designed the firearm schematics, and once the materials were confirmed, Taodai quickly produced a meticulously crafted rifle measuring over 2 meters, with the barrel alone exceeding 1 meter in length. While it was not the same as his original weapon, the 1,000 rounds, its design and dimensions bore striking resemblance. Unnamed gun, falling star. Additionally, Dongjun crafted a new weapon, measuring nearly 3 meters in total length, with an 80-centimeter handle, a circular guard, and a straight blade. Unnamed blade. The universe, as he fondled his new weapon with great satisfaction, Dongjun glanced at Oka, who had similarly equipped herself, and with a playful spark in his eye, suggested, "What shall we do? How about a spar?" Oka was evidently moved, yet ultimately, Dongjun's aspirations were unfulfilled. The regime on Magnetic Drum Island had just undergone a transition. Although the process was seamless, the Revolutionary Army required a stable environment to gradually assume control of the kingdom. Should Dongjun and Oka unleash their full potential in a confrontation, it would undoubtedly create a tremendous uproar, potentially leading to a catastrophic avalanche across the island, inciting unnecessary panic. Oka remained composed, and Dongjun engaged in timely self-reflection. Thus they mutually agreed to postpone their clash for a later time. The remnants of Wabor's existence were cast back into the depths of the ocean, several dozen kilometers away, returning to the embrace of nature. That fool was utterly incompetent. After ascending to the throne, his thoughts were consumed solely with tyranny and dominion, showing no intention of further developing the advantages of the medical kingdom. If left unchecked, it would not be long before he stripped the entire domestic medical force, leaving only a team to serve his own interests. For many, it would be a blessing if such a fool were to be reborn sooner rather than later. This included a significant number of the citizens on Magnetic Drum Island, as many had even celebrated Wabor's sudden demise in secret. Of course, it was a discreet celebration, as they dared not make it public. Wabor's guards and loyalists had been surreptitiously eliminated by the Revolutionary Army, and Klo, as the new king, was methodically assuming control and amending the various policies and laws of the Iron Barrel Kingdom, restoring and rectifying those previously abandoned and recklessly altered by Weibo as a member of the world government. During certain specific occasions, they could leverage King Klo's position to participate in world conferences and glean insights from the world government. Thus, the benefits of occupying the Iron Barrel Kingdom were indeed substantial. This was their first endeavor of such nature. The Revolutionary Army exercised great caution, preparing meticulously for over 6 months before finalizing their plans. However, following this successful experience, whether they would continue in this fashion remained uncertain to Dongjun. Chapter 28. Tony Chopper. Although it was their first formal meeting, the vivacious and extroverted Jinny exuded warmth, displaying no shyness, referring to Dongjun as Big Brother, just like the bear. This elicited a broad smile from Dongjun. Little Bonnie, not yet 2 years old, but already capable of running, was exceedingly excited upon seeing Dongjun, circling around him and energetically climbing up and down, thoroughly engrossed. Due to Jinny's unique status, they had always resided in the treehouse of Dr. Koreha, seldom venturing outside, leaving Bonnie with minimal exposure to outsiders since childhood, which was undoubtedly challenging for such an energetic little spirit. Fortunately, apart from Jinny, the bear's childhood companion, Yu was also present, who had been a tremendous help in looking after Bonnie whenever the bear was absent. What a delightful little creature, with such tender features. A gentle pinch would surely elicit prolonged tears, Dongjun mused, cradling little Bonnie in one arm, while observing the perpetually smiling child with great curiosity. The bear, upon hearing this, flustered and hurriedly admonished, No, you can't do that. Bonnie is still a child. She could get hurt." Witnessing his frantic demeanor, both Dongjun and Jinny couldn't help but burst into laughter. "What a surprise to see you again, young man," Long remarked, gazing at the noticeably taller Sabo with a sense of nostalgia. Indeed, Uncle, Who would have thought we would meet again across such vast seas? What a twist of fate, Sabo replied, equally astonished. To meet is indeed a twist of fate, Ginny chimed in, wrapping her arms around Sabo and Kana's shoulders, her joy unmistakable. Her condition had stabilized completely, entering the final stages of recovery. The skin on her face and arms showed no trace of the jade-like affliction, save for some patchy remnants yet to fade. However, she seemed entirely unconcerned, her spirited demeanor betraying any semblance of a person once gravely ill. Sabo evidently enjoyed the company of this lively and cheerful lady, and the camaraderie among them flourished effortlessly. Ivanov and Lightning were also present, with Lightning having transformed into Chloe, relying on Ivanov's hormone fruit. His abilities, if devoid of psychological barriers, would render many tasks considerably more manageable. Then there was Von Cray, a mimic fruit user and Ivanov's little admirer, known in the original work as MR.2 for Baroque works. The key to bringing Von Cray into their fold was undoubtedly Ivanov. With the identity of the Okama king, Ivanov's mere request would compel Von Cray to comply. However, in the absence of a mission, this fellow was a scatterbrain, often absent-minded. Previously, his curiosity had led him to the royal palace, inadvertently revealing his abilities to the king's guard, necessitating the premature activation of their plans. Fortunately, everything proceeded smoothly without any unforeseen complications that, "Oh, you seem to know me," Von Cray exclaimed, curiously twirling around Dongjun in a ballet-like manner. "I've heard much about your esteemed name." Von Cray was indeed a memorable character in the original work, and Dongjun recognized him well, holding a certain admiration for his qualities, albeit only his favorable traits. "You are a friend of Ivan Chan. Then you are a friend of mine," he declared cheerfully. "Have you joined the Revolutionary Army?" Dongjun inquired, intrigued, as this would certainly deviate from the anticipated trajectory. "Not yet, but I am more than willing to serve Ivan Chan's ideals." Von Cray continued with his graceful demeanor. It was evident that if this scatterbrain were to join the Revolutionary Army, it could lead to rather chaotic outcomes, necessitating dedicated personnel to attend to him. Dongjun also encountered the legendary Dr. Kureha, who scrutinized him while blowing into a wine bottle. Feeling an odd atmosphere, Dongjun refrained from making any rash moves. Greetings, Dr. Kureha," he exclaimed. "These fellows are your doing, aren't they, you young man?" Dr. Kaha fixated her gaze upon Dongjun's eyes. "Ah, indeed. I have long heard of your illustrious reputation, so upon learning of Ginny's condition, I promptly recommended you. To think you could treat such a dire illness. You truly are a miraculous doctor." Dongjun continued to flatter her profusely. Dr. Kureha snorted lightly, averting her gaze, allowing Dongjun to breathe a sigh of relief. The old lady exuded a formidable presence. However, with thoughts of Chopper lingering, Dongjun had unfinished business. Observing the two little ones amusing themselves, he approached to initiate a conversation. "Would you be interested in taking on a disciple, dear lady?" Since he referred to her as a young lady, he dared not offend her further. Shaking her head, Dr. Kureha clearly showed no interest, casting a glance at Dongjun. "Don't bring me any more trouble, young man. Am I not busy enough already?" She quickly deflected the topic with a chuckle. This was not the right approach. Dongjun's clone had already located the wandering little reindeer. At this stage, Hilialik had yet to encounter Chopper, and naturally, Dr. Kureha had not met the little fellow either. Hilialik held profound significance for Chopper, just as Dr. Kureha did. Yet, must they adhere strictly to the original narrative and allow Chopper to traverse the same path of growth? Contemplating this, Dongjun resolved to abandon such constraints, glancing at the vivacious doctor. Perhaps meeting her would alter his perspective? After all, many people adored fluffy little pets, didn't they? As Dongjun suddenly vanished from the room, Dr. Kureha took a swig from her drink, a smile creeping on her lips. What a convenient ability! In the midst of a frigid landscape, a blue-nosed reindeer trudged forward with a dazed expression. Suddenly, it collided with a towering figure, and upon looking up, it was a human. Startled, the little creature turned to flee. "Ah, what a timid little one!" Dongjun laughed heartily. "Don't run away, little one. Where could you possibly go?" The little reindeer halted at the sound of his voice, turning to face Dongjun, then transforming into its human form, hesitantly asking, Are you not afraid of me? Why would I be afraid of you? Are you strong? Dongjun replied, his face beaming with mirth. Encountering this situation for the first time, the little reindeer mustered its courage and cautiously approached, sidestepping and extending its hand, gently touching Dongjun's clothing. Noticing no adverse reaction, it grew bolder, tugging at his hand and garment, and upon realizing he remained unperturbed, joy blossomed within it. You truly aren't afraid of me, it exclaimed, reaching out to pat the reindeer, which attempted to shy away, but ultimately restrained itself. Your fur feels delightful. Would you consider gifting it to me? It's so cold. No problem at all. But what nonsense is this? How could I possibly give it to you, you rascal? The slow-witted, absent-minded little reindeer displayed a comical expression. Ah, little one, since you have nowhere to go, why not accompany me? At this stage, Chopper should be the easiest to coax. Even more so than the bear. He was likely around 6 or 7 years old, having lost his kin and companions after consuming the fruit. What he yearned for most was companionship, as long as someone treated him sincerely. It would be effortless to win the little one's heart, just like Hilialik and Dongjun had. The little reindeer paused momentarily before beaming with delight, nodding vigorously. Yes, that sounds wonderful. Chapter 29. Life is what you make of my name is Dongjun. And from now on, you should be called Chopper. Tony Chopper. How does that sound? Although Dongjun had no intention of allowing the little reindeer to traverse the arduous path of growth, this name could remain as a keepsake. It was both memorable and charming. Chopper, is that my name? I have a name now. The little reindeer squinted with joy, utterly delighted. Accompanied by Chopper, they returned to Dr. Koreha's treehouse, where the 3 little rascals were filled with curiosity, vying to hold him. Initially anxious and apprehensive, Chopper soon integrated into their playful antics. Unlike in the original tale where he underwent a more arduous experience, this version of Chopper, though shy, is not excessively so. He is merely a somewhat introverted little fellow, a talking reindeer. Is this another devil fruit? I can't shake the feeling that this fellow will bring considerable trouble. Keeping you here, I fear I shall not enjoy a moment's peace. Dar, Koreha mused, casting a sidelong glance at Dongjun. The Zoan-type human fruit may bear little utility for humans, yet for animals, it bestows intelligence akin to, or even surpassing, that of a human. Though still young, this child is undoubtedly astute. So what do you say, elder sister? Have you considered taking on another apprentice? Dongjun's intentions became clear. However, Dr. Koreha firmly declined, turning on her heel to leave. I have no leisure to babysit. Those who come here must look after themselves. What a troublesome little imp. Was there a misunderstanding? Aside from Chopper's own attributes, is Dr. Hilialik's reputation truly that significant? Dongjun, perplexed, chose not to dwell on it. Who could possibly refuse such an adorable little creature? As for medical skills, worst case, he could self-study. After all, Chopper is remarkably intelligent, exceptionally so, as evidenced by his round little head. Moreover, he is still quite young, even younger than Kuna and Sabo, so interest can be gradually nurtured at this stage. Children should simply play. Dongjun currently lacks combat power and has no intention of exploiting the little ones. Watching the little rascals frolic carefree and observing the happy family of bears, Dongjun smiled. Feeling a profound sense of joy, tranquility, and accomplishment, perhaps this is the very reason many, akin to the bear family, strive so hard. Indeed, love is the greatest romance in this world. Well said, Long chuckled. Will you stay? Dongjun inquired with a smile. Shaking his head, Long replied, we laid our plans 6 months in advance, and the transfer of power has gone smoothly. The subsequent matters can be entrusted to Shan Dian and the others. I have other affairs to attend to. How goes the development of the seed weapons? I have gathered quite a number of shells from the Sky Islands. Take them for your research to expand your weapon options. Dongjun gestured towards the gluttonous creature playing with the little ones. Good. Long accepted without hesitation, we have established friendly relations with the little people. With their assistance, the development of the seed weapons is progressing well. Aside from a few plants with stringent environmental requirements, most have entered a stable cultivation phase. Now, it's merely a matter of time. Keep it up, Dongjun encouraged. How about on the Dressrosa's side? Long sighed with a wry smile. King Riku remains skeptical. Since he is a companion we have fought hard to gain, we can only wait. Understanding Long's concerns, Dongjun reassured him, "Do not worry. There will be no unexpected complications. Even if there are, I can always play the villain to set the stage for you. Please don't. Fewer disputes are always preferable." Long laughed heartily, then proceeded to discuss the situation on Fishman Island, which indeed remains quite exclusionary. Although we have Fishman comrades among us, establishing formal communication with Fishman Island will be a lengthy endeavor. However, last year we built a solid relationship with Tiger and his group, which will serve as a promising starting point. Thanks to Dongjuan's intervention, the Revolutionary Army took notice of Tiger's movements and provided covert assistance during their dire straits. Tiger is still alive, which means the extremists on a ship remain somewhat restrained. It truly is a promising beginning, Dongjun smiled, though the two were not referring to the same thing. Soon, Long departed, followed by Vonkari, who went to find Ivankov. After bidding them farewell, Dongjun asked Ginny about her future plans. "Do you intend to continue the fight?" Ginny glanced at Bonnie and smiled. "The leaders have heeded your brother's advice. For now, our focus is primarily on development. I am also preparing to transition into logistics. Resistance does not solely manifest through combat. My identity is too sensitive, and further exposure could bring considerable trouble to everyone." Understanding her concerns, Dongjun inquired, "Do you want a devil fruit? I have a mythical Zoan-type nine-tailed fox fruit, which possesses a transformation ability akin to Little Vong's. No, brother, let it be for someone more in need." Ginny declined with a smile. Nodding, Dongjun turned to the bear. "Speaking of which, your abilities are most suited for logistics." Given the Bear Express, upon hearing this, both the bear and Ginny burst into laughter. Indeed, since Ginny's condition has progressed beyond the treatment phase and entered recovery, Dongjun has not encountered Man Sherry, who was sent back to Dressrosa by the bear some time ago. It is somewhat regrettable, as she is a member of the Little People and should be quite fascinating. With the rare stability of their environment, Dongjun began contemplating recipes for offensive cuisine. After numerous attempts, he ultimately realized that he indeed lacked the requisite talent. "Do you like to cook?" The little chopper, donned in a hat and outfit, inquired curiously. The little fellow's smooth, bald head felt delightful to the touch. However, sensing something was still lacking, Dongjun fashioned a similar hat for him, which he wore ever since. Furthermore, having consumed the human fruit, he is now indeed human. Thus, he ought to wear clothing. Being perpetually bare-bottomed is rather unseemly. One might be mistaken for a rogue. It's not that I enjoy it. Rather, it's a necessity. This is an incredibly intricate recipe, and I am exploring whether I can replicate it, Dongjun explained. "I see." Chopper nodded in understanding, though it was unclear if he truly grasped the concept. "Why not go play?" Dongjun asked him. "Bonnie is sleeping. Ka is also napping with her sword, and Sabo has gone to find Raven. I am scared and do not dare to go," Chopper explained. Having nearly given up and deciding not to persist further, Dongjun set aside the recipe, tidied his belongings, then reached for the little creature, lying back on the sofa for a good cuddle. Kuna is practicing sword meditation. It is a form of training. Training? What is that? Chopper was curious about everything. Although he possesses human-like intelligence and wisdom, he has only recently begun to engage with the human world, and many concepts remain unfamiliar to him. Thus, he lived as a curious child, asking 1,000 questions. That it is a method of becoming stronger. In this world, survival often necessitates strength. At the very least, one must possess the power of self-preservation. Otherwise, one may find it impossible to achieve their desires or retain what they cherish. And what about me? Must I also train? Chopper pointed to himself, inquiring. That is for you to decide. Little one. Chapter 30. Among three, there will always be a teacher for me, with that fool Wapple gone and the Revolutionary Army in control. The ailments of the Iron Barrel Kingdom will likely improve, and Heliolick's wishes can be considered fulfilled. Dongjun is not a doctor. He could not remedy Heliolick's terminal illness. He merely provided a touch of life energy from a ginseng fruit during the silent hours of the night. Trusting that Heliolick, as an adult, could address the rest himself. The policies of the Iron Barrel Kingdom are being restored, and medical assistance will gradually increase. Although Dr. Kareha is unwilling to join the Revolutionary Army and will not partake in routine medical duties, she has agreed to the position of medical advisor. With such a background, Helilic's condition will be significantly easier to manage. As long as he seeks conventional medical help, the issues should not be insurmountable. Chopper is quite clingy. He does not wish to stay behind and desires to accompany Dongjun, prompting Dongjun to bid farewell to the bear family after a brief period of interaction. "Brother, contact us if you need anything. Though I may not be of much help, bear cubs surely can," Ginny cheerfully remarked. The bear nodded with a smile. "Assistance! Assistance!" Boney clapped her hands and laughed heartily. With laughter, Dongjun and his 4 companions boarded the feast and set off in the general direction. Their next destination was the Little Garden. Due to the sparse traffic, Dongjun could not find a permanent pointer there, relying instead on a rough direction, guided by the sun, while simultaneously employing numerous clones to search the area. As an ordinary individual, not blessed with genius, Dongjun's current strength was entirely derived from his abilities and various imaginative developments. The Demon Workshop represented the most challenging step he had taken. The ability to create clones provided him with the initial strength to stand firm. With abundant potential for further development, his confidence to contend with the monsters of the sea stemmed from the Trinity. The Energy Demon and the Demon Workshop complemented each other, laying a solid foundation for him. The Vitality Demon enriched his arsenal of techniques and left a safety net for the possibility of losing control over his powers in the future. Finally, the Divine Demon compensated for his various skill shortcomings. Enhancing his learning and adaptability, the Divine Demon synthesized all his internal elements, not merely spirit, will, thought, and mind, but something far more intricate. Much like how the Demon Workshop mimicked the return of life, the existence of the Divine Demon enabled Dongjun to achieve a semblance of unity between knowledge and action. Though he remained fundamentally an ordinary person, the enhancement from the Divine Demon theoretically maximized his potential in focus, comprehension, learning, and adaptability. Thus, he could rapidly and dramatically adapt to the increasing number of clones. He could swiftly adjust to the various changes in his body following a surge in power. He could quickly adapt to and replicate the ability patterns of burning and thunder after acquiring them. He could learn the experiences and insights of others wielding swords while he merely gorged himself like a pig. He could grasp the superficial techniques of moves akin to 6 powers just by observing. And he could master Calder's ultimate move after merely enduring a thorough thrashing. Yet, Dongjun remained unsatisfied, acutely aware of the daunting tasks ahead and the formidable opponents he would face. Thus, relying solely on these clever tricks and imaginative ideas would not suffice. He needed to truly digest his power. Calder's ultimate move was commendable, yet it required the fusion of various forces and hockey through fruit abilities. Dongjun could mimic it to some extent using Vitality and Transformation Demon Seeds. But he found it overly complex that he yearned for the simplicity and straightforwardness of Saitama's effortless punch. Techniques like 6 powers could only serve as references. He despised the notion of uncontrollable power and, fueled by his vitality, sought more intuitive and unconstrained moves, aspiring to achieve a state where weight felt light and great skill appeared effortless, as if wielding a sword without form, yet surpassing all forms. To attain this, he needed to witness and learn a broader and richer array of combat techniques and styles. His encounters with Kazan were more theatrical, and since Kazan's strength primarily manifested through his fruit abilities, Dongjun found little value in his references. The 2 giants in Little Garden represented one of the high-tier powers Dongjun could currently engage with, although they initially appeared weak after being pummeled by Mr. 3. Their combined attack 2 years later, withstanding the 5 elders, was undeniably impressive. Giants, being long-lived, could not level up like the protagonists on a rocket, meaning their strength before and after 2 years would not differ significantly. The issue likely lay in their condition. The 2 were constantly brawling, engaged in tumultuous fights, where volcanic eruptions were not alarms, but rather chaotic timelines, thus they would not be in peak form. Donley had sustained internal injuries from a bomb, and his skirmish with Luffy hardly qualified as a genuine fight. It was merely a hastened encounter. After Broggy's victory, his condition was less than optimal, and his fluctuating emotions had left him vulnerable to a preemptive strike. Therefore, the battles in Little Garden bore little relevance for reference. Moreover, the difficulty of engaging with them was minimal, and the danger level was exceedingly low. The giants were quite simple-minded, as long as one harbored no malice and possessed a certain level of conversational strength. Forging a friendship was merely a matter of moments. Additionally, those two often engaged in brawls, requiring no concern from Dong Jun whatsoever. Where could one find such observant subjects? After estimating the travel time, Dong Jun felt that after running back and forth 2 or 3 times, he finally discovered the island in its primitive state. Upon arriving at Little Garden, they coincidentally encountered a newly formed pirate crew that had just arrived. Those who could venture into the Grand Line were not lacking in courage, especially at this nascent stage. Before either party had formally met face to face, a greeting was exchanged that a cannonball struck the feast with precision, causing Chopper to leap onto Dongjuan's head, displaying a comical expression. How scary. We must flee. Dongjun gently pulled the little creature down and handed him to Oka, asserting, they should be the ones afraid. Fear not, Chopper. We are the truly terrifying ones, adorned in the demonized demon mage as a set. Dongjun stood with hands behind his back, soaring into the air. Utilizing his formidable vision in tandem with the demon armament, he whimsically adjusted the trajectory of a cannonball, colliding with the opposing ship, cleaving the enormous pirate vessel in 2. Demon impact. Following this, he soared in an arc before executing the Asa landing technique. Boom! The bow of the sinking ship tilted, with the pirates aboard wailing, their former arrogance vanishing. Yet, some brave souls remained, the pirate captain and several individuals, likely officers, charged at Dongjun. However, bullets aimed at him lost their momentum upon impact, falling to the ground, while swords met his body as if striking thick leather, failing to penetrate even slightly. More than 2 months had passed since Dongjun departed from the Boyne Archipelago, and under the infusion of the energy demon, his foundational physique had grown by approximately 1/3. This rapid acceleration of strength astonished even Dongjun himself. But more than anything, he felt elated. Once I reached the maximum level, I could do whatever the hell I want. Chapter 31. The Twin Giants, the pirate captain, visibly distressed, yelled at Dongjun, "What on earth is your ability? Is this some local rule? If so, then let the guest abide by the host customs. I am a demon man who has consumed a devil fruit. Are you aware of what demons are? They're the most dangerous, fearsome, and powerful entities in all stories, the kind that cannot be killed no matter how hard you try, as long as there is malice in the hearts of people in this world. Demons will always exist, and I shall exist eternally. You are utterly incapable of harming me." Dongjun began to spout his nonsensical claims once more. "What? Are you saying you are immortal?" The pirates were stunned, and this group, clearly not fond of reading, quickly believed Dongjun's words. Meanwhile, Oka was the first to open fire. The feast had already boarded the pirate ship, and the battle was officially underway. Gunfire erupted in the instant of conflict. Leveraging his exceptional rapid-fire capability, Oka had already dispatched the 3 most conspicuous foes in his sight. Bang! 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 What on earth is this guy's gun? The power is completely off the charts. The surviving pirates, witnessing their comrades' bodies being blown apart by Oka's bullets, collapsed, clutching their heads in despair. Utterly lost, they're all lackeys. There's no challenge here. Oka, with his eyes downcast and lacking motivation, lost interest after firing a few shots, while Chopper, trembling and clinging to his neck, had never witnessed such a scene before. The other members of the pirate crew were targeted by the 2 newcomers who had just boarded the ship. In the face of opponents who had awakened observation hockey, they had little room to resist. Even in a 1 versus many scenario, the 2 newcomers handled the situation with ease as the ship began to sink and comrades dwindled in number. The pirates soon cried out in surrender. The 2 newcomers, principled individuals, were unwilling to harm those who surrendered, so they boarded the feast and formally landed on Little Garden, while the pirate ship slowly sank offshore. If memory served correctly, there should be a large goldfish here. Upon landing, Dongjun stroked his chin, pondering something. Goldfish? How big? Sabo inquired. Suddenly, a creature of unimaginable size emerged from the sea, its tooth alone comparable to the size of the sinking pirate ship. "It's this big," Dongjun nodded, pointing at the Sea King. The 2 newcomers and Chopper were all left in shock. Even Kana was no exception. "Are you joking? This creature is completely oversized, far surpassing typical Sea Kings." Rendering any comparison moot, from a distance, it appeared like a colossal mountain. Little Chopper, tears and snot streaming down his face, clung to Dongjun's head, crying out to return to Drum Island. All right, it's just a bit bigger. Watch me deal with it. Dongjun reassured the perpetually frightened little one. It looks delicious, Oka remarked, shouldering his gun. Dongjun responded with a thumbs up, expressing his approval, and then drew the Chinquan blade from his waist. With a hoarse stance, he struck a pose akin to Whitebeard. Gathering his strength, he let out a mighty shout, and amidst everyone's expectant gazes, Dongjun swung his blade fiercely, executing the moon slash. A fierce storm swept through, striking the face of the food island monster, who had just indulged in a snack, leaving it utterly unresponsive as it stared vacantly at a few tiny ants on the shore, perplexed by their actions. Dongjun's expression soured. His attack had failed. He had merely unleashed a powerful gust through sheer brute force, completely disconnected from the intended soaring slash. Puffed. Guna, behind him, could not contain her laughter, with a glare cast over his shoulder. Dongjun resumed his stance, recalling his swordsmanship from a year prior and the techniques he had surreptitiously learned from Guna. Moon slash. Boom. Moon slash. Moon slash. Moon slash. After a series of failed attempts, Dongjun's face darkened, resembling the bottom of a pot. This is unscientific. Sabo and Gina could no longer hold back, bursting into laughter and clutching their stomachs. With his pride in tatters, Dongjun gritted his teeth, invoking a trinity power to force himself to regain composure. Breathe, 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 then swing the sword. Clang. A slashing wave hundreds of meters long cleaved through the air, producing a piercing sound of the sword's resonance. How is that possible? Sabo gasped, astonished. That I told you. This guy is completely abnormal. Goena, equally surprised, gazed at Dongjun's silhouette, struggling to believe what she witnessed. Since their acquaintance, she had never seen him practice swordsmanship, always assuming he carried a sword merely for the convenience of utilizing his fruit abilities. Yet the undeniable reality before her contradicted that belief. This what it means to be a monster. The soaring slash, devoid of effect, struck the food island monster's face, infuriating it instead. The creature leapt out of the sea, splashing water as it charged towards Dongjun and his companions. We can't handle this. Run! Dongjun shouted, taking Chopper and flying away. Akka vanished from the spot, leaving the two little ones scrambling to climb onto the Taodai, while grumbling. After wreaking havoc on the island, the food island monster returned to the sea. Meanwhile, at opposite ends of the island, two titans, Dong Li and Brokey, sensed the commotion from afar, intrigued by the arrival of interesting guests. At that moment, a volcano erupted, and the two laughed heartily as they brandished their weapons, ready to commence a new round of dueling. Wow! Such enormous individuals, Chopper exclaimed, gazing at the two battling in the island's center. Dongjun summoned numerous clones to spectate while maintaining the Trinity, analyzing their movements and techniques. These two giants, with their shared lineage, maximized their strengths while skillfully evading weaknesses. Without unforeseen circumstances, determining a victor would necessitate an eternity of combat. As expected, the outcome was yet another stalemate. The 67,743rd duel ended in an equal draw. The two collapsed on the ground, laughing heartily. Dongjun beckoned his companions to join him. The match was concluded. Let the feast begin, giants. No further words. Let's unleash the sugar-coated projectiles. Kiki-kika banquet. How nostalgic. Is there any wine, little fellow? Ga-baba-baba. It's been ages since I last drank. I truly miss it. Of course, Dongjun waved his hand, and the Taotai conjured forth a vast supply of provisions purchased long ago in Alabasta, with wine being the centerpiece. These two giants drank by the barrel. And fortunately, the Taoye's endless stomach made logistics a breeze. Otherwise, transporting the sugar-coated projectiles would have posed a challenge. Such an enormous belly. What a remarkable little creature. Such a convenient ability to hold so much wine. Without even exchanging names, they became drinking buddies. With ample resources at their disposal, Dong Li and Brokey, after years apart, got drunk again, laughing heartily as they fell asleep. In contrast to the intoxicated giants, Dongjun remained sober and alert, pondering that he might never again succumb to drunkenness. His physique was simply too extraordinary. Akka, also feeling woozy, drifted off to sleep. The two little ones, still young, treated the alcohol merely as a beverage, with Chopper mimicking Dongjun's singing. reveling in the moment. The only ones suffering were Sabo and Guna. "Let us go for a stroll. Staying here is pure torture," Sabo lamented. Guna nodded, picking up her sword. The primeval forest, a rare trial ground. Chapter 32. The Dominance of Nations. Dong Li and Brokey's combat skills were not particularly complex. Simply put, they maximized their strengths as giants while skillfully avoiding their weaknesses. Dong Jun gleaned valuable insights regarding defensive techniques against various attacks and how to harness immense power. Indeed, despite the considerable size difference, Dong Jun's strength now rivaled that of the giants. Moreover, with the continuous infusion of energy from the demon, his power would only grow, making the combat techniques of the giants primarily reliant on strength, highly relevant for his future development. Additionally, Dong Jun was quite curious and eager to learn the duo's combined techniques. However, this endeavor was not urgent. First, he needed to master the basics before seeking to repair their weapons. Otherwise, it would be impractical to demonstrate techniques without proper equipment. That, in the original story, the duel might have ended due to weapon damage. If he repaired their weapons and they still fought to a standstill, it would be pointless. Therefore, Dong Jun planned to wait until he had a solid grasp of the fundamentals before revealing information about Keisai and Oimo, hoping to persuade them. Days later, feeling confident in his abilities, Dong Jun called the two giants. After witnessing the Taoyia's ability to devour, the two giants readily handed over their weapons. Following several attempts, and with some reserve materials, the Taoyi successfully refined their weapons to one. "Keek, what splendid new weapons!" Dong Li exclaimed, shaking his long sword with delight. "Ga baba, quite handy." Brokey swung his axe, satisfied with its balance. "Now let me see the legendary Elbaf spear," Dong Jun eagerly requested, grinning mischievously. "Want to see it?" Dong Li replied without hesitation, beaming with pride. "But there's no suitable target," Brokey lamented, laughing while feigning distress. "Who says there isn't?" Dong Jun replied with a sly grin. "Delicious prey has been waiting for you for decades." The two were momentarily stunned before Dong Jun laughed heartily and gracefully soared into the air, leading them to the seaside, where he unleashed numerous clones to stir up the water. Soon, the king of fish burst forth from the surface. Thrashing about, the finest prey has arrived. Having stirred the pot, Dong Jun immediately ascended high into the air, laughing uproariously as he summoned countless clones. Surrounding Dong Li and Brokey, a comprehensive, multi-dimensional recording was already underway. "Ah, I see," Dong Li exclaimed joyously, raising his sword. "Indeed, the best prey." Brokey nodded in agreement, swinging his axe. Though invisible, even as an ordinary person, Dong Jun could distinctly feel an indescribable force coalescing, then erupting with ferocity. Dominance of Nations. Dong Jun witnessed the legendary Elbaf spear as he had hoped that it was truly formidable, unstoppable, an overwhelming display of might. In both spectacle and power, it reached the limits of what Dong Jun had ever encountered. The Food Island monster, whose defenses were so robust that Dong Jun's sword energy merely tickled it, was obliterated from the outside in by this strike, leaving behind only a lifeless carcass. Was this the essence of dominance? Such a feat was unfathomable. Akka pondered thoughtfully. Sabo and Chopper were dazzled, exclaiming how cool it was. Gwyna, filled with longing, gripped her sword, Wado Ikamanji tightly, dreaming of such power. Dong Jun's eyes sparkled with intensity, grinning widely. His mind racing under the influence of the Trinity, approaching overload. Such a technique could not be demonstrated casually, even among friends. Thus, this was an incredibly rare opportunity, one Dong Jun needed to seize. After a long moment, he exhaled deeply. Drawing the Chinkoan blade, he began practicing the Dominance of Nations technique on the carcass of the king of fish. While he might not be able to cleave through the Food Island monster's scales and skin, he could certainly slice through the massive chunks of meat that had now become lifeless. The enormous, succulent meat was transported to the small garden by Dong Jun's numerous clones. Sea beasts, drawn by the enticing aroma, were dispatched in waves by Dong Jun's clones, staining the sea red with their remnants. After hours of labor, Dong Jun finally transferred the colossal mound of meat to the small garden. "Prey," Dong Li pondered. Glancing at Brokey, the realization sparked a shared memory, prompting Brokey to laugh heartily Oh, that's how it is. Got Baba Baba. Has it been this long? Dong Li echoed, joining in the laughter. A feast of meat. Let the festivities begin. The gathering erupted in cheers and songs as they skewered the massive chunks of meat over the blazing golden crow's head. But I don't like this feeling, Daddy. The golden crow, dripped with grease, expressed its discontent. Dong Jun could only reassure him. This is a rare delicacy. Just endure it a little longer. Little fellow, please. In this peculiar world, a creature's size does not necessarily correlate with its strength. However, it is undeniably linked to energy and caloric intake, particularly for carnivorous beings. The colossal form of the food island monster itself represents an exquisite and rare delicacy. No sophisticated culinary techniques are required. Even the simplest act of roasting meat can tantalize the taste buds of many. The giants, having quickly satiated their hunger, reclined in satisfied repose. It was then that they first witnessed Dong Jun's insatiable appetite, akin to a bottomless pit. Here he goes again, Sabo remarked with a mix of envy and urgency. We must strive harder, Goina exclaimed, brimming with enthusiasm. How remarkable that such a petite figure can consume such vast quantities of food. Dong Li praised in astonishment. Truly impressive. No wonder he exudes a ferocious aura. Brokey laughed heartily and joined in the roasting, eager to see just how much Dong Jun could devour. This was bound to be a spectacle lasting at least half a month. During this time, Dong Li and Brokey engaged in numerous duels, while Dong Jun, aside from sending numerous clones to observe and take notes, returned to the monotonous life on the Boeing Islands. Eat, and eat again. Such a rare ingredient would be a shame to waste. Yet, even with Dong Jun's insatiable appetite, the mountainous portions of food could not be consumed in a short span of time. Thus, to prevent waste, the enormous chunks of meat were meticulously transformed into rations according to a menu, most of which found their way into the bellies of gluttons, becoming reserves, fortunately, with a multitude of clones mirroring his own strength. This colossal task was manageable. Otherwise, the massive quantities of food would spoil before they could be consumed. Meanwhile, Oka and the others were not idle. The most challenging aspect of any endeavor is often the transition from nothing to something. Life restoration had taken its first step with Guana's awakening, and with the assistance of the Demon Workshop, Oka and his companions naturally progressed in their training. First Oka, then Sabo, while neither may have possessed the innate talent to complete such training independently. They benefited from the pioneering experiences of others and Dong Jun's capabilities, enabling them to forcibly grasp this powerful technique. The thrill of enhancement. Chapter 33. The Sword Master. The formidable beings of the ocean undoubtedly possess robust physiques and appetites. Yet few can truly master the technique of life restoration. Such a skill is rare, even among the strongest of the sea. Not every strong individual achieves life restoration, but those who do significantly increase their potential for strength. The ability to consume copiously is a blessing, especially in a world where physical prowess is the norm. Guina, initially on a path of balanced strength and technique, began to develop a tendency towards the way of the sword after awakening to life restoration and honing her skills. Perhaps influenced by lingering inner demons, she now places great value on what was once lacking. Conversely, Oka's focus leaned towards speed and explosive power. After mastering life restoration, he devoted himself more fervently to simulating animal-based techniques. Even Dong Jun, who lacked observation haki, occasionally mistook him for a beast due to his intensity. Although they had never engaged in direct dialogue about it, Oka's pursuit of power and speed evidently mirrored Dong Jun's ambitions. As a sharpshooter who values precision, he diligently seeks to eliminate any unpredictable factors. Oka, whether through innate talent or the lessons gleaned from the battle against Calder and the CP9 members, astonishingly learned the Six Powers technique of shave and even made his own modifications. In the original narrative, he had already achieved the moniker Sound Barrier Oka without the benefit of devil fruits, showcasing his remarkable aptitude for speed. Then, Dong Jun, learning from his younger brother, combined his own chi with various simulations to provide feedback, leading to further refinements on Oka's part. This positive feedback loop created an illusion for Dong Jun that he was becoming a genius. As for Sabo, perhaps influenced by Dong Jun, he began to place significant emphasis on physicality. Beyond his established swordsmanship routine, after mastering life restoration, he became fixated on consuming vast quantities of food, exclaiming his desire to grow as large as Dong Jun Chopper, lacking interest in training and being rather timid. Refrained from venturing into the forest alone while everyone else was busy. Instead, he began to peruse the books Dong Jun had prepared for him, originally intending to cultivate the young lad's medical skills. Dong Jun had traded a substantial amount of gold for a wealth of medical texts from Dr. Kureha, only to discover that Chopper was far more intrigued by culinary experiments, diligently conducting his own trials and studies. Dong Jun couldn't help but marvel. Is this the influence of my narrative alterations? Yet, he felt no need to be troubled by it. Chopper could become a renowned doctor or a celebrated chef. As long as he found joy in it, Dong Jun had no intention of imposing his own notions of what was reasonable upon him. Moreover, he had no desire to mold Chopper into a combatant. Even though the little fellow displayed considerable talent, potentially capable of developing near-cheat abilities akin to the rumble ball, in matters of combat, true mastery requires a genuine desire. Coerced motivation cannot forge steel of the highest caliber. Once they had become familiar with one another, Dong Jun informed the two giants of Cassie and Oimo's deception by the world government. After a century of fervor, the duo finally regained their composure and sense of responsibility as leaders, deciding to halt their duels to rescue their two younger brothers and teach the deceivers of the world government a lesson. Dong Jun couldn't help but express admiration. Truly impressive. The giants possess such lengthy reflex arcs, spanning decades or even centuries. Even in a state of diminished health, they could engage in battle. In peak condition, they could contend with the Elder Stars without worry, making it unnecessary for Dong Jun to fret over their expedition to Judicial Island. It was entirely possible that they would dismantle Judicial Island before the rubber boy had even matured. Their immense size rendered them ill-suited for conventional vessels. Yet fortunately, ample materials were at hand. The gigantic bones of the Food Island monster might not be ideal for shipbuilding, but they were certainly useful. Once dried, they became sufficiently lightweight and sturdy, coupled with some lumber harvested from the island. Crafting a large raft suitable for giants posed no challenge. As Dong Li and Brokey returned to the roasting grounds, carrying the enormous bones dried by the Golden Crow's abilities. Dong Jun was still voraciously consuming. How splendid, such an appetite, Dong Li praised, and no wonder he possesses such strength. Brokey chuckled as he crouched down to observe Dong Jun, still finding it hard to believe. Are the materials ready? Dong Jun paused in his feasting to inquire. We still need some suitable timber, but we've selected the right ones. Additionally, we require some sturdy ropes, and the sinews of the Food Island monster will suffice, Brokey replied with a grin. After a century, they were about to set sail once more, evoking a sense of nostalgia. It's quite thrilling, Dong Li exclaimed. We also need to prepare rations and fresh water, Dong Jun reminded. The rations are already prepared. Dong Jun has consumed less than a third of the Food Island monster's meat, and the remainder can be made into jerky to share with the two of you. Fresh water is easily obtainable. We can simply fill the emptied wine barrels on the island. However, in just over half a month, the two large wine casks had completely depleted Dong Jun's stock of alcohol. These two had no understanding of the concept of moderation. With the fresh ingredients exhausted, Dong Jun concluded his daily indulgence and sought out Oka. One can possess strengths but must not have weaknesses. Though a sharpshooter, mastery of close combat techniques is essential. Come on, let's hone your haki. Is it necessary? Oka, well aware of Dong Jun's penchant for mischief, recognized the familiar rhythm of impending trouble. The two had yet to fulfill their agreement for Magnet Drum Island. Yet the distinction between sparring and Dong Jun's demand to refine haki was apparent. The astute Oka sought to avoid being led astray, remaining vigilant. Dong Jun pointed to himself and opened his arms. Laughing, of course. Where else could one find such a magnificent punching bag? Ah, I see. Since it's a command from a boss, I suppose I must comply, Oka conceded, assuming he understood he had no issue with being a target for practice. Then, haki! 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 Dong Jun began to act erratically, wielding the Chinquan blade and executing strikes that were hardly representative of haki. Fortunately, he had yet to master haki and had not employed his chi, allowing Oka to manage with ease. Rapid-fire bullets, more terrifying than cannonballs, rained down upon the demonized Dong Jun's face. "Hey, don't hit the face, you punk!" Dong Jun grimaced, realizing this younger brother had no sense of propriety as he lost half his health in the blink of an eye. Only by confronting the strongest can one truly refine their haki. Oka maintained a calm demeanor, as if it were only natural. Dong Jun twitched at the corner of his mouth. "Don't think I can't hear you insulting me." Haki. Though he had already acquired the ability to execute flying slashes, it was merely a technique he had pilfered, lacking finesse and appearing somewhat crude. However, upon Reg ripping his blade and absorbing the abundant combat experience of the two giants, with divine enhancement, his strikes began to sharpen and reveal their brilliance. With a casual swipe, he could unleash sword energy extending at least 100 meters. Moreover, the sound of his blade grew increasingly melodious, and Dong Jun gradually became entranced, finally realizing his dream of becoming a sword master. From half an island's distance, Sabo, perched atop a tree with Chopper on his head, observed Dong Jun and Oka laboring industriously. Unable to suppress his envy. Uncle is growing stronger by the day, so formidable that one can only behold their silhouette. Beneath the ancient tree, Guina poised her sword before her knee, rather than lament. She chose to exert herself, gently caressing her beloved blade. She assumed a stance point one sword style Iato draw and slash dragon flash. Clang! The elongated sword aura flashed past, and moments later, colossal trees within a vast expanse of several dozen meters before Guina began to topple one after another like dominoes. The cutting edge of the sword aura was as smooth as if it had been polished. Here stood a 12-year-old sword master. Meanwhile, I was still perched upon the tree, Sabo screeched, clutching his startled Chopper, as he hurriedly leapt down. Chapter 34. Labun as he practiced with Oka, Dong Jun distinctly perceived a refinement in his application of strength, a sign of his growing mastery. Dongli and Brokey, astonished at Dong Jun's acquisition of the giant's combat techniques, which he had blended with their formidable power, took it upon themselves to point out his oversights and deviations after he, unrestrained by manners, sought their guidance. Days passed, and with the completion of a wooden raft, the two giants bid a reluctant farewell to Dong Jun and his companions, promising to reunite in Elbath in the future. Recently, the two young ones had experienced a remarkable growth spurt. Guina, now, stood nearly 1.8 meters tall, a stark contrast to the diminutive figure she had been a year prior. One could only wonder if her hometown folks would still recognize her, while Sabo could not match Guina's rapid development. He too was steadily growing, and perhaps the concerns regarding his height would soon be resolved. After wreaking havoc upon the small garden to the point of near devastation, Dong Jun finally devised his first true technique, one he had painstakingly developed. The opening of heaven and earth. To be precise, this was a technique of force application from which Dong Jun could manifest several distinct variations based on his unique circumstances. The area effect strike of heaven's opening, the linear slashing of earth's parting, the concentrated assault of opening heaven and earth, and the fully realized form of opening heaven and earth, a synthesis inspired by the techniques of the Bagwazang, modified into a Trinity multi-weapon stance for a combined onslaught. Though its power paled in comparison to the double ghost door, Dong Jun felt a profound satisfaction. There lay a long journey ahead. He had ample time for further growth. Although his weapon was a sword, Dong Jun, with his intricately complex strength, was able to unleash an array of attack modes that transcended mere swordsmanship. This unconventional prowess seemed perfectly normal to Oka and the others who had long been in his company. Yet it would undoubtedly astonish anyone else who beheld it. Following Dongli and Brokey, Dong Jun and his companions departed from the small garden, journeying northwest until they arrived at Twin Cape, the entrance to the Grand Line. A mandatory passage for all newcomers. The descending canal relentlessly surged, the mist at the estuary roiling, yet the expansive sea lay tranquil, devoid of wind or waves. "Wow, is this the Red Earth continent?" Sabo exclaimed. Gazing at the towering landmass that seemed to stretch infinitely into the clouds, his face alight with excitement. "How tall is this Red Earth continent?" Dong Jun, Chopper, perched upon Dong Jun's shoulder, inquired with wide-eyed wonder. After a moment of contemplation, Dong Jun, uncertain of the exact details, signaled to his aerial clone for feedback. estimating that Mount Reverse stood at around 5,000 meters, though other areas might vary 5,000 meters. That's incredibly high, Chopper gasped, seemingly oblivious to the concept of meters. Fixating instead on the number 5,000, isn't it rather modest? Sabo mused, recalling the heights of the Sky Island he had previously visited, and concluded you could attempt to climb it and see for yourself. Guina suggested. After some thought, Sabo shook his head. 5,000 meters is still quite lofty. Oka glanced upward, then vanished from sight, only to return shortly thereafter. How is it, Brother Oka? What did you see up there? Sabo eagerly questioned. Tea was a bit chilly, Oka replied nonchalantly. While Sabo and the others engaged in conversation, Dongjun settled by the shore and began to sing a familiar tune from his memories. Yo-ho-ho, yo-ho-ho-ho-ho. Having forgotten the lyrics, Dongjun repetitively sang this single line, finding no weariness in it at the song of Binksake. Oka observed Dongjun lost in his reverie. Suddenly, a massive shadow surged from beneath the sea, and a colossal figure breached the surface, its eyes far larger than those of a human, gazing down at the singing Dongjun. Well, hello there, big fellow. Dongjun greeted with a smile that he cherished this song, even if the lyrics eluded him. Only a fragment of its melody lingered in his mind, yet he still held a fondness for it, as well as for the creature before him. Laboon. Laboon floated on the surface, puzzled, confirming that this was indeed a stranger, which only deepened his confusion. Perhaps it was due to desensitization, or perhaps because of his strong adaptability at this stage, or perhaps it was the comforting presence of Dongjun that rendered the little Chopper unafraid as he beheld the suddenly emerging Laboon. And he burst into laughter. Another big fish? Is Dongjun hungry again? I wonder how this one tastes. It should be quite delectable. After all, it was quite large, so let me, Chef Chopper, have a go at cooking it. With that, Chopper eagerly summoned his array of cooking utensils, filled with anticipation. Upon hearing this, Laboon looked on in bewilderment at the small creature who was contemplating devouring him, confusion reigning in his large head. Did I mishear? You can talk, Chopper exclaimed in shock, dropping his utensils and producing a comical expression. Dongjun felt a twinge of embarrassment. Had the little one begun to adopt a darker mindset? Had he gone astray, or perhaps been influenced by his own ways? Why were such distressing thoughts occupying his mind? While the child was still young, he had to correct this quickly. This was no mere food. Laboon was a whale with human emotions, Dongjun hurriedly clarified. The hefty Laboon began to voice his grievances. Oka and the others approached, curious about Laboon. Dongjun had not shared the tale with them. The trio remained oblivious to Laboon's story. Chopper listened attentively, his expression shifting from fear to calmness as he nodded repeatedly. I see now to my sincerest apologies. Laboon, can Chopper really converse with whales? How remarkable! Sabo marveled. Chopper's eyes sparkled with joy as he beamed with delight upon hearing this. At that moment, Dongjun recalled Chopper's unique ability to communicate with animals. Why are you still here? Aren't you off to find the explosive-haired one? Could it be due to a past promise? Dongjun inquired curiously. Observing the peaceful exchange between the two young ones, news of Brook had long been conveyed to Kurokas by Bartholomew Kuma, yet Laboon remained at Twin Cape. Thus, the sole possibility lay in that one promise. Laboon replied, and Chopper translated, we made a pact to reunite here once they completed their journey around the world. Dongjun contemplated and felt a sense of understanding. In the original story, Laboon's relentless training of his iron head was not born out of impatience, but rather from a misunderstanding of information. Believing that the Rumbar pirates had failed to return, in his disbelief, he sought answers in the new world. He was unaware that Brook and the others had perished in the Devil's Triangle. And Kurokas, having journeyed around the world without receiving news, could only surmise a probable reason. Could Kurokas be blamed? Absolutely not. The old man had sacrificed so much for Laboon, raising him as if he were his own son. His assumptions were entirely human, and his intentions in informing Laboon were well-meaning, but he had underestimated Laboon's faith and emotions, leading to such a predicament. What promise? Chopper inquired with curiosity. Laboon responded once more, his demeanor cheerful as he floated on the sea, his tail swaying and creating substantial waves, appearing quite content. though Kuroka's had always been by his side and they could engage in simple exchanges. This experience of seamless communication with Chopper was unprecedented. Chopper's expression shifted from curiosity to astonishment, then to sorrow, followed by deep emotion, envy, and ultimately tears streaming down his face as he cried out, "Is that truly how it is? I believe you will meet again, Laboon." Chapter 35. Kuroka's Laboon joyfully responded with a call, and in a mere moment, the two had become steadfast friends. However, the encrypted conversation was known only to them, leaving Oka and the two young ones in a state of perplexity. Thus, Chopper recounted the tale once more. How incredibly touching. A promise made 50 years ago, and you both still remember. How wonderful, Sabo exclaimed, his own tears flowing as he glanced at Gunna, who shot him a sidelong glance, before turning to Dongjun, blubbering as he approached, only to receive a swift thump on the head from Dongjun, leaving him with a large bump. "Don't you dare smear that on me, you scoundrel!" Sabo cried in pain, clutching his head. Attracted by the commotion, Kuroka's approached, realizing, it's you, the man Shanks and Kuma mentioned. Kuroka's appeared to be in high spirits. "The old man looks well," Dongjun remarked with a smile. Kuroka's nodded, glancing at Laboon with a smile. "Indeed. Now that Laboon's heart is unburdened, I too find myself at ease. I spend my days reading the newspaper and fishing. Life is quite serene. I owe you a great debt of gratitude." "It certainly sounds enviable." Dongjun nodded. "How wonderful it would be to live such a life when I grow old. Are you already contemplating your retirement life?" "Such a lack of motivation, Uncle," Sabo lamented while rubbing the large bump on his head. Dongjun smiled and displayed a peaceful gesture, prompting Sabo to retreat at once. Twin Cape faces the boundless sea. Rich in resources, Kalokas, with his experience of sailing around the world, is an adept hunter who enjoys a leisurely life now that he no longer has to worry about Labu. His daily routine consists of fishing with Labu, watching free roller coaster performances, and occasionally teasing children for amusement. Life could not be more delightful. As a rare guest, Kalokas prepared to warmly welcome Dongjun and his party of 5 among the 5. 4 were voracious eaters, leading to substantial daily expenses, and the fresh supplies in the small garden had nearly been depleted, necessitating the need for fresh catches for their meals, with a multitude of clones adept at diving. Hunting in the sea was as easy as cheating. Without much effort, he effortlessly captured a large sea beast, while Guena and Sabo assisted Kalokas in processing the food. Despite Kalokas' extensive experience, he was still taken aback by the swift strikes of the two youngsters, especially the little girl, a swordsman of such tender age. Remarkable. Although she appeared as tall as an adult, Kalokas, as a leading doctor and a wise elder, could easily discern their true ages. Unlike Dongjun, whose prowess was a product of sheer strength, Guena hailed from a prestigious lineage of swordsmanship. Her skills honed through diligent practice, and their paths and styles differed significantly. Guena was akin to an extraordinarily sharp sword, her gaze emanating an aura so piercing that it was hard to meet her eyes, her strength evident. Yet, she remained humble, stating, "I still have a long way to go compared to Uncle and the others." "Indeed," Sabo nodded in agreement. "Have you ever encountered a true monster, Grandpa Kalokas?" "Uncle here is the very definition of a monster." A monster? Kalokas recalled his old friends and the notable figures he had met while sailing the seas. Nodding in realization, he remarked, "Indeed, a man worthy of your admiration must be extraordinary." Upon hearing this, Sabo pouted, thinking to himself that he was compelled. Guena rolled her eyes, recalling how she had been unwittingly lured aboard by the whims of childish fellow. The novice chef Chopper assisted and learned Kalokas' culinary skills, diligently comparing them with the recipes he had studied. A team must be quite exhausting to cater to these gluttons, right? Upon learning that Chopper was an apprentice chef, Kalokas patiently guided the little one that, "Not at all. I've only just begun learning and am not yet a true chef." Chopper replied with a smile, "I guess that's so. Then keep up the good work." Kalokas chuckled. Yes. After their meal, Dongjun and Kalokas engaged in casual conversation while inquiring about desired information. So, "What exactly is the great treasure, old man?" With the plot elusive, Dongjun resorted to script reading. "Oh, does Grandpa Kalokas know about the great treasure?" Sabo exclaimed in astonishment. Oka and Guanao looked on with curiosity. Only Chopper appeared puzzled, asking, "Great treasure? What is that, a treasure?" "Yes, the legendary treasure of the Pirate King." Sabo expressed yearning. "It must be a vast fortune, right?" "Wait, could it possibly be more than Uncle's gold?" Rolling his eyes, Dong Jun retorted, "Those are entirely different matters. While I am uncertain, what that old rogue refers to as the great treasure is certainly not a treasure of gold and jewels. It must be something bizarre." Kalokas glanced at Dong Jun with surprise, but refrained from answering. "You're not the one Roger was waiting for. If you wish to know, seek it out yourself." "Oomph, what does reading the script accomplish? Why be so arrogant?" Unperturbed by the lack of answers, Dong Jun continued, "You must be aware of the old rogue's son, right? As former companions, Shanks would undoubtedly share news of Ace when passing by Twin Cape. After all, sharing such good news brings greater joy." Kalokas nodded, a smile of delight gracing his features. "I too was astonished when Shanks mentioned it. I never expected Roger to have descendants. T.O. receives such splendid news after so many years is truly wonderful. I must thank you, Dong Jun, for allowing this old man to fulfill a regret before departing." It was evident that despite their brief acquaintance, their bond was quite strong. Oka and Guanao were hearing of this for the first time. The Pirate King actually has a son alive in this world. Sabo wore a nostalgic expression, reflecting on the past year. "I wonder how Ace and Luffy are faring. They must be growing stronger under Rayleigh's training. Haha, I wonder who is stronger now compared to me. You know Ace, the son of the Pirate King?" Guanao exclaimed in surprise. Sabo nodded enthusiastically, recounting how he and Ace met, along with that little rascal Luffy. "So that is how it is." Guanao found it intriguing. The intricate relationships among such prominent figures were both surprising and not. Oka listened quietly, glancing at the laughing Dong Jun, pondering. Fate, who truly dictates it? Carp treating him like a grandson. How outrageous! Dong Jun jested. Indeed, it's something Roger would do. However, it's of no consequence, Kalokas remarked with the demeanor of a sage, sunbathing like a carefree fish. Witnessing this, Dong Jun quietly smiled. "Yes, it is quite good as it is." Chapter 36. Sabo in Search of Answers. West Sea, Burkook Island. "Why don't the Golden Crows and Cheelants enter the city?" Chopper inquired curiously from Dong Jun's shoulder. Dong Jun, striding with a crab-like gait, adorned with gold chains and rings, looked every bit the nouveau riche, remarked, "They are too conspicuous. We are low-key individuals and must act discreetly." Guanao and Sabo wore long faces. "Maintaining a distance as if they were strangers that I see," Chopper acknowledged. "But why doesn't that ginseng fruit ever come out? Doesn't it feel stifling hiding in Dong Jun's arms?" "The ginseng fruit is crucial. It is our second life. We are cautious individuals and must learn to conceal and mislead regarding our vital information." Dong Jun continued his teachings. The journey to Twin Cape made Dong Jun realize that the little fellow was developing some undesirable tendencies. Hence his increased focus on education, seizing every chance to impart his life experiences to Chopper, hoping to assist him positively. Chopper nodded incessantly, feeling he was making continuous progress. Upon entering the city, Sabo looked around and remarked, "Is this really the West Sea? It doesn't seem much different from the East Sea. How long have you been here?" Dong Jun scoffed. "Do not hastily conclude about things you do not understand." He then turned to Chopper. "This is invaluable life experience. Did you learn it?" Chopper nodded earnestly. "Do not judge by appearances." With her hand resting on the sword at her waist, Guanao's gaze turned somewhat cold, knowing her habit of frequently honing her observation skills. Dong Jun smiled knowingly and reached out to pat her head, only to be met with a dismissive glare from the girl. Dong Jun laughed heartily. This is a local characteristic, an unavoidable aspect. After all, the West Sea is the birthplace of the Mafia. Upon hearing this, Sabo suddenly understood, realizing the implications, and closed his eyes to feel the atmosphere, his expression darkening. Nearby, perhaps in some shady corner, emotions of panic were spreading, possibly stemming from vendettas or gang conflicts. The two youngsters, relying on their sensitivity to emotions and sounds, might perceive this more intensely, much like the naturally perceptive Aisha from Skypiea or the newly awakened Marine. Kobe, fear, anxiety, worry, trepidation. If one cannot calm their heart, Even the few peaceful emotions might be overlooked amidst the chaos. Both having been born in the East Sea and enjoying relatively stable childhoods, this was their first encounter with such circumstances. Distinctly different from the battles above the sea, where relative weakness, namely ordinary people, inevitably existed. I do not like it here, Sabo stated earnestly, gripping the sword at his waist. With a smile, Dong Jun replied, if you were to return to the Goa Kingdom now and listen, observe, it might not be any better than here. Sabo fell silent upon hearing this. Lacking observation skills, he felt suffocated by the vile and treacherous words and faces of the aristocrats in his own homeland. If he were to return after awakening his observation abilities, the answers would surely be even more disheartening. This is the world. Dong Jun spoke calmly. Then let us change this wretched world. Sabo suddenly became resolute. Guina looked at her younger brother, whom she had always deemed somewhat frivolous, in surprise, as if seeing him anew. How would we change it? Dong Jun inquired with a smile, commencing with the simplest and most fundamental aspects. Sabo, brimming with enthusiasm, declared, for every villain I encounter, I shall confront them. He believed that perseverance would inevitably yield some change. But how does one delineate good from evil? Could a villain have friends or family who are virtuous? Might a good person, ensnared by emotional ties, inadvertently assist a villain? Dong Jun pressed on with his queries, noting that many individuals exist in this world not for themselves. By resolving one person's plight, one might unknowingly entangle several others, perhaps even family. Friends or companions? Sabo paused, contemplating, his face contorted in frustration as he grasped his hair with both hands, exclaiming, "Ah, what should we do then, uncle?" Dong Jun, with a nonchalant shrug, replied, "I do not know," which Sabo incredulously asked. "Not even you know? I am merely an ordinary person, much like yourself, not a deity. In certain respects, I may even fall short of you. How could I possess knowledge of such matters?" Dong Jun shook his head, subsequently offering solace. "Do not be too disheartened. There will surely be a way when we reach the mountain. Perhaps as we venture forth and observe, we will naturally discern the proper course of action." "Indeed, that's precisely it," Sabo exclaimed, revitalized. "That I shall go take a look," setting aside those intricate dilemmas. Encountering challenges necessitates action. With that, Sabo dashed toward the direction of his perception. "What vigor!" Dong Jun chuckled. "Is it truly wise for this fellow to venture alone?" Guina, his companion, expressed her concerns, sensing that her comrade was rather unhinged. Everyone must grow. After all, perhaps letting him wander will result in a transformation upon his return. Dong Jun remarked with anticipation, "Is it not said that one should regard a person anew after 3 days apart?" The path that Sabo, who had awakened his free will, would embark upon remained a mystery even to Dong Jun, for he had already led him astray, rendering many references obsolete. Yet Guina remained unconvinced and, with a slight pout, departed to seek a sharpening stone. Dong Jun said nothing further, merely smiling. Given the current prowess of the two youngsters and their location far from the Grand Line, he need not worry excessively, allowing them the freedom to act. Moreover, he had his vast array of clones and Akka's extraordinary observation abilities to rely on. "I will gather some intelligence," Akka declared, hefting the fallen star and departing as well, leaving Dong Jun and Chopper behind. Suddenly realizing that everyone had dashed off, Dong Jun pondered, who will handle the procurement of supplies? A wave of self-doubt washed over him. Am I truly such a failure as a leader? Shouldn't the junior members shoulder the burdens of the elder? In contrast to the emotional and auditory perception of the two youngsters, Dong Jun's clones had already reached the town, relying on their own keen eyesight. The West Sea was the homeland of the Mafia, and it was said that 5 major Mafia families nearly ruled the underground world of the West Sea. However, the world has always been intricately complex, and the so-called underground world is but a part of the governed portion of the world is to wield significant influence over it. Thus, whether acknowledged or not, in this place, the notion of pure good or evil has nearly vanished. One must either dominate or be dominated. Those with some martial prowess, talent, or aspirations inevitably find themselves entangled with the Mafia, be it through coercion, passive reliance, or active yearning. Even the most ordinary citizens, leading monotonous lives, are not exempt. As the most oppressed and exploited, many individuals lack the agency to choose. Some become the eyes, others the ears, and some mere expendables. This is a consequence of the prevailing environment, in such conditions. Only a scant few can stand against it, and even fewer can do so without being crushed. Chapter 37. The harmonious companions. After nearly 4 months of continuous improvement, Dongjuan's clones could now maintain control over a radius of 200 kilometers, encompassing not only the entirety of Belukuk Island, but also the surrounding seas under his vigilant gaze. With a vision akin to that of a war fog lifted, Dongjun easily located his destination, the largest trading association within the vicinity of Belukuk Island. The Zijing Trading Association. The sudden appearance of Dongjun, Chopper, and Taotai startled the association's staff, who rubbed their eyes in disbelief to ensure they were not imagining things. Their professionalism shone through upon noticing Dongjuan's commanding presence. They quickly donned smiles, warmly welcoming him while disregarding his eccentricities. Once in the VIP room, Dongjun laughed heartily and waved his hand, prompting Taotai to expel a massive square gold ingot weighing a ton. After acquiring the power of the sumo fruit, Dongjun instructed Taotai to manage the wealth within his belly. Although fundamentally composed of gold, the items dismantled from the architecture of Sandora bore traces and messages from hundreds of years past, which were best eliminated. After all, Dongjun was selling gold, not artifacts. Both were equally inexhaustible. The hefty ingot bore a custom-made devil's mark as their insignia. As the weighty treasure thudded to the ground, it produced a dull resonance, even damaging the floor, yet no one expressed anger. For wealth capable of damaging the floor could undoubtedly extinguish life. I require supplies. Copious amounts of various materials, Dongjun proclaimed, sipping the fine wine provided by the association and puffing on an unfamiliar cigar. His legs crossed in a manner befitting a nouveau riche. Rest assured, our Zijing Trading Association is renowned throughout the West Sea. Everything you desire can be fulfilled here. Please hold on, esteemed guest, the association's head, a rotund middle-aged man with a small mustache, donned gold-rimmed spectacles and exuded an air of refined courtesy, his humble demeanor earning Dongjuan's approval. With a wave of his hand, he summoned an attendant who soon presented a plethora of material information sheets, which he personally bent down to hand to Dongjun. Flipping through them casually, having no understanding of their contents, Dongjun nonchalantly gestured for several copies. Several copies? The head quickly grasped Dongjuan's intent, his smile growing more sycophantic. Very well, I shall arrange that immediately. Will you require delivery to your location, esteemed guest? We can provide complimentary and attentive service for that. Dongjun waved his hand dismissively, stating, No need. I shall retrieve them myself once they are prepared. Understood. The head nodded, then, smiling, inquired, We offer various entertainment and relaxation services. Would you like us to arrange something for you? Is that even a question? Of course I would. After receiving Dongjuan's affirmation, the head clapped his hands. And soon a multitude of beautiful women emerged that you wish to select. Dongjun was not a man lacking in wealth. With a wave of his hand, he instructed, Leave them all. Very well. Should you require anything, please do not hesitate to command. The head replied, departing with a smile. Dongjuan's surprise, the association did not promptly arrange for the special services. Instead, the head first issued orders to prepare the requested supplies before dialing an unknown number with a phone bug. After cross-referencing Dongjuan's appearance, demeanor, and features with the presence of Taotai, he swiftly acquired pertinent information. Wiping the sweat from his brow, the head hung up and issued a stricter, more urgent order, then tidied his appearance before formally informing Dongjun that the supplies were being urgently prepared. What caution! Yet it is understandable. Everyone possesses their own survival wisdom. After all, in this world, fools do not endure for long. Even the foolish who possess strength, for instance, that fellow, the one who dances in his underwear. He could indeed fight, but he was undeniably foolish. What became of him in the end? Ah yes, he was turned into Odin. Teacher Kai truly is something else. Even in the end, he fulfilled one of his opponent's wishes by transforming him into his favorite dish. Odin grows more flavorful the longer it cooks, but regrettably, he cannot partake in his own creation. What a pity. While enjoying the VIP treatment within the association, not only Dongjun but even Chopper was treated to a specialized pet grooming package. So what if he could speak? In this bizarre world, humans can serve as pets, and a talking reindeer is hardly surprising. Indulging in the soothing massages from a bevy of beauties, Dongjun, though his eyes were closed, kept a watchful eye on the movements of everyone within the association and the entire island. Meanwhile, Sabo sought out the mafia members who had completed their tasks. The young boy, with an innocent expression, earnestly questioned the seemingly uneducated gang members about their motives for oppressing others. Yet, all he received in return was mockery. Where did this little brat come from? How adorably naive. If one does not dominate others, must they then be dominated? Does the little brat even wield a sword? Could he be a swordsman? Ha ha ha! How frightening! I want to go home and find my mommy. Ha ha! Confronted by a group of utterly irrational individuals, Sabo, after repeated confirmations, reluctantly unsheathed his knife, resorting to physical persuasion. Yet he refrained from taking any lives. Instead, he merely requested an audience with their leader. The small-time boss momentarily hesitated, then, with a smile that seemed patronizing, acquiesced to Sabo's demand, treating him as one with a simpleton, and led him to their lair, only to discover that their hideout had been thoroughly raided. Why is it taking so long? Guina was evidently growing impatient from the wait. Unlike Sabo, who traced the origins of clues with meticulous care, Guina adopted a more straightforward and ruthless approach, discerning good from evil through sheer strength and weakness, and with deadly precision, within the mafia's stronghold. Aside from Guina, the rest either lay incapacitated or prostrated on the ground. Apart from a few who foolishly resisted and met their demise, the remaining individuals were left battered and devoid of combat capability. Slaughtering the weak is not the deed of a true swordsman. Guina was merely unable to tolerate their presence and sought to impart a profound lesson. Beyond the Grand Line, there are certainly formidable warriors in the seas. Yet it was clear that Guina had not encountered any. The mafia members posed little threat to her, their firearms being of negligible concern to someone with the ability of observation hockey. Unless their numbers were sufficient to create a blanket of firepower. "What are you doing?" Sabo exclaimed, cradling his head in his hands. Utterly exasperated, "I still have questions for them," casting a disdainful glance at his companion. Guinar retorted, "How could these fools possibly possess the answers you seek?" Sabo, with utmost seriousness, explained, "They indeed have the answers I desire, yet their thoughts are equally significant. Without understanding these individuals, how can one hope to change them? I cannot simply butcher them all." Taken aback by Sabo's unexpected perspective, Guina felt a rare moment of embarrassment, cleared her throat, and conceded, "Well, fine. This time, I was in the wrong. It won't happen again." With a sigh, Sabo glanced at the mafia member guiding them. The individual, startled, then ingratiatingly and obediently collided with the wall, falling unconscious. What on earth is happening? Sabo gazed skyward in disbelief. Chapter 38. Sabo's talent, our timing, is unfortunate. These are merely low-level thugs, and their leader is absent, having been invited to some naval charity banquet. Guina elucidated to Sabo, "A charity banquet?" Sabo replied incredulously, surveying the mafia members strewn about. "These gangsters? Well, that's their claim," Guina remarked. As a prostrate mafia member, who had been attentively observing them, rose respectfully to bring over a chair before returning to his previous position. Guina nodded in satisfaction. "Do not fret. I intentionally spared a few during my assault. I trust we shall receive a response promptly." The gangsters lying on the ground exchanged uneasy glances, all sharing a growing sense of foreboding. Hearing this, Sabo chuckled. "Is that so? I never expected you to be quite so reliable." Guina,